Chapter 151. The Greedy Sky Orchid Clan. However, there was a peerless mage in Galaxy City. This was the calming agent for all the people in Galaxy City. Decades ago, it was this great mage who had protected Galaxy City from disaster. As the most powerful mage in Galaxy City, besides the mysterious mage, Belson immediately flew into the air from the city and said loudly, "Mage of the Sky Orchid Clan, please stop!" With that powerful existence as a backer, Belson had a lot of confidence against the Sky Orchid Clan. Unless it was a top-tier powerful mage force like the Bailey family. Ha ha. Belson, is that you? 60 years ago, when Galaxy City was still here, you were only a first-level ultimate archmage. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Starslaying Cave abode. Laughter rang out. This laughter was filled with a strong sense of surprise and joy because he saw an opportunity to enter the Starslaying Cave abode. If the Sky Orchid Clan could obtain many resources in the Starslaying Cave abode, then their rise would be inevitable. It was not just the owner of this old voice. The other mages of the Sky Orchid Clan were also excited. The once-weak Galaxy City now had a large number of ultimate mages, archmages, and even ultimate archmages. What did this mean? The people of Galaxy City had obtained resources in the Starslaying Cave abode. Since the people of Galaxy City had such an opportunity, why couldn't the people of the Sky Orchid Clan? The Sky Orchid Clan won't take away the resources of your Galaxy City as long as they let us enter the Starslaying Cave abode. This request shouldn't be too much. Right. The old voice suddenly changed the topic. The meaning behind his words was very deep. If they weren't allowed to enter the Starslaying Cave abode, or rather, if they couldn't enter the Starslaying Cave abode, then they would be sorry. They would snatch away the Galaxy City's resources. Belson shook his head and said, "I'm truly sorry. Starslaying Cave abode isn't under our control." He really wasn't lying. The Starslaying Cave abode was already under the control of that powerful existence. Humph! You don't want face even if I give it to you. Belson, do you think that you can resist our Sky Orchid Clan with just a level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage? If you're sensible, then hand over the Starslaying Cave abode. Otherwise, our Sky Orchid Clan will trample on your Galaxy City in anger. Another Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid Clan threatened. The Sky Orchid Clan did not have time to hide anymore. If the other major forces of the Starry Sea world came, the Sky Orchid Clan would have no advantage at all. Belson shook his head. If that's the case, then don't blame the Sky Orchid Clan for being impolite. The Elf Earth Spirit Archmage snorted coldly. Sky Orchid Clan, listen up. Destroy Galaxy City and destroy the Belson family. In an instant, a large number of powerful mages from the Sky Orchid Clan pounced toward Galaxy City, and the 12 top-tier Earth Spirit Archmages instantly locked onto Belson. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a ray of light emerged from Galaxy City and spread out, enveloping all of Galaxy City in an instant, turning into a huge holy light shield. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ultimate archmages were turned into ashes. The Sky Orchid Clan mages, who had not charged up, were all shocked by this scene and stopped advancing. The faces of the 12 Earth Spirit Archmages became even more serious because they realized that this strange holy light shield had not taken the initiative to attack. Instead, after the Sky Orchid Clan mages came into contact with it, they were counterattacked by a force. This kind of defensive array formation was also available in the Sky Orchid Clan. However, the problem was that a defensive array formation that could easily kill an ultimate archmage and even treat high-level ultimate mages equally was extremely terrifying. At most, the Sky Orchid Clan's defensive array formation could only kill a few archmages. This kind of defensive array formation was something that only a first-rate mage force, like the Bailey family, could do. Could it be that the defensive array in the Starslaying Cave abode was placed in the Galaxy City? It's very possible. It seems that the people of the Galaxy City have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the Starslaying Cave abode. They can even obtain such a powerful defensive array. We must enter the Starslaying Cave abode. This is the only chance for the Sky Orchid Clan to rise. We must break this defensive formation at all costs. After the 12 Earth Spirit Archmages communicated with each other, they made a decision. In an instant, one of the Earth Spirit Archmages launched a probing attack at the angel on the Holy Light Shield. He had mastered the defensive formation's ability to counterattack. Bang! The attack landed on the Holy Light Shield. There was no movement, but immediately, the angel on the Holy Light Shield seemed to come to life, and the raging flame judgment sword in his hand was swung out. Seeing the scorching light shooting over, the attacking Earth Spirit Archmage's body trembled, and he felt a disaster coming. The Earth Spirit Archmage roared in anger, and his entire defense exploded. At the same time, He moved his body, trying to dodge, but it was useless. The flame instantly shot at this Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid clan. Boom! He was blown up instantly. The strange thing was that after he was blown up, there was actually no terrifying death explosion. It was as if all the energy had been melted. When the remaining 11 Earth Spirit Archmages saw this scene, their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. The fallen Earth Spirit Archmage had only been a level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage, and was not the strongest. But he was still an Earth Spirit Archmage after all. This terrifying scene was also witnessed by countless people in Galaxy City. Everyone was stunned. The Angel Holy Light Shield that enveloped Galaxy City was actually so terrifying. The hundreds of ultimate Archmages had just turned into a bloody mist. And now, an angel had casually waved his sword and killed an Earth Spirit Archmage. It was too shocking. Just the shadow of an angel was terrifying. Then how powerful was the mysterious mage who cast the Angel Holy Light Shield? What they did not know was that at this moment, in the bookstore in the corner of the city, Lei Luo was naked on the bed with the 3 women. He had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside. Our Galaxy City is lucky to have such a strong person protecting us. Our Belson family is lucky, Belson muttered to himself. Behind him, the countless elves of the Belson family were all extremely excited. With the existence of this mysterious mage, they would no longer have to worry about being destroyed by the Bailey family. They would no longer have to hide in the dark. Chapter 152, The Gathering of the Strong. In the bookstore, Lei Luo finally fulfilled his body's desire. The 3 girls were also panting from his torture. Their snow-white arms were limp, and their bodies had turned pink from exercise. After the 3 girls fell asleep, Lei Luo finally put on his clothes. He had casually killed a group of ultimate archmages and an Earth Spirit Archmage. But this was not worth mentioning. That was the truth. He had not had to do anything other than cast the 6th layer of the Holy Light Shield. Even a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage would not be able to break it. Of course, the counterattack ability of the Holy Light Shield would at most kill a level 6 Earth Spirit Archmage. A level 7 Earth Spirit Archmage would only be severely injured. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. As long as the people of Galaxy City did not leave under the protection of this 6th level Holy Light Shield, they had nothing to worry about. They only needed to worry if a Sky Spirit Archmage made a move. Then, their protection was not certain. Whether a Sky Spirit Archmage dared to make a move or not was another matter, because they could tell that the person who cast this Holy Light Shield must be a mage above a 1st level Sky Spirit Archmage. Suddenly, Lei Luo's finger moved, and rays of light emerged and fused into the Holy Light Shield. In an instant, the Holy Light Shield shook, and actually began to expand over the area outside of Galaxy City. When the remaining mages and 11 Earth Spirit Archmages of the Sky Orchid clan saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. In the end, the Holy Light Shield expanded faster and faster, almost reaching the people of the Sky Orchid clan. These mages were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Lei Luo did not plan to kill all of them. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape. Just like that, the entire Holy Light Shield expanded another 50 kilometers, enveloping a large area of forest and land. The reason for doing so was naturally to leave more space for the people of Galaxy City. Those who were unwilling to leave the protection of the 6 layers of Holy Light Shield could live in this area, even if they were planting crops or raising livestock. Under the protection of the 6 layers of Holy Light Shield, the concentration of spiritual energy was much higher than in other places, because the entire Holy Light Shield was already rooted in the spiritual vein of the earth. It was able to continuously extract a large amount of spiritual energy. Not only could it maintain the Holy Light Shield, but it could also provide spiritual energy for the inner space. Although it couldn't be compared to the Starslaying Cave abode, it could still be considered a very good place for cultivation. Of course, if the people of Galaxy City wanted to leave, then they could. But if they left Galaxy City, then they wouldn't be within Lei Luo's protection range. It had to be said that Lei Luo had considered the future of Galaxy City very thoroughly. The main reason was that Lei Luo didn't want to have to move to protect them every day. If that was the case, then he would be annoyed to death. This way, it was dealt with once and for all. Even if a Sky Spirit Archmage came over, then he would have done it once. With the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth, coupled with his strength as a 2nd level Sky Spirit Archmage, he really didn't have any fear toward ordinary Sky Spirit Archmages. As for the fire-breathing Divine Dragon, he would not use it unless he really had to. At the same time, the shocking phenomenon of the Archmage near the old site of Galaxy City had long alarmed people within a radius of several thousand miles. Very soon, This news was obtained at an astonishing speed through various means, and spread to every region of the Starry Sea world. The Bailey family. Although they no longer paid attention to Galaxy City, there was still a very strong intelligence force stationed around Galaxy World. Therefore, the Bailey family received the news of the commotion there immediately. Many high-level members of the Bailey family were extremely shocked. They had been stationed near Galaxy City for almost 30 years. They were definitely the ones who had stayed put for a long time. In the end, they had no other choice but to leave. Now, there was another commotion in Galaxy City. The Bailey family immediately dispatched a group of experts to Galaxy World. At the same time, they ordered the intelligence personnel to gather more accurate information, until they obtained the news that Galaxy City had already reappeared. The Bailey family was completely in an uproar. Even the patriarch of the Bailey family, who was half a step into the Sky Spirit realm, was among them. Almost 90% of the Earth Spirit Archmages had all rushed to Galaxy World. Did the appearance of Galaxy City once again mean that the people of Galaxy City had mastered the control method to enter and exit the Starslaying Cave abode? Now, they could not wait to fly to Galaxy City immediately. Unfortunately, God's world was very far away from Galaxy World. Even the top-level Earth Spirit Archmages would not be able to reach Galaxy City in less than 10 hours. Other than the Sky Orchid clan, who had arrived at Galaxy City at the beginning, there were other two mage forces in the Galaxy World that got there quickly. These two mage forces were more or less the same as the Sky Orchid clan. It could be said to be a three-legged attack. The Earth Spirit Archmages were the first to arrive. They were all a little shocked because Galaxy City was already enveloped by a huge angel shadow. What was even more unbelievable was that the Sky Orchid clan's Earth Spirit Archmages were actually watching outside. Elder Sky, why are you guys guarding out here? Why don't you go in and take a look? A third-level Earth Spirit Archmage from the Bladesword Divine Territory said to the Elder with the greatest authority in the Sky Orchid clan. This old man feels that we should wait until all the major forces have arrived before we talk. Otherwise, the Sky Orchid clan will snatch away one of the Galaxy City's opportunities. The number one elder of the Sky Orchid clan, Elder Sky, said with a chuckle. Actually, his heart was bleeding. The clan had lost one Earth Spirit Archmage and more than 100 Ultimate Archmages. Such a loss was really too great. Since his own family had lost, he definitely could not let the other forces benefit. He would also have to let them suffer losses so that his heart would be balanced. Hee hee. This doesn't seem like your style. A third-level Earth Spirit Elf Archmage from the Black-Clothed Divine Palace sneered. With this old fellow's style of taking advantage and not falling behind, why would he be so kind? There must be a trap. Emolyn, why don't you give it a try? The Earth Spirit Archmage from the Bladesword Divine Territory said with a smile. Yes. Why don't you give it a try? The third-level Earth Spirit Archmage, Emolyn from the Black-Clothed Divine Palace, replied with a sneer. Facing the opportunity of the Starslaying Cave abode, our Bladesword Divine Territory only wants to drink some soup. We don't have any big ideas. Why don't the three of us come together? The Bladesword Divine Territory's third-grade Earth Spirit Archmage, yes, said. Both of them looked at the Elder from the Sky Orchid clan. It was obvious that they were trying to probe. Do as you please. I won't participate, Elder Sky said indifferently. He did not want to suffer any more losses. This holy light shield was too terrifying. Right now, he only wanted to wait. He wanted to wait for that top-tier power to come over. Until that time came, he just needed to drink some soup. Chapter 153, The Arrival of Bailey. As for saying that they could monopolize the opportunities in the Starslaying Cave abode, they could forget about it. They only wanted to wait for a top-tier power to come over. And when that time came, they would be able to rest and drink some soup. As for saying that they could monopolize the opportunities the Starslaying Cave abode, they could definitely forget about it. He knew what his own family was capable of. If it hadn't been for their greedy execution previously, they wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. However, there was no time for regret in this world. If they could do it all over again, he definitely wouldn't be the first here. Malin and Yas looked at each other and saw the problem. The holy light shield that enveloped Galaxy City was definitely no small matter. The others must have suffered huge losses to be so cautious. Although they were extremely curious and really wanted to find out what was wrong with the holy light shield, the other clans' actions made them extremely vigilant, and they didn't dare act rashly. Time passed by slowly. In the end, the two forces had still not made a move. 2 hours later, another force of mages from Galaxy World arrived near Galaxy City. This force was much stronger than the other three forces. There was a 5th-level Earth Spirit Archmage. Greetings, Elder Ocean Wave. The Earth Spirit Archmages from the three forces in Galaxy World bowed one after another when they saw the 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage. This kind of medium level Earth Spirit Archmage was much stronger than them. They were not on the same level anymore. Do you know what's going on in Galaxy City? The chief elder of the Ocean Wave clan, Elder Ocean Wave, asked directly. He was a little curious. These 3 mage forces were the closest to Galaxy City. Logically, they should have entered Galaxy City before the other powerful mage forces arrived. Why were they waiting outside? The Black-Clothed Divine Palace and the Bladesword Divine Territories Earth Spirit Archmages all looked at Tianlan from the Scorching Sun sect. Tianlan's face twitched slightly. He knew that it was impossible to trick the other forces. He was not afraid of the Black-Clothed Divine Palace or the Bladesword Divine Territory. But he definitely did not dare not give face to the Ocean Wave sect. Elder Ocean Wave was a 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage. His strength was much stronger than his. Moreover, the Ocean Wave sect still had 2 4th level Earth Spirit Archmages. They also had a few more lower level Earth Spirit Archmages than the Sky Orchid clan. The 2 were on completely different levels. Even if the 3 major forces joined together, they would definitely not be able to contend against the Ocean Wave sect. Elder Ocean Wave, this Holy Light Shield is very powerful. As long as it comes into contact with or attacks, it will trigger an angel counterattack. One of our Sky Orchid clan's Earth Spirit Archmages has already died, Tianlan quickly said. Imowen and Yas could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Holy Light Shield was too terrifying. It had easily caused the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage. Didn't that mean that if they attacked the Holy Light Shield, it might cause the death of another Earth Spirit Archmage? At this moment, they finally understood the evil intentions of Elder Sky. Fortunately, they were a little cautious and had not probed the Holy Light Shield. Otherwise, the consequences would really have been unimaginable. However, they were somewhat gloating over the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid clan. Elder Ocean Wave frowned. He believed that the Elder Sky did not dare to spout nonsense. It was extremely terrifying to have the Holy Light Shield cause the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage. Even if it was first level, a mid-level Earth Spirit Archmage like him would most likely be in danger of being injured. If he was injured, he would be greatly affected if he were to fight for the opportunities in the Starslaying Cave abode. Immediately, he communicated with the other Earth Spirit Archmages from the Ocean Wave sect with his thoughts for a moment before finally making a decision, which was to wait. Wait until the other factions arrived. After all, the Ocean Wave sect wasn't particularly powerful in Galaxy World. It could only be said to be of the middle level. The 12 Divine Gates and the 3 Great Divine Sects were terrifying existences that even the Ocean Wave sect could only look up to. With the reputation of the Starslaying Cave abode, it might attract the descent of a super faction. Moreover, the Bailey family, who cared the most about the Starslaying Cave abode, would definitely not be absent. Although the Bailey family could not be compared to the 12 Divine Gates and the 3 Great Divine Sects, they were still considered a first-rate force in this Galaxy world. Just like that, over the following 10 hours, more and more mage forces gathered outside Galaxy City. No one dared to act rashly. The hundreds of thousands of famous people in Galaxy City, including the Bailey family, were all a little frightened because the forces gathered outside were getting more powerful. There were probably hundreds of Earth Spirit Archmages. Boom! A shocking aura rolled over from afar. Even before the people arrived, the aura was already overwhelming. It was undisguised and arrogant. However, the expressions of the many mage forces and Earth Spirit Archmages present changed drastically, and they became extremely cautious. This was because this was a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage. His aura was extremely terrifying. Even if all the Earth Spirit Archmages present joined forces, they might not be a match for this top-tier mage. Very quickly, along with a shocking long howl, a resplendent light seemed to tear apart the night sky as it descended with an endless aura. It was an elven elder with fluttering black hair. He was tall, mighty, and domineering. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden pupils contained divine light. Wherever he passed, all the Earth Spirit Archmages present had looks of reverence on their faces. Welcome, Great Bailey. A level 7 Earth Spirit Archmage hurriedly cupped his hands and said, even if he was already a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage, in front of a level 9 extreme-level Earth Spirit Archmage, he was still not enough because this kind of existence had already touched upon the path to the Sky Spirit realm. It was just that he did not have the confidence to go up. Instantly, all the Earth Spirit Archmages present welcomed him. One after another. No one dared to be careless. Bailey glanced at everyone present and said indifferently, there are quite a lot of people here. In his opinion, these forces were all covetous of the Starslaying Cave, but the Bailey family had long since taken it as their own. They were the orthodox star-slaying sect, and should be the only beneficiaries of the star-slaying mage's legacy. Now that they had so much power to pay attention to the star-slaying cave abode, how could he give them a look in? If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powers present, he would even have killed one batch to intimidate the other. However, he thought that there were even more powerful forces, such as the 12 divine gates and the 3 great divine sects. If such forces also targeted the star-slaying cave abode, it would be difficult to deal with them. Such forces all had Sky Spirit Archmages. Chapter 154. Bailey was injured. Although he was a peak Earth Spirit Archmage, he was still not good enough to face the Sky Spirit Archmages. How could the Earth Spirit Archmages present not hear the displeasure in Bailey's tone? Bailey did not have a planned meeting with the many Earth Spirit Archmages present, and his gaze fell on the Holy Light Shield. He wasn't a fool. Before the other mages of the Bailey family arrived, he wouldn't act rashly. After all, there were hundreds of Earth Spirit Archmages present. "Do you know anything about this Angel Holy Light Shield?" Bailey suddenly said. "Great Bailey. According to Elder Sky of the Sky Orchid Sect, this Holy Light Shield has a very strong passive counterattack ability. A level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage has already fallen." The 7th level Earth Spirit Archmage, who had spoken earlier, said. Bailey did not say anything else. He just stood in front of the Holy Light Shield. No one knew whether he was thinking or analyzing this Holy Light Shield. Another hour passed. More than 10 powerful auras rolled over. They were all high-level Earth Spirit Archmages. They were the main force of the Bailey family. Seeing that his main force had arrived, Bailey did not hesitate any longer. He suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. His body grew taller, as if he had turned into a terrifying giant spirit god. With him as the center, almost no Earth Spirit Archmages dared to approach within 1,000 meters. Even high-level Earth Spirit Archmages dared not approach. That kind of aura was too terrifying. "Is this the power of a peak Earth Spirit Archmage?" Some Earth Spirit Archmages muttered to themselves. At this moment, they were personally experiencing the terror of a peak Earth Spirit Archmage. It was hard to imagine how powerful a Sky Spirit Archmage would be. Bailey took a step forward, and it was as if the world was shaking. Endless power gathered in his body. He suddenly raised his hand, and as if he wanted to overturn the sky, he struck toward the Holy Light Shield. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shook, and the earth rumbled. Under this terrifying power, there was almost nothing underground that could withstand it, and it was about to be completely disintegrated. All the Earth Spirit Archmages were shocked. They were only isolated until their souls were suppressed, and the power in their bodies was about to stop circulating. Especially the low-level Earth Spirit Archmages. Their faces were pale, and they seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As for the ultimate mages, they had long fled far away. Even so, they still felt as if the end of the world had arrived and started trembling. In the bookstore in Galaxy City, Lei Luo was flipping through a book. He raised his head to look outside and shook his head. "Sigh, why bother?" As long as he was unable to break through the 6 layers of the Holy Light Shield, the stronger the attack, the stronger the counterattack. This Bailey was going to suffer a great loss. As Bailey's tentacles reached out, the world shook and people's hearts trembled. He displayed the might of a half-step into the sky realm. This was his goal. Not only did he have to break through the Holy Light Shield, but he also had to use his absolute invincible might to intimidate the mage forces that were paying attention to the Starslaying Cave abode. Boom! The terrifying magic carried the power to destroy everything. It was like a huge meteorite falling from the sky and landing on the human world. In an instant, the entire Holy Light Shield shook violently. It was as if the mountain had collapsed and earth had cracked. The ground at the center of Galaxy City began to roll. Countless cracks extended in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the powerful attack of such a peak Earth Spirit Archmage could wipe out the entire city from the map of the galaxy world. Not a single trace would be left behind. However, the Holy Light Shield that covered Galaxy City had directly withstood Bailey's terrifying attack. Although the Holy Light Shield shook and rumbled, showing signs of distortion, it did not collapse at all. Bailey was completely stunned. His attack, even if it was not the most powerful attack, could definitely kill a level 6 Earth Spirit Archmage. How could it not break the shield? This was too ridiculous. Even if it was the 3 great divine sects' defensive formation, it couldn't possibly have such terrifying defensive power. Right? However, in the next moment, Bailey's expression changed drastically, because the Holy Light Shield had undergone a huge change. A terrifying power quickly gathered, and immediately after, the Holy Light Shield shook. An array of light shot out. Even if Bailey wanted to dodge, he felt that there was no way to do so. This was because this ray was extremely strange, as if it could pierce through space. In an instant, it attacked his body. Boom! Bailey was sent flying by the attack. He crashed into the ground and plowed a huge gully. Immediately after, Bailey shot into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his aura became weak. His face was filled with indescribable shock and anger. How powerful was he? He was a peak Earth Spirit Archmage. Yet he couldn't even break a small defensive formation. Instead, he was injured by the backlash of the formation. What kind of broken formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? Bailey took a deep breath. Just the defensive formation was already so terrifying. How precious would the opportunities in the Star-Slaying Cave abode be? Unfortunately, he couldn't even enter the Galaxy City now. He vomited blood. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. Previously, he had been unbelievably arrogant and had looked down on everything. But in the blink of an eye, he had been slapped in the face. Not only had he not broken through this holy light shield, but he had been injured instead. This was absolutely disgraceful for him, who cared a lot about his face. He was very sullen. Ancestor, what's wrong? The Bailey clan's patriarch, Bailey G, hurriedly transmitted his voice and asked. No one act rashly. This holy light shield is extremely terrifying. Only Sky Spirit Archmages can break through it. Bailey G replied. Ancestor, what should we do? After a long time, the people from the 12 heaven gates and the 3 great divine sects will all come. Then, we won't be able to become the masters of the Star-Slaying Cave abode. If the Bailey family could enter the Star-Slaying Cave abode before these superpowers arrived, then under the name of the Star-Slaying Orthodoxy, those superpowers would more or less have to give them face. But now, it was different. The Holy Light Shield, which even the Bailey family couldn't break, meant that they didn't have the qualifications to control the Star-Slaying Cave abode. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way. The Bailey family sighed. This situation had completely exceeded his expectations. If even the Holy Light Shield couldn't be broken, what other way was there? If they continued to attack, they would only get more and more injured. This was because this terrifying array was rooted in Earth's spiritual vein and drew endless spiritual energy. Only if a Sky Spirit Archmage cast a spell, or if many peak Earth Spirit Archmages joined forces, might there still be a chance. Ancestor, since the people of Galaxy City can enter and exit the Holy Light Shield, perhaps we can start with the people of Galaxy City. Bailey G suddenly said in a deep voice. Chapter 155, Belson's Visit to Leiluo. Bailey G suddenly said in a deep voice. As long as we can enter Galaxy City, then we will have a greater chance of finding the Star-Slaying Cave abode. What you said is indeed right. However, it is impossible for the people of Galaxy City to come out. Bailey said with a frown. Old ancestor, the people of the world are all greedy. As long as we can contact the people inside, we are not afraid that no one will not be tempted. Bailey G said. Then let's give it a try. Bailey nodded. This was the only way. They could not completely give up on the Star-Slaying Cave abode. At the same time, many Earth Spirit Archmages in the distance saw that even a peak Earth Spirit Archmage had been unable to break the Holy Light Shield. Instead, he was reduced to ashes. All of them were extremely shocked. They were a little glad that they had not tried it before. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a long time, more mage forces rushed over. There was no lack of first-rate mage forces. For example, the Four Gods sect. This was a mage force that was not as weak as the Bailey family. However, a top-level Earth Spirit Archmage of the Four Gods sect had already died, which reduced their strength. Even so, there was still a top-level Earth Spirit Archmage in charge. Just like that, the vicinity of Galaxy City became extremely lively, becoming the gathering point for countless powerful mage forces of Galaxy World. Galaxy World was huge. There were more than 100 regions, and some ordinary Earth Spirit Archmage forces simply did not have the ability to get there. Basically, the mage forces that could cross many regions must have high-tier Earth Spirit Archmages holding down the fort. The later the mage force came, the more famous they would be, and the more powerful they would be. Even the Bailey family wouldn't dare to underestimate them. The only thing that made the Bailey family happy was that the 12 heaven gates and the 3 great divine sects hadn't arrived yet. In Galaxy City, no one dared to leave the range of the Holy Light Shield. There were too many powerful people outside. Even low-level Earth Spirit Archmages had become small fry. To the people of Galaxy City, it was too terrifying. There were so many Earth Spirit Archmages. In the past, people did not see them. But now, They were all guarding the outside of the holy light shield. Every moment, they were in a state of fear and trepidation. Needless to say, the Belson family simply couldn't sleep or eat in peace. These dozens of people had disappeared. Every minute and every second was a torment. Moreover, who knew how long this torment would last? Right now, they were hiding in a cave, with a large number of terrifying predators waiting outside. They could only tremble. Ancestor, what should we do next? Isn't there a solution? A high-level archmage couldn't hold it in any longer. This isn't something we can decide. Let's continue to wait. Belson shook his head. He didn't know what that powerful existence was thinking either. Suddenly, he had a thought. He immediately called his great-granddaughter, Xiao Ya, and left the Castellan's castle, heading straight for the bookstore. Although he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't know if his actions would cause that human mage to be dissatisfied, but he really could not hold it in any longer because the pressure was too great. He was suffocating every moment. Great-grandfather, even at such a time, you still have the mood to read? Celia also had a worried look on her face. Although she was already a high-level ultimate archmage, in the face of such a terrifying scene, her little strength was useless. The more trouble, the more I need to be calm. Reading can relax my mood and let my mind wander. Belson smiled faintly. Actually, he was very nervous, but he had to endure it. Great-grandfather, do you think that powerful mage already has a way to deal with the people outside? The beautiful elf Xiaoya said. Otherwise, why would he use this holy light shield to protect the outside? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't we be running for our lives? We can't understand the thoughts of an expert. Belson shook his head and said, actually, he thought so too. It was precisely because of this that he had brought Xiaoya here. After all, Xiaoya often came here, and that existence didn't seem to dislike his granddaughter. If there's a chance, I want to become a powerful mage. Protect great-grandfather. Protect the Belson family, and take back the star-slaying orthodoxy that originally belonged to us. Xiaoya's tone was a little firm as she spoke. Perhaps it was because she meditated every day and had always lived in Galaxy City that she had very little contact with the outside world. Xiaoya was already 80 years old, but she was still very innocent. Belson looked at his great-granddaughter's appearance and sighed in his heart. How could you become such an accomplished and powerful mage? At this time, the remote bookstore was not far away. It was very quiet. There was only a figure sitting on a chair, flipping through a book. It was quiet. This scene seemed to be able to soothe the anxiety and uneasiness in people's hearts. At this time, a graceful figure floated out of the room and came to the side of the figure. She took out a grape from the fruit plate she was carrying and slightly leaned over to stuff one into the figure's mouth. Finally, she placed the fruit plate on the table, kissed the figure on the forehead, and returned to the room. This scene was very harmonious and leisurely. He was amazed. A master was indeed a master. Even under such circumstances, he could still be so calm. At that moment, Belson felt that his heart had also stabilized. Since this master was so calm, it meant that he must have a way to deal with it. Uncle Lei Luo, I'm here. Where are Sister Wei and the others? Xiaoya ran in. The first thing she did was to look for Wei and the others. They're reading in the room. Lei Luo put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. At this moment, a low roar was heard. Then, a small red flame flew in and landed on Xiaoya's shoulder. It started to rub its head against Xiaoya's neck. The horns on its head had shrunk. This was what Lei Luo had requested. It was fine if Xiaoya had seen it before, but it could not expose its horns to others otherwise. It would be very easy to connect it to him. Xiaoya immediately brought the small flame to play and ran into the house to look for Wei and the others. Belson could no longer hold himself back. He bowed slightly to Lei Luo. Greetings, Senior City Lord Belson. Are you worried about what's going on outside? Lei Luo said indifferently. Senior, I am indeed very worried. There are more and more powerful spells gathering now. If they join forces to attack this defensive magic circle, the situation will be very bad. Belson voiced out the worry in his heart. Chapter 156. The Elven Sky Spirit Archmages had arrived. Once they lost the protection of this defensive array, Galaxy City would be completely exposed under the eyes of many mages. Galaxy City's fate was worrisome. Don't worry. I will solve the problem of Galaxy City once and for all. It's just that now is not the time yet. Lei Luo said calmly. Not the time yet? Belson was a little dumbfounded. There were so many Earth Spirit Archmages, and even a few peak Earth Spirit existences like Bailey had come. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. and a look of shock appeared on his face. Could this senior be waiting for the arrival of the Sky Spirit Archmages from the 12 Heaven Gates and the 3 great divine sects? Could it be that this senior was a legendary Sky Spirit Archmage? At this moment, this senior had become even more mysterious and unfathomable in his heart. Next to the Holy Light Shield, the Bailey family members were all sitting on the ground meditating and communicating. Old ancestor, what's happening? Can you contact the people inside? Bailey G asked. No. This defensive magic array is very strange. When my spiritual will seeped in, the resistance was very great. It seemed to involve a change in space folding. It's possible that only a Sky Spirit Archmage can penetrate it, Bailey said in a low voice. He looked disappointed because this meant that if he wanted to bribe the people of Galaxy City and use the loophole in the defensive magic array to enter Galaxy City, it wouldn't work. Suddenly, Bailey seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly looked in a certain direction, and his expression became extremely grave. It wasn't just Bailey. There were also several Peak Earth Spirit Archmages of the same level. They had also sensed something at the same time. In the distant void, a person wearing simple cloth clothes walked over. It seemed to be very slow, but it seemed to be able to shrink the ground to an inch. In the blink of an eye, this figure had already arrived on the Holy Light Shield. This was a cloth-clothed elf. His long golden hair was tied up by a simple straw rope, carrying a sword on his back. He gave off an extremely simple feeling. His eyes were empty and lifeless. One could only see the whites of his eyes, as if he was a blind man. He just floated in the air. Only then did the Earth Spirit Archmages present realize that this figure had almost been ignored. However, Bailey and the other Peak Earth Spirit Archmages had a look of awe on their faces. This was because this was a spoiler. Senior. Bailey stood up and bowed to the cloth-clothed elf in the air. His voice was filled with awe. One could not help but feel awe. This was because this Sky Spirit Archmage had existed for an unknown number of years. When Bailey was just born, he was already famous. He had lived for more than 8,300 years. The other Peak Earth Spirit Archmages also greeted him one after another, their expressions incomparably respectful. Many of the Earth Spirit Archmages present had never heard of him. But now it seemed that a few top-level Earth Spirit Archmages were actually so respectful in front of this ordinary-looking cloth-clothed elf. They were all incomparably shocked because there was only one type that could obtain the reverence of a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage. And that was the legendary Sky Spirit Archmage. A living legend. A legendary Sky Spirit Archmage had actually appeared in front of him. And all the Earth Spirit Archmages appeared in front of him. They were all extremely excited. The cloth-clothed elf nodded slightly, and then said in a clear voice, "Friends from Galaxy City, can you show yourself?" His seemingly simple words caused the Peak Earth Spirit Archmages, like Bailey, to reveal expressions of incomparable shock. Friends? To be able to be called a friend by a legendary Sky Spirit Archmage. They must be of the same level. In other words, there was actually an extremely powerful Sky Spirit Archmage hidden within Galaxy City? At this moment, a chill appeared on Bailey's forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Heavens! What had he done before? He had actually attacked Galaxy City, which had a Sky Spirit Archmage guarding it. Everyone present was in an uproar. I don't want to see it. And I also don't want to hear it. Why disturb the peace of my Galaxy City? An indifferent voice was transmitted from within Galaxy City. In this starry sea world, I'm very familiar with the various Sky Spirit Archmages, but I've never heard of any friends. They must be the latest ones to be born. It's really something to celebrate. However, I'm very curious about the legendary Starslaying Cave abode. I don't know, but do I have the opportunity to observe it? The cloth-clothed elf said with a smile. I have a spell. If you can catch it, it's fine for you to observe it. The indifferent voice from within Galaxy City sounded again. It just so happens that my sword hasn't been unsheathed for a long time. I'm very happy to be able to meet friends of the same level. The cloth-clothed elf laughed. Compared to seeing the legendary Starslaying Cave abode, he actually preferred to find opponents, especially those of the same level. He did not expect to meet them in this Galaxy City. How could he not be happy? The conversation between the two Sky Spirit Archmages excited all the mages present, because they found that the two Sky Spirit Archmages were about to make a move. However, everyone immediately retreated far away. This was a confrontation between Sky Spirit Archmages. It was said that Sky Spirit Archmages could condense their magic power to the extreme and control it as if they were thinking. However, they did not dare to be careless. If they were touched by the aftershock, it would be tragic. Then you have to be careful. This spell of mine is not that simple. Once it is used, it will definitely hurt people. The indifferent voice continued to ring out. In an instant, The void seemed to fall into absolute silence. Everything in the world became suffocated in this solemn atmosphere. Even the mages from the various major powers, who had retreated far away, shivered. They only felt goosebumps all over their bodies. It was as if the world was being affected by a mysterious power. Even if it was not interesting, it was given a special charm called spirit. They felt as if their breath was absorbing countless cold magical wills. What they saw, smelled, heard, and felt. It was as if everything had turned into sword chi. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Whether it was low-level earth spirit archmages, mid-level, and high-level earth spirit archmages, or even peak earth spirit archmages like Bailey, they all fell into an inexplicable panic. This was a great will that surpassed mortals. It completely controlled this world, and controlled the operation of the laws of the world. Is this the terrifying power of a sky spirit archmage? Bailey's lips trembled. His eyes filled with desire, as he muttered to himself. Chapter 157. A spell defeats a sky spirit archmage. Even if he had already touched the sky spirit archmage realm, his savings were simply not enough. And he did not dare to step on it, because once he stepped on it, there would be no turning back. Either he succeeded, or he would forever fall into the abyss. How many peak earth spirit archmages were blocked outside the sky spirit archmage path? What a familiar magic aura! What an unfamiliar magic aura! It's really mesmerizing. Under such a great magic will, the cloth-clothed elf revealed a mesmerizing smile. Although he was a mage who used a sword, all his power came from magic power. He naturally enjoyed such a powerful magic will. He had always been searching for the perfection of ultimate magic, comprehending all kinds of magic, fusing them all into one, turning them into his own attainments. This was the cultivation of magic. Gradually, a terrifying will of sword Tao gradually emerged from his body. It spread out, dispersing the magical will that came from Galaxy City, and then formed a magic domain that belonged to him. In an instant, two great magical wills went straight to the sky, collided, entangled, and fought. It seemed to be calm, but there was a terrifying killing intent hidden within. The sky was oppressive. The ground was heavy. The sharp sword intent cut through everything. The huge holy light shield that was as steady as Mount Tai actually began to twist and tremble under this terrifying magical will. It was as if it was going to be broken at any time. At that moment, the magical will that was entangled and colliding suddenly shook. And then a ray of cool light broke through the air from within Galaxy City. Slow. Very slow. Fast. Very fast. This was an unimaginably strange illusion. Everyone could see it. Even those innate mages in Galaxy City could clearly see the trajectory of this thin and bright ray of light. Strangely, after the light flew past, their minds seemed to be blank, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. In an instant, the light arrived in front of the cloth-clothed elf. The cloth-clothed elf pointed with his finger, and a sword light shot out. Bang! Instantly, the sword light and the light collided with everything. The sword light shattered. However, the ray of light did not change at all. The cloth-clothed elf's calm face finally revealed a change in expression. Even the white and empty eyes had a strange sword ray emerging from them. His body seemed to have transformed into a sword. He was the sword. The sword was him. Boom! The entire void shook and shattered, forming threads of cracks that spread out like a spider web. Then, the cloth-clothed elf's figure seemed to become blurry and illusory. His body was also about to twist and shatter. It lasted for a long time before he recovered from this state. Pooh! There was a noise that sounded like a sword stabbing into his body. The cloth-clothed elf lowered his head and looked at his chest. A sword scar appeared and pierced through his body. He actually couldn't block this sword. He had been stabbed by this sword. His white and silent pupils became completely lost. Why hadn't he blocked it? Although that sword was very strong. Why hadn't he blocked it? It actually broke through his defense and pierced through his body. That terrifying magic quickly consumed the life force in his body. If it was a peak earth spirit archmage, this magic would have been fatal. His body would have collapsed in an instant, and he would have been directly cut into basic particles by that magic beam. He was a sky spirit archmage. His soul and will could be entrusted to the void. If it was not enough to completely destroy his soul, it would not be able to cut off his life force. However, he was still injured. Moreover, his injuries this time were very serious. Without a few hundred years, he would not be able to recover. So strong. Is he really a mage who has just entered the sky spirit realm? The cloth-clothed elf sighed. He knew that he had miscalculated this time. Even though he felt a little regretful, he had to admit it. He had lost. He had lost to this strange magic. What kind of magic is this? He raised his head to look at Galaxy City and asked calmly. It's just basic magic. An indifferent voice came from within the Galaxy City. Basic magic. I didn't expect that basic magic could have such powerful power. I've learned my lesson. The cloth-clothed elf revealed a look of yearning. He was very curious. How could there be such a strange and powerful magic in the world? After saying that, he turned around and moved. With a step, he had already disappeared. A world-shaking battle had ended just like that. Many Earth Spirit Archmages present were baffled. But only the high-level Earth Spirit Archmage could see something. Senior, you're injured. Bailey's entire body trembled, revealing a look of jealousy and shock. A peerless mage who had been a Sky Spirit Archmage for countless years had actually been injured. Moreover, it was only a single spell. Could it be that the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy City had already become so powerful? At this moment, he already understood that the Star-Slaying Cave abode no longer belonged to his Bailey family. And it wasn't something that his strength could be tainted with. This was because Galaxy City already had an invincible mage overseeing it. Even a Sky Spirit Archmage had been defeated by a single spell. If the 3 Great Divine and the 12 Heavens Gate sects wanted to make a move, they would have to think twice. Old Ancestor, what should we do now? Bailey G recovered from his shock. He looked at Old Ancestor Bailey and asked, Let's go! Bailey shook his head. He first bowed slightly in the direction of Galaxy City as a way of paying respect to the sky-level mage. Then, he turned around and flew into the distance. When the Bailey family's mages saw this scene, they also bowed in the direction of Galaxy City. Then, they left with Bailey. The people from the other major mage forces knew that there was nothing they could do about this matter. Even a sky-level mage was defeated by a single spell. They immediately chose to give up. Thus, they all bowed and left. Just like that, in less than a few minutes, Galaxy City, where the Earth Spirit Archmages had gathered, was soon empty. As these mages left, the news that Galaxy City had received the protection of a powerful Sky Spirit Archmage spread. The world was shocked. Not only were the elves shocked, but the immortals were also shocked. Of course, the humans were the most shocked. This was because this news clearly stated that the Sky Spirit Archmage, who protected Galaxy City, was a human. The human world already had a few Sky Spirit Archmages protecting it. Who would have thought that there was a Sky Spirit Archmage protecting an elf city? This made the human world boil. Chapter 158, Sky Spirit Pavilion is registered. In the bookstore in Galaxy City, Lei Luo retracted his gaze and let out a long breath. The spell just now was almost his peak attack. Not only did he use the condensation of the spell, but he also used the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. That was why the spell had been able to break through that cloth-clothed elf's defense so easily and pierce through his body. This elven Sky Spirit Archmage should be a 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage, Lei Luo thought to himself. This spell's cultivation level was much higher than his, because his magic power was extremely high after the marriage, coupled with the damage from the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. That spell was able to cause such terrifying damage and injure the cloth-clothed elf, causing him to retreat. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to intimidate the other party. After all, the attraction of the Star-Slaying Cave abode was definitely not small. If he did not display his absolute power, there would still be Sky Spirit Archmages coming one after another. I should be able to be quiet for a period of time now. Lei Luo let out a long breath. What he needed to do now was to cultivate properly and strive to take a few steps on the path of Sky Spirit Archmages. After using the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill to become a Sky Spirit Archmage, he would not have any bottlenecks. Lei Luo's figure moved and disappeared. He entered the Star-Slaying Cave abode and went into seclusion to train. At the same time, Galaxy City fell into cheers. The large number of mages that had been gathered outside had finally retreated, and everyone felt as if they had survived a disaster. They no longer had to worry about being oppressed by a powerful mage force, because their Galaxy City had a powerful mage protecting them. It's finally over. Belson let out a long breath. He was almost certain that the 2 existences that were fighting just now were Sky Spirit Archmages. 10,000 miles away from Galaxy City, on a cliff on a mountain peak, a cloth-clothed elf with a sword on his back stood with his hands behind his back. In the distant sky, there was a faint black shadow floating. It was like a shadow, giving people a strange feeling of jealousy. You're actually injured? A hoarse and cold voice came from the black shadow. So what? Do you want to kill me? There's no chance, the cloth-clothed elf said indifferently. Although I really want to kill you, I think I should forget about it. However, to be able to injure you, it seems that the human Sky Spirit Archmage hidden in Galaxy City is not ordinary, the black shadow said. You can try, the Clockclothed Elf said. Forget it. Those who can hurt you can definitely hurt me. I have so many enemies. I can't give them a chance. The Black Shadow smiled. Alright. I'm leaving. You owe me a favor because I didn't kick you when you were down. In the next moment, the Black Shadow disappeared mysteriously. Just as it disappeared, a grumpy voice was heard. Is Black Snake that fast? He ran away before I arrived. Then, a bald man strode over from the void. He was holding a roasted, golden, greasy leg in his hand as he chewed on it. Sanfa, are you badly injured? He tore another bite of meat from the roasted leg and asked while chewing. I'm alright. I won't die, the Clockclothed Elf said indifferently. Is that mysterious fellow from Galaxy City that powerful? Didn't you say that you were the strongest in Starry Sea World? How did you get defeated by a nobody? The bald man sprinkled salt on Sanfa's wound as he ate. Don't you think this is better? When my magic goes up another level, I'll look for him again. The Clockclothed Elf Sanfa's empty and silent gaze seemed to suddenly become deep and serene, as if it could devour everything. Looks like you've improved again this time. As expected of an elven madman who can't be beaten to death. Alright. I have to go. However, the lamb leg from Monroe is really delicious. The bald man ate until his mouth was full of oil. And then he left. The corners of Sanfa's mouth twitched. This guy really couldn't change his mind. He was already a Sky Spirit Archmage. Yet he was still so greedy. If that woman, Monroe, really had given this guy one of her golden-haired sheep she would definitely chase after him all over the world. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a sharp whistle sounded from afar, followed closely by a white-haired woman floating over. The murderous aura was threatening. Sanfa! Where's that ****starred haze? The white-haired woman was very beautiful, but her eyes were bone-chilling. This was because one of the golden-haired sheep that she had carefully nurtured had been eaten. This golden-haired sheep was an extremely rare creature. The golden silk that grew out of its body was the main material for the metamorphosed golden silk robe. But now that one had been eaten, the remaining materials were insufficient. He just left, Sanfa said. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill him. The white-haired woman, Monroe, gnashed her teeth in hatred. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly asked, Sanfa, are you actually injured? It seems that guy from Galaxy City is very powerful. TSK. 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 After saying that, she floated away. The corner of the Sanfa's mouth twitched again. How did all these guys know? Sky Spirit Pavilion. This was an extremely powerful and mysterious organization in the Starry Sea world. They were able to know all kinds of things in the world. What strength mages of all levels were. Battle results. And even the preferences of some powerful mages they all knew clearly. Therefore, Sky Spirit Pavilion compiled of the Sky Spirit, Earth Spirit, Ultimate Archmage, Archmage, Ultimate Mage, and other 5 great rankings. Each person who could enter the rankings must be an outstanding person of the same level. A genius among geniuses. On this list, almost all of the most outstanding mage geniuses and powerful mages in the entire galaxy were gathered. The reason why it was said to be almost was mainly because the mages of the 3 great divine sects were not included in the statistics. Only the mages of the 12 heaven gates were included. However, unlike the other 2 great divine sects' mysteriousness, Sky Spirit Archmages were famous for their intelligence and were known by everyone in the world. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had branches in all parts of the Starry Sea world. Every time there was a change in the list, it would be reported from each branch. At that moment, in the Sky Level Pavilion headquarters, mages were talking. Galaxy City. What code name does that mysterious Sky Spirit Archmage use? Then use Nameless as the code name. Nameless belongs to Galaxy City and can be ranked 18th on the Sky Spirit list. His cultivation is suspected to be a 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. And he is good at magic potions. He has an extremely unique magic attack. And his battle record is that he used a magic attack to injure the Sky Spirit Archmage, who is ranked 18th. Cultivate the Sky Spirit ranking again and pass it on to the 3 Great Divine and the 12 Heaven Gates sections. Chapter 159. The Murloc Princess, who had nowhere else to go. Soon, everyone had received the revised Sky Spirit list. Galaxy City. Nameless Mage. Not the Gate of Heaven, but better than the Gate of Heaven. Inside the Starslaying Cave abode, Lei Luo did not know what was happening outside. Nor did he know that he had been included in the Sky Spirit list. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't care about a trifling reputation. Cultivating in a low profile was the proper thing to do. Since he had already been high profile, he now had to keep a low profile. It was best to let the world forget about him. Thus, he prepared to go into seclusion for a few decades. A trifling second-level sky spirit archmage didn't have the qualifications to walk outside. As long as he cultivated to the 33rd step, he would be able to. In any case, he had obtained so many resources in the Starslaying Cave abode. And he also had the signing-in system. He signed it every day and did not go empty-handed. He was as comfortable as he could be. He had never gone out once. Wei, Leolon, and Leona were also accompanying him in the cave abode. On the other hand, Little Fire could not stay idle. He often went outside to play with the female elf of the Belson family. Xiaoya. He almost suspected that Little Fire had become Xiaoya's pet, and he often brought Xiaoya in. Lei Luo could not be bothered and let it be. However, after 60 years, Little Fire's strength had increased at a rapid pace. Although it was not as fast as him, it was much faster than ordinary sky spirit archmages. Although my cultivation is already very fast, I'm still too slow. According to the progress of 1 step in 10 years, even if I reach the 33rd step, it would take about 400 years. Lei Luo sighed, because he was only a 6th level ordinary sky spirit archmage now. In other words, in 60 years, he had only taken 4 steps. Of course, if his thoughts were to spread, those ordinary sky spirit archmages would probably vomit blood. Every step they took would basically be measured over 1,000 years. There was even a great danger involved for them because they did not have enough savings. If they were to rashly advance on the path of ordinary sky spirit archmages, they would be crushed. At worst, their souls would be damaged. And at best, their cultivations would regress. To think that Lei Luo, who had only taken 4 steps in 60 years, was incomparably terrifying. However, the consumption is really too great. Lei Luo saw that his cultivation resources had been reduced by more than half and sighed with emotion. Without the resources of the Starslaying Cave abode, his cultivation speed would definitely be twice as slow if he only relied on signing in. Lei Luo wasn't used to it. After all, when he had cultivated in the past, he had always managed to break through a level every few years. But speaking of which, his 3 wives' realms had improved very quickly. Now, Leolon had reached level 8, and Leona had reached level 7. Wei was only a level 5 Earth Spirit Archmage. Although Wei was at the bottom, it did not mean that her talent was bad. It was just that Leolon and Leona's magic levels were higher at the beginning of the period, so they could withstand Lei Luo for a longer time during sex. The time that Wei could withstand was only half of theirs. Lei Luo had already taken care of her very much. That was why she was able to catch up quickly with her magic level. The increase in the 3 girls' magic power was basically determined by how long they could withstand Lei Luo's fierce attacks. This way, their training speed was also very fast. Basically, they could break through a level in a few years. However, Lei Luo did not let them get pregnant because their main task now was to catch up with their own cultivation level. Not to raise children. Thousands of miles away from Galaxy City, a haggard figure was flying rapidly toward Galaxy City. Well, Race, we have escaped to this world. Why are you still unwilling to let us go? Is there really no place for us Murlocs to stand in this world? Elder High is dead. All of them are dead. Murlocs and foreign races. I'm afraid I'm the only one left in this world. Where can there be a Sky Spirit Archmage in Galaxy City? This is the only place that can protect me to survive. If Lei Luo was here, he would realize that this wretched figure was the princess of the Murloc race, who had invaded the old human world more than 100 years ago. She was now a level 4 Earth Spirit Archmage. However, she had become even more wretched. Finally, Galaxy City was right in front of him. The iconic Holy Light Shield was extremely dazzling. Galaxy City was now very prosperous because the population had already exceeded 700,000. Because of the protection of a powerful mage, the people of Galaxy City did not have to worry about any threats. Therefore, there was no problem for them to enter and exit the Holy Light Shield. Not only that, but with the Holy Light Shield as the center, gathering places gradually appeared. The people of these gathering places migrated from other places to seek the protection of Galaxy City. However, no one could enter because only people born in Galaxy City could enter and exit the Holy Light Shield. No one else had the right. The people of Galaxy City were very proud of this. Although they could not enter Galaxy City, over time, a large number of people gathered around the city. They even built villages and towns. The scale was getting larger and larger, and the population now probably exceeded 300,000. Faced with such a situation, the Belson family of Galaxy City was helpless. This was because the people who migrated here were not lacking in powerful mages. Although after 60 years of development, Galaxy City had become much stronger. Compared to the migrants outside, it was not necessarily much stronger. In the end, Galaxy City could not worry about these gathering grounds as long as they did not cause trouble. Because there was a Sky Spirit Archmage protecting Galaxy City, the people in the gathering grounds did not dare to act recklessly. Instead, they were very respectful to the residents of Galaxy City. The Murloc Princess, who was in a sorry state, arrived at the entrance of the Holy Light Shield. She was extremely excited. She quickly said to the mage who was guarding the entrance, "I am willing to give up everything I have to the great Sky Spirit Archmage. All I want is to be able to live in Galaxy City. Do you see those gathering places? All of them are willing to do so, but none of them succeeded." The guard said with a smile. No one from outside could enter Galaxy City. The Murloc Princess's face turned pale. She was filled with despair. If she couldn't even get to Galaxy City, she would have nowhere to go. Although she had used an extremely precious special teleportation to temporarily avoid the whale race's pursuers, she would definitely be found in the end. Then, it would be her doomsday. She had a deep-seated blood feud. How could she die just like that? She was not resigned to it. The guard shook his head when he saw the Murloc Princess's desperate and pale expression. He could do nothing because he had seen many people like the Murloc Princess, who had no other choice but to seek protection. Chapter 160. The Whale Clan's Request. At that moment, a long howl came from afar, followed by a cold and sinister voice. "Murloc Clan's little girl, you run quite fast, but it's no use. You'd better obediently go back and let our Whale Clan's 36 million brothers round you up. Who knows? You might still have a breath left after you're done. Don't worry. Your first night will be enjoyed by our esteemed majesty." Then, 7 figures wearing black cloaks appeared in the sky. Each of their auras was extremely terrifying. They were all high-level Earth Spirit Archmages. The appearance of 7 high-level Earth Spirit Archmages immediately attracted the attention of many mages in the gathering place and Galaxy City. When the princess of the Murloc clan saw these demon-like figures, she revealed a look of despair. The Whale Clan's pursuers were faster than her. She gritted her teeth and showed a determined look. Even if she died in Galaxy City, she would never fall into the hands of the Whale Clan. In an instant, she turned around and crashed into the light screen of the Holy Light Shield. "What are you doing?" The guard of Galaxy City shouted angrily when he saw. As long as one did not have the authority to enter Galaxy City, touching the Holy Light Shield was almost certain death. Unless one was a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage, one could only be injured and not die. In his opinion, this person was simply courting death. However, what happened next shocked him. This was because the Murloc Princess was not killed by the power of the Holy Light Shield. Instead, she crashed into it. "What's going on?" The guards of Galaxy City were completely stunned. They were not the only ones. Many people from Galaxy City and the gathering place were also shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Holy Light Shield, and it would not reject outsiders? Suddenly, a mage reacted and rushed toward the Holy Light Shield. In the next moment, his body melted into a pool of blood. The other mages who wanted to rush and stopped and broke out in cold sweat. However, they were all confused. Why could that person enter safely but not them? When the 7 black-cloaked men saw this scene, their eyes were cold. "Humph. Do you think you'll be fine just because you escaped? No one can stop the people we Whale Clan want to capture." In the next moment, the 7 whale mages landed in front of the Holy Light Shield. "Stop! Galaxy City is forbidden," the guard said quickly. Although these 7 people were abnormally powerful, Galaxy City had a powerful existence protecting it, so he was not afraid. "Hand over the person who entered just now, and we'll leave," the leader of the Whale Clan said in a deep voice. He would not be reckless. After all, to be able to set up such a powerful defensive formation, there must be a powerful mage overseeing this place. The guard shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. This person has entered our Galaxy City, and that person is a member of our Galaxy City. However, I can report this to the City Lord for you." It was precisely because of the uniqueness of Galaxy City that it had become more united. Although he did not know how that person had entered Galaxy City, this meant one thing: that person had received the recognition of a powerful existence. So he had become a member of Galaxy City. After saying that, the guard entered the Holy Light Shield of Galaxy City. The 7 Whale Clan mages looked at each other, but in the end, they did not flare up. This was because they were unsure of the strength of this Galaxy City. In this galaxy world, they were ultimately outsiders. This was a world with a foundation and origin that was not inferior to the 4 sections they were in. So they could not be too careless. The key was that the elf clan here was the most powerful race. They could not be too reckless. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Galaxy City, Belson was already a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a level 7. This step would be difficult to cross. However, he had an outstanding great-granddaughter whose cultivation was almost catching up to his. It was absolutely not a problem for her to strive to be a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage. She even had a chance to strive for a peak Earth Spirit level. Belson's cultivation speed was so fast. He definitely couldn't be separated from that powerful existence. At that moment, a guard came to report that a few powerful existences had descended from the outside and requested Galaxy City to hand over a person. Belson had already noticed, but he didn't care. It was just that he was very curious about a person who could enter Galaxy City. After all, this was the first time it had happened in so many years. To be recognized by that great existence, there must be something special about them. Tell them that we can't make the decision on this matter. This is Sky Spirit Archmage's decision, Belson immediately said. Very quickly, his words were conveyed to the 7 Whale Clan experts by the guards. Sky Spirit Archmage? The 7 mages' expressions became solemn. No matter which world they were in, Sky Spirit Archmages were considered to be at the peak of the world. It was the same for the Whale Clan. They did not expect that there would be a Sky Spirit Archmage here. Things were troublesome. Not only was there a Sky Spirit Archmage, but it had even let in the Murloc Princess that they wanted to capture. This meant that the Sky Spirit Archmage was planning to interfere in this matter. Respected Sky Spirit Archmage, we are from the Whale Clan of the Ancient World. This Murloc is an important criminal wanted by our clan. Please do us a favor, and you will definitely be able to obtain the friendship of our clan. We will also be able to provide you with a lot of cultivation resources to raise your status in the Elf Clan. The leader of the Whale Clan said respectfully to the Shield of Holy Light. There was no response. The faces of the Whale Mages turned ugly. They would not be able to complete the mission this time, because they did not dare to cause trouble here. A Sky Spirit Archmage could easily suppress them. But this Murloc had an important secret that was related to the Whale Clan's plan. It was impossible for them to give up just like that. Let's go, the leading whale expert said in a deep voice. Immediately, 7 whale experts flew away. However, these 7 people did not leave just like that. Instead, they stood guard near Galaxy City while contacting the other whale experts in the galaxy. They had to call the experts from their race over to give this Sky Spirit Archmage some pressure. They had to see if they could get the Sky Spirit Archmage from the Elf Clan to hand over the Murloc Princess. If they still couldn't intimidate the other party, they could only inform the Sky Spirit Archmage from the tribe to come over. No matter what, the Murloc clan had to be brought back. Otherwise, they would be executed. Now, they could only wait in peace. Chapter 161, The Power of the Whale Clan. The Murloc Princess had been determined to die. The Murloc clan had long been aware of the legend of Galaxy City. But the distance was too far. They had only heard of it, but had never come. After entering Galaxy World, the Murloc clan had developed in a low-key manner for more than 100 years. With the resources they brought with them, they had developed quite well. Unfortunately, the weather was unpredictable, and the Whale Clan had tracked them down, intending to massacre their entire clan. In the end, only she had escaped. The powerful mages of the other clans, including Elder High, had all perished. She felt incomparable pain in her heart. But now, she had not expected to enter Galaxy City just like that. She was a little confused. Then, her body seemed to be out of control. She flew all the way and finally landed in front of a bookstore. There was a human sitting inside, reading a book. This scene made her feel very strange. But in the next moment, her small mouth opened directly because she recognized the human. It was more than 100 years ago, in the old world of the human race. Her Murloc clan had been driven to the Starry Sea by this person. It's you? The Murloc Princess was shocked. Murloc Princess! How have you been? Lei Luo put down the book and asked calmly. He had come out to relax. He hadn't expected to meet the Murloc Princess, who was being hunted. Thank you for saving my life. My lord. Phyllis, will never forget it. The Murloc Princess bowed to the ground. She knew that the reason she was able to enter Galaxy City was definitely because of this human mage. Do you know why I saved you? Lei Luo said with a smile. The Murloc Princess did not know how to answer. Let me ask you, what's up with those whales? You've been in the Galaxy world for more than 100 years. Why are they still chasing after you? Lei Luo asked curiously. In fact, he had another concern. Which route had the whales followed when they entered Galaxy World? From the old world of the human clan or the new world? Would the whales attack these two worlds after they entered? Sir, I'll tell you the truth. The whales are probably here for the divine bloodline in my body. The Murloc princess gritted her teeth and finally said. In any case, her fate was now in the other party's hands. What right did she have to bargain? Just God's bloodline shouldn't be enough. Right, Lei Luo said with a smile. Through the elemental eye, he indeed sensed that the Murloc princess's bloodline was very special. It had the same origin as the god's bloodline he had obtained from the Starslaying cave abode. However, the Murloc princess's living bloodline was relatively bland. It should not be fully activated yet. Otherwise, she would not have cultivated so slowly. More than 100 years ago, she was a high-level ultimate archmage. After more than 100 years, she was only a 4th-level earth spirit archmage. Her cultivation speed was really slow. If Phyllis knew about Lei Luo's thoughts, she would probably vomit blood because her cultivation speed was absolutely full. It is said that the Whale Clan discovered a legendary god's cave abode. Only those with God's bloodline are qualified to enter. In order to obtain the bloodline to enter God's cave abode, the Whale Clan once had a powerful ancestor who was mated with a god. As a result, a portion of us Murlocs carries God's bloodline, which is also known as the Royal Murloc Clan. The Whale Clan launched a campaign against us Murlocs thousands of years ago in order to obtain the God's bloodline in the Royal Murlocs. Only a small portion of God's bloodline can be obtained. As for me, I have activated God's bloodline. This is also the reason why the Whale Clan has been pursuing us relentlessly. The Murloc princess, Phyllis, said with a depressed expression. Although God's bloodline had formed the Royal Murloc Clan, it had long since become as powerful as the Murloc Clan, but it had also led to this disaster. Then do you know the general situation within the Whale Clan? Lei Luo nodded and asked again. From the current situation, the Whale Clan had already posed a threat to him. Moreover, there was the human race's new world and old world, which were also in danger of being conquered by the Whale Clan. Therefore, he had to make preparations in advance to understand the Whale Clan's situation. If there were too many Sky Spirit Archmages in the Whale Clan, and they were too strong, he would hide first and cultivate to the 33rd level. He would wait until the Sky Spirit Archmages were invincible. As for the rest, he could not care too much. At most, after he was invincible, he would exterminate the Whale Clan and reward them. I don't know much about them. The real Whale Clan has a total of 8 branches, and the one who fought us was only one of them. The Sea-Taming Whale Clan. Back then, our Murloc Clan had a total of 5 Sky Spirit Archmages, and the strongest ancestor was already a 4th level Sky Spirit Archmages. However, during the Great War thousands of years ago, all 5 Sky Spirit Archmages died one after another. In the end, our Murloc Clan didn't have any Sky Spirit Archmages to guard us, and the Whale Clan broke through the Sea-Taming array, Princess Phyllis said. After hearing this, Lei Luo felt confident. The Murloc Clan had 5 Sky Spirit Archmages, and the strongest one was a 4th level Sky Spirit Archmages. It took the Sea-Taming Whale Clan thousands of years to completely defeat the Murloc Clan. In other words, although the Sea-Taming Whale Clan was powerful, it definitely did not reach the point of crushing them. Otherwise, this war would not have lasted for several thousand years before it ended. Therefore, he estimated that the strongest person in the Sea-Taming Whale Clan should be at most a 5th level Sky Spirit Archmage. After all, there was a huge gap between Sky Spirit Archmages. Although the Whale Clan has 7 other clans, they are definitely independent of each other. Therefore, I only need to face one Sea-Taming Whale Clan. Lei Luo felt that the strength of a level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage, coupled with the magical spell book of the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth, and the fire-breathing divine dragon, Little Flame, should be able to deal with the Sea-Taming Whale Clan. However, before returning to the New World, I still need to familiarize myself with the Whale Clan's intelligence. Lei Luo raised his gaze, as if he could see through the void, and saw the 7 Whale Clan mages crouching in the distance. Since you won't leave, then don't ever leave. He would never show mercy when dealing with enemies. 100 miles away from Galaxy City, the 7 whale mages were crouching. It didn't take long before they received the news from their companions. Galaxy City. Nameless Mage. 18th on the Sky Spirit ranking. He became famous after a battle 60 years ago, and is suspected to be a 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. I didn't expect that there would really be a Sky Spirit Archmage in Galaxy City. It seems that it will be very troublesome to capture that Murloc. We can only use other methods. I believe that the higher-ups will handle this matter well. Let's just wait and see. They originally thought that a person from Galaxy City was deliberately being mysterious. They did not expect that there would be a Sky Spirit Archmage in charge. Chapter 162. Breaking through to a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Suddenly, the aura of the entire area seemed to freeze. The 7 Whale Clan experts were all unable to move. Their souls had been completely suppressed by a terrifying will. Very quickly, a blurry figure gradually appeared. They all widened their eyes and desperately tried to control their bodies, but found that they were unable to do so. The blurry figure came before the leading whale mage, grabbed his head, and immediately cast the soul-absorbing spell. After a while, the blurry figure withdrew his hand, and the whale mage collapsed on the ground. Lei Luo opened his eyes and looked through all the information about the Whale Clan. They were much stronger than he had imagined. Apart from being divided into 8 branches, the Whale Clan had also invaded many worlds at the same time. The Murloc world was only one of them, and the Sea-Taming Whale Clan was responsible for it. What made Lei Luo slightly relieved was that although the Sea-Taming Whale Clan had been to the human Old and New worlds, they had not attacked these 2 worlds. This was because their target was the Murloc princess, Phyllis, who had activated God's bloodline. However, there was one detail that caught Lei Luo's attention. The Sea-Taming Whale Clan had already mobilized a lot of forces to enter the galaxy world. It seemed that their target was not just Phyllis, but they wanted other things as well. Since the Sea-Taming Whale Clan was in charge of Galaxy World, the information he knew was limited. Could it be that the Sea-Taming Whale Clan is preparing to invade Galaxy World? Lei Luo guessed in his heart. This seemed unlikely. The overall strength of Galaxy World was definitely not something the Murloc clan could compare to. The Murloc clan only had 5 Sky Spirit Archmages, and Galaxy World definitely had far more than that. Lei Luo even estimated that the Elf clan alone had more than 10 Sky Spirit Archmages. Perhaps the Sea-Taming Whale clan wants to find a clan in Galaxy World that is God's bloodline. Lei Luo analyzed in his heart. No matter what, once the Sea-Taming Whale clan clashed with the local forces in the Galaxy World, it would definitely affect the old world and the new world in the end. This was because the Sea-Taming Whale clan needed to pass through these 2 worlds. The most important thing was to occupy these 2 worlds and use them as a springboard to attack Galaxy World. Forget it. I don't want to think too much. If I have to prepare everything in advance, it will be annoying. Lei Luo shook his head. His goal was to quietly train and eventually reach his peak and live forever. But now, he had so many burdens. This went against his original intention. Therefore, this person had to be a little selfish. If he didn't care about anything, everything would be fine. Lei Luo sighed and waved his hand lightly. The 7 Whale Clan Earth Spirit Archmages turned into clouds of blood mist, then turned around and walked toward Galaxy City. After returning to the Star-Slaying Cave abode, Lei Luo entered seclusion to cultivate. He decided not to return to the new world for now. He would cultivate until he was a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. It would be safer this way. If the Whale Clan really invaded 2 worlds, he would take action afterward. His own safety was the most important thing. If he had fallen, how could he avenge them? The last region. This was the region closest to the new world in the Galaxy World. Because it was remote, resources were relatively scarce. Only the Ice Snow Divine Palace, a force at the level of an Earth Spirit Archmage, was left. However, the Ice Snow Divine Palace had now been completely occupied by an external force. The original believers and deacons, and even the mages above the level of an Earth Spirit Archmage, had all died, escaped, and the rest had already surrendered. In a hall in the Ice Snow Divine Palace, a figure dressed in a black robe was sitting, looking like a ferocious ghost. Commander, there's news from the Hall of Souls. Their 7 soul beads have been broken. Below them, there was a female mage from the Whale Clan who had an extremely proud figure but wore a mask. Her voice had a hint of charm. No wonder we can't contact them. They're already dead? Could it be that the nameless Archmage from Galaxy City killed them? A terrifying aura spread out, and a pair of eyes flickered with a ghostly flame-like light. Chief Commander, what do we do now? We can't fight that Sky Spirit Archmage with our own strength, the female mage said. Our world doesn't have any extra strength to transfer over, let alone a Sky Spirit Archmage, the Whale Clan Chief Commander said in a deep voice. However, there is another method that might work. That is through the Immortal Divine Sect, one of the 3 great divine sects in Galaxy World. It is said that this force has cooperated with our Whale Clan. Perhaps we can borrow the Immortal Divine Sect's strength. I will first apply to our world. If it doesn't work, I'm afraid we can only give up on that Murloc. He really didn't think this method would work. After all, this was the highest level of communication. He was only an Earth Spirit Archmage, so he couldn't make any decisions at all. He also had no way to deal with superpowers like the Immortal Divine Sect, because he wasn't qualified. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Lei Luo was a bit surprised because, in the past few years, the Whale Clan seemed to have disappeared and didn't cause him any more trouble. In the past few years, he had gotten Belson of Galaxy City to send people to the New World to inquire about the situation there. Both the New World and the Old World were developing very well. The Murloc clan in the eastern ocean of the Old World seemed to have suddenly disappeared, causing the various major forces of the Old World to panic for a long time. In the end, it became an unsolved mystery of the Old World. Lei Luo knew that it was probably the Whale Clan that made the move. Fortunately, they weren't interested in these two worlds. Thus, Lei Luo was able to cultivate in seclusion and peace. He was about to break through to the 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage realm. Heaven's Path in the Dark. This was the 7th time Lei Luo's soul consciousness had appeared here. He felt that he had accumulated enough energy to take the 7th step. Lei Luo looked at the path that led to an unknown place, and immediately took the 7th step without hesitation. This step was the accumulation of more than 10 years. It seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult. However, he had consumed the 100-step Sky Spirit pill. There was no bottleneck for him to break through to the next Sky Spirit realm. As long as he had accumulated enough, he could break through. He was not like an ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage. Every step he took was extremely dangerous. If he forcefully advanced, he would only be limited by death. Boom! The entire sky path seemed to shake. Lei Luo's soul consciousness felt a monstrous pressure descend. However, he had finally taken the 7th step. He succeeded. Lei Luo let out a long sigh of relief. One had to say, this sky path was really difficult to walk. Chapter 163, Spiritual Conference of the Sky Spirit Archmages. It took him so long to take one step. It was really difficult to endure. In the next moment, a huge amount of information gushed out from all directions and fused into his soul consciousness. This was the feedback from the path of Sky Spirit Archmages. If he didn't succeed in taking one step, there would be corresponding feedback. If this feedback was sent to the outside world, it would form a terrifying celestial phenomenon that would suppress the entire Sky Spirit world. Fortunately, Lei Luo was the only person in the Star-Slaying Cave abode. Even Xiaoya, who usually cultivated in there, and the 3 women had long left. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lei Luo opened his eyes and let out a breath. He could feel the tremendous changes in his body. A 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage was much stronger than a 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage. This should be a huge leap. It was equivalent to a huge leap from a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage to a 7th level Earth Spirit Archmage. In the following months, Lei Luo consolidated the cultivation of a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. One day, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky above Galaxy City. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed on the Holy Light Shield. However, it did not cause any movement. Following that, the figure disappeared. Lei Luo came out from the Star-Slaying Cave abode. With a wave of his hand, a strange token appeared in his hand. With a move of his consciousness, he sensed this token. Immediately, a stream of information surged out. Respected Nameless Saint of Galaxy City, Galaxy City's once-in-a-thousand-year Sky Spiritual Conference is about to be held in Divine Domain Sky Spirit Peak. Please attend the conference. Lei Luo frowned slightly. Sky-level spiritual conference? Only sky-level mages can participate? However, he had no interest. This was because he simply did not want to get involved in the Star-Slaying Worlds dispute. Just like if the 12 Heaven Gates and the 3 Great Divine Sects had a conflict of interest, he would not want to participate. This was because there were some things that once he participated, he could not stay out. In the future, would he still be able to cultivate quietly? Therefore, he did not plan to participate in this mysterious sky-level spiritual conference. He would not leave Galaxy City, as long as it did not affect him. You guys play your games. I'll stay at home. Lei Luo kept the token, entered the bookstore, casually picked up a very exquisite tome, and started reading. The Galaxy Mage rankings were written on the tome. It was issued by the Sky Spirit Pavilion. As Galaxy City had a Sky Spirit Archmage like Lei Luo, who could barely be considered a Sky Spirit Archmage, the Sky Spirit Pavilion would send the Galaxy Mage rankings to Galaxy City every time they were recompiled. There were more than 10 rankings on the Galaxy Mage rankings. In addition to the Sky Spirit Archmage rankings, the Earth Spirit Archmage rankings, the Ultimate Mage rankings, and the Mage rankings, there were also weapon rankings, Codex rankings, Pharmacist rankings, and even beauty rankings. However, the Sky Spirit ranking was a ranking that only forces at the Sky Spirit level were qualified to obtain. Other forces and individuals could at most be ranked at the Earth Spirit level. Of course, there was no information about the three great divine sects. They were lofty, mysterious, and absolutely transcendent existences in Galaxy World. No one knew exactly how powerful they were. On the contrary, the 12 Heaven Gate sect could still see some clues from the Galaxy Mage rankings. Although the 12 Heaven Gate sect had Sky Spirit Archmages, there were not many of them. 4 or 5 was the limit. The weakest gate of the 12 Heaven Gate sects only had 2 Sky Spirit Archmages. Lei Luo guessed that since the 3 great divine sects were above the 12 Heaven Gate sects, the number of Sky Spirit Archmages must be much higher. The path that the Sky Spirit Archmages had taken was not something the 12 Heaven Gate sects could compare to. First on the Sky Spirit Archmage list, Blood Moon Sect. Corina, 5th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Blood-colored magic crystal pearl weapon. Proficient in blood magic. Second, Eternal Life Sect. White Corpse, 5th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Relying on corpse magic. Strange and unpredictable. Third, Chun Fu, Madame Jing, 5th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Proficient in bewitching magic. Creating all kinds of illusions and formations. The top 8 people on the Sky Spirit ranking were all 5th level Sky Spirit Archmages. There are no 6th level Sky Spirit Archmages in the 12 Heaven Gate sects. It all depends on the 3 great divine sects. Lei Luo calculated. With his 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage cultivation, he should be considered the top existence even in the 3 great divine sects. Of course, this would be an ideal state. Who knew if there would be 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th level Sky Spirit Archmages? The world was so big. Was a super expert hiding in a corner? Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. One could not become high profile just because one's strength seemed to be very strong. That was not possible. One could not even see the master of the devouring treasure box. Such a terrifying super existence was still dead in the end. According to Lei Luo's judgment, the master of the devouring treasure box must be a great existence that surpassed the Sky Spirit level. It's best to cultivate quietly in seclusion. Lei Luo watched for a while before returning to the Starslang Cave abode and continuing to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Galaxy World, the divine domain at the very center. This divine domain was very special. There were no particularly powerful factions overseeing it. The 3 great divine sects and the 12 Heaven Gate sects were not all here. Of course, there was another special place. There was a strange power enveloping this place, causing the powerful mages who entered to be invisibly suppressed. Even their cultivation would be more uncomfortable than in other places. Even the Sky Spirit Archmages were the same. After so many years, no one could explain the situation here. As time passed, it became very difficult for top-level mages to be born in the divine domain. However, the once-in-a-thousand-year spiritual conference was held on the sky-level peak of the divine domain. This sky-level peak was very special. It was the highest peak in Galaxy World. Strangely, the peak seemed to have been sliced flat by a sword, forming a huge platform that was over 100 square kilometers in size. Moreover, snow would accumulate around Sky Spirit Peak all year round. But, at the moment, there was not a single bit of snow here. In the divine domain, one could see many abnormal situations on Sky Spirit Peak, but no one could explain them clearly. It was the same even for Sky Spirit Archmages. At that moment, there were dozens of human figures gathered on Sky Spirit Peak. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Among these figures, there were humans and elves. Even with the suppression of the divine domain special rules, they were still incomparably terrifying. Is Nameless from Galaxy City not here? It's fine if he isn't here. He can only blame himself. In a year's time, the Immortal Palace will descend. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for every Sky Spirit Archmage in our Galaxy World. Chapter 164. Head to the center of the divine domain. Before the divine palace descends, everyone can exchange their insights, a mysterious elven Sky Spirit Archmage said. All the Sky Spirit Archmages present knew that this mysterious expert was from the Tiandao Divine Sect of the 3 great divine sects. The Tiandao Divine Sect, the Immortal Divine Sect, and the Sky Spirit Pavilion belonged to the 3 great divine sects. It was said that the power they controlled far surpassed the 12 Heaven Gate sects. However, the 3 great divine sects usually didn't interfere with Galaxy World. To the ordinary mage forces, the 12 Heaven Gate sects were considered top-tier existences, and the 3 great divine sects were only legends. In the other two directions, a mysterious mage had also arrived. Naturally, they were both members of the Immortal Divine Sect and Sky Spirit Pavilion. The powerful auras of these three mysterious Sky Spirit Archmages completely surpassed the other Sky Spirit Archmages. Even the top 5 Sky Spirit Archmages on the Galaxy Mage rankings felt like they were being suppressed. They knew that these were definitely existences that belonged to 6th level Sky Spirit Archmages. It was truly terrifying. It seemed like there was only a difference of 1 level between 5th level and 6th level. But it was very noticeable. It was said that there might be an even more powerful 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage in the 3 great divine sects. As many Sky Spirit Archmages were usually in closed-door cultivation, it was rare for them to gather together for hundreds of years. With so many Sky Spirit Archmages gathered together, then only the once-in-a-thousand-year Sky-level spiritual conference would be left. Therefore, these Sky Spirit Archmages began to exchange their own insights. Even the Sky Spirit Archmages who had grudges began to compete. For example, a white-haired female Sky Spirit Archmages attacked a bald man. As she attacked, she shouted angrily, "Haze! Compensate me for my golden silk sheep!" Lei Luo sat cross-legged in the Starslaying Cave abode. In front of him, a box appeared. This box had long been opened by him to the second layer of the restriction. The first layer of the Devouring Treasure Box's function was to allow a person to break through once. No matter what the bottleneck was, it could be easily broken through. The second layer was different. It had the ability to increase the power of the soul. This was very absurd. Generally speaking, to increase the power of the soul, only a Sky Spirit Archmage and above would be able to obtain a reward. Although the second layer of the Devouring Treasure Box increased the efficiency of the soul very slowly, it was already precious enough. Until now, Lei Luo had only gotten one chance to increase his soul in Profound Land. This kind of long-term, slow soul enhancement was absolutely precious. It was much more precious than the chance to get a breakthrough in the first level. Since his soul had increased, it would mean that his talent would increase. It might not be obvious in the short term, but it would help him to break through to a higher level in the future. For Lei Luo to reach the 7th level in just a few decades, the second level of the Devouring Treasure Box was also of great help. Right now, Lei Luo was refining the 3rd level of the Devouring Treasure Box. When he was a Sky Spirit Archmage at the 6th level, the 3rd level was already a little loose. He was a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage, so refining it was much easier. Now, the 3rd layer of the restriction on the Devouring Treasure Box was showing signs of being refined. After an unknown amount of time, the Devouring Treasure Box suddenly shook. After a cracking sound, it emitted a strange light, and strange patterns appeared on its surface. Lei Luo felt a huge amount of information surging out. This was the method to control the 3rd layer of the Devouring Treasure Box. Then, a familiar voice was transmitted from the Devouring Treasure Box. "Lucky little fellow. Not bad. You've refined the 3rd level restriction. It seems that you've already traveled quite a distance on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage. The thing I left for you should be of great help to you. Right. No need to thank me. Ha ha." Lei Luo was speechless. If not for the fact that the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box was already dead, he would have wanted to say that the thing he gave him was completely useless. "Listen carefully. With your current strength, you are qualified to search for the next opportunity. In the Sky Spirit Peak at the center of Galaxy World, an immortal palace will descend. Once every 1,000 years. I put some good things in it. As long as you can enter, you will definitely be able to enter that path. Not only will it allow you to become a god, but it will also allow you to break through the limits of the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. There will be no problem for you to enter the 2nd stage. As for when the Immortal Palace will descend, you will only know after asking around. One last reminder, don't be too high profile. The stronger you are, the more low profile you need to be, because your chances of encountering stronger existences will be higher, and the risk of death will increase as well." Lei Luo was a little surprised. The descent of the Immortal Palace? On top of Sky Spirit Peak in the center of Galaxy World? Wasn't Sky Spirit Peak the venue of the spiritual conference? Wait, the spiritual conference was held once every 1,000 years. Could it have something to do with the descent of the Immortal Palace? The person who notified us did it on purpose. Right? They only mentioned the spiritual conference, but didn't mention the descent of the Immortal Palace? Lei Luo was speechless. Fortunately, he had refined the 3rd level of the Devouring Treasure Box in time. Otherwise, if he was a few years late, he would have to wait another 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, he would most likely become a god. Lei Luo could no longer sit still. He immediately put away the Devouring Treasure Box. Ignoring Little Fire's objection, he directly stored it in the system space. After settling Wei and the sisters, he left the Star-Slaying Cave abode. He flew toward Divine Domain. He was afraid that he would be too late. Actually, Lei Luo did not seem to want to leave the Star-Slaying Cave abode. Cultivating there was much safer. No one would disturb him. Once he went out, the risks would become uncontrollable. Unfortunately, he needed to seek opportunities and obtain more cultivation resources. Most importantly, he felt that it was necessary to go out and check in. The Immortal Palace had descended. That place should be a very good check-in location. It only appeared once every 1,000 years. Therefore, he was looking forward to it. As for the good item that the Devouring Treasure Box's owner mentioned, he didn't care much about it. He really didn't care about that little thing. He believed more in the system signing reward. Every time he went to a good place, he never failed. There were more than 10 different regions to get through to reach the Divine Domain. Even with Lei Luo's 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage cultivation base, he actually took half a day to enter the Divine Domain. When he entered the Divine Domain, he immediately felt the hidden malice coming from the void. This Divine Domain can actually suppress one's own power? Lei Luo was a little surprised. If one could say that outside the Divine Domain, one could unleash 100% of the power of a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Here, one could only display 60 to 70% at most. Interesting. Looks like this place is very special. Lei Luo resisted the thought of signing in. Chapter 165, Immortal Palace signed in. If he couldn't get anything good after signing in, he would rather not sign in. Half an hour later, Sky Spirit Peak could be seen from afar. Lei Luo could faintly sense that there were waves of powerful aura dormant on Sky Spirit Peak. Those must be the many Sky Spirit Archmages participating in the spiritual conference. It seemed that he wasn't late. Lei Luo soared into the sky and flew toward the top of the Sky Spirit Peak. At that moment, powerful consciousnesses swept over. They were the many Sky Spirit Archmages that the Sky Spirit Peak had its eyes on. There were a total of 43 people. This was definitely the most luxurious lineup in Galaxy World. Any one of them was an earth-shattering powerful existence. With so many powerful consciousnesses, if it were an ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage, the pressure would be very great. But Lei Luo's expression was extremely indifferent, because these people were all inferior to him. The strongest were only 3 6th level Sky Spirit Archmages. However, there were only over 40 Sky Spirit Archmages here. In other words, only a few people from the 3 great divine sects had come. Not even the people from the 12 Sky Gates had come. They could not be too careless. Lei Luo did not appear very arrogant just because he was a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage, and was stronger than all the Sky Spirit Archmages present. He was not such a person. He was someone who liked to keep a low profile. Everyone, I'm really sorry that I was delayed because of my cultivation. Lei Luo cupped his hands and said, It's all right. Nameless mage. The time is just right. Faint laughter sounded. The one who spoke was a cloth-clothed elf with a sword on his back. It was Sanfa, who had fought with Lei Luo. After more than 60 years, Sanfa's injuries had clearly recovered. Moreover, the magical will contained in his body seemed to have undergone a transformation and become even stronger, making people even more afraid to look down on him. Soon, one by one, the Sky Spirit Archmages greeted Lei Luo, because they could not see through him. It was obvious that Lei Luo's cultivation was not inferior to theirs, so none of them dared to look down on him. Lei Luo also responded to them one by one. However, he was not a person who was good at negotiating. After coming to this world more than 200 years ago, he had not interacted with people many times, and almost all of the years were spent in training. If it was in the world of his previous life, Lei Luo, who was an introverted computer geek, would find it hard to achieve anything. However, in this world, strength was everything. He could still gain the respect of countless people. He could even control the life and death of countless people with a single sentence. This was the charm of magic. He did not care about competing for power. He didn't care about controlling others' fates either. Lei Luo just liked this kind of magic cultivation life. Soon, he found a place and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the Immortal Palace to descend. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In this half a month, Lei Luo had said no more than 10 sentences. Fortunately, most Sky Spirit Archmages were cultivation maniacs, so they didn't seem too special. Suddenly, a shadow covered the entire Sky Spirit Peak. All the Sky Spirit Archmages raised their heads to look at the sky. It's here! The Immortal Palace is finally coming. I hope I'll be lucky this time, and it'll help me take another step. I've been stagnant for 5,000 years. This time, I must take another step. The Immortal Palace? This is my first time experiencing it personally. I'm really looking forward to it. There are indeed a lot of opportunities inside. Even if I can't use them myself, I can still prepare them for the younger generation. On the originally quiet Sky Spirit Peak, many Sky Spirit Archmages became excited. The opportunities in the Immortal Palace were undoubtedly the most precious. No one knew about the origin of the Immortal Palace. They only knew that the Immortal Palace had existed before the Starslayer Mage had succeeded. For countless years, it had become a tradition to descend once every 1,000 years. Finally, the shadow of the Immortal Palace completely covered Sky Spirit Peak, forming an extremely strange scene. The shadow of the Immortal Palace completely overlapped with the section of Sky Spirit Peak. It was as if the original section of Sky Spirit Peak had returned. And at the top of Sky Spirit Peak was the mysterious and great Immortal Palace. As the shadow covered the top of Sky Spirit Peak, it seemed to be isolated from the outside world, forming a strange independent space. The Immortal Palace, which was originally illusory like a bubble, became real. Lei Luo knew that the power of the Immortal Palace had passed through the space and projected onto Sky Spirit Peak, forming a passage through the two worlds. In other words, the Immortal Palace itself was not in Galaxy World. Soon, one after another, Sky Spirit Archmages rose into the air and flew toward the shadow of the Immortal Palace above. At the same time, in the three palaces of Galaxy World, there were more than 20 figures standing on a strange platform. From these three platforms, one could see the sky as if the sky gate had opened. One could see the shadow of a very large sky palace floating in the air. These people rose into the air and flew toward the Immortal Palace. They were all Sky Spirit Archmages from the Tiandao Divine Sect, Immortal Divine Sect, and Sky Spirit Pavilion. It turned out that they all had a way to enter the Immortal Palace. Lei Luo followed the many Sky Spirit Archmages and flew toward the Immortal Palace. As they got closer, the Immortal Palace grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was so big that it was inconceivable. In front of it, he was extremely tiny. It was hard to imagine how big it was and how it was built. Finally, Lei Luo passed through a strange spatial passage and entered the Immortal Palace. In an instant, the scene before him changed and he landed on a square. There was no one around. The other Sky Spirit Archmages must have been teleported to other places. After he entered, the first thing Lei Luo did was to sign in. System, sign in for me. He was looking forward to it. Would the system reward him with this Immortal Palace's control token, like the Earth God's Cave Abode and Starslaying Cave Abode? Of course, that could only happen if the Immortal Palace didn't have a master. If the Immortal Palace still has a master, it will be impossible. It isn't possible to snatch the control token from the owner of the Immortal Palace. Right. If I do, the owner of the Immortal Palace would definitely go berserk. Soon! The system's notification sounded in Lei Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Immortal Palace Pass Token. Lei Luo was slightly disappointed. It wasn't a control token, but a pass token. He checked the information about this pass token. With this pass token, one could enter and exit Immortal Palace anytime and anywhere. There was no time limit, and the Immortal Palace's array couldn't be monitored. It could block all traces of the user. Lei Luo's eyes lit up. Chapter 166. The gift left behind by the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. Although he couldn't control the whole of Immortal Palace, this token was quite useful. Immortal Palace was in Profound Land. However, he was pretty sure that this Profound Land had a master. With this token, he could freely enter the place. Unless he exposed himself, no one would be able to find him. The system was so powerful. Lei Luo immediately took out the token. This way, it could block the aura of all formations in Profound Land and cover all traces. Even if he stayed in Profound Land, it wouldn't be a problem. Then, Lei Luo took out the Devouring Treasure Box. The reason he used the token first was to prevent the aura of the Devouring Treasure Box from leaking out. This Devouring Treasure Box wasn't small. Soon, Lei Luo found that the Devouring Treasure Box was moving, pointing him in a direction. First, he had to find the item left by the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. Thus, Lei Luo hurried in the direction it was pointing in. Profound Land was massive, as if it had no boundary. After more than half an hour, Lei Luo finally arrived in front of a palace. Along the way, he had encountered many powerful barriers. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to get through. He didn't know whether it was because of the Devouring Treasure Box or the token. But this time, he got through easily. This palace didn't have a name. but it was covered by a powerful restriction. When Lei Luo got close, the restriction automatically cracked open, and he walked in. There were tables and chairs inside, and a box was placed on the table. The box emitted the fluctuations of the restriction. Lei Luo walked over and touched it. Immediately, the restriction disappeared. It was indeed a familiar spell. Lei Luo opened the box and revealed a strange black wooden ring. Ring? Lei Luo was a little surprised. But when he used his god's vision, he immediately knew that this was not an ordinary ring, but a spatial magic tool. At the level of a sky spirit archmage, although he could touch the concept of space, he could not use space and control space, let alone create this kind of spatial magic tool. This kind of spatial magic tool must have been created by a powerful existence before the sky spirit archmages. Looks like the owner of the devouring treasure box left me something good. Lei Luo revealed a smile. Just this spatial ring alone was extremely precious. At least he had never seen anyone with such a spatial magic tool. They were definitely rare. Next, Lei Luo used his soul blood and dripped it on the ring. Then, he easily refined the spatial ring. Very quickly, a space of about 10 cubic meters was displayed in Lei Luo's consciousness. It was a level 1 sky level potion. A level 22 sky spirit archmage could take it at once. A sky spirit archmage could use the devil's spirit curse to cut off the enemy's practice on the sky spirit path, thus dealing a destructive blow to the enemy's soul and body. The harder the enemy's sky spirit path was, the harder it was to cut off. The sky spirit devil dragon crystal ball, which belonged to the sky spirit dragon clan, contained supreme and terrifying divine power. After absorbing it, it could stimulate the divine dragon bloodline, and it could be refined into a magic staff and magic ball, displaying incredible power. Lei Luo was a little surprised. This time, the owner of the devouring treasure box had really given 3 good things. There were also many sky spirit realm cultivation resources. It was much more generous than the last time. 1-step sky spirit pills could be used, and the demonic spirit curse could be learned. As for the sky spirit demonic dragon crystal ball, it could be given to Little Fire, so there was no need to waste it. It wasn't bad. Lei Luo put the space ring on his finger. With this space magical tool, he could hide it well if he wanted to take his highness from the system space. Lei Luo left the hall and walked around. The palaces had strong barriers. Even if he had a token, he couldn't get in. However, he could see some good things by the roadside. They were precious herbs. Lei Luo was baffled. What was the master of Profound Land thinking? Why did he let those people from Starry Sea enter? Lei Luo had arrived at the entrance of a palace. The palace door was tightly closed and was sealed by a strong barrier. When Lei Luo walked in with the token, the palace door gradually opened to accommodate one person. He walked out. Soon, the scenery outside was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely beautiful. There were countless beautiful palaces made of exquisite white jade. They looked as if they were floating in the air. When he looked back, there were some big words written on them. The Hall of All Beings. All living things were made of elements, and everything in the world was about to be used as a law. The Hall of All Beings. Is this the opportunity specially prepared for the sky spirit archmages below? Lei Luo was deep in thought. He could see something from the door. I wonder what other places look like. Lei Luo touched his chin. If it wasn't for the pass card, he definitely wouldn't have dared to run around. One look at this place, and he knew it wasn't ordinary. Yeah. Let's go back now. We'll come back later. Lei Luo quickly made up his mind. If he didn't look around, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Thus, Lei Luo returned to the Hall of All Beings and strolled around. After Lei Luo passed through a restriction, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. It was a 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Was it another Sky Spirit Archmage? Wait. Something was wrong. It seemed like he had never seen one before on Sky Spirit Peak. Very soon, a human figure flew over quickly. Who are you? How did you enter my territory? It was an old man with burnt yellow hair. His eyes were like rats, but they were suffused with a green light. Lei Luo knew that this was not a human, but an orc. There were all kinds of clans in the universe. Although the elf clan was the strongest and largest clan, the human clan, the immortal clan, and the orc clan were not weak either. Sometimes, there were other clans in the same sect. It was just like the Ice Snow Divine Palace. It was clearly a magical force of the human clan, but it had taken in 9 orc mages from the New World as its disciples. Similarly, there were elves, humans, and orcs of different sects in the immortal clan. In this world, some powerful mages did not have any concept of clan. After all, to them, these were no longer important. What was more attractive than eternal life? Of course, this was only some mages. There were still many powerful mages who wanted to protect their clan. Chapter 167. A spell to kill a 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage. You're a trump card? Lei Luo was stunned. Could it be someone from the palace? Humph. How did you get in? Everyone who comes from the lower realm will be randomly teleported to a separate area. No one can enter other areas. How did you get in? The orc elder said sinisterly. If there was a way to enter other regions, then the benefits would be great. In fact, wouldn't I be able to obtain opportunities from other places? Whether one could obtain good opportunities had a lot to do with which region one was teleported into. Some places were very poor, and some places were very rich. I just casually walked in. Sorry, I'll leave now. Lei Luo smiled. He was a member of the lower realm. However, he didn't know whether he was from another world or not. Or was he from one of the 3 great divine sects? Previously, there were only 34 people in Sky Spirit Peak. Since the Sky Spirit Archmage of the 3 great divine sects hadn't come, he must have some other way to get into the Power Immortal Palace. Humph. If you want to leave now, it's too late. If you know what's good for you, tell me the way to get through those barriers, the elder said darkly. If he could obtain this secret technique, how many benefits could he obtain? He was incomparably excited. As for not being able to see through the cultivation of this human Sky Spirit Archmage, it was very likely that there was some secret technique that concealed his aura. In the Starry Sea world, other than their 3 great divine sects, the strongest Sky Spirit Archmage of the 12 Heaven Gates was only a 5th-tier Sky Spirit Archmage. And this human kid in front of him was obviously not a member of the 12 Heaven Gates. He should be the new Sky Spirit Archmage that had risen in the last 100 years. The nameless Archmage, who was ranked 18th among Sky Spirit Archmages. Therefore, he was sure to defeat Lei Luo. Are you threatening me? Lei Luo was a little surprised. A 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage actually dared to threaten him. A 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. That's right. It's a threat. You should be that nameless from Galaxy City. Right. I'm the Immortal Divine Sex Elder. A 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage. You're far from being my match, the elder said with a sinister smile. The nameless mage from Galaxy City was at most a 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmage, while he was a 6th level Spirit Cultivator, a full 3 levels away. This kind of difference was equivalent to a low-level Earth Spirit Archmage fighting against a peak Earth Spirit Archmage. There wasn't even a chance to escape. Therefore, he was extremely confident that he could beat Lei Luo. Elder, why are you doing this? Lei Luo didn't think that he would randomly get into trouble. But as expected, no matter how low-key he was, it was easy to get into trouble. It was so difficult to be a low-key person. Lei Luo turned around and flew out. When the elder saw this, he thought Lei Luo was going to run away. He sneered and raised his arm, flapping his sleeve. A terrifying dark aura came out of him. He opened his 5 claws and clawed at Lei Luo. But when he clawed down, he missed. Lei Luo had already disappeared. Damn it! How can he run so fast? The elder was furious because he had waited for this opportunity for 1,000 years. Humph! You can't run away. Galaxy City. Nameless mage. I'll come and find you, the elder said in a daze. Lei Luo didn't leave after he threw him out of the area. He didn't want to run away, but to use a 1-step Sky Spirit Potion to raise his cultivation level to an 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage. That way, he would have the confidence to kill the elder. That's right. He had to kill him otherwise. He wouldn't have a peaceful life in Galaxy City. He was from the Immortal Divine Sect of the 3 great divine sects. It was said that this was a divine sect established by the Immortal Clan. Once they provoked it, it would be very troublesome. The best way was to kill him in the Palace of Profound Land. That way, no one would know. Naturally, no one would then find trouble with Lei Luo and Galaxy City. This was the best way to solve the problem. Although a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage could suppress the elder, a 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage, it wasn't safe. It was best to break through to the 8th level. Thus, Lei Luo took out a Sky Spirit Potion. It was said that the higher the cultivation base, the better the effect. However, he was in a hurry to use it now, so he didn't care too much. Soon, Lei Luo took a bottle of potion and swallowed it. With the surging power of the potion exploding in his body, Lei Luo suddenly felt unprecedentedly full. He hurriedly moved his soul and entered the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. Boom! He took a step forward and went up another level. The path of the Sky Spirit Archmage shook, and the rolling pressure came. But Lei Luo didn't move. He had succeeded. 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage. With the strange information pouring in, his soul consciousness was strengthened again. At the same time, in the outside world, the terrifying magic aura of the Sky Spirit Archmage spread out. However, this profound land palace wasn't a small place, so it didn't create too much of a commotion. Moreover, there was no one in the area. After a long time, Lei Luo opened his eyes. He was an 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage. As expected, he was much stronger than before. Then, Lei Luo took out the Devil Spirit Curse. System. I want to learn. Lei Luo muttered. If he were to start cultivating, it would definitely take a lot of time. But with the help of the system, it would be very simple. In an instant, the Devil Spirit Curse turned into light and fused into Lei Luo's body. Very soon, he had mastered this Devil Spirit Curse. After a long time, Lei Luo once again entered the area where the elder was standing. Kid, you still dare to come? When he had entered, the elder's furious roar was immediately transmitted over. Rolling black fog pressed down, enveloping the entire space. Facing such a terrifying high-level power, Lei Luo stood unmoving, his expression indifferent. Then, a magic sword appeared in his hand. Star-slaying sword? Since he wanted to kill, he had to go all out. I only need one magic spell to kill you, Lei Luo said calmly. He waved his long sword and light rose, and demonic light flickered. The black fog that covered the sky instantly dissipated. The elder's body shook, and he revealed a terrified expression because he felt an aura of death. Level 7. No! Level 8. He finally felt the terrifying aura from Lei Luo. That was something only 8th level Sky Spirit Archmages could possess. He was about to go crazy. Did a newly risen Sky Spirit Archmage actually have the strength of an 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage? Even the strongest descendant of their immortal divine sect was only a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Was he dreaming? Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. He didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. The terrifying magic directly penetrated his body. At this moment, his soul couldn't even escape onto the Sky Spirit Archmage path, because Lei Luo had used the Devil Spirit Curse to seal the Elder Sky Spirit Archmage path. Chapter 168. The Immortal Divine Sect suffered a loss. No! The Elder roared. But it was completely useless. After being strengthened by the Star-slaying sword, the most powerful spell became incomparably violent. It exploded crazily inside him, destroying his body and cutting off his soul. In the end, the Elder didn't have any consciousness to resist anymore. He could only feel his body disintegrating inch by inch. The despair was indescribable. He stared at Lei Luo and asked desperately, I'm a member of the Immortal Divine Sect. Why do you want to kill me? Because I find you troublesome, Lei Luo said indifferently. Boom! The Elder's body suddenly exploded. A large amount of it was picked up and bloomed like a dazzling firework. However, in this immortal palace, its power was greatly restricted. After a while, he was reduced to ashes. This was the first Sky Spirit Archmage that had fallen at Lei Luo's hands. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage. It had already reached the level of a 6th level. Suddenly, Lei Luo waved his hand, and a belt fell into his hand. Spatial magic tool? Lei Luo revealed a smile. It seemed that at the level of a Sky Spirit Archmage, one could indeed have a spatial magic tool. Since the Elder had fallen, Lei Luo did not take much time to refine this belt. This belt was a bit special. It was made up of 5 small spaces, and each space was at most half a cubic meter. Only so little space? Lei Luo shook his head. In total, it was probably only a little more than 2 cubic meters, and it was divided into 5. This way, it was even less practical. There were a lot of things stored in it. Different types of bottles, medicinal herbs, and all kinds of codex, magic staff, crystal balls, and so on. It was quite rich. Lei Luo was very emotional. No wonder the belt was so good at killing and arson. It was indeed a shortcut. It was just too risky. Lei Luo threw everything, including the belt, into the system space. The system space was so powerful that even the space technique was almost there. I can't run around anymore. Let's go back to where we came from now, Lei Luo thought to himself. He didn't want to kill people to silence them anymore. He would wait until Immortal Palace was closed. Anyway, he had the token, so he started to cultivate on the spot. This place wasn't bad. The cultivating conditions were also good. It was even better than the Star-Slaying Cave abode. It was worthy of being the legendary Immortal Palace. He decided he would come here more often to cultivate. After an unknown length of time, Lei Luo suddenly felt the void shake and distort as if it was rejecting him. Then, his body began to fall. He hurriedly opened his eyes, and immediately knew that he had left Immortal Palace, and was descending a long sky path. Finally, the Sky Spirit Peak appeared in his field of vision, and human figures appeared around him. They were the other Sky Spirit Archmages. When they landed on the Sky Spirit Peak, the shadow of Immortal Palace in the sky also disappeared. All the Sky Spirit Archmages had a calm expression on their faces. It was hard to tell who had gained a lot. "Friends, farewell today. See you again in 1,000 years." A Sky Spirit Archmage said only one word, then soared into the sky and disappeared. The others also took their leave. The cloth-clothed elf, Sanfa's gaze was empty and silent. But it landed on Lei Luo, and he said seriously, "Nameless mage, wait for me to cultivate for a period of time. I will come again to ask for advice." "Sanfa, there's no need for that," Lei Luo said indifferently. In the next moment, Lei Luo turned around and disappeared. Sanfa frowned slightly. Suddenly, his entire body shook, and a shallow white scar appeared on his chest once again. It was exactly the same as the previous injury. Even his aura was exactly the same. How did he do it? A shocked expression appeared on Sanfa's face. He thought that he would be able to take the 5th step very soon. When that time came, he would be able to challenge the Nameless Mage from Galaxy City again. But now, he was not able to do it. Not only did the gap between him and the Nameless Mage not shrink, but it was getting bigger and bigger. If the other party had been filled with killing intent when he cast the spell just now, he was afraid that he would have been injured again. After a long time, he sighed dejectedly, regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not. He could no longer keep up with the other party's footsteps. Lei Luo did not want this scattering technique to challenge him again. That would be too troublesome. So before he left, he gave him a reminder. Now he was at level 8. To a mere level 4 like Sanfa, he was naturally far superior. Sanfa would have no chance of surviving. Even 6th level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage from the Immortal Divine Sect had died under Lei Luo's magic. Immortal Divine Sect. 19 figures appeared on the high platform. Every one of them had a look of joy on their faces. Suddenly, the leader of the group, a white-haired old man, said in a deep voice, "Where's Extermination?" He was the sect master of the Immortal Divine Sect, the 7th level Sky Spirit Elder's immortal ancestral spirit. Why didn't he come back? What's going on? That's impossible. No one was able to stay. Did something happen to him? The others were all shocked. At this moment, someone shouted under the stone platform, "Master, Grandmaster, the Elder Soul Bead has been broken." What? All the Sky Spirit Archmages on the stone platform were shocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the Sky Spirit Archmages jumped down from the stone platform. When they arrived at the Soul Bead Hall, they saw that the Soul Bead representing the Elder had been broken. How could he die in the Immortal Palace of Profound Land? What happened? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit's voice was very low. This was a great loss to the Immortal Divine Sect. After all, the Elder had been a level 6th level Sky Spirit Archmage. In the entire Immortal Divine, there were only 3. The others didn't know what to say. Investigate? How? The Elder had died in Immortal Palace of Profound Land. He could only enter once every 1,000 years. After entering that place, everyone was on their own. They couldn't get in touch with anyone else. In other words, the Elder had died for nothing. All of a sudden, the faces of the 19 Sky Spirit Archmages became unsightly. The face of the Immortal Ancestor was so gloomy that water could drip from it. "No, we can't let my master die in vain." A 2nd level Sky Spirit Archmage shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with tears. He was undoubtedly the one who had suffered the most from the death, because he had been groomed by the Elder since he was young. After spending thousands of years together, their relationship was like that of father and son. "Child, calm down. I will definitely investigate thoroughly." The Immortal Ancestor knew that the chances were slim, but he could only console him. At the same time, he gave the order to contact the other 2 divine sects to see if they had obtained any valuable clues. Chapter 169. The Murloc Princess was tempted. Lei Luo returned to Galaxy City. He was prepared to enter the Immortal Palace again. Once something happened to the Galaxy City's Archmage, he might not be able to rush back. Thus, he strengthened the Holy Light Shield. The Holy Light Shield that was strengthened by an 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage was basically unshakable unless a 6th or 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage acted. At least it would hold for a short period of time. In addition, Lei Luo had given the control token of the Star-Slaying Cave to Belson, but only temporarily. This way, Belson could enter the star-slaying cave at any time. If something went wrong, he could also transfer into it. Of course, the highest controller of the control token was still Lei Luo. He was going to get it back at any time. Another reason was that Celia, the descendant of Belson, had to follow Lei Luo no matter what. Thus, Lei Luo brought Celia with him. After he had arranged everything, he used the token. In an instant, a strange heavenly gate appeared in the sky, which projected Immortal Palace. The previous time, it was a forbidden area. This time, it was a stowaway. Lei Luo became more cautious. After he entered, he didn't go anywhere different. He went directly to the palace with the ring. He planned to use this place as a place to cultivate in the future. As for exploring the entire palace, it wasn't necessary for the time being. It was too risky. At least, until he understood the situation inside Immortal Palace. He didn't want to explore it. Thus, Lei Luo started to cultivate outside the palace. Wei and the others built a small tent nearby, accompanying Lei Luo to cultivate every day. It had to be said that cultivating in this place was much better than cultivating in the star-slaying cave abode. Perhaps the origin of the world where Immortal Palace was located was higher than the Starry Sea world. So it was much easier for them to cultivate here. With the check-in system, he was very adaptable. He wasn't restricted by the origin of the world. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo had been cultivating in Immortal Palace for 30 years. During this time, he had taken a walk and was now an 11th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Moreover, he had almost finished accumulating the 12th level of a Sky Spirit Archmage. In other words, it was much faster to achieve 4 levels in 30 years than when he was in the Star-Slaying Cave abode. After all, it would become more and more difficult later on. However, Lei Luo was still able to maintain such a fast speed because of the cultivation environment of Immortal Palace. Inside the palace, 3 big tents were erected in a corner. Wei, Liulan, Leona, and Lei Luo shared the same tent. One was for the female Celia, and the other was for the Murloc Princess Phyllis. Usually, when Wei and the others were lonely, they would call Lei Luo into the tent. As the 3 of them were working together, they were always made to moan. Celia, the elf, and Phyllis, the Murloc Princess, couldn't help but tighten their legs and blush when they heard such a sound. That was why they had moved far away. If they heard such rapturous gasps while meditating, they would develop inner demons. If they had been too distracted, they would have gone against the flow of magic, and their bodies might have been directly blown up by the magic. When they sensed that Lei Luo had finished his training, the 2 of them subconsciously stopped meditating. That was because every time Lei Luo stopped his training, he would go and have sex with the other 3. There would be embarrassing voices again, and they were not in the mood to train at all. For 30 years, they had been enduring this kind of torture. Later, when they heard the noise over there, they could not help but imagine Lei Luo having sex with them, and then comfort themselves on the bed. Sure enough, when Lei Luo walked into the tent, a moment later, there was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of a bird crying. The elf, Celia, was lying on the bed, her face red and her body curled up, listening to the lewd words coming from the next room. Her mind went blank. After more than 30 years of meditation, her cultivation had improved very quickly, but her mind was extremely empty. She had imagined countless times that she would be pressed down on the bed by Lord Lei Luo and be attacked like a storm. Even if she begged for mercy, he would not let her go. Hearing the constant moans coming from the next room, Celia unconsciously took off her clothes, fantasizing that the female lead next door was her. But Lord Lei Luo always treated her like a child. He ignored her hints. Celia was very disappointed. But there was no one to talk to. She could only speak her heart every day while playing with Little Fire. But although Little Fire could understand the words, she could not understand the complicated feelings. So the words went in one ear and out the other. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the next room, a low growl and cry could be heard from Liulan. The long lovemaking had finally come to an end. After accompanying the 3 girls to sleep, Lei Luo put on a loose mage robe and planned to return to the main hall to continue his training. As soon as he walked out of the tent, 2 soft lumps of flesh stuck onto his back, and a fair and tender arm wrapped around his waist. Princess Phyllis! What's the matter? Lei Luo had known that the Murloc Princess Phyllis was at the door, but he had thought that the Murloc Princess was looking for him for something. He had not expected that she would hug him from behind as soon as she came out. Lei Luo! Phyllis leaned her face against Lei Luo's back. Her face was red, but she did not dare to say it out loud. Princess Phyllis, let's talk it out. Let me go first, Lei Luo said calmly. After being together for more than 30 years, Lei Luo couldn't be too rough with her. He still had some basic respect for her. After all, she was once a princess. I want to revive the Murloc clan. Phyllis was a little shy and paused for a long time. I know you want to revive the Murloc clan, but there's no need to hug me like this, Lei Luo said helplessly. No. Phyllis hugged him even tighter, as if she was afraid that Lei Luo would escape. I want to revive the Murloc clan with you. What do you mean? Lei Luo frowned and felt that something was not right. Suddenly, the Murloc princess Phyllis used her magic power to restrain Lei Luo. When Lei Luo could not move, she directly pulled off the only robe on his body. She squatted down and directly grabbed Lei Luo's huge root. Lei Luo understood what she meant. With a thought, he easily broke free from the restraint. He grabbed the Murloc princess in his arms, and with a wave of his hand, he cast a spell to burn all of her clothes. Her delicate, snow-white body appeared in Lei Luo's arms. Chapter 170. The Whale Clan's Attack on Galaxy City. She did not think that Lei Luo would be able to break free from her restraints. By the time Phyllis reacted, she was already in Lei Luo's arms, and her clothes had all been taken off. Phyllis's cheeks flushed red, as if they were about to drip blood. Lei Luo would not stand on ceremony with her. He directly carried her and aimed his root at the entrance. He forcefully thrust his waist into her. Ah! Phyllis cried out in pain. However, she was afraid that Wei and the others in the tent would hear her. She bit her lips and endured the pain. Soon, Lei Luo started thrusting like a pile driver. Fortunately, Phyllis was already drenched from when she heard Lei Luo having sex with Wei. Otherwise, she would have fainted from the pain. In another tent, the little elf Xiaoya's consciousness sensed that the Murloc princess Phyllis was actually having sex with Lord Lei Luo. Instantly, jealousy welled up in her heart. In her eyes, the Murloc princess Phyllis came after her. Lord Lei Luo actually had sex with Phyllis without looking for her first. It was really infuriating. But thinking about it carefully, it was also her own fault for not having the courage. If she had been as brave as the Murloc princess, the woman in Lord Lei Luo's arms would have been her long ago. The more she listened to Phyllis's soft moans, the more unbearable it became for Xiaoya. Finally, she could not hold it in any longer and directly rushed out of the tent naked. Instantly, she saw Lei Luo standing at the entrance of the tent, holding the Murloc princess in his arms. Her two snow-white thighs were separated by Lei Luo. Phyllis's body was moving up and down at a very fast speed. The two of their lower bodies were closely intertwined with each other, making the sound of splashing water. When Phyllis saw Xiaoya, she immediately cried out in surprise, and quickly covered her eyes. Xiaoya had actually seen such an embarrassing posture. How could she continue to be a human in the future? However, Lei Luo didn't care about it, and continued to stab her with an extremely fast speed. Xiaoya couldn't hold it in anymore when she saw this scene. She came to Lei Luo's side, and blended in with him with a face full of infatuation. When Lei Luo was conquering the Murloc princess and the little elf, the three women in the room had already woken up. Lei Luo had no choice but to be punished by his three wives and have sex with them for a full 3 months. He made all 5 women have over 100 orgasms in one go. When the 5 women finally fell into a deep sleep, Lei Luo let out a sigh of relief. He walked out of the tent and into the palace. Lei Luo sat cross-legged. At this moment, he had had enough. His soul entered the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, and with a rumbling sound, he stepped out of the 12th step. An even more terrifying power descended, enveloping his soul as endless information poured in. In the outside world, Lei Luo's body exploded with a resplendent light, filling the entire palace. Fortunately, it was covered by the palace's restriction, so it didn't spread out at all. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo opened his eyes. Is this the 12th level Sky Spirit Archmage? Lei Luo let out a long breath. He felt that the power in his body was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the 11th level. This was a true transformation. From the 11th level to the 12th level, it was equivalent to advancing from the Earth Spirit Archmage to the Sky Spirit Archmage. If that was the case, the previous him and the 5 girls could last for a year. Now he could last for 2 years. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the 5 girls was too low. Even if the 5 of them were to endure Lei Luo's fierce attack together, they could only last for 4 months at most. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Lei Luo had finished his cultivation. He suddenly sensed something and looked toward the entrance of the palace, where he actually saw a pair of eyes. Lei Luo was stunned. He looked over carefully. On top of the restriction at the entrance, There was actually a little girl that was carved out of jade. She seemed to be about 6 or 7 years old. However, this little girl's life level was actually very high, and she carried the aura of a sky spirit archmage. This was terrifying. Lei Luo walked out. Other than this little girl, there was no one else. Big brother, I'm lost, the little girl suddenly said. Big brother? Lei Luo was stunned. Other than Wei and the others, this was the first time someone called him Big Brother. However, Wei and the others were flirtatious. For example, when they flirted with Lei Luo, they would call him Big Brother, and when they were about to climax, they would call him Daddy. Why do you call me Big Brother? Lei Luo squatted down and asked with a smile. In our immortal palace, besides the maids, there are many Big Brothers, the little girl said. Lei Luo didn't know what to say. Did you come from the entrance of the Hall of All Beings? He asked. Yeah. Big Sister Judy said that we can't come here. I was curious, so I sneaked in. However, this place is too big. I got lost. I don't know how to get out, the little girl said. Lei Luo had been using his elemental eye to look at the little girl to see if she was real or not. There was no problem. At least, she looked like a very simple little girl. Of course, unless the little girl could hide from the third layer of the elemental eye. The possibility of that was very small. In other words, what the little girl said was true. It can't be like little fire, because her bloodline is too powerful. She was born as a sky spirit archmage. Right? Lei Luo's heart moved. If that was the case, then it could be explained. He used his elemental eye to observe. Indeed, there was an extremely powerful bloodline in this little girl's body, but it seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. He was unable to detect the true situation. Then I'll show you out, Lei Luo said. Big brother. Thank you. The little girl smiled sweetly. Lei Luo walked the little girl to the entrance of the palace. Brother, I'm leaving. I won't tell anyone about your stay here. The little girl giggled and then ran out of the open door. Lei Luo rubbed his nose. He wanted to tell the little girl not to tell anyone. He still wanted to stay out of the limelight. After all, he was an outsider. Thus, Lei Luo brought Wei and the other 3 and cleaned up. He found a random place and used the pass to leave the palace. Star-Slaying Cave abode. Right after Lei Luo appeared, he frowned because someone was attacking the Holy Light Shield. It's a sky spirit archmage from the Whale Clan. Lei Luo felt a little incredulous. Fortunately, he had strengthened the Holy Light Shield before he left. Although the attack was very strong, its defense was not to be trifled with. Even the attack of a sky spirit archmage was still unable to shake the Holy Light Shield. Of course, it also had something to do with the fact that the sky spirit archmage attacking the Holy Light Shield was too weak. He was only a 4th-tier sky spirit archmage. Lei Luo released the 5 women from the Star-Slaying Cave abode, then left the cave and returned to the bookstore. Chapter 171, One Move to Subdue the Sea King. Belson was reading in the bookstore. There was a hint of anxiety between his brows, because the sky spirit archmage of the human race had already left, and the whale mages outside had been attacking the Holy Light Shield for more than a month. At first, the people of Galaxy City were still very panicked. But after the mages outside could not shake the defensive formation, they were relieved. As the Whale Clan's attack came too suddenly, many residents of Galaxy City were still blocked outside. Not only that, the gathering places around Galaxy City had been completely destroyed by the Whale Clan. Although the Whale Clan could not break the defensive battle, they could force Galaxy City to hand over the Murloc Princess Phyllis. Otherwise, they would kill all the residents of Galaxy City one by one. Although many residents of Galaxy City hoped that the City Lord of Galaxy City would hand over Princess Phyllis, Belson knew that he could not make the decision on this matter. This was because Phyllis was accepted by that powerful human mage. Unless that senior gave the order, he had no right to hand Phyllis over. Moreover, he did not know where Phyllis was. Belson suddenly saw Lei Luo walking out from the backyard and immediately said in surprise, "Senior?" Lei Luo asked. "What's going on outside?" Belson hurriedly explained the situation. "So, the Whale Clan has killed many residents of Galaxy City?" Lei Luo frowned. Galaxy City was under his protection, but so many people had died. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Outside Galaxy City, hundreds of sea-taming whale mages were gathered. All of them were powerful mages above the Earth level, and the leader was a Sky Spirit Archmage. "Your Highness, it seems that Galaxy City will not hand over the Murloc Phyllis. If this drags on, it will be very disadvantageous to our original plan of the world." A Whale Clan mage who overthrew the land spirit said respectfully. Living beings with God's bloodline were very rare. In the past 10,000 years, the Whale Clan had invaded countless worlds and destroyed many clans with God's bloodline. Of course, there was another clan with a powerful bloodline, which was the Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon bloodline and God's bloodline were equally powerful. However, even if the Whale Clan had the guts, they would not dare to approach the Dragon Clan. This was because the Dragon Clan was definitely one of the most powerful clans in this world. It was said that the weakest ones were at the beginning of the Archmage level. As long as they reached adulthood, they would possess the combat strength of a Sky Spirit Archmage. It was also said that there were many powerful peak Sky Spirit Archmages in the Dragon Clan. If they provoked the Dragon Clan, the Whale Clan would definitely suffer a tragedy. Therefore, the Whale Clan only dared to attack a weak clan like the Murloc Clan, which had God's bloodline. Then we can only rely on the power of the Immortal Divine Sect? The clan's Sky Spirit Archmage, His Highness the Sea King, said in a deep voice. He hadn't expected that the defensive array of Galaxy City would be so powerful that even a 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage like him couldn't break it. Of course, he definitely hadn't realized that this wasn't a defensive array. It was just a rain shield cast by the mages. Otherwise, he would have been scared away long ago. But the price of the Immortal Divine Sect is not low, the Whale Mage, who was a peak Earth Spirit, said. That's nothing. As long as the plan succeeds, everything will be worth it, the Sea King said. At that moment, the holy light shield that enveloped Galaxy City cracked open, and 2 figures walked out. They were Lei Luo and the Murloc Princess Phyllis. Has your Galaxy City finally thought it through? If you're willing to hand her over, you should have done so long ago. All these people didn't need to die, a Whale Clan mage said with an imposing manner. In his opinion, now that Galaxy City had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the pressure and was prepared to hand over the people. You should be the Sky Spirit Archmage of Galaxy City. The Nameless Mage. Right. The Whale Clan's Royal Highness the Sea King stared at Lei Luo, ignoring the Murloc Princess beside him. The information the Immortal Divine Clan had taught him about the Nameless Mage was very detailed, so he recognized him at first glance. Although he could not sense Lei Luo's true strength, he had continuously attacked the defensive formation for more than a month, killing more than 1,000 people from Galaxy City. This Nameless Mage did not say a word, which showed that he was afraid of the Whale Clan's forces. You shouldn't have killed people. Now, I can only kill you and take revenge for these souls that died in vain. Lei Luo sighed. Nameless Mage, you want to kill me? Do you know what my cultivation level is? A 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage. How ridiculous. It seems that I must let you see my strength. His Highness the Sea King laughed wildly. In Galaxy World, on the Sky Spirit rankings, this Nameless Mage from Galaxy City was ranked 18th. He was suspected to be a 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmage, even though it had been decades since he had first appeared on the list. For a Sky Spirit Archmage, every step should take at least a few hundred years, and at most a few thousand years. Thus, his 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage strength was firmly superior to this Nameless Mage's. It was precisely because of this that the Sea Taming Whale Clan had sent him over. What strength do you have? Lei Luo shook his head and reached out with his hand. It was as if he had pierced through the void. The hand that was condensed from magic power had actually passed through 1,000 meters and arrived in front of His Highness the Sea King in an instant. Then, it grabbed onto his neck. Even if His Highness the Sea King reacted, he couldn't dodge at all. It was as if the void around him had been frozen. He could only watch helplessly as a terrifying hand stepped out of the void and grabbed his neck. Instantly, an intense suffocating feeling enveloped his body and even his soul. In the next moment, the Sea King had been grabbed by Lei Luo and brought before him. A strange and terrifying trace actually formed in the void. It was as if the Sea King had been forcefully dragged over, leaving behind a trace in space. After a while, it disappeared. This scene scared all the Whale Mages. A magnificent 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a peerless mage, was actually grabbed by the neck and grabbed? Not even the ability to resist? Wasn't this too terrifying? Of course, their fear was not just a little bit inferior to the Sea King's fear. The Sea King was scared out of his wits. Aren't you a little weak? Lei Luo held the Sea King's neck and said calmly. Giggle. The Sea King was so scared that he couldn't speak. He could only make gurgling sounds from his throat. His body and soul were trembling because he knew that he had met a legendary 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Chapter 172, Finding Trouble with the Immortal Can. The technique that this Nameless Mage had used to capture the enemy was definitely something that only a mage above level 10 could do. If there really was a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10 in this Galaxy City, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to come. One of the 8 branches of the Whale Clan didn't have a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10. Now, he had actually offended a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Once this existence wanted to destroy them, the 8 branches of the Whale Clan would definitely be in a terrible state. Lei Luo grabbed His Royal Highness the Sea King's neck with one hand and cast the soul-absorbing codex without hesitation. After a while, Lei Luo narrowed his eyes and threw his body to the side. With the power of a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a mere 4th level from the Whale Clan had no way to enter the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, because he had directly sealed his soul with the Devil Soul Curse. Just like that, this powerful level 4 Sky Spirit Archmage from the Whale Clan had completely lost his life force. Then, he was thrown to the ground by Lei Luo. This terrifying scene scared the Whale Clan mages. Their entire bodies trembled, unable to move. It was as if their bodies had been completely frozen by a 5-star power. Very quickly, their body's life force was completely cut off. It was as if they had been scared to death. They were all turned into corpses. This was naturally Lei Luo's masterpiece. The God's Cave abode has the remains of a god. TSK. TSK. This Whale Clan is really bold. They actually dared to pay attention to the remains of a god. Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the god? Lei Luo recalled the information he had obtained from the soul of the Whale Clan's 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage, the Sea King, and revealed a curious expression. He had originally thought that it was just a cave dwelling left behind by a powerful god. He had not expected that there would be the remains of a god inside. The meaning was completely different. If it were him, he would definitely not do this. The Sea King's consciousness could do it. There were celestials in this world, but those celestials were not true gods. It was just that their bloodline was very close to that of gods. But who knew how many high-level Sky Spirit Archmages there were in this celestial clan? Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Nirvana world. Lei Luo rubbed his chin. He had killed a Sky Spirit Archmage of the Whale Clan, and the Whale Clan would not let it go. The best way was to mess up the Whale Clan's plan and make them unable to take care of themselves. That way, they would not be able to find trouble with him. As for destroying the Whale Clan, Lei Luo wouldn't do that. That would be too ostentatious. Only a fool would do that. One had to keep a low profile. Even if one possessed great power, one couldn't lose oneself. Who knew if there were any Sky Spirit Archmages above level 10 among the Whale Clan? Perhaps that Sea King didn't know. Therefore, secretly making trouble was the best choice. It was best to find a way to tell the Dragon Clan about the god remains. Then, the Dragon Clan would find trouble with the Whale Clan. That way, everything would be perfect. Okay, let's do it. Lei Luo quickly made a decision. Moreover, he still had a trump card. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could use the token to hide in Immortal Palace. As long as he kept a low profile and didn't make a big fuss, he should be very safe in the dark. Immortal Divine Sect, in the Immortal Palace, Ancestral Spirit. The Whale Clan sent a message from the world saying that the soul beads of the Sea-Taming Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmage, His Royal Highness Sea King, and more than 600 Earth Spirit Archmages have all been shattered. They want us to investigate what happened. A Sky Spirit Archmage said to the Immortal Ancestral Spirit, who was sitting cross-legged. What's the exact situation? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit asked. The Whale Clan was very powerful, and could not be underestimated. The Whale Clan used our galaxy world to capture a Murloc Clan fugitive. And this fugitive escaped under the protection of the Nameless Mage in Galaxy City. Therefore, the Whale Clan dispatched a Sky Spirit Archmage to enter our galaxy world. The Sky Spirit Archmage said, generally speaking, when a Sky Spirit Archmage from the outside world entered the galaxy world, they would have to greet all the powerful local forces. The Whale Clan would naturally greet the Immortal Divine Sect as well. The Whale Clan will send a Sky Spirit Archmage to capture a fugitive. It seems that this fugitive is not ordinary, the Immortal Ancestral Spirit said in a deep voice. However, Nameless is a human. Why would he protect a Murloc? It is very likely that the Nameless Mage is also someone from the outside world. There must be some inside information that Nameless doesn't know about. Perhaps, we can use this opportunity to deal with Nameless. This way, we can take the Starslaying Cave abode for ourselves. The Sky Spirit Archmage said. The Immortal Divine Sect's home was not indifferent to the Starslaying Cave abode. It was just a small world, and it was very attractive to any powerful mage force. However, it was also occupied by Nameless, and it was held back by the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion. So it was difficult for them to make a move. But now, it was different. They had a reason. The origin of this Nameless Mage was unknown and his identity was unclear. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. The immortal ancestral spirit nodded. He was very displeased that a foreign sky spirit archmage had occupied the Starslaying cave abode. Especially a human mage, who had occupied the elf clan's cave abode. Since the elf clan ancestors' cave abode could be occupied by humans, why couldn't the immortal clan occupy it? Palace Master, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. This sky spirit archmage was very confident, because he was one of the 3 great 6th level sky spirit archmages of the immortal divine sect. Galaxy City. Although Lei Luo had decided to go to the Nirvana world, he didn't plan to go for the time being. He still had to settle one more thing. The fact that the family's sky spirit archmage was able to enter Galaxy World this time had something to do with the immortal divine sect. Otherwise, the Whale Clan Sea King, a foreign sky spirit archmage, wouldn't be so rampant and attack Galaxy City wantonly. From a certain point of view, he, Lei Luo, was also considered an outsider. However, he was a sky spirit archmage who had attained the realm of a sky spirit archmage in Galaxy World. So he could definitely be considered a local sky spirit archmage. The actions of the immortal divine sect had clearly betrayed him to the Whale Clan. Therefore, Lei Luo felt that it was necessary to give the immortal divine sect a little warning. Otherwise, after he left, this immortal divine sect would do something small again. It wouldn't affect anything, but it would annoy him. Chapter 173, Help Celia Break Through. Lei Luo strengthened the 6th layer of the Holy Light Shield in Galaxy City again, with his level 12 Sky Spirit Archmage cultivation base. The Holy Light Shield that he cast could not be broken in a short time even if all the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy World gathered together. It would be impossible to break it in a short time. He planned to return to the Old World, and the New World and strengthen God's Island, and the capital with the Holy Light Shield. Even if there were problems in the 2 worlds in the future, the Holy Light Shield would be able to maintain its indestructibility. After returning to the bookstore, Lei Luo glanced at Celia and said, Xiaoya, how did your cultivation progress so fast? You're already a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage. Even if he could increase his cultivation by having sex with her, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, this girl was only a level 4 a few days ago. Xiaoya's pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head and whispered, Uncle Lei, I don't know either. Ever since I had sex with you last time, I feel as if my state of mind has opened up, and my cultivation speed has unknowingly increased by a lot. Lei Luo frowned slightly. He suddenly saw Little Fire sleeping on her shoulder. His heart moved. Could it be related to Little Fire? When Little Fire was with Celia, her cultivation speed would increase by a lot. Lei Luo had always known about this, but he had never thought that Little Fire would be watching while they were having sex. It could actually double the growth rate of Celia's magic power. This was magical. Thus, Lei Luo used the elemental eye to check the condition of Celia's bloodline once again. Sure enough, her bloodline seemed to be boiling. In the elemental eye's view, it was emitting a scorching light, jumping as it approached Lei Luo. It was as if it wanted to fuse into Lei Luo's body. This bloodline is too strange. It actually requires constant sex to be activated and released. Lei Luo immediately felt that something was a little strange. If it wasn't for the stimulation of Little Fire's divine sun fire aura, and the magic essence that Lei Luo often shot into her body, and these having a strange reaction, then Celia's current cultivation speed would have been much slower. She would probably only be at the peak of the Archmage realm now. Compared to the peak of the Archmage realm, the gap between a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage and a peak Archmage was too big. Little Fire, let's give her a hand, Lei Luo suddenly said. Immediately, Little Fire flew onto Lei Luo's shoulder. All these years, Little Fire had spent most of its time with Celia, because it preferred to stay by her side. However, this was also good. It was better than letting it run around and cause trouble. Moreover, after swallowing the blood of the gods, Little Fire's growth speed had increased a lot. Even Little Fire wouldn't be able to digest it in a short period of time. Little Fire. Celia's face was red, and she didn't dare to look because she knew what Lei Luo was going to do later. Little Fire was the same. Drowsy, but still very obedient to Lei Luo's orders. Lei Luo waved his hand, and instantly, he brought Celia and Little Fire into the Starslaying cave abode. At that moment, Little Fire, who was standing on Lei Luo's shoulder, suddenly spat out a golden flame, enveloping Celia's body in an instant. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a candle. The clothes on her body were instantly burned clean. However, her body was not burned. Instead, a strange power had fused into it, and it even seemed to be in her bloodline. Lei Luo knew that Little Fire was fusing the power of refining God's blood into Celia's body. Little Fire's power would accumulate in Celia's body, and become the best foundation for breaking through any bottlenecks in the future. Not only that, but Xiaoya's bloodline seemed to have completely recovered after being stimulated by Little Fire's divine fire. There were even traces of divine fire fusing into her weak bloodline, perfecting it. Unfortunately, although the divine fire was powerful, it seemed to be lacking something. At this moment, Xiaoya's face was completely red in the flames. Her legs were clamped tightly together, and her soft breasts were standing upright. Her lower body was already wet. Suddenly, she opened her arms and looked at Lei Luo with a dazed gaze. "Uncle Lei Luo, come and love me!" Xiaoya's voice was very soft, and there was a hint of trembling in her shyness. This was because she knew Lei Luo's valor. Each time, it would last for at least a month. She was afraid that she would not be able to withstand such a high intensity of sex. Lei Luo smiled calmly. He waved his hand, and a stream of light flew out from the ring in his hand. In an instant, all the clothes on his body were taken off. The half-meter-long male organ was already aimed straight at Xiaoya in the flames. Walking into the flames, Lei Luo stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. He could feel Xiaoya's body trembling. Clearly, she was a little afraid. Lei Luo lowered his head and kissed her lips. This time, Lei Luo was very gentle. Very quickly, Xiaoya's body relaxed. She began to hug Lei Luo, and her tender tongue began to respond to his advances. Gradually, her desire was aroused. Xiaoya wrapped her arms around Lei Luo's neck, and her legs clamped around his waist, sticking to Lei Luo's body like an octopus. Lei Luo held her soft buttocks with both hands and forcefully lifted them up. At the same time, his thick and long male organ instantly stood up. At the moment the hand that was holding onto Xiaoya's buttocks sank down. That thick and long male organ accurately pierced into her body. The sudden penetration of her lower body caused Xiaoya to involuntarily let out a loud moan. She was so comfortable that her entire body was convulsing until she rolled her eyes. Lei Luo was not in a hurry to stab her. When Xiaoya's body relaxed slightly, and she regained her senses, Lei Luo then began to slowly control his waist and plow it. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water came from her lower body. Xiaoya bit her lip and rested her chin on Lei Luo's shoulder. She frowned slightly, and her eyes were blurred. At this moment, not only was she enjoying the pleasure of having sex, but the blood in her body was also constantly improving and upgrading. The double happiness continuously hit her brain, and she almost fainted. After just a few thrusts, her body had already gone through 3 uncontrollable orgasms. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. With a low roar, a large amount of mana essence was directly injected into Xiaoya's body. The mana essence was instantly sublimated and fused into every single blood vessel in Xiaoya's body. Xiaoya's aura suddenly shook, as if she had broken through a bottleneck. A rather powerful aura was emitted. A level 7 Earth Spirit Archmage. However, Lei Luo knew that this breakthrough was only the beginning. Very quickly, his lower body hardened again. He hugged Xiaoya, who had fainted due to the continuous orgasms, and started thrusting again. After an unknown period of time, while Xiaoya was screaming, Lei Luo once again shot out his mana essence. For a moment, a large amount of liquid flowed down from where the two of them interacted like a waterfall. The entire ground was soaked with dirty water. Chapter 174. The Immortal Clan has come for trouble. An 8th level Earth Spirit Archmage. Holding Xiaoya in his arms, Lei Luo checked the condition of her body while she was unconscious. Her bloodline had already been perfected. In less than 2 to 3 years, she would be able to break through to become a 9th level Earth Spirit Archmage. As for whether she would be able to sense the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, that would depend on her own luck. Because this was not something that could be done by infusing mana essence and perfecting her talent during sex. Unless Lei Luo could break through to an intermediate Sky Spirit Archmage, which was at least a level 30 or 40 Sky Spirit Archmage. It was said that a mage like that could allow a person to ascend to the heavens in one step. Lei Luo was far from having such an ability at the moment. Xiaoya opened her eyes. She already knew how big of an opportunity she had attained. Uncle Lei Luo! Little Fire? She looked at Little Fire in shock and disbelief. She originally thought that her cultivation base had increased rapidly because every time she had sex with Lei Luo, a large amount of mana essence would be injected into her body. This mana essence completely melted into her body, causing her mana to increase rapidly. She did not expect it this time. With the help of Little Fire's divine fire, the increase in her cultivation base had actually been faster and more significant than any other time. She knew that when Lei Luo shot into her body just now, there was an enormous force that completely sublimated the mana essence. Without wasting a single strand, That enormous force was actually the effect of Little Fire's divine flame. In just half a year's time, he had broken through 2 realms consecutively in the Earth Spirit Archmage realm. This speed was simply too terrifying. To be honest, this speed was something that even Lei Luo himself was a little envious of. In half a year's time, he had broken through 2 levels in succession. Xiaoya, who had later become his woman, was already a level 8 Earth Spirit Archmage, while Wei, Liulan, and Leona were stuck. The Murloc Princess was only a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage. However, he also knew that it was because of the special constitution of Xiaoya. Otherwise, she would not have been able to last so long in Little Fire's divine fire. With the help of Little Fire's divine fire, this time, Lei Luo and Xiaoya had sex alone for half a year. Such an increase was simply too terrifying. The high-intensity increase in mana also had side effects. Xiaoya was currently very weak, because her body was unable to adapt to such a powerful mana input. Therefore, she could only rely on her own meditation to train for a short period of time. Of course, she could still have sex with Lei Luo occasionally. Little Fire, and I can only help you a little. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to walk the path, Lei Luo said indifferently. Uncle Lei Luo. Little Fire. Thank you. Xiaoya was extremely moved. She didn't know what to say. Her eyes were already filled with tears, because her fate had been completely changed. If it wasn't for Lei Luo, Galaxy City and the Belson family would have been finished. Now, she actually had such an opportunity. She had the opportunity to peek at the incomparably sacred path of a Sky Spirit Archmage. How lucky was that? While she was touched, Xiaoya broke free from Lei Luo's embrace and forcefully stood on the ground. Suddenly, her body swayed. Lei Luo hurriedly went forward to support her. Xiaoya ignored the weakness of her body and bowed slightly to Lei Luo. This was the highest etiquette of the Elf clan, and usually only for masters who they were willing to be loyal to for life. At this moment, Xiaoya had already branded Lei Luo's mark on her soul, and she swore in her heart that she would never leave Uncle Lei Luo. Lei Luo did not stop her when he saw this scene. Looking at Xiaoya's beautiful body, his lower body had some reaction again, and he raised his head slightly. After bowing, Xiaoya looked up and saw Lei Luo's huge male organ. A blush climbed onto her face. This time, she did not shy away. Instead, she squatted down and used her 2 hands to hold onto it. She opened her small mouth and sucked it. After a long time, Lei Luo finally shot the mana essence into Xiaoya's mouth again. The rich fragrance of the mana essence immediately filled the entire skull of Xiaoya. In the next second, she used her tongue to gather all the mana essence. Finally, with a gulp, she swallowed it all. After swallowing, she looked at Lei Luo in a daze and licked her lips. Such a seductive scene almost made Lei Luo stiffen up again. Fortunately, he quickly suppressed the desire in his heart because he sensed that something was happening in the outside world. Lei Luo leaned over and lightly kissed her forehead as he said, "All right, cultivate well. I should go." Hearing this, Xiaoya was somewhat reluctant to part, but she did not urge him to stay. The next moment, Lei Luo left the Star-Slaying Cave abode. He sensed that another Sky Spirit Archmage had arrived outside Galaxy City. And it was not just one. There were a total of 3. Outside of Galaxy City, 3 figures appeared a kilometer away from the Holy Light Shield. This Holy Light Shield is indeed full of mysteries. The person in the lead was shockingly the level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage of the Immortal Divine Sect, Elder Sinless. The other 2 were also level 4 and level 5 Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. This time, they wanted to take down the Nameless Mage with an absolute advantage. As for the reason, they had found it long ago that the Nameless Mage protected the Whale Clan's fugitives. By killing the Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmage, the Whale Clan would be enraged, and it would threaten the safety of the galaxy world. Therefore, the Immortal Divine Sect could only take down the Nameless Mage to appease the Whale Clan's anger. How can such a powerful formation be possessed by such a small galaxy city? Another Sky Spirit Archmage from the Immortal Divine Sect said coldly. Such a powerful defensive formation was probably not comparable to the Immortal Divine Sect. Soon, Elder Sinless took a step in the air and arrived in front of the Holy Light Shield. He said in a clear voice, "Is the Nameless Mage here? I am Elder Sinless of the Immortal Divine Sect. I have received an order from the Immortal Divine Sect's ancestral spirit to look at your culture." After he finished speaking, the powerful aura of a level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage erupted. This aura struck the Holy Light Shield, causing it to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, many people in Galaxy City were in a commotion. Another mage has attacked? The faces of Belson and the other mages of the Belson family turned ugly. Immortal Divine Sect? Why would one of the top 3 great divine sects in Galaxy World come knocking on their door? Tell me, what's the matter? An indifferent voice came from Galaxy City. It was Lei Luo's voice. However, he couldn't be bothered to see that Elder Sinless. He had killed a mere level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage a few decades ago in Immortal Palace. Now, nothing less was worth mentioning to him. As for the Immortal Divine Sect? The strongest one was only a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Such a force wasn't worthy of Lei Luo's respect. He could kill them with just a raise of his hand. Chapter 175. Empress Evelyn of the Immortal Divine Clan. Nameless Mage. Why are you protecting the Whale Clan's fugitive? The Murloc Princess? Later, you even killed the Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmage, the Sea King, and several hundred Whale Clan mages in a row? In my eyes, your actions threaten the safety of Galaxy World. I advise you to follow us to the Immortal Divine Sect for investigation. Otherwise, we can only make a move and break through Galaxy City to capture you, Elder Sinless said coldly. So, your Immortal Divine Sect is planning to help a foreign clan to deal with a mage from the same world? Lei Luo's figure became slightly cold. Humph. What mage from the same world? You are an outsider. You don't even know your origin and identity. What exactly is your purpose for infiltrating our Galaxy World? It is precisely because of this that our Immortal Divine Sect wants to conduct an in-depth investigation on you, Elder Sinless said with a cold snort. Although I'm an outsider, I broke through to the Sky Spirit Archmage realm in Galaxy World. Lei Luo sighed. He was really a little disappointed with this Immortal Divine Sect. As one of the 3 great divine sects, they actually used this reason to deal with him. If the Immortal Divine Sect directly wanted to seize the Starslaying Cave abode, he would feel that it was a little reasonable. But the Immortal Divine Sect actually wanted to use such a clumsy reason to oppress him. Although he was already a 12th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a Sky Spirit Archmage mage above level 10, he had never thought of dominating the entire Galaxy World. He only wanted to cultivate quietly and protect his wives at the same time. His request was really very simple. He didn't want to cause any trouble for others. He was already Loki enough, right? But there were always people who wanted to cause trouble for him. The feeling of having trouble knocking on his door was really unpleasant. Who knows if you broke through to the Sky Spirit Archmage realm in Galaxy World? Even if you did, you are also scheming against our Galaxy World. If you want to play around with suspicion, then quickly remove the defensive formation, surrender, and accept the investigation of our Immortal Divine Sect. Elder Sinless thought that Lei Luo had been frightened by the direct power of the Immortal Divine Sect, so he became even more aggressive. Forget it. I'll be high profile this time. Lei Luo shook his head, looking extremely helpless. Then, he walked out of the Holy Light Shield. His speed seemed very slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Soon, he had walked out of the Holy Light Shield and arrived in front of Elder Sinless and the other Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. As Lei Luo stepped out of the air, they felt that they had lost control of their bodies and were unable to move. The formless footsteps seemed to produce a terrifying sound that echoed in their minds. With each step, the sound of the footsteps seemed to step on their souls. Their bodies were trembling. Their souls were trembling. I want to see what qualifications the Immortal God Sect has to dare to interfere in my affairs. Lei Luo glanced at the 3 people and said indifferently. Then, he stepped on the head of Elder Sinless. And then his other foot landed on the head of another Sky Spirit Archmage of the Immortal Divine Sect. He just put his hands behind his back and stepped on the heads of the 2 Sky Spirit Archmages. As for the other Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect, there was a 4-horned red lizard with wings standing on its head. Saliva kept flowing out of its mouth. Now, Elder Sinless was no longer angry, but was filled with endless fear. Heavens! What kind of existence has our Immortal Divine Sect offended? In the next moment, the 3 Sky Spirit Archmages seemed to lose control of their bodies as they shot into the sky and flew into the distance. Their eyes were on the Immortal Palace. In Galaxy City, City Lord Belson, many mages of the Belson family, and tens of thousands of mages of Galaxy City were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What had they just seen? Galaxy City was a long way from the headquarters of the Immortal Divine Sect. They needed to cross 12 regions. The land of the Immortal Divine Sect was in the north of the continent. Previously, the 3 Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect had taken more than 10 hours to cross such a long distance to reach Galaxy City. With Lei Luo's speed, he used a bit of energy to control the 3 people's bodies, and it only took him a few hours to cross 12 regions and arrive at the headquarters of the Immortal Divine Sect. The Immortal Palace? The headquarters were not small. However, its real foundation was in a small grotto heaven world. The people stationed outside were all ordinary members of the Immortal Clan. Most of the true disciples, elders, and even higher-level ancestral elders were meditating in the grotto heaven world. This was because the environment for meditating inside was better. Not only the Immortal Divine Sect, but also the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion had grotto heaven worlds. The 12 heaven gates also had them. Even first-rate forces like the Bailey family had them. It was just that the size of the world was different in winter. When Lei Luo stepped on the 2 Sky Spirit Archmages and arrived above the Immortal Divine Sect's palace, his gaze was indifferent. Suddenly, he stomped hard. Immediately, Elder Sinless and the other Sky Spirit Archmages' bodies trembled. Despair appeared in their terrified eyes before they completely froze. In the next moment, the aura on their bodies was completely cut off. Their souls had been instantly killed by Lei Luo. Xiaoya suddenly spat out a flame that landed on the head of the other Sky Spirit Archmage, along with the distorted face of the Sky Spirit Archmage. He was also completely stunned. The 3 Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. They had all died. Inside Immortal Palace, the Immortal Ancestral Spirit was sitting in the main hall. Beside him, a female Immortal Clan member with an extraordinary temperament was making tea for him. This was the highest quality tea of the Elf Clan. Only Sky Spirit Archmages could enjoy it. This female elegantly served the tea. The Immortal Ancestral Spirit nodded in satisfaction and immediately picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Evelyn, how's the governance of the Immortal Empire sect going? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit's eyes were filled with love as he looked at his outstanding descendant. Her name was Evelyn, and she was his direct descendant. She was very talented in magic. In order to nurture her, he had even handed over the entire Immortal Empire to her to manage. The Empress, Evelyn, bowed respectfully and said, Ancestral Spirit, thanks to you, the Empire is doing well. Her skin was a strange dark red, and there were small, but strange horns on the top of her head. Her canine teeth were long and sparkling, and her figure was hot and sexy. Her chest was much bigger than a basketball, and she had a pair of blood-red wings on her back. Her perky buttocks had a tail that was like an arrow, swimming in the air behind her. She had the typical appearance of an immortal, but this appearance was terrifying and had a hint of deadly beauty. It was especially attractive. Chapter 176. The Nameless Mage is actually a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Suddenly, the entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. The soul beads of the 3 Immortal Archmages had all shattered. In addition to the Elder, who had died in the Immortal Palace more than 30 years ago, the Immortal Divine Sect actually had 40,000 Sky Spirit Archmage mages in just a few decades. And 2 of them were level 6 Sky Spirit Archmages. Whoosh! 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 Powerful figures flew out from the small world cave. There were 16 of them, including the most powerful Sky Demon Ancestral Spirit. The Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect were going crazy. They wanted to go to Galaxy City to see how the 3 elders had died. Could it be that they were in a dragon's den or a tiger's den? However, as soon as they came out of the small world cave, they immediately sensed the bodies of Lei Luo and the Elder who were standing in the air. The terrifying gaze of the Immortal Ancestral Spirit, which was like spitting fire, landed on Lei Luo's body, and he spoke in an extremely deep voice. Nameless, how dare you kill the members of my Immortal Divine Sect? Moreover, Lei Luo had actually used both his feet to step on the heads of the 3 of them. This was simply an incomparably great insult to the Immortal Divine Sect. After today, the Immortal Divine Sect will no longer exist in Galaxy World, Lei Luo said indifferently. Ha ha. You want to exterminate my Immortal Divine Sect? You must be dreaming, the Immortal Ancestor Spirit said in a sinister tone. He truly believed that this nameless mage's strength was very, very powerful. It was very likely that he wasn't inferior to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill Elder Sinless. However, he still had absolute confidence in himself, because this was the Immortal Palace, one of the 3 great divine schools in Galaxy World. His Immortal Divine School had an unimaginable foundation. Long before the appearance of humans and elves, the Immortal Clan had already existed on this continent and had a terror that no one could imagine. Even if the Nameless Mage went to the Immortal Divine School, he should not even think about leaving. Let's give it a try, Lei Luo said indifferently. There was no need to talk nonsense. He was here to kill the entire Immortal Clan. It should be enough to make an example of the Immortal Divine Sect. He stomped on the corpses of the 3 patriarchs, turning them into a bloody mist. In the next second, Lei Luo took out a magic staff from his spatial ring. Broken magic staff. It was so easy to deal with the immortal clan, even if his strength far surpassed his. As long as Lei Luo held the broken magic staff in his hand, he was confident that he could kill them instantly. He only needed one spell. The immortal ancestral spirit's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a strange space power distorted and teleported all the elders and mages of the immortal clan to the other side. Interesting. Lei Luo's expression was calm. He gently stepped on the void and waved his broken magic staff. Instantly, there was the sound of the void being torn. However, he had already arrived in front of a sky spirit archmage of the immortal clan. The dark purple gemstone on the tip of the broken magic staff lit up with terrifying lightning. He gently raised the staff and stabbed down. The immortal clan member looked terrified. He could only watch as the dark purple gemstone on the tip of the broken magic staff touched his body. In the next moment, thousands of lightning bolts burst out. His body collapsed instantly, as if lightning had cut through the most basic particles in the city. Another sky spirit archmage of the immortal divine sect had died. The immortal ancestral spirit's face turned pale when he saw this scene. That's impossible. With the interference of the immortal magnetic field in the immortal palace, how could he lock onto us? Could it be that he's already a sky spirit archmage above level 10? No, that's impossible. How could a sky spirit archmage above level 10 live in seclusion outside Galaxy World? At this moment, despair appeared on his face, because he knew what a level 10 sky spirit archmage meant. Galaxy City was invincible, under the cover of the immortal magnetic field. Even a level 11 sky spirit archmage would find it difficult to break through. But after reaching level 12, it was completely different. Quickly enter the small world! The immortal ancestral spirit roared in terror. The other immortal divine sect mages all realized something. Only by escaping into the small world would they be able to escape this calamity. This was because even sky spirit archmages above level 10 would find it difficult to break through the small world's passage. This was their only chance of survival. You come out! And you still want to go back? Lei Luo smiled indifferently. Little fire. Let them experience what it means to be in despair. Caw! 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 Little fire soared into the sky and suddenly transformed into a huge divine dragon that spat fire. Wherever it flew, golden flames covered the sky. The flames were extremely terrifying. They could penetrate the void. In the blink of an eye, the entire immortal divine sect was completely covered by the flames. However, they didn't burn everything. Nor did they kill the immortal clan members of the immortal divine sect. Although he was here to destroy the immortal divine sect, he didn't intend to kill all the immortal clan members. Everyone in the world had their own rules. Lei Luo would intervene, but he wouldn't destroy them too cruelly. As long as they killed all the sky spirit archmages of the immortal divine sect, the immortal divine sect would be finished. The rest would be left to the enemies of the immortal divine sect. After all, the human clan and the elf clan had held a grudge against the immortal clan for a long time. As one of the three great sects, there would definitely be many clans that hated the immortal divine sect. The immortal ancestral spirit and the other sky spirit archmages originally wanted to go back to the small world. But now, the entire void was covered in golden flames. As long as they got close to the entrance, the terrifying aura that could destroy everything would make it impossible for them to get close. They knew that they were completely finished. They couldn't even escape back to the small world. Nameless mage! Are you really going to kill us all? The immortal ancestral spirit and the others were suppressed in a small area by the fire. They let out desperate roars. Behind them was a sexy and beautiful female immortal. At this moment, Evelyn was in extreme despair. An enemy that even the immortal ancestral spirit could not deal with was such a terrifying existence. Had the end of the immortal clan really come? She actually mustered up her courage and went in front of Lei Luo. Standing in front of all the immortal archmages, Lei Luo just glanced at her and continued to approach her. Evelyn was trembling as if she was afraid. However, she stood still and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, the immortal ancestral spirit became anxious. Seeing Lei Luo approaching Evelyn, he hurriedly shouted, Let Evelyn go! We'll let you do whatever you want. If you take the initiative to commit suicide, I can bypass the immortal divine sect and allow the immortal clan to continue. Otherwise, if you die, the immortal divine sect will also be finished. Lei Luo said indifferently. He had no intention of killing the entire immortal clan. Chapter 177, The Destruction of the Immortal Divine Sect. Why? Even if we've offended you, it shouldn't be like this. The Empress of the Immortal Clan, Evelyn, said in grief and indignation. There's no reason. If you make a mistake, You have to bear responsibility for the mistake. You are the top existences in Galaxy World. Don't you know this principle? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider it. If you can't make a decision, then I'll help you. Lei Luo's tone was very calm. This female immortal was actually trying to reason with him. Didn't she know that the strongest people in this world were the most powerful? Luckily for them, it was him. If it were other powerful mages, they would have long exterminated the Immortal Clan. Even the women of the Immortal Clan were so naive. 1, 2, 3. Lei Luo began to count. The Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect were struggling. The countless Immortal Clan mages of the Immortal Divine Sect below all had complicated feelings. Some were angry, some were afraid, and some were in a daze. The faces of all living beings were fully displayed here. When the countdown was about to be explained, the Immortal Ancestor Spirit of the Immortal Divine Sect suddenly sighed. He looked at Lei Luo and said, "Nameless, we are willing to pass away. I hope you will keep your word." "Lord Ancestor Spirit," Empress Evelyn cried out in grief. She was unwilling to let the Ancestor Spirit, who had raised her for 1,000 years, die just like that. She wanted to stop it, but she was blocked by a powerful wall of air. She could not get close to her elders. Behind the wall of air, the Ancestral Spirit sighed, as if all his energy had been drained. He knew that this outcome couldn't be changed. Facing a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10, the Immortal Divine Sect couldn't have any hope. If they continued to struggle, the final outcome would be even worse. Rather than die at the hands of the Nameless Mage, it would be better to commit suicide. It could also be considered a decent private message. Thus, the remaining 15 Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect lowered their heads and looked at the countless faces below, revealing endless memories. In the next moment, the aura on their bodies gradually dissipated. "No!" Empress Evelyn cried out in pain. Her exquisite face was already wet with tears, but there was nothing she could do. With the death of the 15 Sky Spirit Archmages, the sky suddenly became extremely gloomy. This was a celestial phenomenon. After the death of a Sky Spirit Archmage, a celestial phenomenon was created. It was a special reaction of the world's origin to the death of such a mage. In an instant, the strange celestial phenomenon spread to an even more distant area, and in the end, it almost covered all of Galaxy World. So many Sky Spirit Archmages had died in one go, including a 7th level mage. After more than 10 seconds, this phenomenon gradually disappeared. Below, the countless Immortal Clan members of the Immortal Divine Sect saw that all the Sky Spirit Archmages had died, and many of them started crying. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of him, and Lei Luo quickly grabbed a slender wrist. The jade hand was holding a dagger. It was only 10 centimeters away from his throat. Lei Luo looked up and saw Evelyn gnashing her teeth, trying to stab the dagger into Lei Luo's throat and kill him. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Lei Luo looked at her and said, "I'm going to kill you." Evelyn desperately tried to pull her wrist out, but she couldn't break free from that powerful palm. "Interesting," Lei Luo said indifferently. Just when she was about to raise her hand to kill him, Evelyn suddenly loosened her grip on the dagger and sat down on the ground, sobbing. Can I follow you?" Evelyn suddenly said with her head lowered. Lei Luo was stunned by her words. He regained his calmness and said expressionlessly, "Why should I let you follow me? I have the body of a demonic god, and I'm a virgin. Intercourse with me can speed up your cultivation speed," Evelyn said slowly, her voice low and deep as if she had lost her soul. Lei Luo had heard of the body of a demonic god before, so he immediately became a little interested and asked, "Then what's your purpose?" Evelyn gritted her teeth and finally said, "I'm going to kill you." "Interesting," Lei Luo said again. In the next second, he directly slashed the back of Evelyn's neck, making Evelyn's vision go black, and she fainted. He pulled her into his arms. "From today on, the Immortal Divine Sect will be hidden for 1,000 years. All the Immortal Clan members are forbidden to come out." Lei Luo's gaze swept down and made a loud noise. In the next moment, he moved and disappeared with Evelyn in his arms. At the same time, the Immortal Divine Sect's Archmage's huge commotion had already alerted the powerful mages around. As one of the 3 major forces, the Immortal Divine Sect was naturally the focus of many forces. The other 2 major forces, the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, paid even more attention to them. "Oh my god! The Immortal Divine Sect is completely finished." The magic spies of the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the Tiandao Divine Sect revealed shocked expressions when they saw the Immortal Divine Sect. This was because they had witnessed everything that had happened in the Immortal Divine Sect. Under the pressure of the Nameless Mage from Galaxy City, the immortal ancestral spirit, and the other 15 sky spirit archmage from the immortal divine sect had no choice but to extinguish their own souls and commit suicide. Quick! Nameless must send the news back immediately. The sky of Galaxy World is about to change. From now on, the immortal divine sect, as one of the 3 great divine sects, is a complete history, let alone the immortal divine sect. Our Sky Spirit Pavilion and Tiandao divine sects will not have an easy time either. How can this nameless mage be so powerful? Tiandao divine sect. The strange phenomenon in the sky attracted the attention of many powerful mages of the Tiandao divine sect. This was because this was a sign of the death of a sky spirit archmage. Moreover, this sign meant that several of them had died consecutively. If so many sky spirit archmages of Galaxy World died, then something big would happen. Following the news from the immortal divine sect, the Tiandao divine island completely exploded. What? The immortal ancestral spirit and all the sky spirit archmages committed suicide? Was it forced by the nameless archmage from Galaxy City? Impossible. The nameless archmage is only a newly advanced ordinary sky spirit archmage. I even saw him last time. How could he be so powerful? No wonder the weather changed so much. All the sky spirit archmages from the immortal divine sect died. This is troublesome. This nameless mage has destroyed the immortal divine sect. I wonder if he will attack our Tiandao divine sect. Have you found out why the nameless mage wants to deal with the immortal divine sect? Quick! We have to inform the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the other 12 heaven gates immediately. Chapter 178. Leave Galaxy World. Sky Spirit Pavilion. As a powerful magic force that was known to be omniscient in Galaxy World, the information they received was much more detailed than the Tiandao divine sect. The immortal divine sect had cooperated with the Whale Clan and allowed the Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmages to attack Galaxy City. After that, the immortal divine sect sent 3 Sky Spirit Archmages, such as Elder Sinless, to visit and force out the nameless archmage. This angered the nameless archmage, and he swept through the entire immortal divine sect. This should be the most accurate information. I didn't expect this nameless mage to be a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10. Such a peerless mage is actually hiding in our Galaxy World. He didn't even try to make a move. It's a pity that the immortal divine sect took the initiative to provoke him. He finally got himself into trouble. This time, it's clearly the immortal divine sect's problem. Moreover, Nameless only made those ancestors of the immortal divine sect commit suicide in the end. He didn't destroy the entire immortal divine sect. Instead, he sealed the immortal divine sect for 1,000 years. Didn't the nameless mage also take away the Empress Evelyn of the immortal clan? What do you think a mere empress is compared to the ancestors of the immortal clan? Inform all the members of the Sky Spirit Pavilion that they must not provoke Galaxy City. Ensure the neutrality of the nameless mage. Try not to interfere with anything in Galaxy World. Also, block all information about Galaxy City and the nameless mage on the Galaxy Mage list. The many powerful mages of Sky Spirit Pavilion gathered together and quickly made a series of decisions. The other 12 heaven gates also received the news one after another and were extremely shocked that the immortal divine sect, one of the once arrogant 3 great divine sects, had actually ended up in such a way. After losing all the Sky Spirit Archmages, the decline of the immortal divine sect was unavoidable. In the future, it would be considered their limit to be listed in the Heaven Gate sect. Very soon, the 2 great divine sects, led by the Tiandao divine sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, secretly gathered the Sky Spirit Archmages of the 12 Heaven Gates and gathered them together through a special spiritual domain. The 14 powerful mage forces finally reached a consensus. That was to pretend to know nothing and everything would go on as usual, and not to provoke Galaxy City. In short, the people of the various major forces would keep a low profile in the future. At the same time, they announced to all the Earth Spirit Archmage forces in Galaxy World that the 1,000-mile area of Galaxy City was a forbidden area, strictly forbidding all mages from entering. Just like that, Galaxy City, which was already mysterious enough, became even more mysterious. It became the most mysterious force in Galaxy World. Lei Luo was still very satisfied with this situation. In this way, there shouldn't be any trouble that would come knocking on his door again. As expected, it was better to be high profile once in a while and show off one's strength. This was a world where magic was revered. It wasn't good to be too low profile. Of course, after being high profile, he would quickly restrain himself and hide his achievements and fame. That day, Lei Luo took all of his wives and left Galaxy City. He also took a little fire with him. He was going to leave Galaxy World and go to the world of annihilation. He would also visit the new world and the old world at the same time. Counting the time, it had been more than 170 years since he came to Galaxy World. It was really not a short period of time. Although a mere 100 years was nothing to those Sky Spirit Archmages. It was endless for Lei Luo because he had only cultivated for 100 years in the old world, and the new world of the human clan. Plus 170 years in Galaxy World. It was a total of more than 300 years. On Earth. In his previous life. That was more than 3 centuries. The civilization on Earth had gone from primitive backwardness to the path of industrial technology development. I really don't know how the development of the new world and the old world is going. The sisters, Wei, and the other 2 girls were all very suspicious. As long as there were no major changes, those who stayed in the 2 worlds were all ultimate archmages. Basically, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, the cultivation base of their ultimate archmages was a bit weak. Lei Luo planned to go back this time and increase the strength of the forces that had stayed in the 2 worlds. If they wanted to come to Galaxy World, that would be the best. With the cultivation resources in his hands, any small amount would be enough to satisfy their cultivation. In half a day's time, Lei Luo passed through the path of ice fog and entered the new world. The origin registration of this world is too low. It's a great restriction for Sky Spirit Archmages. The moment Lei Luo entered, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if he had encountered a withered world. This was the world's origin self-protection mechanism. Although the world would not reject him, his magic power level was too high. It had reached the level of a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage, far exceeding the limit of mages that could be born in this world. It was also because of the system that he would not be rejected by the world. If it was an ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage, he would probably be struck by lightning and thunder wherever he went, causing a strange scene to appear in the world. This was a strong warning from the world's origin to expel this Sky Spirit Archmage. No wonder powerful mages like to run to high-level worlds. It's because it's uncomfortable. Lei Luo shook his head. In the future, he would definitely not be willing to stay in a world like the new world. It was just too uncomfortable. Very soon, Lei Luo arrived outside God's Island. Compared to more than 100 years ago, the human race's God's Island in the new world had undergone too many changes. It had truly become the center of the new world. Not bad. He has already become a top-tier ultimate archmage. Lei Luo very quickly sensed the city lord's strength. They did not enter God's Island. Leon and Leona only communicated with each other through voice transmission before turning around and heading straight for Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City had also undergone great changes. Its scale had expanded, and the quality of many mages was much higher than it had been 100 years ago. Lei Luo's figure moved, and he led the group of women into the Earth God's cave abode. It was still the same here, but there were many more people. Judging from their auras, they should be the disciples and grand disciples that Leon and Leona had nurtured previously. When they saw them, the group of mages was extremely nervous. Leon and Leona took a step forward. Soon, some of the mages recognized Leon and Leona. Master! Master! You're back! Master! It's really Master! Master is back! A few of the disciples that Leon and the others had personally taught became excited with tears in their eyes. It had been more than 170 years. This was not a short period of time. They had just entered the Archmage realm and cultivated to the peak Archmage realm. They had seen the rise of the human race with their own eyes. One after another, ultimate Archmages were born and gradually they became the #1 race in the new world. Chapter 179, Prepare to head to the land of extinction. All of this was because their masters had left a foundation for the human race. Without their masters, there would be no humans in the new world. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. Even though they had become the pillars of the human race, they still had endless worship for Leon and Leona. I'm just passing by this time. I won't stay for long. Leon smiled and said, I'll give you a choice. One is to stay in the new world and break through to the Earth Spirit Archmage realm, and the other is to wait for me to come back. At that time, I'll take you to Galaxy World. The upper limit of cultivation in the new world was too low. Ordinary low-level Earth Spirit Archmages were the limit. It was different in Galaxy World. Master, we'll go to Galaxy World with you. The group of disciples looked at each other and spoke in unison. Now that the human race in the new world was on the right track, the number of ultimate mages had already formed a great advantage over the other clans. As long as they didn't seek death, there would basically be no problems. That's fine. Leon nodded and agreed. Next, Lei Luo moved the entrance to the Earth God's cave abode from Fire Dragon City to the Human God's Island. Lei Luo had planned to use a 6-layer Holy Light Shield on the Human God's Island. But after thinking about it, he gave up because it would be too high profile. It was just a simple arrangement. It was not a good thing to protect it too well. After that, Lei Luo took the girls and left the human gods island, flying directly to the border. The 100-year ban had been lifted a long time ago. Now, the two worlds were very close to each other. It was not just the humans who came and went. The orcs would also enter the old world. However, the land of eternal freeze and the Dead Sea were still barriers that affected the communication between the two worlds. This was because only high-level mages had the ability to cross the two worlds. Lei Luo reached the capital. The prosperity here was not inferior to the New World's God's Island at all. One could see mages, peak mages, and even many ultimate mages everywhere. However, what surprised Lei Luo was that the Pharaoh Kingdom seemed to have disappeared. He was quite curious. He had been away for more than 170 years. What had happened? He looked for someone in the hall to ask. That person looked as if he was looking at an idiot. Sir, could it be that you have been in seclusion for many years? 48 years ago, the Pharaoh Kingdom had a foolish king. He made the kingdom lose its reputation, and the entire world fell into chaos. At that time, many mages in the world rebelled, and the Pharaoh Kingdom lost control of the situation. If not for the Shadow Guards taking action at the last moment and organizing the army to attack the city, the capital would have changed. In the end, the king of Pharaoh took the initiative to abdicate, and the capital became the last fiefdom of the Pharaoh royal family. However, the Pharaoh royal family still has the Shadow Guards behind them. Now, it is still one of the few super magician families in the world. After hearing this, Lei Luo could only sigh. Wei was also silent. She had not expected that the Pharaoh Kingdom, which had such a powerful backer, would still be finished in the end. It was likely that Alo was also helpless in the end and had given up. However, the current situation could be said to be the best. Having lost the royal authority, it was still a top-tier power. Like a normal dynasty change, there were very few royal families that could be preserved. Usually, the outcome would be very tragic. Lei Luo went to the original palace, the current Shadow Guard Palace. The entire city had been split into two. Half belonged to the royal family, and the other half belonged to the Shadow Guards. Imperial Palace already belonged to the Shadow Guards. Looking at the dilapidated Hero Magic Academy and the library in the corner, which was still the same as it had been 100 years ago, Lei Luo felt like he had returned to his old place. He had lived there for a full 100 years, which was equivalent to nearly a third of his cultivation life. It was impossible to say that he did not miss it. Some of the people who had left gradually appeared in his mind. The old senior, the Pharaoh Kingdom, the spirit. After a long time, Lei Luo took the girls into the small world. The changes inside were huge, hiding the aura of many ultimate archmages. Soon, he sensed the aura of Alo, who had also reached the peak archmage level. Lei Luo went to the place where he had trained before. This place was still reserved for him. Not long after, Alo ran over in a hurry. Senior! Mother! Alo! Wei, who had been silent the entire way, saw Alo. Tears immediately flowed out of their eyes. They had not seen each other for more than 170 years. You're already a few hundred years old. Why are you still crying? Lei Luo laughed. Seeing that Wei was in a better mood, Lei Luo's mood improved a lot. After all, the two of them had been by Lei Luo's side since the beginning of his training. They had a deep relationship with each other. Senior, don't leave Alo behind. Okay, bring him along, Wei said. Although she had a good relationship with Liulan and the others, she still lacked a confidant. And Alo was just like her child. The relationship between the two of them was even deeper. Lei Luo looked at Alo, and he lowered his head slightly without saying a word. His real Alo had always been a rather dull character. Even if he wanted to, if he didn't allow it, Alo wouldn't speak. Lei Luo suddenly nodded and said, All right, Alo will follow me from now on. Hearing this, Alo immediately raised his head, his face full of surprise. Be good. From now on, Mom and Senior will never abandon you again. Wei pulled Alo into her arms. Her eyes were red as she spoke with extreme gentleness. In the end, under Alo's persuasion, Lei Luo also decided to take the others to Galaxy World. There was no harm in taking a few more. After all, they would be sent to Galaxy City. In the future, their magic training would depend on their own luck. Lei Luo did not stay in this small world for too long. He prepared to head to the land of extinction. However, when he left behind some cultivation resources that he could not use. They could be considered as the future resources of the Shadow Guards. taking the girls and Alo. Lei Luo arrived at the Murloc clan in the Eastern Ocean. Unfortunately, the Murloc clan had already become a thing of the past. However, he was still able to find some Murloc encampments that should have survived. It had to be said that the Whale clan had been really brutal, not even sparing the Murloc clan of this world. He did not stay in the Eastern Ocean for too long. He took out the Murloc clan's huge ship from the system space and jumped onto it. The magic power of a Sky Spirit Archmage wrapped it up. When she saw the giant ship, the eyes of the Murloc princess Phyllis could not help but become moist. She recalled the bumpy years of her escape. The Sea Elders and her people were all dead. When the giant ship appeared, it was as if the familiar faces had appeared in front of her once again. Chapter 180. Directly sign in to obtain the Earth God's Cave Abode. The ladies landed on the giant ship. After they had steadied themselves, Lei Luo began to drive the Sky Spirit Archmage's magical powers. Immediately, the giant ship was pushed by a powerful force, and it sailed toward the region of the Dead Sea at an astonishing speed. On this Dead Sea, only Sky Spirit Archmages could sail. So, Lei Luo took out a bead from the system space. Frozen magic bead. As he activated it, ice mist bloomed and enveloped the entire giant ship. This way, the Sky Spirit Archmage's power consumption would be much smaller, and it would be much less worrisome. He only needed to control the direction of the giant ship. He did not fly directly, and instead used the giant ship to sail was that other than the fact that here he could rest and read books. He could also play with the ladies when he was free. Of course, the main reason was that he could not fly too high, because there were terrifying spatial cracks hidden in the sky above the Dead Sea. The spatial cracks above the Dead Sea were much more powerful than the ones in the world. Once they were touched, it would be very dangerous. Even a Sky Spirit Archmage would find it hard to resist. Therefore, on the Dead Sea, ships were usually used to navigate, or they could fly close to the surface of the water. Lei Luo felt in that case, they might as well take a ship. It was just that the speed was a little slow. However, Lei Luo treated this trip as a vacation. Therefore, he took all the women and sat on the deck of the giant ship. Everyone was wearing cool swimsuits and lying on the deck chairs reading books. While absorbing the knowledge in the books, he looked at the sexy bodies of the women, leaving the immortal Empress Evelyn to perform oral sex on Lei Luo with a face full of humiliation. Although she was unwilling, she was Lei Luo's captive. Her status was far lower than the other wives. Lei Luo felt that it was a good feeling to be so relaxed. Just like that, the giant ship sailed on the Dead Sea for 5 days, before a continent finally appeared in his sight. This was not the land of extinction, but the fantasy world where the Murloc clan resided. As expected of the name of the fantasy world, the waters of this world were rich, and there were rivers and lakes everywhere. It was very dense. It was no wonder that a clan like the Murloc clan was born here. Unfortunately, fantasy world had gone through a great calamity. There were traces of destruction everywhere. There were no traces of civilization at all. Instead, it was like a primitive world. In other words, almost the entire Murloc clan had been destroyed by the Whale clan. Even if there were still remnants of the Murloc clan, they had all gone into hiding. This Whale clan is really brutal. In order to open that Earth God's Cave Abode and condense a bloodline, they did not hesitate to destroy a powerful clan. Moreover, this might only be one of them. Fortunately, Phyllis had returned in advance. Otherwise, she would have been very sad to see this scene. Lei Luo's expression became gloomy. This world was even crueler than he had imagined. But he immediately became calm. He couldn't let himself care about so many things. It was enough to protect the people he needed to protect, and then quietly cultivate. He couldn't change this world. But he didn't have the ability to change it. Even if he had the ability in the future, he wouldn't change it. The law of nature was that creatures that could adapt could survive. If he had time to spare, he might as well cultivate and read a few more books. Why bother with so many other things? He had messed up the Whale clan's plan. If possible, he might as well go to the Immortal's Cave to get the money and go back to cultivate. A mere 12th level Sky Spirit Archmage didn't have the right to be too arrogant. Didn't you see the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box? You powerful people still died in the end. A lesson learned from blood. A day later, Lei Luo crossed Fantasy World and arrived in front of a huge ice fog path. This ice fog path led to the Nirvana world. In order to invade the fantasy world, the Whale clan had paid a huge price to build this ice fog path. After entering the Nirvana world, Lei Luo felt that the natural environment and elemental attributes of this world were both dark and evil. It was no wonder that a clan like the Whale clan was born. The innate environment had a lot to do with it. After obtaining the consciousness information of the Sea King, who had tamed the Whale clan, Lei Luo was very familiar with the Whale Clan's world. He even knew where the entrance of Earth God's cave abode was. It was not in Nirvana world but on an island in the Dead Sea. Lei Luo passed through more than half of Nirvana world and entered the Dead Sea, heading directly to the island where the Earth God's cave abode was. A few days later, Lei Luo finally arrived near the island. This island had long been hidden by the Whale Clan using special methods. If he had just happened to pass by, he definitely wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of the island. Just like that, Lei Luo passed through a layer of ice fog and entered the island without anyone noticing. The island wasn't small, about several hundred square kilometers. Traces of ancient civilization could be seen. With just a little sensing, Lei Luo knew that there were more than 10 auras of Sky Spirit Archmages from the families hidden on the island. The most powerful Sky Spirit Archmages were only 8th level Sky Spirit Archmages. Other than that, Lei Luo sensed a red pool. The red pool was filled with the blood of the descendants of the gods. It was hard to imagine how many descendants of the gods the Whale Clan would have killed to make up such a large red pool. Obviously, the red pool wasn't completely filled. Therefore, the bloodline couldn't be formed. Little Fire, can that drop of God's blood still be spat out? Lei Luo touched Little Fire on his shoulder. Master, the God's blood essence has long been digested by me. Little Fire told Lei Luo with his mind. Forget it. Sign here now. Lei Luo shook his head. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing and successfully signing in. Reward, God's blood key. The system notification sounded. Lei Luo was stunned. Is the system asking me to directly enter the cave abode? Lei Luo was delighted and immediately checked the information on the God's blood key. It turned out that entering the Earth God's cave abode was very simple. As long as he used the God's blood key, he could activate the teleportation function of the entire God's cave. He could enter the cave from anywhere on the island. Thus, Lei Luo directly used the God's blood key. In an instant, a strange fluctuation enveloped Lei Luo, and then his figure disappeared. None of this was noticed. Even the Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmages on the island didn't feel anything. They didn't know that someone had already entered the Earth God's cave abode. When Lei Luo entered the cave, he felt that this world was enormous, but it carried an indescribable desolation and deathly stillness. This isn't an ordinary small world. Lei Luo was astonished. Chapter 181, The Destruction of the Cave Abode. Because this small world was extremely large, even using his spiritual sense, Lei Luo could not sense the end. Instead, at the center of the small world, there was a huge divine dragon. According to Lei Luo's rough calculations, it was like a mountain peak. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a huge life form in this world. Although there was no life left, a faint pressure was emitted. This pressure actually produced a very strong suppressive force on Lei Luo. It was as if the Sky Spirit Archmage's power in his body was restrained. This divine dragon had fallen for an unknown period of time. Its body seemed to be petrified, and it had even fused with the small world. It was in the small world. If it was in the outside world, the Earth's crust would have moved and dust would have accumulated, and it would have become a real mountain range. Suddenly, Lei Luo released Little Fire from the system space. As the God's blood key could only bring in one life. When he entered, he had put Wei and the others into the system space. As soon as Little Fire came out, it immediately flew up, looking extremely excited. Then, it flew to the front of the giant dragon's corpse and spat out a mouthful of life. Then, it opened its mouth to bite. Soon, the place actually shattered. Then, Little Fire drilled in and continued to bite. Little Fire, what are you doing? Lei Luo asked curiously. There's dragon essence blood here. A lot of dragon essence blood. Little Fire answered as he bit. Dragon essence blood? Lei Luo was extremely surprised. He thought that the one buried here would be the God's Mount Dragon. But it turned out to be a divine dragon. It seemed that even the Whale Clan didn't know what kind of creature's cave this was. What was even more surprising was that this divine dragon had been dead for how many years. But there was still dragon essence blood left? After some time, Little Fire's thoughts suddenly came out. Master, Little Fire has already torn a hole. Quickly use it. Don't waste it. In the next moment, from the hole that Little Fire had torn, a stream of red flame-like dragon blood flowed out. Lei Luo hurriedly used the Sky Spirit Archmage's power to wrap it up, and then stored it in the system space. There were problems with some other places, but there were no problems with the system space. When the last drop of the divine dragon's blood essence dripped down, Little Fire crawled out from it with a satisfied expression. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot of divine dragon's blood essence just now. Lei Luo collected around 50 liters. 50 liters of divine dragon's blood essence. How many drops was that? Lei Luo felt that this was the biggest harvest he had ever had.
Little fire. Let's see what else is good,
Lei Luo urged. If it wasn't for the fact that this divine dragon corpse had already fused with the entire cave, he would have wanted to store the entire corpse in the system space. Little Fire started to get busy again. After an unknown amount of time, Little Fire brought out a dark and colorless dragon, a large piece of well-preserved dragon scale, a withered dragon tendon, a few unique dragon bones, dragon claws, dragon teeth, and dragon horns. Even so, the huge divine dragon's corpse was still well preserved. This was because these things were only from the edges and corners of the corpse. Of course, he had only taken these essence arts from the dragon corpse. The rest were of no value, as they were truly petrified. Lei Luo was grinning from ear to ear because the harvest this time was really so great. Whatever it was a super treasure. After all, this was left behind by a divine dragon. Looks like this trip was a very wise decision.
Oh right. Another day has passed. Before I leave, I'll sign in this divine dragon's cave abode once.
Lei Luo looked at the system sign-in opportunity and saw that it had refreshed. Thus, he did not hesitate to let the system sign in. The next moment, the system's notification sound rang.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in.
Reward,
Dragon Slaying Codex.
Lei Luo hurriedly checked the introduction information of this codex. The Dragon Slaying Codex was a divine level spell. It had a natural restraining effect on all kinds of dragons and descendants of the dragon race. After Lei Luo saw this cultivation technique, he revealed a smile. He had not expected his luck to be so good these past 2 days. Previously, he had signed in and was rewarded with a God's Blood Key, allowing him to enter the Divine Dragon Cave abode and obtain such a huge harvest. Now, he had obtained another divine level spell that was born to restrain the dragon race. In the future, he might meet powerful dragon mages. With this Dragon Slaying Codex, he would be able to possess martial arts that could restrain the dragon race. Previously, he had obtained a broken magic staff that was born to restrain the Immortal Clan. Its power against the Immortal Clan had been obvious.
Little Fire, we should go.
Lei Luo called Little Fire over. Little Fire flew over and was put into the system space by Lei Luo. In the next moment, he used the God's Blood Key and left the cave. Just as he left, an indifferent sigh sounded.
It's a pity that it's not the new owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. Forget it. My era has completely ended. Let all of this disappear. After all, my inheritance is still here.
Immediately after, the entire cave abode suddenly shook. It was as if the world had shattered, and the heavens and earth had collapsed. Great destruction erupted within the Divine Dragon Cave abode. At the same time, the entire island suddenly shook. The earth rumbled and cracked, causing the surrounding Dead Sea waves to surge into the sky.
F***CK. What's going on?
Lei Luo was shocked. Could it be that he had damaged the divine dragon's body and caused the cave abode to collapse? This was the only possibility. Lei Luo hurriedly flew off the island and entered the Dead Sea. He did not even turn his head to leave. Suddenly, the island completely shattered. A terrifying flame tore through the sky and soared high. The dozens of Whale Clan Sky Spirit Archmages and a large number of Earth Spirit Archmages, who were originally on the island, were instantly swallowed by this terrifying power. Even the 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage's family mage was unable to escape. It was only Lei Luo who had escaped in time.
The power of that cave abode's destruction was really great. Lei Luo was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he had left. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. He probably did not dare to stay any longer and quickly flew off into the distance. He was worried that such a huge commotion on the Dead Sea might alert some super existences. If those guys woke up, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Although he was not sure if there were any super existences, he was born cautious and would always think of the worst. Just in case, he had to retreat quickly. After all, the unknown was terrifying. Chapter 182, Getting to Know the Little Girl Xueli. Chapter 182, Getting to Know the Little Girl Xueli. When Lei Luo returned to Nirvana World, he didn't stop. He landed in Fantasy World and then stopped. Then, he took out the token to enter the Profound Land Immortal Palace. He didn't dare to take the risk. If a powerful existence went there, would they find him? Thus, the safest way was to enter the Profound Land Immortal Palace directly. He thought that no one could investigate a place like Immortal Palace. After the commotion was over, he could go back. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too big. It involved a divine dragon. This divine dragon was an existence that surpassed Sky Spirit Archmage realm. He had taken so many things from this divine dragon. If others knew about it, he would be in big trouble. The island that was filled with flames seemed to be boiling. It lasted for more than half an hour before it gradually calmed down. The island had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a huge hole. However, there seemed to be a strange power that isolated the water of the four seas. Suddenly, the water of the Dead Sea in the distance suddenly swelled up, forming a huge figure that walked over. The eyes of this huge figure were like vortexes, emitting a strange and deep light, as if it could see through everything. This is the aura of a god. A will that seemed to be in a dream spread through this space. Some people have been here. Some people left not long ago. The huge figure seemed to have taken a deep breath, as if it wanted to suck in all the breath of this space. In the next moment, the huge figure strode toward Nirvana World. Its speed was extremely fast. It was as if it could teleport. In less than an hour, the huge figure formed by the water of the endless Dead Sea water arrived above Nirvana World. Boom! The rolling Dead Sea actually spread over the land, mountains, and surged toward the heart of Nirvana World. Perhaps the Dead Sea water had left the Dead Sea and lost its characteristic of corroding everything. So the sea water only washed over the land and did not cause the terrifying destructive power. Even so, a large number of living beings were still affected. Some whale clan cities were completely razed to the ground after being flooded by the seawater. Such a huge commotion alarmed many family mages. And there were even Sky Spirit Archmages who wanted to investigate the situation. However, when this huge figure swept his gaze, countless family powerhouses fell down like raindrops. The Sky Spirit Archmage of the Whale Clan was directly attracted by a terrifying force, and was sucked into the huge mouth formed by the water of the Dead Sea. This small whale clan is really bold. They actually dared to set their sights on the Divine Dragon's cave abode, and plunder the blood descendants of the Divine Dragon everywhere. The huge figure's gaze was gloomy. Where is the person who escaped? Did he take something away from the Divine Dragon's cave abode? Even an existence like this coveted the cave abode left behind by a powerful Divine Dragon. In the next moment, he followed the faint aura that was left behind and continued to roll forward. Wherever he passed, everything was destroyed. He passed through the silent destruction world, crossed the Dead Sea, and once again entered the fantasy world. Finally, he stopped. I've completely lost all traces. What a pity. The gigantic figure formed by the water of the Dead Sea emitted a terrifying wail of regret. This was because it had missed out on a precious Divine Dragon cave abode. Although it did not know what method the other party had used to completely erase all traces, it really could not find it. Or perhaps an incomparably powerful existence had erased all traces for that person. No matter which one it was, it couldn't continue to chase after him. Boom! The furious giant figure roared. The terrifying water of the Dead Sea diffused, destroying a large area of land, rivers, and lakes. It turned into a swamp with a terrifying aura. Shortly after, the giant figure turned around and walked to the Dead Sea. Eventually, it merged with the Dead Sea and disappeared inside the Immortal Palace. Lei Luo didn't know that by using the token to get into the Immortal Palace, he had escaped a great danger. At this moment, he had sneaked back to his original palace. Everything was safe. After a while, the Immortal Palace should be safe too. Lei Luo started to cultivate with ease. His wives set up tents nearby. They planned to cultivate for a few years before going out. Sure enough, for the next month or so, Lei Luo didn't meet the little girl. Lei Luo also released Xiaoya. He let her move around inside the palace. Since she didn't have a pass token, Xiaoya couldn't run out because the restrictions around the palace were enough to restrict her. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo suddenly heard a croaking sound. Then, Lei Luo opened his eyes, and immediately felt his scalp go numb. That was because there was a little girl was lying at the door, as if she was chatting with Little Fire. Lei Luo was very helpless, and could only walk out of the palace. Lei Luo squatted down and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Shueli." "What's your name?" "Big Brother?" The little girl smiled happily. Her two dimples looked really cute. "Lei Luo." Lei Luo smiled. "Oh, Big Brother Lei Luo. Why are you meditating in the Hall of Life? Isn't it better in other places? I heard that this Hall of Life is prepared for the people of the lower realm." The little girl, Shueli, said, "It's quiet here." "Little Shueli, you didn't tell anyone, did you?" Lei Luo asked. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. But, brother, can you let that little lizard play with me?" Shueli pointed at Little Fire on Lei Luo's shoulder. "I'm not a lizard. I'm a divine dragon.
Little Fire immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and revealed its bloody mouth. Lei Luo's face turned black. Little Fire must have realized that something was wrong. So it quickly shrunk back without looking at Lei Luo. It looked as if it had done something wrong.
Wow! Your teeth are so domineering!
Shueli was happy. But she changed the topic and said,
However, you still look like a lizard.
Little Fire tilted its head and ignored Shueli. Shueli quickly apologized.
Hee hee. Don't be angry. You're not a lizard.
Only then did Little Fire pay attention to Shueli and flew onto her shoulder. After playing for about half an hour, Shueli suddenly said,
Big brother, Little Fire, I have to go back. Otherwise, they'll look for me again. I'll come and look for you guys again next time.
Then, Shueli flew away. Lei Luo was still a little worried, so he didn't practice much for a while. If anyone came, he was ready to slip away at any time. Fortunately, no one came. More than a month later, Shueli sneaked in again. Chapter 183, Crazy Training in the Immortal Palace. Just like that, Shueli would come over to play every once in a while. For about half an hour, Lei Luo stayed in the Immortal Palace for more than 5 years. So he was very familiar with Shueli. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. Lei Luo had some understanding of the Immortal Palace. Of course, he didn't ask too much. He just casually mentioned it. He could not reveal that he was not a member of the Immortal Palace. That would be detrimental to his long-term future there. He definitely could not give up such a good training place so easily. It has been more than 5 years. The limelight should have passed by now. Lei Luo calculated in his heart. He could not stay in the Immortal Palace for too long. After all, he still had to wait for Alo's disciples and grand disciples to go to Galaxy World. One day, Lei Luo used the pass token immediately after Shueli had gone and left the Immortal Palace. Fantasy World. The place where Lei Luo had disappeared. This was the only bad thing about the pass token. It would only appear at the place where he had entered previously. Similarly, the place where he entered the Immortal Palace was also a fixed entry point. When Lei Luo's figure appeared and saw this area, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was clearly a lake before. Why did it turn into a swamp? What about the mountains in the distance? Why did they all disappear? Lei Luo couldn't help but shiver. Could there really be a powerful existence that had tracked him 5 years ago? He probed the extremely vast area that had completely changed. With his current strength, it wouldn't a problem for him to change the terrain of an area. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to change it so much. He would need to spend quite a bit of time to do so. However, this swamp had clearly been formed in one go. In other words, the existence of the swamp that was created was extremely terrifying. Phew. Luckily I was a little more cautious. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Lei Luo let out a long breath. He didn't expect that kind of existence to be so terrifying. He had only shown his face in that area, but he had actually been locked onto. Although he had purposely blocked his aura, this level of blocking was only relative. Facing such a super powerful existence might not be safe. Looks like I have to keep a low profile. I definitely can't do such dangerous acts in the future. Lei Luo thought to himself. He didn't want to die before he made his move. With the signing-in system, he would at most be able to last a little longer. One day, he would be invincible. At that time, wouldn't it be good to come out again? Thus, Lei Luo hurriedly returned to the human old world. A few days later, he had reached the capital. When Alo's disciples and grand disciples saw that Alo had returned, they were very happy. They had waited for more than 5 years, and were very worried. After all, when he had left, he had said that they wouldn't be too long and had asked them to look after everything. But this wait had lasted for more than 5 years. They were all worried that he would be in danger. In the sky above the capital, Lei Luo stood beside Wei and Alo and their 3 disciples.
He's finally leaving. I wonder how long it will be before he can return.
One of the disciples lamented. In the end, there was still something to worry about here. There was still their family. No one knew what would happen in the future. Perhaps if they left and later returned, the country would be gone, and their family would be gone. Just like Lei Luo. Wei had left for more than 100 years, and the Pharaoh Kingdom would be gone.
You can protect this country for 100 years, but you can't protect it for 1,000 years. Sometimes, you have to learn to let go.
Lei Luo said calmly. If it weren't for Alo, he wouldn't have stayed in the old world or the new world of the human race. It was time to let go completely. The future was up to them.
We found it. But suddenly, we felt a bit reluctant to part with it,
the 3 disciples said. After all, They had spent most of their hundreds of years of life here. Even Wei and Alo felt a little reluctant to part with it. This place held their deepest memories. Although they had already put it down as they spoke. When it was time for them to really leave, there was a kind of sadness that was difficult to give up.
You'll get used to it soon,
Lei Luo said indifferently. Then, he waved his hand. And instantly, a powerful sky spirit archmage's power wrapped around them, disappearing in the sky above Imperial City. A few hours later, Lei Luo entered Galaxy World. And there were already more than 10 people by his side. After returning to Galaxy City, Lei Luo took them directly into the Starslaying Cave abode, and then protected them one by one. He poured the power into their heads, and they broke through to the Earth Spirit Archmage realm. Of course, he couldn't do it without Little Fire's help. It poured the refined energy into their bodies, to build a solid foundation and accumulate enough energy. After everything was done, Lei Luo sent them to cultivate. Whether they could break through to the Sky Spirit realm or not would depend on their good fortune. Lei Luo used the token of passage from the Immortal Palace of Profound Land to enter the palace again. This time, he planned to cultivate inside. Not to mention reaching level 100. He had to at least reach level 33. 30 years later, Lei Luo broke through to level 15. 100 years later, Lei Luo had taken the 23rd step on the path to becoming a great Sky Spirit Archmage. By now, Lei Luo had almost used up all of his cultivation resources. But it didn't matter. Besides the daily reward, Lei Luo started to use the Divine Dragon's magic core to cultivate. It contained a huge amount of Divine Dragon essence, which was the best energy for cultivation. Xiaoya would refine a drop of Divine Dragon blood every once in a while. And its growth speed was also heaven-defying. After all, who could have so much Divine Dragon blood? One had to admit that the cultivation conditions of one person and one bird were really too good. In addition to the superior environment of the Immortal Palace, it was simply like adding wings to a tiger. The cultivation of the 6 women also improved at a godly speed. In order not to favor one over the other, Lei Luo also deliberately controlled the number of times they had sex, so that their cultivation levels reached the same level. 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmages. Now, Lei Luo had to stay with them at the same time every time they had sex. Fortunately, with Evelyn's presence, when Lei Luo had sex with him, he did not delay his training. On the contrary, it was much faster than normal training. Ever since Evelyn was conquered by Lei Luo, she had become much more obedient. She often saw Alo beside Lei Luo, and even deliberately wore very little to tease him in front of Lei Luo. Unfortunately, in Lei Luo's eyes, she was just a captive. He cared for Wei and the others, but he was only rude to her. Every time, he would knock Evelyn out, then wake her up, and then knock her out again. It could be said that he was venting his anger on her. There was no gentleness at all. Every time, he would make Evelyn scream and cry in pain. Chapter 184. Breaking through to the 34th level of the Sky Spirit Realm, comparable to a god. Chapter 184. Breaking through to the 34th level of the Sky Spirit Realm, comparable to a god. During these 100 years, Shueli still came over every once in a while. What made Lei Luo curious was that this little girl didn't seem to grow up. After 100 years, she seemed to have only aged by 1 or 2 years. Lei Luo didn't ask too many questions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Just like that, 200 years later, Lei Luo had already cultivated to the 23rd step. After the second 100 years, he had only taken 7 steps. Lei Luo felt that it was very slow. However, the next 3 steps actually took Lei Luo another 100 years. At this point, Lei Luo had stayed in the Immortal Palace for 300 years, and finally reached the level of a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. Now, Lei Luo finally understood why a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage was the limit. It was because, after the 33rd level, the Sky Spirit Archmage's path had actually reached its end. In front of him was a brand new domain. Lei Luo entered a few more years of cultivation and reached the limit of a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. Finally, he obtained new information from the domain in front of him. Above Sky Spirit Archmages, there are 2 paths. One is the path of the gods, and the other is the path of the Holy Spirit. The path of the gods ignites the divine fire, opens up the kingdom of the gods, gives birth to divine sparks, understands the divine duties, protects all races in the kingdom of the gods, obtains the power of faith, and condenses the divine power. The path of the Holy Spirit cultivates its own origin, connects with the mysterious universe, comprehends the world laws, and condenses the divine power. Lei Luo muttered to himself.
After some thought, Lei Luo didn't plan to walk the path of the Holy Spirit, because it wasn't something he liked to do, bringing his family along and developing the kingdom of God. He liked the path of the Holy Spirit to be free and unfettered, only cultivating his own life, not being restricted by external things. All the Holy Spirit belonged to him. However, having the foundation of a 100-step Sky Spirit Archmage, a 33-step Sky Spirit Archmage is not the limit for me. Lei Luo's eyes were bright. He would not directly walk the path of the Holy Spirit because his limit had not been reached yet. There would definitely be other people who could walk more Sky Spirit Archmage paths. Only by walking on the path of Sky Spirit Archmages could one be able to walk further on the path of gods and Holy Spirits in the future. A 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage should be the foundation of walking on the path of gods and Holy Spirits. Perhaps for an ordinary person, walking to the 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage was already the limit. Continuing to walk on would definitely be exceptionally dangerous. However, he had laid down his foundation with the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, so he naturally had enough confidence. Since there's no path ahead, then I'll make a path. Lei Luo's soul consciousness descended once again. He wanted to take the 34th step. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Lei Luo's will had long been incomparably firm. He would never age. He would never be moved. Thus, without hesitation, he took a step toward the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. On the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, that had no path ahead, taking a step into a new world was much more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. No matter how many savings he had, it would be useless. Thus, this step stopped 99% of the peak Great Sky Spirit Archmages. They did not dare to move forward. After all, the opportunity to become a god was right in front of them. How could they take a more dangerous path? Only those with super talent, with seniors leading them, and with related experiences and inheritances, would have the chance to take this step. Lei Luo didn't have seniors leading him, and he didn't have related experiences or inheritances. However, he had once taken a 100-step Sky Spirit Pill. This was enough. A 100-step Sky Spirit Pill. What a heaven-defying pill. It had created an incredibly solid foundation for Lei Luo. A mere 34 step wasn't difficult for him at all. His goal was to become a 100th level Sky Spirit Archmage. At that time, even if he hadn't become a god, he could still slaughter gods and kill saints. Boom! As the void suddenly shook, he stepped on the empty ground. He didn't feel as if he was stepping on air because the Sky Spirit Archmage path under his feet had actually extended. From the 33 steps of the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage to the 34 steps of the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. This meant that he had succeeded. He had successfully taken the 34th step. His path of the Sky Spirit Archmage was already longer than others. It seemed simple. But how many people dare to take the step? Lei Luo sighed deeply. If he hadn't had the system backing him and the foundation of the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, he wouldn't have dared to take the step either. As he successfully took the 34th step, a large amount of information emerged from the boundless void and fused into his soul consciousness. This time was completely different from the previous 33 times. It was more than 100 times stronger. Moreover, it contained all kinds of indescribable and strange information. It was like a kind of key that allowed him to gain the authority to control a certain law of heaven and earth. Lei Luo immediately understood that this was the key to his future magic path. Only by obtaining this key would he be able to communicate with the heavenly Tao origin, comprehend the law, and condense magic power in the future. At the same time, in the outside world, Lei Luo's body suddenly bloomed with light. The entire palace's restrictions seemed to be unable to suppress it, causing a large area to shake. It lasted for a long time before the trembling gradually disappeared. Lei Luo opened his eyes and experienced a completely different feeling. In his senses, the space seemed to no longer be flat, but filled with a strange sense of hierarchy. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and lightly pressed on the space. There was actually a blocking force, as if he was pulling on a piece of material. But in reality, what he was pressing on was space. Is this the unique ability of a 34th level Sky Spirit Archmage? Space is no longer an illusion, but has become real. Lei Luo had a look of understanding. His fingers shook and fiercely pressed in. With a sudden pull, the sound of cracking was like the sound of tearing cloth. A small crack gradually appeared. It was a spatial crack. What a solid space! Even if Lei Luo had used a very powerful Sky Spirit Archmage's power, he felt that this was the best he could do. He had no doubt that if he was in Galaxy World, this pull of his would be enough to destroy a large area of space. Suddenly, his body moved, and he appeared on the other side of the hall. It was as if he had teleported.
Of course, this wasn't really teleportation. It was just that he had analyzed the spatial structure and found the shortest path. He had completed a quick move, which resulted in the effect of teleportation. It was like a maze. Different paths would lead to different long paths. If he could find the shortest path, he could save a lot of time. The structure of space was thousands of times more complicated than a maze. There was no shortest route. Only shorter. If you wanted to move faster, you had to find a shorter route. Chapter 185. The Fall of Profound Land God Emperor, Great Empress Shweli. Chapter 185. The Fall of Profound Land God Emperor, Great Empress Shweli. This way, they could save more time. The structure of space was millions of times more complicated than a maze. There was no shortest path. Only shorter. Therefore, if they wanted to increase their movement speed, they had to find a shorter path. This was because the normal movement of the surface of space wasn't the shortest straight line. It was just a human's illusion because they couldn't sense the true structure of space. Now, Lei Luo was able to do it. After seeing through the maze, the real world was right in front of him. Lei Luo was extremely shocked. In the next few months, Lei Luo suddenly realized that the little girl, Shweli, had not come. This was a bit abnormal. Before this little girl always had a time pattern. Could it be that something has delayed her? Or she has been grounded by an elder? Lei Luo shook his head. He did not think too much about it, and continued to cultivate. He was very satisfied with this kind of cultivation environment. It was really great. He and his wives would not be disturbed by anyone else. Just like that, another half a year passed. Lei Luo was cultivating when suddenly, Little Fire flew in. Little Fire was now extremely powerful. It could easily enter and exit the restriction in the hall. Lei Luo estimated that Xiaoya's strength should be equivalent to a great sky spirit archmage, because to enter and exit the restriction in the hall, one had to at least have the strength of a great sky spirit archmage. Xiaoya was running around now. However, Lei Luo could not restrict her to stay in a small place. So he warned her not to go out of the Hall of All Beings. In the past 300 years, the Hall of All Beings often had sky spirit archmages from the lower realm. With Lei Luo and Xiaoya's strength, with their protection, Wei and the others wouldn't be detected by the lower realm sky spirit archmages. These sky spirit archmages came from different places. Lei Luo had seen them from more than 10 territories. Usually, there would be a batch of them every few decades.
Master, little Shweli is here.
Xiaoya flew into the palace and said loudly.
Oh, then you should go play with her,
Lei Luo said.
No, this time, Shweli didn't come alone. She has 2 people with her,
Xiaoya said. Lei Luo was startled. Could it be that his training in the Hall of All Beings had finally been exposed? Little Shweli wouldn't expose him. Otherwise, she would have told him more than 300 years ago. What would happen now? However, he wasn't the same as before. He believed that as long as it wasn't a true god or Holy Spirit, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. A god or a Holy Spirit wouldn't have the time to do that. Therefore, he had to understand the situation. If he left the Immortal Palace in a hurry, it would not be good, and it would be easier to expose his identity as an illegal immigrant. Not long after, Shweli arrived. There were 2 other people, a man and a woman. However, this man's aura was clearly different. Lei Luo immediately knew that he should be the guard brother that Shweli had mentioned. Lei Luo was amazed. He didn't expect that there would be a sky spirit level guard in this immortal palace. Just look at the level of this immortal palace. The cultivation of this guard was definitely at the sky spirit level. In fact, the guards were all at the sky spirit level. The woman next to him should be a maid, also at the sky spirit level. To the current Lei Luo, it was nothing because his cultivation had already surpassed them.
Big brother, long time no see.
Shweli looked like she was 10 years old. She was still cute and beautiful, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. She was no longer as cheerful and lively as before. Lei Luo felt that something must have happened around Alo.
Little Shweli, why did you bring someone here today?
Lei Luo asked with a smile.
Impudent!
The woman suddenly shouted coldly.
How can you casually use Her Majesty the Empress's name?
Empress? Lei Luo didn't pay much attention to the woman's berating. He looked at Shweli in surprise. Could it be that Shweli was the owner of this immortal palace?
Sister Judy, brother is my friend.
Don't speak nonsense. Shweli frowned slightly and said. Originally, she didn't want to bring the 2 of them here, but her identity was no longer the same as before. In the past, she could sneak in. But now, many pairs of eyes were watching her. So, she had to bring Judy and the guard in.
Your Majesty. Yes,
the woman hurriedly said respectfully.
All right. You can leave now. I have something to say to brother,
Shweli said. Judy and Bo exchanged looks and then retreated.
Brother, let's talk inside,
Shweli said. Lei Luo nodded and walked into the palace. With the barrier, it was hard to hear the sounds from the outside.
Brother, the Hall of All Beings will be closed soon. So, you can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, you'll never get out,
Shweli said.
Why are you closing this place all of a sudden?
Lei Luo was surprised.
Because the Immortal Palace of Profound Land is about to be closed. The Hall of All Beings can contact the outside world. So, we have to close it.
Shweli was a little depressed. Lei Luo was surprised. Once the Hall of All Beings was closed, would his token still be effective? Perhaps after it was closed, he would be locked in. Fortunately, Shweli had thought of him. So she had come to remind him.
Little Shweli, why do you want to close the Immortal Palace of Profound Land all of a sudden? What happened?
Lei Luo asked curiously. Originally, he didn't care about these things. But now, it was related to whether or not he could stay in there to cultivate. After cultivating in there for so long, he had gotten used to it. He was used to the environment here. If he had to go back to Galaxy World to cultivate, he would be depressed to death.
Brother, you've been cultivating in the Hall of All Beings. You don't know the situation outside. Our Immortal Palace has been fighting with the Demon Clan. More than a year ago, my father had a battle with the Demon God Emperor. However, he was ambushed. He was severely wounded and died. Our Immortal Palace lost the God power.
We couldn't resist the demons anymore. We have to close the Immortal Palace to protect ourselves,
Shweli said. Lei Luo finally understood why little Shweli hadn't come for such a long time. It was probably because the God Emperor had been seriously injured and was dying. However, he was a little confused. Why did Shweli say that the Immortal Palace had lost the power of a god? Could it be that the God Emperor was the only god in the entire Immortal Palace? If that was the case, the power of the Immortal Palace wasn't that great. He thought that there were a lot of gods in the Immortal Palace. Just like the myths in his previous life. It seemed that his power was also very strong. Chapter 186. The 186th book was in the Immortal Palace in the Profound Land Library. Chapter 186. The 186th book was in the Immortal Palace in the Profound Land Library.
Brother, I know that you like cultivating, and you don't like fighting for power. That's why you hid in the Hall of All Beings to cultivate. So, after we get out of here, I've arranged a place for you to cultivate,
Shweli said in a low voice. In the past hundreds of years, she remembered that only in the Hall of All Beings, when she was playing with Little Fire and talking with Lei Luo, was she happy and relaxed. It wasn't like the atmosphere in the Immortal Palace, which was heavy and solemn.
Little Shweli, if you can arrange a place for me, it's best if it's a place with books.
Lei Luo smiled and said, after leaving the Hall of All Beings, he had to cultivate in seclusion. He had planned to go to Galaxy World. However, after thinking for a while, he decided to stay. It was because he couldn't bear to leave the excellent cultivating environment here. With his current cultivation base, it wasn't suitable to cultivate in the Galaxy World because the suppression of the world origin would be severe. After all, he had reached the 34th level of the Sky Spirit Realm.
Of course. No problem. I know a place with many books.
Shweli smiled and said,
that would be great.
Lei Luo nodded. Besides cultivating, he could read books to understand the situation of the world where the Profound Land Immortal Palace was located. Thus, Lei Luo followed Shweli out of the Hall of All Beings. This was the second time he had walked out. However, the first time, he had sneaked out. This time, he had walked out openly. With Shweli, the Empress, no one would doubt his identity. Moreover, he was a man with a broken body. Guard Bo and Judy didn't doubt his identity. The entire palace was very big. Just the Hall of All Beings was big enough. Not to mention the outside. Shweli had a lot of support, which was right outside the hall. The weakest of these maids and guards were still low-level Sky Spirit Archmages. There were many middle Sky Spirit Archmages and a few high-level Sky Spirit Archmages, but there were at least 7 or 8 of them. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Immortal Palace, this power was really powerful. Half an hour later, Lei Luo officially moved into a place called the Profound Land Library. This was the place where the Profound Land Immortal Palace stored all kinds of books. It was really huge, and there were dozens of attendants managing the place. However, the strongest one was only a mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage. Since Lei Luo was accompanied by Shweli, the attendants in the Profound Land Library didn't dare to look down on him. They arranged a separate palace for Lei Luo, which was big enough for his family to live in. Thus, Lei Luo officially settled down in the Profound Land Library. The cultivating environment here was even better than in the Hall of All Beings. Moreover, Lei Luo was very satisfied with all kinds of books. The only question was whether he could return to Galaxy World after the Profound Land Immortal Palace was closed. Forget it. I can't go back now. When my cultivation base is higher, it won't be hard to go back to Galaxy World. Lei Luo didn't care too much because cultivating was the most important thing. He had to understand the situation of the Immortal Palace and the Demon Clan. However, it's my first time staying here. I should sign in first. Lei Luo thought for a while. I have to stay here permanently. Thus, he set the palace as a long-term sign-in point. Soon, he finished signing in. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Reward: a piece of the God-trapping formation. Lei Luo was a little surprised. After reading the introduction, he smiled. This God-trapping formation was similar to the flag, but it was much more advanced. It could block the power of some low-level gods. Not only that, this God-trapping formation formed a God-trapping domain. Within this domain, it could weaken the power of a god, but it would not weaken the user's own power. Therefore, this God-trapping formation was quite useful. If he encountered an immortal, he would use this God-trapping formation to weaken the immortal's power. This way, he might have a chance to fight against a god. Of course, Lei Luo valued the power of a low-level god the most. In the future, when he cultivated here, he would not have to worry about his aura being released when he made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace anymore. This wasn't the Hall of All Beings. It was easy to alert those powerful existences. He just wanted to cultivate quietly. He didn't want to create trouble. Thus, Lei Luo immediately took out the God-trapping formation and set it up in the palace. In an instant, an invisible God-trapping formation appeared and covered the entire area of the palace. As long as he cultivated in this area, his aura wouldn't leak out. Lei Luo was very satisfied. Just like that, Lei Luo stayed in the Profound Land Library for 3 years. He cultivated every day, read books every day, and had sex with his wives every day. It was very comfortable. However, during these 3 years, Xueli didn't appear much. He didn't know how she was doing. However, she was the great empress now, so she shouldn't be bad. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to her. In the past 3 years, he had read a lot of books. He now had a detailed understanding of the world where the Immortal Palace was located. This world was called Deity World. It was very, very vast. It was far from what Galaxy World could compare to. As for the Immortal Palace, it was just one of the powerful god-level forces in Deity World. And the enemies of the Immortal Palace, the demon race, could also be considered as a very powerful god-level force in Deity World. Other than that, there were many other powerful forces that could be named. However, Deity World was mainly made up of gods. But it wasn't a true god-level force. Gods were existences that could be cultivated. And gods were a true god-level force that was similar to the Dragon Clan. They were a clan with powerful bloodlines. It was usually different when it came to the world system. An immortal could form a god-level faction. It was no wonder that after the God Emperor had died, the Immortal Palace had to be sealed up in order to protect it. Without a god-level power holding down the fort, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves. In Deity World, Sky Spirit Archmages were not the lowest level, because the world's origin was very high, coupled with the bloodline environment and other factors. It caused the cultivation system in Deity World to be a little strange compared to the lower levels of the world, especially when it came to the lower levels of Sky Spirit Archmages. There was a difference, because Sky Spirit Archmages belonged to the divine system. The first stage was to condense magic power. The second stage was to condense the soul. The third stage was to constantly break through magic power and the soul to a new height. The fourth stage was to fuse magic power and the soul. Once it fused, it was a god. Chapter 187. The Demon Clan began to invade the lower realm. Lei Luo finally understood why the weakest people in Profound Land Immortal Palace were all Sky Spirit Archmages. In Profound Land Immortal Palace, only Sky Spirit Archmages had the fighting power. If they weren't even small Sky Spirit Archmages, they were just ants. The god-level forces also used the power of Sky Spirit Archmages. Immortal Palace itself was divided into the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. The inner strength belonged to the place where the arcane god Emperor lived. Other than his wives, concubines, and children, there were also some maids.
The outer palace was where the direct descendants of the arcane god emperor lived. If Lei Luo's guess wasn't wrong, the strongest person in Immortal Palace should be a demigod. A demigod was a level 33 sky spirit archmage. They had comprehended laws, but they couldn't break through to the divine and condense God's magic power. There were many reasons why they couldn't condense God's magic power. The main reason was that they hadn't comprehended enough laws and couldn't complete the transformation with the sky spirit archmage's magic power. Many demigods were stuck at this stage. Just like the path of the gods, many demigods were stuck and couldn't cultivate divine sparks or divine power. In that case, with my level 34 sky spirit archmage's cultivation base, I should be invincible in Immortal Palace? Lei Luo was suddenly speechless. After all, it was impossible to have a level 34 sky spirit archmage in Immortal Palace. If there was one, he could definitely break through to the god realm. He sighed a little. How could he be invincible when he was having sex with his wives every day? Even with his current strength, in the entire god world, he should be at the top level. Except for those gods. I can't be arrogant. Although I'm invincible here in the god world, there should be a lot of gods that can threaten me. Lei Luo warned himself. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile. He had to cultivate at levels 50, 60, and above. He might be able to resist the power of the sky gods. Anyway, Immortal Palace was closed now. He could cultivate in peace. He wasn't afraid of those powerful gods disturbing his cultivation. That day, Lei Luo finished his cultivation and flipped through a book. He didn't know where Little Fire had gone. Anyway, it didn't matter. As a divine dragon with the power of a great sky spirit archmage, as long as he didn't meet any demigod in Immortal Palace, no one could threaten him. Moreover, he had warned Little Fire not to appear too special. It had to keep a low profile, because Lei Luo had taught it well. Little Fire didn't want to wander around. However, it kept a low profile and would never cause trouble.
Big brother, I'm here.
Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. It was Xueli. She was wearing casual clothes, so it was much easier for her to sneak out. Lei Luo sensed that Xueli's aura was much stronger than a few years ago. She was almost a great sky spirit archmage. This speed was already very fast. When he first met Xueli, she was just a little sky spirit archmage. However, she was the Empress of Profound Land. She had a high innate endowment and didn't lack cultivation resources. It was normal for her to have this kind of speed. Lei Luo found that Little Fire was standing on Xueli's shoulder. Lei Luo was a little curious. This little guy looked like a lizard. It was pretty ugly. Why did girls like it?
Big brother, are you okay here?
Xueli sat down casually. She held Little Fire in the center of her palm and stroked its head.
It's pretty good here,
Lei Luo said with a smile.
A few years ago, my cultivation was too slow, so I didn't have time to visit you. Big brother, if you have time, you can come and find me. I live at the main god temple.
Xueli took out a token and handed it to Lei Luo. Lei Luo took it. This token was obviously extraordinary. It should have very high authority. With it, one could enter and leave many important places. Xueli said,
Brother, can you ask Little Fire to come and play with me? He said that you won't let him go too far. I can't come here often. I think you mainly want to play with Little Fire.
Lei Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
No, I don't want to see you. Big brother.
Xueli laughed.
Okay.
Lei Luo smiled. Anyway, in Immortal Palace, there weren't many existences that could threaten Little Fire. If something happened, he would know immediately. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Luo finally completed the 35th step. A powerful aura gushed out of his body, crazily sweeping through the space of the palace. Countless cracks spread out, making people feel frightened. Fortunately, it was the god-confining domain that had blocked these auras. Perhaps, the entire palace would be alerted. Phew, the further we go, the harder it will be. Lei Luo opened his eyes and exhaled, sighing with emotion. Even he felt that it was extremely difficult, let alone others. If it wasn't for the foundation laid by the 100-step sky spirit pill, he didn't think that he would be able to step off the 35th step. The moment he stepped off, a strong feeling of fear and nothingness would arise in his heart. It would be able to cause his soul to become unstable and his heart to collapse. I've already cultivated an Immortal Palace for over 300 years. I have to go back to Galaxy World to take a look. Lei Luo thought. Galaxy World? Sky Spirit Peak? The remnant forces of the major mage forces in Galaxy World had all gathered here. 18 years ago. The Tiandao Divine Sect, Immortal Divine Sect, and Sky Spirit Pavilion. the three major mage forces, had suddenly received a message from Immortal Palace, asking Galaxy World to prevent the invasion of external forces. At that time, the major forces there knew that something big had happened, and they began to deal with possible emergencies. It was not until 8 years ago that the powerful demon clan came from the Dead Sea and began to invade Galaxy World. Not only Galaxy World, but according to the intelligence they had, several powerful neighboring worlds had also been invaded by the demon clan. This clan was extremely powerful, and they had more Sky Spirit Archmages than Galaxy World. Even with the suppression of the world origin, Galaxy World was still retreating in defeat. In just half a year's time, they had lost control of more than half of the territory, and more than 20 Sky Spirit Archmages had died. As for the Earth Spirit Archmages, it was even more unknown how many there were. Originally, those powerful mage forces that possessed small worlds wanted to rely on them to resist. But the demons had grasped a special method. Not only could they detect the small world's entrances and exits, but they could also break the small world's defenses. In the end, Galaxy World could only rely on the uniqueness of the divine domain to be able to resist the invasion of the demon clan. This divine domain was very special. Not only did it suppress the mages of Galaxy World, but it also suppressed the demon clan even more. It was precisely because of this that Galaxy World had been able to last until now. Chapter 188 descended from the sky and saved Galaxy City. During this period of time, the various powers of Galaxy World had placed their hopes on the nameless mage in Galaxy City, hoping that this mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage would make a move. However, they had sent quite a number of emissaries, but received no response at all. According to the information from half a year ago, Galaxy City had long been surrounded by the demon clan. They suspected that something was very likely wrong with the nameless mage. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no movement at all. Not even after Galaxy City had been surrounded.
If this goes on, our Galaxy World will be completely finished. Immortal Palace hasn't responded to us, so we can't get support. We won't be able to hold on for long. Immortal Palace might have also experienced some changes. Otherwise, it's unusual for there to be no response at all. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy our Galaxy World?
On top of Sky Spirit Peak, many Sky Spirit Archmages sat cross-legged on the ground, their hearts heavy. Most of them were uninjured. Right at this moment, waves of powerful, detestable, and cold aura came from afar, heading straight for Sky Spirit Peak. This was the unique aura of the demon clan, because it was completely different from Galaxy World. It caused an extremely obvious heaven and earth phenomenon.
These be asterisk stars. They're here again.
A Sky Spirit Archmage with a full beard from the Tiandao Divine Sect was very angry. Many Sky Spirit Archmages had no choice but to face the battle. A large number of Earth Spirit Archmages below Sky Spirit Peak also went up the battle. Galaxy Region. Outside of Galaxy City, a large number of demons surrounded the city and attacked the Holy Light Shield in Galaxy City in a frenzy. It had already lasted for more than half a year. The weakest among these demons were all high-level Earth Spirit Archmages. There was also quite a number of peak Earth Spirit Archmages, including several Sky-level magicians. Moreover, these demons would not be injured when they attacked and could continue to attack. Now that they had continued to attack for more than half a year, the entire Holy Light Shield had become much dimmer. At this speed, the Holy Light Shield would not be able to hold on for long. Within Galaxy City, everyone was in a state of panic and unease because they felt a fatal threat. Alo's disciples, and the female disciples that Leon and Leona had nurtured were all gathered together. Some of them had actually already broken through to the Sky Spirit level. The rest were peak Earth Spirit Archmages. This was definitely due to Lei Luo's contribution. After all, he had given them so many cultivation resources before he left. If they were unable to break through to the Sky Spirit level, then they would really be pigs. However, even if they had the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage, they still had no way to deal with those demons outside. This was because the demon Sky Spirit Archmages outside were extremely powerful. The strongest one was probably already a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. They were far from being comparable to the newly advanced Sky Spirit Archmages.
If this continues, the Holy Light Shield will probably be broken in 2 months at most.
Alo's eldest disciple, Bodley, said worriedly. The current situation was simply waiting for death.
It's a pity that Master and Grandmaster aren't here. Otherwise, they would definitely have a way. Perhaps after this, we will never have the chance to see them again.
Leland's female disciple, Dana, was a little depressed. After all, her teacher and the others had not appeared for more than 300 years. Although to a Sky Spirit Archmage, 300 years was nothing at all. To them, 300 years was already long enough. The remaining disciples also looked dejected. They were not afraid of death, but they were really unwilling to die so sullenly.
Instead of waiting here to die, why don't we go out and fight it out with them?
Dana suddenly gritted her teeth and said,
Okay.
Bodley nodded and said. The others were also tempted because the feeling of waiting for death was too uncomfortable.
No. Master told me that we must not give up until the last moment. Moreover, this holy light shield can last for 2 months. Maybe there will be a turn for the better.
The head of the treasury said quickly. He was undoubtedly the calmest.
It seems that among all these people, the head of the treasury is the only one with some brains.
Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. When Bodley, Dana, the head of the treasury, and the others heard this extremely familiar voice, their bodies trembled, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Immediately after, they all became ecstatic because the greatest spiritual pillar in their hearts had finally returned.
Ancestor, is it really you? Ancestor!
Bodley and the others actually knelt down, tears continuously flowing down. They were so excited that they cried.
Bodley, you guys are already hundreds of years old. Is it appropriate to cry like this? If Alo saw you guys like this, she would probably scold you guys.
Lei Luo said indifferently. Only then did Bodley and the others wipe away their tears. They stood up from the ground, feeling a little embarrassed.
What's going on outside?
Lei Luo asked curiously. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation as soon as he came back. He was speechless. Bodley quickly explained the situation.
Immortal Palace ordered the demon clan to invade?
Lei Luo had a thought and guessed. This demon clan probably belonged to the demon clan in God World. After the death of the God Emperor, the Immortal Palace of Profound Land had to seal off their territory to protect themselves. As a result, their territories were invaded by the demon clan. The same situation happened in the world below. Without the support of Immortal Palace of Profound Land, Galaxy World wouldn't be able to resist the invasion of the demon clan. This was still a very long matter. It was very likely that the demon clan had sent demon experts down from the upper realm. They wanted to completely cut off the foundation of Immortal Palace in the lower realm. According to his understanding, although the God Spirit world was very big and the origin of the world was very high, giving birth to many powerful mages, they would still choose outstanding geniuses from the world. The Sky Spirit Society that was held a meeting once every 300 years in Galaxy World was established for this purpose. In addition, as long as the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy World could break through to the mid-level, they would be qualified to enter the Divine Domain. This was also the reason why there had never been a mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage in Galaxy World. Even if they appeared, they would be immediately drawn into the Divine Domain. Only Lei Luo was an exception. Therefore, when he attacked, the Immortal Divine Sect did not dare to resist at all.
Patriarch, this demon clan is very powerful. It is said that there are even Sky Spirit Archmages above the God level. If it weren't for the fact that the stronger our Galaxy World is, the more severe the suppression of the world origin would be. I'm afraid that our Galaxy World would have been finished long ago. I heard that the other mage forces suffered heavy losses and have retreated to the Divine Domain Sky Soul Peak. I wonder what the situation is now,
Dana said grimly. Chapter 189, A Spell to Kill Demons.
Don't worry. It'll be over soon,
Lei Luo said in a low voice. He had just spread out his soul consciousness and detected the situation in Galaxy World. These demons were extremely savage, comparable to the whale race. Many native races of the Galaxy World had suffered great losses. Fortunately, the demons' main target was the remaining resistance in the Divine Domain. Otherwise, the slaughter created by these demons would have been even more terrifying. These demons really deserved to die. Lei Luo's heart was filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Lei Luo's body emitted a strange power fluctuation. The holy light shield that had enveloped all of Galaxy City instantly collapsed and disappeared. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be boiling. Then, a resplendent pillar of light shot up from Lei Luo's body. Everyone who was bathed in the pillar of light looked at Lei Luo in shock. This was because they could sense that Lei Luo was like the ruler of the world, the center of all things. His every action seemed to carry the might of a deity.
Is this the power of laws?
Lei Luo muttered to himself. He was now using his level 35 Sky Spirit Archmage to communicate with the origin of this world. It was as if he had become one with the world and had become the embodiment of the origin of the world.
Then let's try this great power.
Lei Luo's aura became cold and solemn. In an instant, the pillar of light that soared into the sky suddenly spread out in all directions from his center. Many demons outside Galaxy City, including a few Sky Spirit level demons, thought that the holy light shield had been broken when they saw it. However, before they could rejoice, they sensed an extremely terrifying aura. That aura caused even one of the 8th level sky spirit demons present to tremble at this moment. His body actually collapsed onto the ground. The other demons found it even more unbearable. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, shivering, and endless fear filled their souls. In the next moment, endless light swept across. These lights seemed to be formed by countless sword chi. After the light swept over, all the demons, including the demon sky spirit archmages, were turned into ashes. The light spread toward Galaxy World at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the demons would be reduced to ashes after being swept by the light. And all the creatures that belonged to the native land would be completely unharmed. Just like that, an extremely strange scene occurred as the light spread. Originally, many places were in the midst of a cruel war, and the demon clan was crazily wreaking havoc. However, after the light passed, all the demons were reduced to ashes, as if they had been wiped out by a great power. Very soon, this light spread to the divine domain. Countless demon clans were gathered here, and they were fighting with the remaining mages of Galaxy World. Even if the demon clan was suppressed by the world's origin, they still had the upper hand, and the remaining mages of Galaxy World were almost unable to resist it. Powerful mages were dying at every moment. Suddenly, an indescribable light spread from afar, sweeping across, and then swiftly far away. However, all the mages in Galaxy World present saw an incomparably terrifying scene. In the next second, the demons that had been fighting with them were all annihilated before their eyes and turned into ash. They no longer existed. It was as if these powerful demons had never existed at all. There were no traces at all. No aura was left behind. At this moment, all the remaining mages in Galaxy World were dumbstruck, unable to recover for a long time. What had they seen? The powerful demons, close to 100 sky spirit archmages, and tens of thousands of earth spirit archmages had all turned to ash. Not even a trace was left. The aura of any demon had completely disappeared. It was as if that light had completely wiped out the demon clan from Galaxy World. If not for the fact that most of the mages in Galaxy World had injuries on their bodies, and that their mental strength had been greatly depleted, they would have suspected that all of this was a dream. After a while, everyone finally came back to their senses. Victory. They had won. Endless cheers resounded throughout the entire divine realm. In Galaxy City, countless mages saw the scene of all the demon mages being reduced to ash after the light spread. They all revealed shocked expressions. Too powerful. This nameless mage was as powerful as a god. He didn't make a move at all. Just by relying on the spreading light, he killed all the demons, including the sky spirit archmages. Okay, it's done. Lei Luo waved his hand and cast the 7th layer holy light shield. It was many times more powerful than the 6th layer holy light shield. With his current cultivation base, the entire shield was completely connected to Galaxy World. Unless it was a great sky spirit archmage, no one could break the holy light shield. As for the consumption of energy through attack, it was impossible, because the energy that supplied the holy light shield was not only from the spiritual vein of the earth, where Galaxy City was located, but from all of Galaxy World. I'll go and take a look at other places, Lei Luo said. In the next moment, he disappeared. Dana, Bodley, and the others still thought that Lei Luo was going to Sky Spirit Peak, so they did not think too much about it. In reality, Lei Luo was going to take a look at other worlds. This demon clan was too savage. Who knew how many worlds had suffered? Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to prevent future trouble. In a world that was unknown, how far away from the Galaxy World was the demon clan's headquarters? In a huge palace, a powerful demon sat upright, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was definitely an existence of a mid-level sky spirit archmage. And below, there were many demons at the sky level that were hungry, and were reporting to this mid-level sky spirit archmage demon. Suddenly, a sky spirit level demon flew over in a hurry, and knelt down on one knee in the main hall. Reporting to Lord Angel, we have lost our training with Galaxy World. Moreover, there was news from a few soul bead halls not long ago that a large number of soul beads had been broken. They were all sent to Galaxy World, the demon reported. Didn't they say that they had already surrounded all the remaining mage forces in Galaxy World? How could such a situation happen? Quickly go down and investigate, the demon who was sitting upright said in a deep voice. Yes. After receiving the order, this sky spirit level demon was about to leave the hall when, all of a sudden, he felt as if he had lost control of his body, and was actually unable to move. Chapter 190, Crushing a High-Level Demon Sky Spirit Archmage. It wasn't just him. All the demon mages in the hall were in this situation, including the mid-level sky spirit archmage. Angel. The demon angel wanted to raise his head, but his body couldn't move at all. He only felt an indescribably terrifying will directly suppressing his soul. His body seemed to have lost control. A trace of fear finally appeared on his face. Immediately after, he found that his body could move slightly. Then, he raised his head and saw a figure walking in from outside the hall. It was Lei Luo. After he had dealt with the demons of Galaxy World, he had flown directly to this world. With his current strength that surpassed that of a high-level sky spirit archmage, it did not take long for him to cross the distance between the two worlds. After absorbing the soul of a 10th-level sky spirit archmage, he received detailed information. Then, in less than 3 hours, he crossed more than 10 world regions and had arrived here. If it had been a mid-level sky spirit archmage's cultivation, it wouldn't be possible to do it in less than a few days.
Sir, who are you?
Angel asked with trepidation, because he felt that this aura definitely surpassed that of a mid-level sky spirit archmage. In other words, the terrifying existence in front of him might be a high-level sky spirit archmage. How could the existence of a high-level sky spirit archmage descend into this lower realm? The world's origin would automatically reject overly powerful forces. Even a middle sky spirit archmage had almost surpassed the limits of the lower realm. A sky spirit archmage like him, who was a level 12 sky spirit archmage, was already considered the limit. Moreover, he was a sky spirit archmage who had descended from the upper realm, so the rejection was even more severe. But now, there was actually a high-level sky spirit archmage in existence. Yet it had not caused the rejection of the origin of the world. This was simply shocking.
Immediately, stop invading other worlds. Otherwise, the demon clan will completely disappear from the lower realm plane,
Lei Luo said indifferently.
Even if you have a high-level sky spirit archmage, I am the emissary of the demon clan in the god spirit world. Conquering the worlds under Immortal Palace is our great plan. Don't tell me you want to stop it? Aren't you afraid that our demon emperor will be angry?
This angel was trembling in fear, but he was still unyielding because he had the backing of the powerful demon clan. Now, was a mere sky spirit archmage actually dared to organize the demon clan's plan? In the demon clan, high-level sky spirit archmages were more common. If it wasn't for the fact that this world had too strong a repulsion toward high-level sky spirit archmage's power, their demon clan would be able to summon high-level sky spirit archmages at any time, and even terrifying existences at the demigod level.
Can your demon clan's demon emperor descend?
Lei Luo asked calmly. The demon clan's angel was speechless.
Can your demon clan's demigods descend?
Angel was speechless.
Then what about your demon clan's high-level sky spirit archmages?
Lei Luo asked again.
I'll give you a chance to summon them now.
In the next moment, the demon clan's mid-level sky spirit archmage regained control of his body. He glanced at Lei Luo and immediately rose into the air. He took out a pitch-black scroll and crushed it abruptly. In an instant, the world shook. The sun and moon lost their light. Endless dark clouds covered the entire demon world, as if the end of the world was coming. Then, within the endless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared, as if one could see the scene of another world. It was like a dream. It was like a mirage. It could be seen but not seen. That was the path to the upper realm. It had been opened by the demon clan's angel using the pitch-black scroll. Many demon mages looked at the path to the upper realm with yearning showing on their faces. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura was transmitted from the crack. And then a terrifying ghost shadow appeared. It had an ashen face and 2 fangs. It looked like a typical demon, but it looked even more ferocious and terrifying than an ordinary demon. This was a demon with an even stronger bloodline. Just by relying on its aura, one could tell that this demon was definitely a high-level sky spirit archmage. Just as it squeezed its figure out from the opening, the world shook, and an even more terrifying power suppressed the arrival of this demon sky spirit archmage. There were even flashes of lightning and thunder in the surroundings. This was clearly caused by the resistance of the world's origin. However, the world's origin was obviously unable to stop it. Seeing that the demon sky spirit archmage was about to descend, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing countless demon mages to be incomparably excited. But suddenly, Lei Luo suddenly raised his hand and grabbed out. In an instant, a monstrous giant hand appeared, grabbing the opening and forcefully pulling the demon sky spirit archmage out. The demon roared and struggled, but he couldn't break free at all. His ghostly eyes revealed a look of fear because the only thing that could make a great sky spirit archmage like him unable to resist was a terrifying existence that was above level 30 sky spirit archmage. and even a demigod existence. How was this possible? How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? There was no reaction from the surroundings of this existence. This was extremely abnormal.
Looks like the demon sky spirit archmage you summoned is very ordinary.
Lei Luo swept his gaze towards Angel.
Continue summoning.
As he spoke, he lightly pinched and crushed that powerful demon sky spirit archmage in front of countless demon mages. All the demons were terrified. And Angel was even more terrified. That was a high-level demon sky spirit archmage. In God's world, a high-level demon sky spirit archmage could be considered the most powerful existence. Yet, he was actually crushed to death by this human mage. What did this mean? This existence was definitely a powerful existence.
As sir, I will immediately recall all the demons and stop the invasion.
How would Angel dare recall the high-level demon sky spirit archmage to descend? This was simply courting death. The high-level sky spirit archmage also had no way to descend. Perhaps His Majesty the Demon Emperor could send down his incarnation. But the problem was that more than 10 years ago, in the battle with the God Emperor, His Majesty the Demon Emperor had been seriously injured and had been recuperating. At this time, it was definitely impossible for him to send down his incarnation. It was impossible. Therefore, the demon clan had no way of dealing with this human mage.
Hurry up and go. I don't want to drag this out for too long.
Lei Luo said indifferently.
Yes.
Angel hurriedly replied. Very soon, the order to retreat was used with a special communication method. Chapter 191. The Eastern God King Sangya broke through to the God Spirit realm. He passed it on to the demon mages, who were fighting in various worlds. After more than a month, all the demon mages returned from various worlds one after another. Only then did Lei Luo leave. However, when he left, he took care of Angel and countless demon mages along the way. He had only said that he wouldn't completely destroy the demon clan. But he hadn't said that he wouldn't partly destroy them. The reason he had stayed there for so long was to capture all the high-level demon mages who had come to the lower realm. At this point, after a large number of top-level demon mages were destroyed, the demon clan's strength would fall into a long period of weakness. One could meet them, but the other worlds that had been attacked would definitely not let it go. A few hours later, Lei Luo returned to Galaxy City. However, he didn't stay in Galaxy World for too long because the restrictions in the lower realm were too great. It was very uncomfortable. On the second day after returning to Galaxy City, he used the pass token and returned to Immortal Palace.
Phew! This is more comfortable.
Lei Luo couldn't help but let out a long breath. Staying with the demons for more than a month, he had had no way to cultivate. If he had even cultivated for just a little while, the commotion would have been too terrifying. Now, he spent the time cultivating. In the blink of an eye, he had cultivated in Immortal Palace for another 180 years. In these 180 years, he had only taken 7 steps. From the 35th step to the 42nd step. The further he went, the more time he needed. He had no doubt that if he really wanted to walk 100 steps, he would not be able to do it without 2,000 or 3,000 years. This was still the ideal time. It might even take longer. However, the cultivation of a 42nd level Sky Spirit Archmage was absolutely terrifying. He did not even know how powerful he had become. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen the power of those gods. Otherwise, he would be able to determine what level his strength was at. Lei Luo was cultivating when he was suddenly disturbed by a powerful aura.
This is?
Lei Luo revealed a surprised expression, because this aura had already surpassed the power of a demigod. That unique aura was definitely not something that a Sky Spirit Archmage could compare to.
Is that the power of a god?
Lei Luo couldn't help but look at a huge mansion in the outer palace. However, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. That was the power of a god. After a while, he frowned. Although this god's power was very powerful, far surpassing that of a demigod, he felt that it was at most similar to when he was at level 37. It was far weaker than his level 42 power.
No way! Is the power of a god so weak?
Lei Luo couldn't believe it. He had thought that the power of a god would be comparable to a level 40 or 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. But now, it was only comparable to his level 37 Sky Spirit Archmage.
So, I'm already so powerful?
Lei Luo withdrew his attention and muttered to himself. Profound Land Immortal Palace. In the center of Profound Land Immortal Palace was the office where Empress Xueli lived and cultivated. Xueli looked like she was 15 years old. She had already begun to show the image of a peerless beauty. At this moment, more than 10 people were gathered in this palace. Each of them had a grave expression.
I didn't expect Sangya to break through to the god realm. This is troublesome.
A black-bearded elder with a jade crown on his head said in a deep voice. This person was Shweta, the Grand Elder of the Imperial Family of Immortal Palace. He was also an elder of the previous God Emperor. The power of a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage was at the demigod level. He could be said to be the pillar of the Shwe family. There were more than 20 demigod-level mages in Immortal Palace. Shweta wielded a powerful divine weapon, and his combat strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the Immortal Palace. Furthermore, the Shwe family had 5 demigods in their direct line of descent, and they had an absolute advantage. Furthermore, after the death of the God Emperor, the prestige of Immortal Palace had not dissipated. Thus, the various large families and powers still held great respect for the newly appointed Great Empress Shweli, and did not dare to underestimate her. As long as Shweli could become a god in the future, she could truly grasp the authority and lead Immortal Palace to rise again. With Shweli's magic talent and special bloodline, this possibility was very high. Thus, Profound Land Immortal Palace had to seal off their territory to protect themselves, waiting for Shweli to grow up. However, they didn't expect that there would be any internal problems. The strongest general under the former Profound Land God Emperor and the strongest mage in Profound Land, Sangya, who had the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan, had broken through the limit and reached the god realm. Without a god, how could the Shwe royal family have the right to command a powerful god? Once this god had a thought, the Shwe family would be in great danger. And this was inevitable. In Immortal Palace, when the God Emperor was still in power, he had conferred 4 of his most capable subordinates as the 4 great god kings. They were the Eastern god King Sangya, the Southern god King Luna, the Northern god King Ming, and the Western god King Zeus. These 4 god kings were all level 33 demigod mages. Each of them commanded an army of Sky Spirit Archmages. They had a lot of authority in Immortal Palace. Among them, the Eastern god King Sangya was the most powerful. He had also received the most important responsibility as a god emperor, as one of the 4 god kings' mansions. The godly monarch palace was very large. Although it could not compare to the Immortal Palace, it was definitely the largest mansion there. However, the godly monarch palace was extremely lively at the moment, because the god King Sangya had broken through the limit and reached the level of a god. From now on, Immortal Palace had the power of a god once again. For Immortal Palace, which had been sealed for more than 200 years, this was definitely exciting news. Therefore, many families of Immortal Palace and powerful mages in the magic world rushed to congratulate him. For them, the Eastern god King Sangya, who had become a god, was the most crucial mage. The strange thing was that the other 3 god kings' mansions didn't make any movements. In the palace at the core of the god kings' mansions, a king with an incredible aura was sitting. The god power in his body was constantly circulating. His majesty was boundless, and he dominated the world. Below him stood dozens of god kings' confidants. There were even 3 demigods. The others were all Sky Spirit Archmages above level 30.
Your Highness, you have become a god. But the Inner Palace and the other 3 god kings have not come to celebrate. It seems that they are already afraid of you,
a demigod mage said. Chapter 192, The Loyal Sangya.
Your Highness, Shweli is just a little child. What right does she have to be the god emperor? Now that you have become a god, the only god in Profound Land Immortal Palace, why don't you let Shweli give way?
Another demigod said with a dark voice.
The asterisk starred. I've received the god emperor's favor and been conferred the title of the Eastern god king. I should be assisting my young master. How can I do anything?
Sangya spoke in a dignified manner without being angry. However, the demigod bowed slightly and said,
Your Highness, that's true. But the strong are the masters and the weak are the followers. There will always be a gap between us. Your Highness has just broken through to the god realm today, and the Inner Palace is already filled with suspicion. It doesn't matter. As a subject, how can I let His Majesty send people over? My own son will do.
Sangya waved his hand and stood up. His imposing aura filled the air, and everyone present became more respectful. Soon, Sangya brought his support and stormed toward Immortal Palace. The other 3 god kings had gathered together.
Sangya has become a god. It's going to be chaotic. I don't think so. I think Sangya is still very respectful to Her Majesty. Even if he has become a god, he can't rebel. Right. After all, Sangya has received the favor of the God Emperor. Otherwise, how could he have his current achievements? People change. If Her Majesty had already grown, she might have been able to suppress him. But now that Sangya has become a god ahead of time, she won't be able to suppress him no matter what. Next, we will face a huge choice. What? Ming, don't tell me you want to betray Her Majesty and join Sangya. I am telling the truth. In this god world, no mage has ever been able to stand above a god. This is against the rules of the heavenly axiom. The situation is irreversible. We are just mere demigods. How can we stop them? Alright. Stop arguing. Her Majesty the Empress is our benefactor and Sangya's benefactor. There is no doubt about this. However, Ming is also right. Mortals cannot suppress the gods. This is the common sense of the heavenly Tao. It is not something that we can change. I just hope that Sangya will not go too far. Let's wait quietly and see what changes there are. Humph. How can you guys hide it? We are indebted to the God Emperor and are assisting the young master. Even if Sangya has already become a god, we cannot commit such a crime. Luna, have misjudged you guys. Different paths lead to different strategies.
A beautiful lady with wings on her back stood up abruptly and left angrily.
Sigh. This Luna is too strong-willed. She will definitely suffer a great loss. Humph. If she wants to die, she's asking for it.
The remaining two kings, Ming and Zeus, watched Luna leave and shook their heads. In the palace, everyone was still in deep discussion. At the same time, a large amount of information was sent in. It was all about the mages from the major families and forces congratulating Sangya. There was no news from the other three God Kings' mansions.
Your Majesty, something bad has happened. His Highness the Dragon King has brought people here.
A guard hurriedly ran in. The faces of everyone present changed greatly.
Is Sangya so impatient that he wants to rebel?
Guard Bo was furious.
Wait, maybe Uncle Sangya didn't mean that. Let's wait and see.
Shweli, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke.
It's the only way.
Shweda, the great elder of the Shwe family, sighed, although a mortal palace had some resistance against the power of a god. At that time, the Shwe family would be finished. Soon, the orders were sent to activate the defensive formation. Not long after, a majestic figure strode. It was the Eastern god King Sangya. Besides him, he had arranged all his subordinates to wait outside the palace. He had done a good job. He wanted to tell the world that he, Sangya, didn't have any intention of rebelling. Seeing this, the people in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. What they were worried about the most was that Sangya wouldn't play by the rules and directly rebel against the palace.
Uncle Sangya, congratulations on achieving the god realm. We were still discussing how to celebrate for you. I didn't expect you to come just like this.
Shweli quickly got up and stepped down from the throne.
Sangya greets your Majesty.
Sangya quickly bowed and greeted, appearing very humble.
Someone, take a seat for Uncle Sangya.
Shweli quickly said.
Your Majesty, you can't do that. I'll just stand here.
Sangya hurried to say.
Uncle Sangya has become a god. From now on, our immortal palace has the power of a god. It's a great event for us. I will send a decree to make Uncle Sangya the great god king.
Shweli said. Everybody's face changed slightly because they hadn't discussed this matter yet. However, Shweli had taken the initiative to make Sangya the great god king. Once the title of great god king was conferred, it would truly be beneath one person and above 10,000 people. However, they immediately became dejected because this was the only way to temporarily appease Sangya.
Your Majesty, this must not be allowed. I have not made any contributions. How can I accept such an honor?
Sangya hurriedly bowed and said,
Uncle Sangya, you have already made great contributions as a god. How can you say that you have not made contributions?
Shweli smiled and said, after Sangya had tried to decline, he finally accepted the title. At this moment, the southern god King Luna barged into the hall. Seeing that the hall was peaceful and didn't have any tense atmosphere, she let out a sigh of relief.
So, the southern god king has arrived.
Seeing Luna, Shweli smiled.
Your subject greets your Majesty.
Luna immediately bowed.
Sangya, congratulations on becoming a god. Your Majesty, with your help, our immortal palace will be more stable in the future.
Luna looked at Sangya and congratulated him.
Luna, I just made Uncle Sangya the great god king. You can't call him Sangya anymore.
Shweli smiled. Great god king? Luna immediately understood that this was Her Majesty's way of appeasing her.
Luna greets His Highness Sangya.
She hurriedly greeted him. Previously, the four great god kings had held the same status. But now that Sangya had become a god and was conferred the title of great god king, his status was completely different. It was just that she did not know if such a status could appease Sangya. At least for now. Sangya's attitude was still good. Luna heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the harmonious atmosphere in the hall. However, she could not let down her guard. Even if Sangya did not have the intention to rule, it did not mean that the people under him did not. After all, not everyone was willing to submit to someone who was weaker than them. Chapter 193, The Restless Eastern God King Sangya. Chapter 193, The Restless Eastern God King. Sangya Profound Land Library. Lei Luo only paid attention to the situation in Immortal Palace for a while. Then, he retracted his soul consciousness and went into seclusion to cultivate. He wouldn't meddle in Immortal Palace's matters. Since Xueli had the ability to deal with it, it was fine. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Luo was still at a level 42 Sky Spirit Archmage. The further he went, the more difficult it would be for him to take a step forward. Lei Luo habitually signed in.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in.
Reward,
Bottle of Divine Slave Potion.
The system notification sounded. Lei Luo was a little surprised. Another good item? He quickly checked the information. Divine Slave Potion. Divine Grade Strange Potion. It could be used to control the power of a level 1 god. The higher the level of the user, the higher the success rate, and the lower the chance for the user to break free. In addition, this item had a certain effect on the user's cultivation. This thing is specifically used to control gods? Lei Luo was a little surprised. If he could control a god, it would be pretty good. So he put it into the system space. He walked out of the place where he lived and entered the space where the books were stored. There were countless books in there. The number was measured in tens of millions. He casually took some and walked out. But he saw Xueli coming over, with little fire on her shoulder.
How come you have time to come today?
Lei Luo said with a smile.
I've been bored to death recently, so I came here to relax,
Xueli said. After entering the place, Xueli said,
Brother, if only I could be like you, cultivating every day and not caring about anything. Cultivating every day isn't something that anyone can do,
Lei Luo said with a smile.
Sigh. It would be great if father was still around,
Xueli said gloomily.
There are gains and losses. Nothing is perfect in this world,
Lei Luo said indifferently.
I know. That's why I've been working hard to cultivate, hoping to become a god as soon as possible. That way, I can take on the heavy responsibility and not let my mother down. I won't let the great elder down,
Xueli said with her head lowered. It was only at this time that she could shed her pretense and show the softness in her heart. In her heart, Lei Luo was already like her family, an inseparable part of her. Lei Luo did not speak, allowing Xueli to pour out her heart. Her heart was too lonely, too bitter, and the pressure was too great. After an unknown amount of time, Xueli suddenly stood up and said with a smile,
Brother, thank you for listening to me. I feel much better now. I have to go. Xueli, wait a moment,
Lei Luo suddenly said.
Brother, what's wrong?
Xueli asked.
I have something for you.
Lei Luo smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a drop of divine dragon's blood that looked like flames appeared. He had carefully observed Xueli's bloodline. Its essence was very high, only slightly inferior to the divine dragon's bloodline. This bloodline would not have been formed by the previous god emperor. An ordinary god would not be able to form such a bloodline. Xueli's ancestors would have an even greater background.
Brother, what is this?
Xueli did not recognize it, but she could feel the bloodline in her body stirring.
Divine dragon's blood,
Lei Luo said with a light smile.
Divine dragon's blood?
Xueli's eyes widened. How could she not have heard of divine dragon's blood? It was said that Sangya had the divine dragon's bloodline, but it was definitely very weak.
This drop of divine dragon's blood should be able to stimulate your blood,
Lei Luo said.
Brother, this is too precious,
Xueli hurried to say. Even with Immortal Palace's foundation, it was hard to get such a precious drop of divine dragon's blood. Lei Luo smiled. He flicked his finger, and the divine dragon's blood flew into Xueli's glabella. Immediately, a vermilion dot formed between Xueli's brows. Xueli's entire body shook, and the bloodline in her body trembled, beginning to crazily devour the divine dragon's blood. After an unknown amount of time, the vermilion dot between Xueli's brows completely disappeared. Lei Luo used his elemental eye to check and knew that the activity of Xueli's bloodline was much stronger. However, to completely digest the drop of divine dragon's blood was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Xueli opened her eyes, bowing slightly.
Thank you, brother.
She knew how much it could help her. Not only would her cultivation speed increase, but her chance of becoming a God Realm expert would also increase. She suddenly became more curious about Lei Luo's background. Although she hadn't investigated Lei Luo's background, someone around her had investigated and reported to her. However, in the hundreds of years in the Hall of All Beings, she was close to Lei Luo. She didn't believe that Lei Luo would hurt her. In the blink of an eye, another 110 years had passed. It wasn't 110 years apiece. In the immortal palace of Profound Land, the situation was changing. The atmosphere became tenser. It was mainly because the great God King's mansion in Immortal Palace was becoming more and more influential. The conflicts with the internal energy and the Shui family were getting bigger. Meanwhile, the Western God King and the Southern God King were getting closer and closer. In recent years, there had been rumors in Immortal Palace saying that Sangya was dissatisfied with the Empress and was going to force her to yield. The Great God Mansion.
Your Highness, the situation is in our hands now. You can't hesitate anymore. Yes. According to the information we have received, the Empress's cultivation speed in the past 100 years has been very fast. It's very likely that she has already reached a level 25 Sky Spirit Archmage or above. At this speed, she will reach a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage in less than 1,000 years. She will be able to break through to the God Realm. Recently, our people have observed the Empress's bloodline. In the past 100 years, it has become much more active, and the possibility of becoming a god is also increasing. Once the Empress becomes a god, what will you do? Your Highness, if you have any concerns, I am willing to write a letter to persuade the Empress. Now, not only Sangya's confidant, but even the Northern God King Ming had come. He was even willing to be the vanguard to force the Empress, because it was impossible to stop Sangya's momentum. He had no doubt that he could become the master of Immortal Palace in the future, if he wanted to keep his current position and continue to stand in Profound Land. The best way was to fully rely on God King Sangya. Like the despicable behavior of Zeus, the Western God King. He disdained it, but he wanted to get close to God King Sangya without any blame. When God King Sangya became the God Emperor of Profound Land, Zeus, the idiot, would eventually be completely excluded and marginalized. Chapter 194, Sangya's Sudden Rebellion. Sigh. You guys are trying to pin the traitor and thieves' frown on me. Sangya sighed. Actually, he had the same thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to possess the Great Empress's body. But he still had some misgivings. If he were to rape the Great Empress or force her to abdicate, it shouldn't be difficult. However, his reputation wouldn't be too good. After all, the God Emperor had done him a great favor. But he had tried to seize the throne. If this news got out, everyone in the world would curse and spit on him. Hearing this, the Northern God King Ming knew what Sangya was thinking. A few days later, something happened that shocked everyone in Immortal Palace. The Northern God King Ming had actually written to the Great Empress, hoping that she would think of the big picture and give the throne to the Great God King Sangya. After the news spread out, all the forces in Immortal Palace were shocked. The Great God King Sangya couldn't bear it anymore. Was he going to make a move? It was like a chain reaction. Following that, many forces also wrote a letter. The content was almost the same as Ming's. Sangya had the shadow of the God Emperor, which could make Profound Land rise again. They hoped that the Great Empress could consider the big picture and give the throne to him. Some forces even wanted the Great Empress to marry Sangya directly and become a pair of God Emperors and Mother Gods. There were many such forces. For a time, the atmosphere in Immortal Palace became tense. A huge light barrier appeared in the palace. The defensive formation had activated. It was a high-level formation that could resist the power of a god. Traitor! This is a dog that wants to rebel! In the palace, Shweta roared angrily. First Elder, can this defensive formation block the god's attack? Shweli, who was sitting calmly on the throne, suddenly asked. Your Majesty. Yes, but we will also be completely trapped inside. Shweta sighed and said. Even though he was extremely angry, he knew that the tide had completely turned towards Sangya. Without the power of the gods in Immortal Palace, they would not be able to fight against Sangya. That's enough, Shweli said indifferently. Negotiate with Sangya. Zen yield is impossible. It's been the foundation of our Shui family for hundreds of thousands of years. We won't let it go. Give him two choices. Either maintain the current situation or leave. If he insists on taking the foundation of our Shui family, we will open Immortal Palace and perish together. People were stunned. They didn't expect that Shweli would be so resolute. She wanted to use this chance to force Sangya to yield. Once they opened Immortal Palace, they would be exposed to the demon clan's attack. I think Her Majesty's plan is good. I'm willing to be an envoy to negotiate with Sangya, Luna said.
As one of the 4 God Kings, she stood firmly on Xue Li's side.
Southern God King, this trip is extremely dangerous. If he insists on going his own way, he will not let you off,
Xue Li said in a deep voice.
Your Majesty, I have received your favor and have nothing to repay. Now that I have this opportunity, I will naturally do my best to repay your favor. Even if I die, it doesn't matter.
Luna's tone was extremely determined. Thus, Luna took Xue Li's decree to the great God King's mansion. After Luna read the decree, she said to Sangya,
Your Highness Sangya, you've heard Her Majesty's decree. You can decide whatever you want to do. Our Majesty is putting me in a difficult position.
Sangya sighed. However, at the next moment, he seemed to have made a decision.
Luna, tell Her Majesty that I, Sangya, am willing to leave Profound Land Immortal Palace.
Luna was stunned. Sangya was willing to leave. However, everyone's faces changed drastically.
I, Sangya, rose from the ashes. It was Her Majesty, the God Emperor, who gave me a chance. That's why I'm here today. From the beginning to the end, I, Sangya, have always been loyal to Her Majesty. Since Her Majesty has asked me to leave, I will follow her orders,
Sangya said with a serious face. Luna couldn't figure out what Sangya was thinking. Since Sangya was willing to leave, it was the best. After Luna left, the hall exploded.
Your Highness, you can't leave Profound Land Immortal Palace. Only by taking down Profound Land Immortal Palace can you gain a foothold in God World. Your Highness, you can't be soft-hearted. The young Empress is stupid. Forcing Your Highness to leave is an act of losing people's hearts.
Looking at his subordinates' reactions, Sangya said indifferently,
I've made up my mind. You don't have to say any more.
Soon, the Empress issued an edict to force the great god, King Sangya, to leave Immortal Palace. The news spread throughout the region. Many people were in an uproar when they heard it. After knowing that Sangya was willing to leave, many people praised the great god King Sangya for caring about the big picture. Instead, they blamed the Empress for being stupid and forcing the pillar of the Immortal Palace to leave. Under such circumstances, Sangya's prestige soared. On the other hand, Empress Xue Li became the representative of being stupid. It was finally time for Sangya to lead everyone to leave. Immortal Palace would open a space passage. The great god King Sangya and his subordinates had already gathered at the exit. Inside Immortal Palace,
Your Majesty, Sangya has already passed through the entrance. You can open the exit now.
A demigod, who was in charge of the barriers in Immortal Palace, said respectfully.
Open the barriers,
Xue Li said.
Yes,
the demigod replied. Soon, the whole of Profound Land was shaken. The barriers in Immortal Palace were about to open a space passage. This was the first time it had opened after being sealed for more than 100 years.
Great God King, you may go. The exit has been opened. I won't see you out,
Luna said in front of the space passage. Sangya didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, he smiled and said,
Luna, do you think Profound Land has a bright future under the guidance of that little girl? Xue Li, of course. Her Majesty has a peerless talent. In the future, she will become a god and regain the glory of the God Emperor,
Luna said.
Unfortunately, we won't have such a chance,
Sangya sighed.
What do you mean?
Luna had a vague feeling that something was wrong.
Because I, Sangya, will be the master of Profound Land. Since Xue Li doesn't want the peaceful Zen throne, I can only take it by force. I want Xue Li to be my exclusive property,
Sangya said indifferently.
You?
Luna's face changed.
You guys can't understand the power of a god,
Sangya sighed. Then, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, as if the whole of Profound Land had turned into his territory. Endless power filled the air. At the same time, inside Immortal Palace, Xue Da's face changed drastically. He roared,
Not good! Sangya wants to delay. He doesn't want to leave.
Chapter 195. Don't use your shallow divine power to question my power. However, after a while, Sangya's voice was heard, as if the defensive formation was useless.
Your Majesty, Elder Xue Da, you don't have to waste your energy. The defensive formation in Immortal Palace is useless against me.
Then, Sangya's voice appeared in the Divine Palace as if he had teleported. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden eyes shone with a strange light. His entire body was filled with a domineering air, and he just put his hands behind his back. All the powerful existences present were trembling in fear under this aura. This was the power of a god.
Why?
Xue Da found it hard to believe. The shrine's defensive array was controlled by the Shui family and the guards. It was basically foolproof. But now, the defensive formation had a problem. Was there a traitor inside?
It's simple. I'm the only god in Profound Land Immortal Palace. I've become a resident of this world. As long as there's a loophole in Immortal Palace's formation, my will is above the previous controller. I control the entire formation of Immortal Palace, including the defensive formation,
Sangya said indifferently. Then, his eyes fell on Shui.
Your Majesty, this is the last time I will call you Your Majesty. I will give you one last chance. Give me the Zen throne and marry me. I will give you and your Shui family decent treatment.
All eyes fell on Shui. Shui's face was calm as she asked.
What if I don't agree? Then, I can only force you to marry me. Then, I will make you watch as the entire Shui family is beheaded. Shui, you make the decision.
As the only god in Immortal Palace, he had the overall situation under his control. He could make all the decisions with just one thought.
Aye.
Shui's body shivered.
Sigh. Isn't it good to leave? Why do we have to stay?
At this moment, a faint sigh echoed in the hall. Shortly after, an ordinary gray-robed figure appeared and stood calmly in front of Shui's throne. It was Lei Luo. His appearance was so sudden. Even Sangya, a first-class god, didn't notice him.
Who are you?
Sangya stared at this figure. What kind of existence was he? A first-class god. He was the only god in the entire palace. He was the supreme existence. No existence or movement could escape his senses. However, he didn't know how this man had appeared. This made him have an absurd feeling.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you shouldn't stay here,
Lei Luo said indifferently. Although Sangya had broken through to the god realm more than 100 years ago, his power hadn't increased much. If this man kept his promise and left the palace, Lei Luo wouldn't stop him. However, this man insisted on staying. Why did he have to do that?
Brother.
Sitting on the throne, Shui finally came back to her senses. She looked at the familiar figure. She recognized him. The others present couldn't believe their eyes, because they didn't know how this man had appeared. However, two other people had also recognized Lei Luo. Guard Bo and Judy. Both of them were mages above level 30 Sky Spirit Archmages. They were Shui's trusted aides. They had also met Lei Luo in the hall. However, they had not paid much attention to him before. They had not expected Lei Luo to appear at such a critical moment.
I did not expect that there would be a powerful mage like you hiding here. Even I have hidden it. However, I want to see what kind of strength you have to be so arrogant.
Sangya's voice was extremely low. He couldn't judge Lei Luo's strength. As a level 1 god, it was unbelievable that he couldn't judge Lei Luo. However, he had to test him. He was a god. The only god in Immortal Palace. He didn't believe that there was a second god hidden in there. If there was, why didn't this powerful existence appear when the god emperor had died? It was impossible. Thus, the biggest possibility was that this was a powerful demigod who cultivated some special secret technique or magic tool that could hide his aura. No matter how powerful a demigod was, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of a level 1 god. This was how confident he felt. At the next moment, Sangya's aura trembled. A terrifying divine power started to gather as he clawed at Lei Luo. This claw was incomparably terrifying, tearing apart the void. Everyone's soul vision seemed to be absorbed, pulled, and their souls were about to be pulled out. Endless tremors enveloped everyone's minds. It was as if they wanted to block their 5 senses and souls. This was a god that surpassed mortals. Lei Luo looked at the claw that was grabbing him. He didn't hesitate at all. If it appeared in Galaxy World, perhaps the entire world would be destroyed by this claw. The power of a level 1 god had completely surpassed the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage. It had entered an indescribable domain that involved the operation of laws. It could destroy the origin of a world from the level of laws. No matter how many demigods there were, they would not be able to fight against the weakest god. Lei Luo was not a demigod. Instead, he had surpassed a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage, and had now reached a terrifying level 46 Sky Spirit Archmage. Even if he hadn't condensed his divine power, his comprehension and usage of the laws had reached an extremely terrifying level. He wasn't a god, but he was stronger than a god. Suddenly, Lei Luo raised his hand and gently pointed. Crack! That terrifying claw collapsed immediately. The collapsed divine power didn't even explode. It was as if it had been annihilated. When Sangya saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his body trembled slightly.
Impossible. You are clearly not a god. How can you be so powerful?
He had just sensed Lei Luo's power fluctuation. It was still the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage. However, this kind of Sky Spirit Archmage's power was so terrifying that it was difficult to describe. It was even stronger than his divine power. He was going crazy. How could a Sky Spirit Archmage be more powerful than a divine power?
Does a divine power have to be more powerful? Don't doubt my power with your shallow knowledge,
Lei Luo said calmly. Then, he took a light step down. Sangya felt a huge pressure. There was a magic staff in his hand. The staff was carved with fish scale-like patterns. He growled, and the magic staff immediately released a vibration of magic power. With him at the center, cracks appeared. This was a terrifying power that space could not withstand. Chapter 196. Slave God Sangya obtained the Divine Emperor Pin.
Perishing God Staff.
He held the wand in his hand and swung it at Lei Luo. Immediately, a surge of magic energy flew out, and the entire hall shook. Everyone felt their vision go black, as if the whole world had been turned upside down, as if it was the end of the world. Their soul consciousness had been completely suppressed by a terrifying aura.
This spell is not bad,
Lei Luo's indifferent voice sounded. He was actually evaluating the situation. Sangya was burning with anger and boundless killing intent, but he found that he could not advance any further because the magic energy ball that he released had already been blocked by 2 of Lei Luo's fingers. Just 2 fingers had completely blocked all of his magic power. Magic, divine power, and the terrifying power of the magic staff. He was going crazy. A spell that could kill a god was blocked by 2 fingers. Was he dreaming? At that moment, everyone in the hall returned to normal. The magic that was raging in the hall had completely disappeared. They saw an extremely shocking scene. They saw that the spell that Sangya had waved had been blocked by the grey-robed figure with 2 fingers. Was this grey-robed figure also a god? But even if he was a god, what level was he at? All of a sudden, Lei Luo shook his wrist. Sangya couldn't hold his wand and let go. However, Lei Luo gently waved his hand to cast a spell. Instantly, the void seemed to freeze as Sangya fell down. His face was filled with extreme fear and despair. He thought that after he became a god, he could control a mortal palace and become the supreme god emperor. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrifying existence there.
Sangya, I won't kill you. However, you tried to humiliate Her Majesty and conspire against her. Your crimes are unforgivable. I will demote you to a slave god. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf,
Lei Luo said calmly. The next moment, a bottle of medicine appeared in the center of his palm. The stopper popped open, and the medicine directly shot into Sangya's glabella.
Ah!
Sangya let out a shrill scream, as if he had been subjected to the most painful torture in the world. He struggled and rolled. That sound was enough to make the hearts of countless people at the scene jump. After a while, Sangya finally stopped screaming. However, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and his eyes were filled with jealousy and fear. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a crystal bead flew out from between Sangya's eyebrows and landed in the center of his palm. He turned to look at Xueli and said calmly,
Xueli, this divine slave bead is yours. After refining this bead, you can order Sangya to do anything. He won't have any thoughts of rebelling.
As he said that, the bead flew toward Xueli. Xueli caught the bead and said in surprise,
Brother, this is too precious. You can't do this.
This divine slave bead controlled a god. In other words, she could use this bead to order a god to absolutely obey her commands. Brother's methods were simply unbelievable.
All right, take it.
Lei Luo turned around and disappeared with his hands behind his back. Of course, before he left, he also signed in. The system notification sounded.
Ding! The host has successfully signed in. Reward, Divine Emperor Pin.
After Lei Luo left, Xueli looked at the divine slave bead in her palm, unable to regain her senses for a long time. In the end, she managed to refine the divine slave bead. In the next moment, she felt the magic of this bead. It could have a strange control over Sangya. Everyone in the hall was stunned and numb. What kind of existence was this brother? He easily suppressed the level 1 god, Sangya. He even used a bead to control Sangya and turned him into a slave god. This method was simply miraculous.
Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty.
Xueli was the first to kneel down in excitement, tears streaming down his face. He knew that Xueli's position would be extremely stable. No one would be able to shake her. This was because not only did she control the power of a god, she also had that mysterious elder brother as her backer. The other guards and ministers present also knelt down in excitement. Luna, who was outside, saw the shocking scene of the grey-robed wizard suppressing Sangya.
Her mind went numb, but she immediately let out a long sigh of relief. She knew that everything was over. Soon, the chaos in Sangya was completely quelled, and all of his loyal subordinates were also suppressed. Sangya himself was the one who had attacked. Such a change made countless forces in Immortal Palace dumbstruck. They couldn't imagine what had happened. However, Xueli had already ordered them to keep quiet. She knew that Lei Luo didn't like this kind of thing spreading. He was so powerful, but he was willing to stay in the library and cultivate in the Hall of All Beings for so many years. Of course, he didn't like being disturbed. In the next few months, the result of Sangya's rebellion was announced. Some of Sangya's important subordinates were executed. God King Ming of the North was also executed. God King Zeus of the West had his genitals castrated. His limbs were cut off, and his head was cut off. He had lost control of his army, except for a small number of the families and forces involved. Xueli had pardoned them all. Otherwise, this incident would have involved a lot of people. At this point, the great Empress Xueli had established her absolute authority in Profound Land Immortal Palace. Lei Luo returned to the library of Profound Land. He was quite satisfied with Xueli's treatment. He checked the reward he had just received. He thought that there wouldn't be anything good. However, the system had told him that the reward wasn't bad. The Divine Emperor Pen was a powerful magic artifact used by a certain god emperor. It contained an extremely powerful nomological effect, and had a total of 5 layers of restrictions. Lei Luo felt that this divine artifact wasn't bad, so he began to refine it. The first layer of restrictions didn't take much time to refine. The second layer of restrictions took a little more time. The third layer of restrictions began to become a little more difficult. The fourth restriction had taken a lot of time. The fifth restriction had also taken a lot of time. But the fifth restriction could not be refined.
Looks like this miracle is not bad.
Lei Lu was quite satisfied. After all, there was still another restriction that even he could not refine. It was enough to show that the previous owner of this miracle was definitely much stronger than him. Lei Luo tested the might of the Divine Emperor Pen. When he wrote a word law, in an instant, an extremely terrifying magical will was produced. The magical aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Lei Luo was a little shocked. Was this the effect of the law of words? It was indeed incomparably powerful. Chapter 197. The Demon Emperor was born. Immortal Palace was in danger. Chapter 197. The Demon Emperor was born. Immortal Palace was in danger. Just one word was enough to display it vividly.
Not bad. This pen isn't bad at all.
Lei Luo was very satisfied. Next, he did some experiments. He took a blank piece of paper, dipped the Divine Emperor pen in some special ink, and wrote on the paper. Unfortunately, the paper couldn't bear the power of the pen. As soon as he finished writing, the paper turned into powder. In the end, Lei Luo thought of a method. He took out a special type of jade. This purple jade was a type of jade that was especially used to carve runes. It could withstand extremely powerful energy. After Lei Luo wrote on the purple jade actually withstood it. When he wanted to use it, he directly crushed the purple jade. Immediately, the power of the words was released. After countless experiments, Lei Luo finally created a runic purple jade that could be controlled. Although he was too lazy to use it because it was too time-consuming, he might as well train hard. Because he had been studying the runic purple jade, he had even been delayed from having sex with his wives. During this time, Xueli came over a few times, and Lei Luo gave the runic purple jade to her. These runes were useless to him, but to the weak, they were definitely life-saving trump cards. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. God World, Hell Demon City. This was the holy land of the Demon Clan. The whole of Hell Demon City was shrouded in dark clouds, eerie and terrifying, and filled with extremely powerful dark energy. To the demons, this was an environment that they were very used to. At that moment, in Hell Demon City, a large number of powerful demon mages had gathered in the square outside a huge black stone palace. Every single one of their auras was at least a great sky spirit archmage. And there were even many demigod demons. The reason why these demon mages had gathered here was that the Supreme Demon Emperor was about to come out. 500 years ago, the Demon Emperor had severely injured the God Emperor, and his body was also heavily injured. It was only today that he finally came out of seclusion. After an unknown period of time, the entire black stone palace suddenly shook. Then, rolling black demonic chi spread out from within, gradually condensing into a terrifying skull phantom above the palace. Following that, 4 balls of dark demon fire appeared around this skull phantom. In the next moment, the skull and the demon fire disappeared.
Seeing this, many demons were excited.
His Majesty is going to break through again? Great! Not only has His Majesty recovered, but his force has also increased. We can destroy Immortal Palace completely. Immortal Palace isn't an enemy anymore. Our future enemy is the Moon God Palace. Indeed, once we completely swallow the territory of Immortal Palace, we will have to face Moon God Palace.
Just as these demon mages were discussing, the doors of the Blackstone Palace opened with a loud bang. Then, a tall demon stepped out from within. A boundless power surged out, causing all the demon mages in the square to fall to their knees.
Welcome, Your Majesty! Welcome, Your Majesty! Welcome, Your Majesty! Welcome, Your Majesty!
A roar like a tsunami reverberated through the sky.
My orders! All demons! Attack Immortal Palace!
The Emperor commanded. There was no power left to stop him, even if Immortal Palace was sealed. So what? He had become a level 4 God Spirit. Going from a level 3 God Spirit to a level 4 God Spirit was a huge leap. If he fought Immortal Palace now, he wouldn't need to use sneak attacks. He could severely injure the God Emperor easily. Thus, he had full confidence that he could break Immortal Palace's defensive formation and completely destroy it. Profound Land Library. Lei Luo opened his eyes. It was too difficult. After 200 years of cultivation, he had only taken 4 steps and had just reached a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. However, compared to him, his wives were slower. After several hundred years, they were only at level 7.
The origin of the world in God World is very high, and I don't lack cultivation resources for the time being. There's only one possibility, which is that my soul consciousness isn't strong enough.
Lei Luo sighed. This became the biggest obstacle to his cultivation speed. This feeling of only being able to take one step after 70 to 80 years was too unpleasant. It was so slow. When would he be able to take 100 steps? Could it be that the frequency of having sex with his wives was still too low? There were only 3 ways to improve his soul consciousness. If he kept walking on the path of Sky Spirit Archmage, he would improve his soul consciousness without increasing a level. The second method was to cultivate in the Devouring Treasure Box, which could also slowly improve one's soul consciousness. However, the limitations of these 2 methods were too great. Only the third method, which could improve one's soul in Profound Land, had an obvious effect. All of a sudden, Lei Luo sensed that Little Fire was moving in the system space. A few years ago, Little Fire had entered a strange state, as if it was about to break the limit of a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage. Therefore, Lei Luo sent it to the system space. As a divine dragon, its bloodline was strong enough, and it often devoured higher-level divine dragon blood. It should be no problem for it to surpass a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage. How many levels it could reach in the end would depend on Little Fire's fate. With every step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, after entering the Sky Spirit Archmage realm, its potential would be greater. One would also walk further on the path of a god. To become a god with a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage was not possible. Even a high-level Sky Spirit Archmage could not do it. He hoped that Little Fire could take a few steps and become a god, a divine dragon. Soon, Lei Luo released Little Fire from the system space.
Little Fire, have you become a level 34 Sky Spirit Archmage?
Lei Luo asked.
Of course. Master, don't you see what kind of bloodline Little Fire has?
Little Fire was extremely proud.
What are you proud of? Your master is already at level 50.
Lei Luo said with a smile. Little Fire immediately withered. Level 50. He felt that his master was too abnormal. In front of his master, he was just an ordinary lizard.
How are Wei and the others?
Lei Luo asked. Recently, he had kept Wei and the others in the system space.
They are all fine, but they have been training and don't play with me anymore.
Little Fire curled its lips and said,
Don't bother them too much.
Lei Luo replied. He knew why Wei and the others worked so hard. They were afraid of being left far behind when they saw that he had improved too quickly.
Master, I'm going to play with Xueli.
Little Fire had been dealt a heavy blow by Lei Luo. She decided to find Xueli to regain some confidence. So he flapped his wings and flew out. Lei Luo shook his head. Chapter 198, Entering Profound Land again. Shortly after, he was stunned as the system notification rang out.
Ding! The ticket to Profound Land has cooled down. The host can use it again.
He hurriedly took out the ticket from the system space. It was different from before. Lei Luo was very happy because Profound Land had a chance to improve his soul consciousness. Thus, Lei Luo sealed the palace. Even Little Fire couldn't disturb him. After all, he couldn't sense the outside world in Profound Land. Lei Luo lay in the vampire coffin and used the entrance ticket to Profound Land. In the next moment, his soul consciousness Profound Land again. Silver runes. Golden ocean. Extremely familiar. Lei Luo was looking forward to it. At that moment, an elf-like phantom appeared in the sky.
Hello. I am the administrator of Profound Land. Congratulations on becoming a level 1 scholar here. You will receive the following authority.
Authority 1. You can enter Profound Land to learn once every 1,000 years.
Authority 2. You can stay there for a month.
Authority 3. You can study a magic book at random every time.
The elf-like shadow sent out a thought. Lei Luo was a little surprised. From what the administrator said, he must have left a magic book in Profound Land last time, which was why he was qualified to be a level 1 scholar. If he hadn't left anything at that time, he might never have had the chance to come in again.
Administrator, I want to study the magic book. How about reading it?
Lei Luo asked hurriedly.
Level 1 scholar. Please wait a moment.
The administrator, who looked like an elf, said. He held his small hand for a while, and a strange phantom appeared. Like a movie. Then, a strange magic book gradually condensed. A silver book. There were golden words on it. The magic book suddenly fell into Lei Luo's hands. When Lei Luo held the magic book, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was no longer Profound Land, but an environment with beautiful mountains, clear waters, beautiful birds, fragrant flowers, and bright sunshine. Lei Luo was lying on a chair. Lei Luo was a little surprised. Wasn't this his favorite reading environment? Profound Land could actually create this kind of reading environment. He couldn't even tell if it was real or fake. It was as if it was a real world.
Interesting.
Lei Luo smiled. Then he looked at the magic book in his hand. The Fusion Codex. When he opened it and looked inside, Lei Luo was even more confused. He couldn't understand it. He could recognize every word. But when I combine them together, I can't understand it at all. Is this a magic book?
System. Can I directly absorb the contents of this magic book?
Lei Luo muttered.
Ding. You can't. This is a magic book. It's out of your etiquette range.
The system's notification sound rang out. Lei Luo was speechless. It's out of my comprehension range. Is this level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage really that bad? I don't believe it. I really can't understand it. Lei Luo felt that the system had looked down on him, so he wanted to prove it wrong by understanding the content of the book. So he looked and looked and looked. As he looked, he felt like he was about to fall asleep. He once again experienced the feeling of reading books in his previous life. Since he didn't understand it at all, he simply memorized it. After he left, he studied it carefully. But carrying it in his mind made him feel very tired. The most ridiculous thing was that he had just finished memorizing it and then forgot it in the blink of an eye.
He couldn't remember any of it.
What the hell? What kind of magic is this?
Lei Luo was completely puzzled. In the end, his mind was too tired. He actually fell asleep. When he woke up, he found that he had slept for 2 days. Wait, something's not right. My soul consciousness seems to have become stronger. Lei Luo had an unexpected discovery. It can't be. Could it be that reciting this magic scripture will increase my soul consciousness? Lei Luo's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't understand it, it could increase his soul consciousness. That would be super powerful. Lei Luo was full of motivation. He continued reciting. He still forgot the content after reading. He couldn't remember it at all. But Lei Luo didn't think much of it. Anyway, he didn't even have to memorize it. Just like that, more than 20 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. Lei Luo opened his eyes and stretched. He was really comfortable. His soul consciousness was much stronger than before he entered. He had a feeling that although it was not as good as the reward from writing the codex last time, it was still very good.
In the remaining 3 days, I will write a few more magic books.
Lei Luo touched his chin. He did not plan to continue reciting because he still had more important things to do. If he could write down more magic books and get recognition, he should be able to increase his soul consciousness again, and even increase his scholar level and obtain higher authority. This Profound Land was very good. Although it wouldn't increase his strength, increasing his soul consciousness meant that his potential had increased greatly, and his cultivation speed would definitely increase by a lot. Thus, Lei Luo hurriedly communicated with the manager of Profound Land and made plans to travel there again. Then, he took a silver magic book and flew directly to Profound Land. What magic book should he choose this time? He had read many magic books, and he had read many in his previous life. Soon, he thought of a book. Divine Comedy. There were 3 divine comedies: Hell, purgatory, and heaven. Although he didn't understand it, it didn't matter. He just needed to remember it. Thus, Lei Luo immersed the silver book into the golden sea of runes. In an instant, the memory of the divine comedy appeared in his mind. The countless words in the blood sea started to swim like tadpoles, entering and leaving the silver book until the aura of these words was completely contaminated by the aura of Profound Land. Then, they merged with Profound Land and became part of it. As time passed, everything about the divine comedy in Lei Luo's mind was absorbed by Profound Land. Under the extraordinary reading and understanding of Profound Land, it was rearranged and formed into a brand new magic book. It was shining with golden light in the sky. Seeing this scene, Lei Luo was also a little shocked. He had not expected Profound Land to be so powerful that it could turn ordinary books into magic books. Moreover, the level was not low. After all, what kind of low-level books could be read in Profound Land? Chapter 199. The Demon Emperor had attacked. Little Fire was about to attack. Chapter 199. The Demon Emperor had attacked. Little Fire was about to attack. Immortal Palace was like a giant floating island floating in the sky above God World. It was covered by a massive light barrier. Even though it was just a heavenly palace, it was massive. It wasn't much smaller than the galaxy. Ever since Immortal Palace had been sealed, the Demon Clan had basically taken over their territory. Over the past few hundred years, the countless clans in Immortal Palace's territory had been living a miserable life. Even though these clans had many great sky spirit archmages, and even demigods, without the protection of Immortal Palace, they didn't have much power to resist the powerful demon race. They all fell. In the end, they had no choice but to submit to the Demon Clan. As time passed, these clans gradually got used to it. Moreover, under the propaganda from the Demon Clan, many clans started to hate Immortal Palace. Because of the complete closure of the arcane Heavenly Palace, they had been abandoned. When the Demon Clan started to attack Immortal Palace, many forces that had originally been subordinate to Immortal Palace also joined in. Their main goal was to win the favor of the Demon Clan. They hoped that after they destroyed Immortal Palace, their clans would have a better life. The Demon Clan needed to subdue these clans, so they gave them this chance. At that moment, the area around Immortal Palace was completely surrounded by the Demon Clan's Sky Spirit Archmages. There were more than 1 million of them. Although most of them were low-level Sky Spirit Archmages, they were still an extremely terrifying force. Attack! With the Demon Emperor's order, countless Sky Spirit Archmages and Mages attacked the defensive formation of Immortal Palace. 1 million Sky Spirit Archmages attacking at the same time. How terrifying was that? Boom! With a terrifying boom, countless rays of light shot onto the massive Immortal Palace's formation. The entire defensive formation shook violently. However, it wasn't broken. The attacks didn't have any results. After all, it was a defensive formation that could withstand the attacks of a level 1 god. After the first wave, the second wave, and the third wave continuously bombarded it. The high-level attack of the Demon Clan's Sky Spirit Archmage army had alarmed Immortal Palace. Within the defensive light barrier, a large number of palace mages gathered together. A few Sky Spirit Archmages were already in position. The Demon Clan suddenly launched an attack. It should be because the Demon Emperor's injuries have recovered. First Elder Shweta, the demigod of the Shwe family, said in a deep voice. If this attack continues, how long can our array last? Shweli asked. She looked like she was only 16 years old. Her body was already open, and her every move carried the demeanor of a great empress. A high-level Sky Spirit Archmage will find it very difficult to break through. At most, it will consume the reserve energy of Immortal Palace. However, Immortal Palace's array is this space, and it can continuously draw energy from God World. Basically, it won't be a problem to supply it. However, once the Demon Emperor makes a move, it will be different. His attack can not only increase the consumption, but it can also cause the potential wear and tear of the array formation. Over time, it will definitely affect the operation of the array. As for how long it can last, I don't know. Shweta shook his head and said. However, we have a god, Sangya. With the help of the formation, the demons might not be able to break it. Sangya was only a level 1 god. He was definitely not a match for the Demon Emperor. However, there was still a mysterious mage hidden in Immortal Palace. He had personally experienced that incident more than 200 years ago. With that person, Immortal Palace could resist the Demon Clan. It shouldn't be a big problem. Shweli knew what the Great Elder meant. But she also knew that it was best not to bother her brother. Just like that, the Demon Clan's attack lasted for more than half a month. The Demon Emperor didn't take action. One day, The demon emperor was sitting cross-legged in a massive floating palace. He suddenly opened his eyes, his ferocious face cold.
It's time to break Profound Land's formation.
In the next moment, he walked out of the palace and attacked Immortal Palace with his claws. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be distorted under this attack. Countless sky spirit archmages felt their souls tremble as if the world was collapsing. Compared to the excitement of the demon clan, many sky spirit archmages from other races looked at the godlike figure with fear in their eyes. It was too powerful. In front of such a great power, even the strongest sky spirit archmages were like ants. This was the power of immortals. They were above all living things. Boom! The terrifying claws hit Immortal Palace. The palace, which was as big as a new world, suddenly shook violently. It was as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had happened inside. All the buildings and the array formation seemed to be carrying a huge load. In the next moment, the originally stable defense array began to collapse. One strike. Profound Land's array was shattered just like that.
How is this possible?
Looking at the crumbling defensive array, Grand Elder Shweda and the other Immortal Palace mages were stunned. This was a high-level defensive array that could block a god's attack. But it was shattered by the Demon Emperor's claw. Without the defensive array, how could Immortal Palace fight the Demon Emperor? Many palace mages were extremely pale, because just Sangya alone was not a match for the Demon Emperor. That was an old god. And Sangya was just a newly advanced god. The gap was too big. Luna and the others were slightly better because they found that there was a peerless archmage hiding in Immortal Palace. They believed that the peerless archmage would not stand idly by when he saw the destruction of Immortal Palace.
It's over now.
Little Fire, who was standing on Luna's shoulder, suddenly said,
Little Fire, what's wrong?
Shweli hurried to ask.
Master is cultivating in seclusion. Little Fire can't contact him for the time being.
Little Fire said.
Is there no other way?
Shweli knew that her brother was the last hope for Immortal Palace.
Of course there's no other way. No one can break the defense that Master has set up. Even if Immortal Palace is broken, Master might not know.
Little Fire knew what its master had gone to do. Lei Luo had informed Little Fire before entering.
Then what should we do?
Shweli was a little surprised.
It seems like only Little Fire can take action.
Little Fire spread its wings.
Little Shweli, let Sangya face the Demon Emperor. Little Fire will launch a sneak attack. Little Fire, can you do it?
Shweli did not know how strong Little Fire was.
I think so,
Little Fire said. In fact, it did not know how strong it was. Chapter 200, Little Fire made its move, and the Demon Lord got greedy. Little Fire had never fought with anyone before. It felt a little guilty. Because of this, it let Sangya take the lead and fight the Demon Emperor head-on. This way, it would be much safer.
Little Fire, be careful. If you really can't win, run quickly,
Shweli said.
Don't worry. When Little Fire runs, it will definitely take you with it,
Little Fire said. Shweli forced a smile. Even if she could run, she couldn't. She didn't want to. After the Demon Emperor had broken the formation of Immortal Palace, countless sky spirit archmages of the Demon Clan screamed and shouted,
Long live the Demon Emperor!
However, the Demon Emperor's eyes fell on a bent figure in Immortal Palace.
I didn't expect that you would have a new god so soon.
The demon's savage face revealed a murderous intent. Unfortunately, it was useless. A new god didn't stand a chance against an old level 4 god like him. The gap was too big.
Sangya, attack the Demon Emperor.
Although the Demon Emperor didn't look at Shweli, she could feel a terrifying evil intent that made people shiver. It felt like her soul was being suppressed. She made a decision and gave the order.
Yes.
After Sangya was controlled by the slave god Bede, he couldn't control himself anymore. He didn't even have the thought to resist. He could only carry out Shweli's order to the letter. This was the terror of the slave god Bede. In just a blink of an eye, Sangya jumped into the air, his powerful god aura diffusing everywhere.
Demon Emperor, if you want to destroy Immortal Palace today, you have to step over my dead body,
Sangya shouted. Even if he was going to die in this battle, he had no chance to retreat because Shweli had given him the order to fight to the death. He didn't hesitate to give it his all and risk his life. He sighed in his heart, but he felt relieved. Perhaps dying in battle was the best outcome for him as a god.
A puny level 1 god dares to be so arrogant in front of me.
The Demon Emperor smiled coldly and suddenly grabbed with his hand, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of gods. The shadow of a terrifying skull appeared on his body. In an instant, Sangya, who had just soared into the sky, felt an extremely terrifying will suppression.
This is a level 4 god.
Sangya instantly sensed it. He swallowed an illusory bead to resist the Devil Emperor's terrifying heaven's will suppression. When one reached the god level, they would comprehend laws and condense the heaven's will. A level 1 god could condense the first heaven's will. And this Devil Emperor, he had condensed the fourth heaven's will, representing a level 4 god. He couldn't resist the power of the Ghost Claw. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven's will in Sangya's body was crushed and his defense was destroyed. His entire body was smashed into the void by the terrifying claw, creating a large area of shattered void. Too weak. The Demon Emperor's eyes were indifferent. Shweli and the others in Immortal Palace changed their faces. They had not expected the Demon Emperor to be so powerful. Sangya could not even withstand a single move. Shweli suddenly felt a little worried. Was the mysterious mage a match for the Demon Emperor? Back then, that mysterious mage could defeat Sangya in one move. And now, the Demon Emperor could also defeat Sangya in one move. At that moment, something strange happened. A pitch-black sharp claw with terrifying flame suddenly clawed out from the void behind the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. With a roar, the rolling black night spread out and turned into a strange black mirror, blocking the high-grade pitch-black claw. Crack! The strange black mirror broke apart, but it gave the Demon Emperor time. His body retreated explosively, tearing through the void and instantly moving to the other side. But that pitch-black claw followed like a shadow. The rolling divine flame spread out and burned the void. Boom! A claw clawed over. The Demon Emperor did not have the time to dodge. The defense on his chest was torn apart, actually leaving a terrifying scratch mark on his body. The location of the wound seemed to have been burned. Roar! The Demon Emperor's eyes were red. He was actually injured.
What are you concealing? Get your ass out here!
The Demon Emperor let out a shocking roar. His body suddenly expanded, as if he had become a complete body. He was at least 1,000 feet tall. The muscles on his body bulged, and strange patterns covered them. He actually grabbed at the pitch-black sharp claw. Croak! The owner of the pitch-black sharp claw that was hidden in the void let out a strange cry. And suddenly, he died. The Demon Emperor missed. At this time, Sangya, who was severely injured, spat out blood and pounced over again. A layer of blood-red flames appeared on his body, and he held a long knife in his hand as he slashed at the Demon Emperor.
Get lost!
The Demon Emperor sent 3 men flying with a kick. However, that pitch-black sharp claw once again clawed at his back. The Demon Emperor was already prepared, and he punched out. Boom! A terrifying power of ghosts and gods erupted, tearing apart a large area of the void. Finally, the shadow of that hidden pitch-black sharp claw was revealed. It was a huge lizard. It had a pair of terrifying wings on its back, and its entire body was covered in raging flames.
Caw-caw!
When Little Fire saw that it had been exposed, it cried out in alarm. It suddenly flapped its wings and instantly dodged the high-level demon monarch. Its strength was really inferior to the Demon Emperor, but it relied on its own advantage to repeatedly dodge him. The attack just now had even caused damage to the Demon Emperor.
What kind of lizard is this?
After the Demon Emperor saw it clearly, he was a little stunned. This lizard clearly had not reached the level of a god, but it could pose a threat to him.
Could it be a descendant of some kind of god?
His heart moved. Only a true god could have the power to contend against a god before reaching the level of a god, because this kind of creature with a strong bloodline could break the limit of a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. This kind of god descendant was full of treasures. If he could tame it, it would be even more useful. He didn't expect that Immortal Palace would have such treasures. This place was so rich that it even had a god descendant. Greed appeared in his eyes. If he could catch this kind of god creature, his harvest would be much greater than destroying Immortal Palace.
This Demon Emperor is so terrifying.
However, Little Fire was scared away by the Demon Emperor's eyes. It turned around and flapped its wings, preparing to run away.
Can you run?
The Demon Emperor sneered. All of a sudden, a 1-meter-tall black stone statue appeared in his palm. This stone statue looked strange as if it had been skinned. It gave people a horrible, hateful feeling. Crack. Suddenly, the black stone statue shattered. Chapter 201. It was not very powerful, but its tone was not small. Chapter 201. It was not very powerful, but its tone was not small in an instant. A terrifying black gas quickly spread out and permeated the void. Little Fire ran very fast, but it was not as fast as the black gas. Very soon, it was sucked into the black gas. Caw. Caw. The black gas was extremely viscous, and Little Fire's speed immediately decreased. It tried its best to activate the Divine Sun Fire to burn the black gas. Although the black gas was powerful, it was burned by the divine sun fire and was annihilated. However, there was too much black gas. It enveloped a large area of the void, causing the entire void to sink into pitch-black darkness. Within a short period of time, it was very difficult for Little Fire to escape. Moreover, there was the Demon Emperor. He was actually able to come and go freely within the black gas without being affected in the slightest.
What a powerful divine fire! It can even burn the evil god's gas?
The Demon Emperor was shocked when he saw this scene. But he immediately became even more excited. Because the stronger the bloodline of the divine object, the stronger the protection after he captured it.
Croak! Croak! Master! Save Little Fire!
Little Fire was very scared. He struggled desperately, trying to set fire to it.
Sangya! Quickly get Little Fire out!
Seeing this scene, Xueli was so anxious that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Unfortunately, no matter how much Sangya attacked, it was useless. He couldn't break that terrifying black gas at all.
Ha! Little lizard! You can't escape from my palm!
The Demon Emperor laughed crazily. In Profound Land, Lei Luo finally unloaded the Divine Comedy onto the Golden Book. This was the essence of human beings. At the next moment, the Golden Book in his hand shook slightly. It was pulled by an invisible force and broke free from his hand, flying up to the sky. Not long after, an incomparably brilliant light descended from the sky and landed on Lei Luo's body. It began to transform his soul consciousness. Although he had experienced it once before, Lei Luo was still intoxicated after experiencing it again. It felt so good. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo finally recovered. He felt comfortable all over. Compared to before, the effect was much better. In the next moment, Lei Luo felt that his soul had returned to his body. He lay in the vampire coffin again. Can I only create one magic book at a time? Lei Luo was a little depressed. He had planned to get a few more books so that his soul consciousness could be strengthened a few more times. But now it seemed that he had miscalculated. Sigh. It will be 1,000 years later when I enter Profound Land again. Lei Luo sighed faintly. Suddenly, Lei Luo's body trembled because Little Fire's voice sounded in his mind.
Master! Save Little Fire! Woo! 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 Master has finally come out!
Little Fire, who was trapped by the black gas, suddenly became ecstatic. It finally felt safe now. It was no longer afraid of that repulsive and ugly Demon Emperor.
Little lizard, obediently surrender. You won't be able to escape.
The Demon Emperor looked at the completely trapped black lizard and revealed a satisfied expression. Even if this godly item was extremely terrifying, it would still require time to burn off the evil god's energy and break free. With his level 4 godly power, it would not be a problem for him to suppress this godly item. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The Demon Emperor was extremely happy.
You ugly fellow! You are dead for sure. My master will not let you off.
Little Fire said fiercely.
Master? Is your master more powerful than me? Why don't you acknowledge me as your master? That way, you'll have a brighter future.
The Demon Emperor had a disdainful expression toward the master that this little lizard was talking about. It was probably that weak god. A mere first-class god. What qualifications did he have to be the master of a godly item? Only he, the Demon Emperor, a 4th-class god, had the qualifications.
You ugly ghost! What's so powerful about you? If it wasn't for this thing, you wouldn't even be able to trap me.
Little Fire said with extreme disdain.
Good. 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 I'll destroy your master now, and then come and deal with you.
The Demon Emperor was extremely angry after being looked down upon by a godly item.
Ugly ghost! My master is here. He's right behind you.
Little Fire suddenly said.
What?
The Demon Emperor did not react.
Didn't you want to destroy me? I am here now.
At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. The Demon Emperor was scared out of his wits. He turned around and saw a gray-robed figure standing a few meters away. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that it was just an illusion and not a real person. However, the Demon Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't even noticed that someone was approaching him. What did that mean?
Impossible. Unless it's a level 7 or higher god. It's impossible. He must have used some special divine weapon or divine magic.
The Demon Emperor directly denied it. Did Immortal Palace have a level 7 or higher god? If it did, then it wouldn't have fallen into his hands. At the same time, Xueli, who had been about to give up hope, was pleasantly surprised when she saw the gray-robed figure. It was her brother. She knew that Little Fire was safe. Meanwhile, Xuede, Luna, and the others let out a long sigh of relief. With this person, even if the war god could not become the demon emperor, it should not be a problem to protect Immortal Palace. However, most of the palace mages did not know who this grey-robed mage was. They were all very curious. Since when did our Immortal Palace have such a mage? Just now. Little Fire had already shocked many people. After all, Little Fire had displayed power comparable to a level 1 god. Yet he had actually injured the Demon Emperor. If it wasn't for the Demon Emperor using a terrifying black color to trap Little Fire, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to Little Fire. Now, a very powerful-looking existence had appeared.
I didn't expect your power to be so greedy. You really have so many treasures. But it doesn't matter. They will soon all be mine.
The Demon Emperor stared at the grey-robed figure. Although he didn't sense this person's aura, he felt that the possibility of him being a god was very low. Even if he was, it was at most a level 1 god. He felt that this Immortal Palace was really strange. Not only had the God Emperor defeated a new god in just a few hundred years, but he had also defeated level 33 Sky Spirit Archmages. Now, another unknown existence had appeared. However, he was still very confident because he was a level 4 god.
You talk big. It's just that your strength is too weak,
Lei Luo said with a faint smile. He had never thought that such a problem would appear. In the 1 month he had been in Profound Land, Little Fire had almost become a threat. Fortunately, he had come out in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 202, One Sword to Destroy a God, Shocking the Moon God Palace. Chapter 202, One Sword to Destroy a God, Shocking the Moon God Palace.
My strength is weak?
The Demon Emperor almost laughed maniacally. He was a level 4 god, but he was actually said to be too weak.
Yes, you are too weak.
Lei Lu nodded indifferently. And then he took out a sword and pointed it toward this Demon Emperor who dared to harm Little Fire. Star-slaying sword. Lei Luo decided to send this guy to his death with a sword, making him become a dead ghost. When Lei Luo took out the sword, the Demon Emperor felt his heart suddenly tighten. It was as if he was gripped by a terrifying force. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his soul. And his 5 senses and consciousness all had problems. Even his heavens will core started to tremble.
This?
The Demon Emperor's pupils constricted.
Oh my god! What level of sword intent is this?
His body began to tremble.
If you can receive 1 strike from me without dying, I will spare your life. Moreover, I will give you an extra 10 breaths of time to allow you to escape,
Lei Luo said indifferently. The Demon Emperor was completely terrified of Lei Luo because he finally realized that he had met a terrifying existence that he couldn't resist. He couldn't figure it out. Why was there such an existence in Immortal Palace? Why didn't he show up when they were fighting the God Emperor? Why did he show up now? Run! The Demon Emperor only had one thought. He turned around and ran away. As for the Demon Clan and the army of Sky Spirit Archmages, he abandoned them all. He cast a peerless escape magic spell, and the divine essence was burning. But he still felt a fatal threat. It was as if he could not escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. The Demon Emperor had actually escaped. They only saw the grey-robed figure take out a sword, and then he fled. He did not even turn his head. His expression was one of panic, as though he was filled with great terror.
What happened to His Majesty?
The demons were all at a loss. In their hearts, their emperor, who was like a god, had actually fled in a panic? They simply could not imagine what they had seen.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
At this moment, a few light sounds rang out. However, it struck everyone's heart. Whether it was the people from Immortal Palace, the hundreds of demons, or the powerful mages who had consumed the demons, they all felt their souls being grabbed. Their minds and will sank into an indescribable trembling. The Demon Emperor, who was running for his life, felt as if he had sensed the death knell of the end of the world. Even though he had run far away, that faint voice seemed to be ringing in his ears continuously. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, Lei Luo suddenly thrust out his sword. The star-slaying sword was enveloped by an indescribably terrifying magic power. The magic power continuously lit up every rune pattern on the star-slaying sword. The star-slaying sword suddenly lit up, and a terrifying magic light beam shot out. In an instant, the terrifying magic light beam pierced through the void. The Demon Emperor, who was desperately trying to escape, trembled. He only felt a terrifying magic power locking onto him. There was nowhere to escape.
I don't believe that I will die.
The Demon Emperor let out a mournful roar. He used all his strength to activate the forbidden magic, but it was completely useless. The shadow of death quickly arrived. There was no escape. The demon emperor suddenly threw out a red scroll. The red scroll turned into a figure. It was like a real figure. This was substitute magic. It was a secret magic scroll of the demon clan. He had refined it over countless years. It could only be refined with the souls of a large number of blood descendants. It could save his life at critical moments. Now he was locked onto by a terrifying magic. He hoped that he could borrow the body double scroll to die for him once. That way, the body would be able to come into contact with the magic lock attack instead of him. As long as he escaped this attack, that terrifying existence would think that he had killed his target because the body double scroll would block the signal of the real body. That way, he would be able to escape. The body double scroll was extremely precious. Everyone could only refine one. But as long as he could keep his life, it would be worth it. In an instant, the magic light beam penetrated the figure formed by the substitute scroll. Following that, the figure disintegrated inch by inch. But the strange thing was that the magic light beam did not end there. It actually changed its direction and continued shooting toward the demon emperor.
No! Impossible. My substitute scroll will block all my information. How can it still catch up?
The demon emperor let out an extremely terrified howl.
No!
In the next moment, his body was blasted apart by the magic beam. Only his mournful scream could be heard. Even a level 4 god could not resist this sword attack. In an instant, countless rays of light bloomed. It was like a star rising in the void, releasing endless light and heat. At the same time, in the endless starry sky above the heavenly realm, a star suddenly flickered and then turned into a dazzling meteor, falling into the god realm. It announced the death of a level 4 god. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many level 1 gods in the surrounding world. Moon God Palace. This was a god-level force that was connected to the Demon Clan and Immortal Palace. The master of Moon God Palace, Moon God, had been a level 4 god for a long time. However, Moon God was very peaceful and didn't have any ambitions. Even if the two forces next to her were weaker than her, she didn't care. Thus, Moon God Palace's territory was much smaller than the Demon Clan's and Immortal Palace's territory. However, Moon God Palace was stuck in a crucial position. Once the Demon Emperor annexed Immortal Palace, Moon God Palace would be the first one to expand.
What's that?
On a high platform, a faint silver light fell as if it was connected to the sky. A white-robed figure looked into the distance. Her beautiful face was puzzled. Even though they were miles away from each other, she could still feel a terrifying feeling. All of a sudden, she lifted her head to look at the sky. A bright star was twinkling in the daytime. It still twinkled 4 times. Then, it fell to the horizon and disappeared in the direction that had frightened her.
There are only Immortal Palace and the Demon Clan in that direction. Hundreds of years ago, the God Emperor of Profound Land died. Why did another god die? Was it a level 4 god?
The moon god's beautiful face showed her worry. She just wanted to cultivate quietly. She didn't want to have a dispute with others. Even though she was a level 4 god, she was considered a powerful god in God World. However, she was willing to live in a corner. Chapter 203, Divine Dragon Blood. Immortal Palace, the Demon Clan, and the countless powerful mages from many forces were all stunned when they saw the cold light in the distant void and the Demon Emperor's unwilling screams. The Demon Emperor had fallen. He had fallen. How was this possible? They couldn't believe what they had just seen. After the Demon Emperor had escaped so far, he was still killed by that grey-robed figure with a single sword attack. How strong did he have to be to kill a level 4 god with such ease? How strong was this grey-robed figure? After a long time, the dead and quiet space finally became noisy. Everyone in Immortal Palace was seething, excited, and screaming. They were celebrating their narrow escape from death. If the Demon Emperor had won, no creature in the whole of Immortal Palace would have survived. But now, the Demon Emperor was dead. They had had the last laugh, and the Demon Clan was panicking. Even the great Demon Emperor had been killed by a single sword strike. Did they still have hope? No. There was no hope at all. Endless despair enveloped the hearts of all the Demon Clan's experts. The powerful mages from the various races, who were originally dressed and wanted to perform well, also felt a chill in their hearts because they realized that they were on the wrong side. Not only had Immortal Palace not been destroyed, but they had also hidden such a terrifying expert. They felt they had been betrayed by Immortal Palace, which they had once pledged their loyalty to. Suddenly, it was as if they were shouting loudly,
"We will destroy the Demon Clan!"
In an instant, the powerful mages from the various races, who were at a loss and did not know what to do, felt as if they had been injected with a dose of hope for survival. As if they had a target, they looked at the demon clan's experts with bloodshot eyes. Instantly, countless mages of different races pounced on them. They wanted to exterminate the demon clan and express their allegiance to Immortal Palace. They hadn't betrayed Immortal Palace. They had only been forced by the demon clan. For a moment, the battle began. After the demon emperor died, the demon clan's morale was low. Now, they were being attacked from the back. They were thrown into chaos. They didn't have any intention to fight. They scattered and ran away. The demon clan, which was much stronger than the other clans, was now in chaos. The other clans were now chasing after them. At the same time, Xueli, the master of Immortal Palace, saw the situation. She immediately ordered several legions of Sky Spirit Archmages to attack. A large number of Immortal Palace experts attacked the demon army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, they couldn't let the demon clan escape. As long as they destroyed the mages of the demon clan, it would completely decline. Swoosh! The sword light turned and fell into Lei Luo's hand. There was actually an interspatial ring on the star-slaying sword. It was intact. There was no damage. And the space was not small. After Lei Luo refined it, he could see that there was a large number of things stored inside. Although it was nothing to him, they were definitely very precious items to ordinary gods.
Master, Little Fire hasn't come out yet.
Little Fire suddenly said pitifully. Although he had used the divine fire to burn a lot of black gas, there was too much black gas. Lei Luo smiled and stretched out his hand to grab it. Immediately, the massive black gas that covered a large area was compressed by a powerful force. Finally, it turned into a lump of material that was like glue and fell into Lei Luo's palm. This thing was extremely strange and carried a kind of hateful aura. Once it was entangled, it would be extremely disgusting. Only Little Fire had the divine sun fire, which was the nemesis of this kind of black gas and could be burned. However, there was too much black gas, plus the threat of the demon emperor. So Little Fire was unable to break free in such a short period of time. If it was an ordinary god, they would probably have been enveloped by the black gas and completely have lost their ability to resist. Little Fire flew onto Lei Luo's shoulder, combed its feathers, and said proudly,
Master, Little Fire is amazing. Right. Just now, it fought with a level 4 god for so long. If it wasn't for that black gas, that demon emperor wouldn't have been able to touch Little Fire at all. Who was the one who asked me for help just now?
Lei Luo smiled but didn't say anything. Little Fire didn't say anything and quickly flew to Xueli. Lei Luo shook his head. He didn't know who Little Fire had learned to brag from. Suddenly, he looked at Sangya, who was seriously injured. Fortunately, the demon emperor hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Sangya wouldn't just be seriously injured. Suddenly, he moved his finger, and a drop of red blood that was as hot as fire entered Sangya's body. Divine dragon blood. He was a slave god, so he could use the divine dragon blood to nurture him. If he had to do it himself every time, what would be the point of having this slave god? Even though Sangya's strength had increased a lot, he could not break free from the control. Xueli's control over the slave god bead was given by Lei Luo. As long as Sangya was weaker than Lei Luo, he would not be able to break free from the control of the slave god bead. Was it possible? No. It was impossible. Even if Sangya was given more divine dragon blood, he would not be able to surpass Lei Luo. Even a pure and powerful fire-breathing divine dragon like Little Fire, who had absorbed so much divine dragon blood, could not cultivate as fast as Lei Luo. One could see how terrifying Lei Luo's progress was. It was only that Lei Luo felt that it was a little slow. He had only cultivated for about 1,000 years. But he was already a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. For ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage, the time needed to take a step was calculated in 1,000 years. Those with high talent and rich cultivation resources might be much faster. But there was a limit to how fast they could be. The birth of a god was basically measured in tens of thousands of units. When the divine dragon's blood entered Sangya's body, it immediately caused the blood in his body to vibrate. His body shook, and the blood inside underwent a huge transformation. This was no longer the original dragon bloodline absorbing the divine dragon's blood. Instead, the divine dragon's blood began to replace his original bloodline. Fortunately, his bloodline ancestor must have had a bit of dragon's blood before. Otherwise, this bloodline change would cause a very serious mutation reaction. The bloodline change was not something that could be carried out casually. Not to mention the bloodline of the mutants. Many people could not withstand the invasion of a powerful bloodline, and eventually became strange monsters. Their bloodlines even collapsed, and they died an unnatural death. The dragon bloodline in Sangya's body was very weak to begin with. In front of the divine dragon blood, it became stronger. Soon, traces of the dragon clan began to appear on Sangya's body. His forehead bulged and dragon scales appeared on his body. However, the mutation on his body was not particularly serious. Chapter 204. Galaxy City was in trouble again. Soon, traces of the dragon clan began to appear on Sangya's body. His forehead arched, and dragon scales appeared on his body. However, the mutation on his body was not particularly severe. After an unknown period of time, the bloodline in Sangya's body finally completed its transformation. His injuries had all recovered. Not only that, but his aura had actually become much stronger. This was the benefit of the bloodline transformation. Sangya finally opened his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. He actually had the true divine dragon bloodline? The next moment, he knelt in the void, prostrating himself on the ground, and said with a sobbing voice, "Slave god Sangya thanks you for the reward. Master!" Although his identity as a god slave could not be changed, with the divine dragon bloodline, his potential had increased greatly. In the future, he would be able to break through to a more powerful god level. Under normal circumstances, he, Sangya, would, at most, be a level 3 god, and it would take an extremely long time for him to reach that level. But now, his upper limit had been raised, reaching level 7 and above. "Remember your duty," Lei Luo said calmly. Then, he turned around and disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding void disappeared like a bubble phantom. Previously, Lei Luo had given Sangya the divine dragon's blood, blocking the space, so no one could sense it. After all, the divine dragon's blood was no small matter, so naturally, no one could see it. After his wounds were healed and his power had improved, Sangya hurried to Xue Li's side like a loyal servant. Lei Luo returned to Profound Land Library. However, the war outside wasn't over yet. The demon clan had been defeated. Only a small number of sky spirit archmages of the demon clan had escaped. Most of them had been killed by the joint attack from Immortal Palace and the other clans. Xue Li ordered Sangya to make a move. Luckily, at least half of the demon sky spirit archmages had died at Sangya's hands. Otherwise, with some demon sky spirit archmages escaping, especially those who were at a high level or even demigod level, they might not have been able to stay. After the battle ended, the remaining experts of the various races knelt in the void, waiting for the Empress. They only hoped that the Empress would forgive them for their crimes. Xue Li was too lazy to argue with them, and directly pardoned their crimes. "Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty!" After the mages from these races were pardoned by the Empress, they were very grateful. After all, Immortal Palace could have executed them for their original rebellious behavior. Just like that, the battle ended with Immortal Palace's complete victory. The legend of the mysterious gray-robed expert killing a level 4 god-level demon emperor with a single sword spread at an astonishing speed. It wasn't just in the territory of Immortal Palace. As the remaining mages of the demon clan fled back, the news also spread there, and eventually spread to the territory of the Moon God Palace. Inside the Moon God Palace, Immortal Palace has a gray-robed mage who killed a level 4 god-level demon emperor with one sword attack? The white-clothed figure looked in the direction of Immortal Palace and muttered to herself. She found it hard to imagine what level the gray-robed mage was. However, she felt that this powerful existence shouldn't threaten her. Otherwise, when Immortal Palace fell, why hadn't this powerful existence appeared? Only when Immortal Palace was in a life-and-death situation did he appear and destroy the demon emperor. This meant that this powerful mage didn't have any ambition to seize the throne. He was just a god-level expert cultivating in Immortal Palace. Galaxy World, Black Rock Cliff, located at the southern edge of the Emo region. It was a typical shield wall structure. More than 10 figures gathered were there. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, and they were all sky spirit archmages. The water level of the Dead Sea has already risen by more than 10 meters, and it hasn't stopped. If this continues, the area of our galaxy world will shrink by an unknown amount. A sky spirit archmage from the Tiandao divine sect said with a heavy tone. The water level of the Dead Sea had risen and expanded inland, which was only in the last few months. But now, the coastal area of Galaxy World had been swallowed by the Dead Sea. There were probably more than a dozen regions in trouble. This was an extremely terrifying phenomenon. The Dead Sea was extremely strange. Only sky spirit archmages could survive. Even the top-level Earth Spirit Archmages couldn't resist the attack of the Dead Sea. Once the Dead Sea continued to expand, the consequences wouldn't depend on imagination. Engulfing the Dead Sea did not show the root cause of the situation at all. The Dead Sea was mysterious and unpredictable. It was not something they could understand at all.
If the expansion of the Dead Sea does not stop, we will have to migrate to higher altitudes.
Another Sky Spirit Archmage sighed and said,
It's a pity that we are unable to train in Immortal Palace. Otherwise, we could report this situation. It's been hundreds of years. After Immortal Palace sent that message, there hasn't been any response. I'm a little worried. Galaxy City has always been reclusive. I wonder what that nameless mage is thinking. The star field that Galaxy City is located in is not high in elevation. If the Dead Sea continues to expand, God World will likely be invaded and swallowed by the Dead Sea.
The others began to discuss. At this moment, a Sky Spirit Archmage from the Tiandao Divine Sect trembled. A look of pleasant surprise suddenly appeared on his face.
Everyone, there is great news. I just received news that Immortal Palace has resumed contact with our Tiandao Divine Sect.
The others revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Hundreds of years ago, the demon clan had invaded. If it weren't for that magical light that had destroyed all the demons, Galaxy City would have become the territory of the demon clan.
Our Sky Spirit Pavilion has just received a message from them.
Another expert of the Sky Spirit Pavilion laughed.
I believe that Immortal Palace will send people to investigate the abnormal situation in the Dead Sea.
The others nodded, as they had a lot of confidence in the Immortal Palace mages. For thousands of years, the reason why Galaxy World had developed was because of Immortal Palace. With the support of Immortal Palace, Galaxy World was at least invincible in the lower realm. If they encountered a major danger, they could contact them. It was because of this that Galaxy World didn't pay much attention to the invasion of other clans. When the Whale Clan invaded the last time, the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the Tiandao Divine Sect knew about it. However, they had their own positions, so they couldn't interfere with the Immortal Divine Sect's affairs. They could only watch helplessly. Chapter 205, Punishing the Immortal Queen, Evelyn. Chapter 205, Punishing the Immortal Queen, Evelyn. Starfield, Galaxy City. The people of Galaxy City naturally knew about the expansion of the Dead Sea. However, they had no choice but to watch it come. They couldn't train Lei Luo. The strength of Galaxy City was no small matter now. The disciples trained by Alo, Leolon, and Leona had all reached the Sky Spirit Archmage realm, although they were not as powerful as the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion. The strength of Galaxy City far surpassed that of the other 12 Heaven Gates.
With the current expansion speed of the Dead Sea, in half a year's time at most, the starfield might be submerged. We face three choices. One is to migrate all of Galaxy City to a higher altitude. The second is to rely on the Holy Light Shield to resist the invasion of the Dead Sea. And the third is to use the power of the Star-Slaying Cave Abode to move Galaxy City back into the small world. The second and third have a problem. And that is whether the Holy Light Shield will be able to withstand the attack of the Dead Sea, and whether the power of the Dead Sea will invade the Star-Slaying Cave Abode.
If it can't withstand the attack, other than us protecting a small number of people and evacuating them, the majority of the people in Galaxy City will die in the Dead Sea,
Dana said.
But the first choice may not be feasible. If the Dead Sea continues to expand and eventually submerge Galaxy World, what if either the Holy Light Shield or the Star-Slaying Cave Abode is able to resist the expansion of the Dead Sea?
Bodley said.
Therefore, this is a very difficult choice. Once the wrong choice is made, Galaxy City will be in danger.
Dana sighed and said, although they, Sky Spirit Archmages, still had a chance of survival, to an ordinary Galaxy City mage, it would be a disaster. After all, they didn't have the ability to protect everyone.
Why don't we make two preparations? Migrate a portion to a place with high altitude, and leave a portion in Galaxy City?
Bodley suggested.
We'll see what happens first. If the situation continues to worsen, that's what we'll do.
Dana sighed and said, in fact, he was still thinking about another matter. If something like this had happened in Galaxy World, what about the old world?
It's a pity that the old ancestor isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely have a way.
Bodley said softly. They hadn't seen their masters and the old ancestor for hundreds of years. They really missed them. The others quieted down. In Profound Land Library, Lei Luo's life became regular again. He finally felt the joy of cultivating, and his original speed of cultivating had returned. It felt good. This was called meditation and cultivating. Those who took one step after hundreds of years weren't cultivating. They were torturing. Although the training speed was too high, and the consumption of training resources had increased a lot, It was not the same thing. That night, Lei Luo was punishing the queen of the immortal clan, Evelyn, in his room. He made this woman drool tears and mucus all over her face. At this moment, her eyes were empty as she looked at the roof. Her body was in a mess. With Lei Luo's roar, he injected his mana essence into her body. Evelyn, who had orgasmed countless times, began to spasm again. Soon, Lei Luo pulled out. Suddenly, her body felt empty. Evelyn gasped. At this moment, her crotch twitched from time to time. Her dark red labia were slightly swollen. Every time she twitched, a large amount of white liquid would flow out. This was all the mana essence of Lei Luo. Evelyn endured the humiliation for the sake of these liquids. Only by letting these mana essences enter her body could she become stronger. Therefore, after lying down for a while to recover, she sat up and used her hands to scoop up the milky white mana essence that was continuously flowing out from her crotch. Then, she ate every drop of it. However, she was not satisfied at all. She ate the food in the bowl, but looked at the food in the pot. Very quickly, she raised her eyes and looked at Lei Luo again. The misty look in her eyes made her involuntarily crawl toward Lei Luo. Just like a female dog, she lowered her head and held onto Lei Luo's male organs. Then, she continued to play with them. At the same time, she kept swinging her waist and twisting her butt, hoping that Lei Luo would stab her viciously again, letting this woman give him oral sex. Lei Luo was thinking about something else at the moment. This crazy sex to train was very helpful to him. But Lei Luo had feelings for his wives. Wei, Liulan, Leona, the Murloc princess, and the Alcioya. He really couldn't bear to ask them for too much. This would only bring them pain. Therefore, he could only let Evelyn, the slut, train with him. He didn't get out of bed for the next few years. And Evelyn, the slut, would only need to lie down for a while before she would turn horny again and tempt Lei Luo to F***ck her. Lei Luo naturally wouldn't spoil her, but he would F***ck her essentially every time, and almost every time she would faint several times. With the cooperation of this woman, Lei Luo's cultivation speed had also increased quite a bit. Little Fire had also been working hard in the system space like Wei and the others. Ever since the time he was almost captured by the Demon Emperor, Little Fire had started to work hard. He decided to train hard and improve every day. He swore to Lei Luo that if he did not take another step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, he would definitely not come out. Lei Luo was very satisfied with Little Fire's attitude of working hard despite knowing its shame. Therefore, he decided that if Little Fire did not take another step forward, he would definitely not let it out of the system space. He hoped that Little Fire could endure it. Lei Luo lay on the bed and took out a magic book to read. Evelyn sat on Lei Luo's huge male organ and started to move. She moved her hips smoothly and skillfully. Her huge breasts swayed. Her face was red. She bit her lower lip with a pained expression. Her pupils were misty. She was in pain and happy. She found that her goal was not just to make the immortals strong again. She seemed to have fallen in love with this man. To be precise, she had fallen in love with his male organ. She liked this feeling. It was painful, but also very comfortable. This feeling made her mind go blank. As her buttocks swayed, the pleasure quickly came. Evelyn unconsciously accelerated the rhythm. And finally, under the extremely high frequency, she orgasmed again. She let out a high-pitched scream. As the soft moan fell, she no longer had the strength to support herself, and her body fell directly onto Lei Luo's body. Her lower body was still tightly biting on Lei Luo's male organ. Unwilling to let go, she was lying on his chest, gasping for air. He could feel her hot breath and her rapid heartbeat. Chapter 206, The Moon Goddess's Request. What a stupid woman. Lei Luo couldn't help but think to himself, and shook his head helplessly. He turned over and pressed her under his body. The sudden change made Evelyn open her eyes. Her consciousness was almost melted by the pleasure. She vaguely saw a handsome face in front of her, and gently kissed his forehead. Then she felt a rush of pleasure from her lower body. Evelyn felt her scalp go numb, and she could not breathe. Finally, she regained some consciousness. Her slender arms wrapped around Lei Luo's neck, and her feet clamped on his waist. Evelyn could not help but let out a soft gasp. When she woke up, there was no sign of Lei Luo around her. Evelyn could not help but close her eyes and savor the crazy sex she had enjoyed over the past few years. Thinking about it, her body became hot again, and her hands could not help but clasp her lower body. The reason why Lei Luo left wasn't that he didn't want to do it anymore. Instead,
He felt a stream of consciousness probing him. Although it was impossible for the other party to detect anything with him around, Lei Luo still decided to deal with it. After all, such an action was tantamount to a provocation. 10,000 miles away from Immortal Palace, on an ordinary mountain peak, a white-clothed figure was looking in the direction of Immortal Palace. At this moment, its light was boundless, like a dream. Even at night, a large number of mages flew in and out. Ever since the demon clan was defeated and annihilated, Immortal Palace had been completely unveiled. Not only did they subdue their original territory, but even the demon clan had no choice but to retreat to the west. Indeed, a large area of territory and races that had been ruled by the demon clan had all knelt before Immortal Palace. It was unprecedentedly powerful. I hope that my consciousness detection will not be regarded as a provocation by that powerful existence. The white-robed figure thought softly, her beautiful face filled with anticipation. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and turned her head. A gray-robed figure stood not far away.
Senior, are you the powerful mage who killed the demon emperor's arcane heavenly palace with one sword strike?
The moon goddess asked nervously. This was a terrifying existence that could kill a 4th-level god with a single strike. She was only a peak 4th-level god. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would probably only take a couple of strikes. If she wasn't very curious, and she believed that the other party wasn't a ruthless person, she wouldn't have dared to casually walk over.
Since you know, why did you use your intent to probe Immortal Palace?
Lei Luo asked. Although she was a beautiful goddess, if she threatened the Immortal Palace's safety, he didn't mind killing her.
Senior, I submitted a letter to Immortal Palace, hoping to ask you about magic knowledge. However, they said that you refused, so I could only use this trick.
The white-robed shadow moon goddess said with a forced smile.
So you are the moon goddess. The magic I cultivate isn't suitable for you. I can't teach you anything.
Lei Luo shook his head. He wasn't even a god, and he was still at the sky level. How could he teach a god? Unless she was here to have sex with him. However, although this goddess was beautiful, Lei Luo wasn't a casual man. He didn't want any woman. The moon goddess had come to him for advice. But she had come to the wrong person.
Senior, I have stayed at level 4 for thousands of years, and have been unable to break through. Please give me a chance.
The moon goddess said bitterly. For someone like her who pursued the path of a god, staying in one realm and being unable to break through was an extremely painful thing. Lei Luo looked at the moon goddess. Hesitating, he seemed to see a shadow of himself in her. It was her persistence in cultivating. Moreover, from the information he had, this moon goddess was very powerful. But she didn't have any ambition. Her territory wasn't big, far from the demon clan and Immortal Palace. From a certain point of view, he and the moon goddess were the same kind of person. They were obsessed with cultivation and didn't care about power and status. The only difference was that he had signed with the system, and the moon goddess relied on her talent and hard work. Lei Luo sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had the system. Otherwise, even if he worked hard and was obsessed with cultivating magic, he would have turned into a pile of dirt by now. Sometimes, hard work could not change fate. Birth, opportunity, talent, or more important, he could ignore the demands of an ambitious person who pursued fame and fortune. However, he felt pity for a person who cultivated arduously and pursued the path of magic. Perhaps he could help this moon goddess.
Then go to your moon god palace.
Lei Luo finally made up his mind and said indifferently.
Thank you.
The moon goddess was pleasantly surprised. As for going to her moon god palace, she didn't think much about it. After all, in front of such a powerful existence, her family was nothing. If it was really bad for her, she had used her soul consciousness to check Immortal Palace. It was a serious provocation that the other could use as an excuse to deal with her. Thus, she was happy that Lei Luo would go to her moon god palace. Lei Luo didn't go to the moon god palace to check out her place. He had only one purpose, which was to sign in. After staying in Immortal Palace for hundreds of years, he had already signed so many times that he was about to throw up. Perhaps he could get something good this time? Who knew? Besides, there were only 3 ways for the moon goddess to increase her cultivation base. The first way was to have sex with Lei Luo, which was the most efficient method with the lowest cost. The second way was to drink a special magic potion, which would take a long time to refine. The third way was to have an epiphany, which depended entirely on luck. Lei Luo couldn't have sex with the moon goddess. He wasn't a casual man, so he was the first one to be eliminated. The third was that an epiphany was a mage's own business. Lei Luo would not be able to help her. Then there was only the second method, drinking magic potions. He had signed in and gained quite a number of potions over the years, so he might be able to give her some. However, those potions were only available at level 50 and above, for a level 4 god like her to use them, who knew what side effects they would have. Therefore, Lei Luo did not dare to let her take them directly. He watched from the side to prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 207, a bottle of magic potion to help you break through to level 5. The Moon God Palace and the Immortal Palace were adjacent, but they were very far away from each other. The main reason was that the heavenly realm was too vast. Only the existence of gods could cross such a long distance. Most sky spirit archmages would stay in their respective territories. Although there were some who went out to explore, there were very few because sky spirit archmages, even demigods, were very weak. Any stronger mage or magical beast would die. Only level 1 gods had the qualifications to spread across the heavenly realm. With their speed, it took them more than an hour to reach the Moon God Palace. Unlike Immortal Palace, this place was quite small. It hovered in the air, bathing in a silver halo. Standing in it, it gave people a cold and quiet feeling. It was a special formation that changed the earth and heaven energy into a special kind of spiritual chi. Lei Luo was surprised that there weren't many people in the Moon God Palace. There were less than 1,000 people, and all of them were women. Compared to the massive population in Immortal Palace, which could be measured by tens of millions of people, the Moon God Palace was really quiet. From this place, it could be seen that the Moon Goddess of the Moon God Palace didn't have any ambition. She just liked to cultivate.
This place of yours is really suitable for cultivating.
Lei Luo smiled faintly. Compared to Immortal Palace, he felt that this place was even better because the atmosphere here was really quiet and cold. It was as if this place was far away from the troubles of the secular world. It was a really secluded cultivation place.
I'm sorry, Senior. I don't take care of it much. That's why it's so cold here,
the Moon Goddess said. Lei Luo nodded and asked the system to sign in. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, the Moon God Laurel Tree.
Lei Luo's expression remained the same. Moon God Laurel Tree? His heart skipped a beat as he looked at the related information. The Moon God Laurel Tree was the seed of a god that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It could absorb the energy of heaven and earth and form a unique domain that transformed into the divine aura of the moon. If it was opened, it could be used as a material to refine divine medicine. It could also be used to brew osmanthus tea and release fragrance. It had the effect of increasing the comprehension of magic. Lei Luo was extremely surprised because this Moon God Laurel Tree was not bad. Although it was not a cultivation codex or medicine that was beneficial to magic, it was definitely beneficial to cultivation. Not long after, the Moon Goddess personally brewed a cup of tea for Lei Luo. The fragrance of the tea was elegant. Just a slight sniff would be able to make one feel refreshed.
What kind of tea is this?
Lei Luo asked after taking a sip.
Senior, this is osmanthus tea,
the Moon Goddess quickly said. Lei Luo was slightly taken aback. Osmanthus tea? He had just signed in and had been rewarded with a Moon Goddess laurel tree. Could it have something to do with osmanthus tea?
Senior, I've planted a magical laurel tree in my Moon God Palace. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and the flowers can be used to brew tea. It has a very lively effect. If Senior likes it, I still have some here,
the Moon Goddess continued.
Oh, I'd like to see what this magical osmanthus tree looks like.
Lei Luo was very interested.
Senior, please follow me,
the Moon Goddess said. Soon, the two of them arrived at a palace in the center of the Moon God Palace. They could see an osmanthus tree that was more than a meter tall. On it were some small flowers of red, white, and yellow. A faint osmanthus fragrance spread out. It was very comfortable to smell it. It's a little similar to the Moon God Laurel Tree, but it's far from comparable. It seems that my signing and reward should be attributed to this osmanthus tree. Lei Luo understood.
Moon Goddess, if I help you break through, are you willing to transfer this osmanthus tree to me?
Lei Luo suddenly laughed. When the Moon Goddess heard this, she was first stunned. Then she quickly said,
I naturally agree about the osmanthus tree that Senior has taken a fancy to. However, this osmanthus tree was formed from the growth of a spirit seed that I accidentally obtained. The spirit root is special. After planting it, it will be connected to the spirit veins of heaven and earth and cannot be moved at will. Otherwise, it will very easily die. It's fine. Just leave the osmanthus tree here,
Lei Luo said calmly.
The osmanthus tree already belongs to Senior. Naturally, Senior will decide
the moon goddess said. Although this osmanthus tree was very precious, as long as she could break through the bottleneck, everything would be worth it. Moreover, it was worth it if she wanted Senior to guide her. How could she not pay a small price? Now, she felt at ease instead.
Moon Goddess, although I don't know much about your path of God, I can see that the reason you are stuck at the peak of the 4th level is mainly due to your talent, bloodline, resources, and other factors.
Lei Luo spoke. The moon goddess listened quietly. These were all things that she lacked. Talent and bloodline were destined, and in this cruel world, she had to rely on her strong power to get the cultivation resources. However, she didn't like fighting and killing. Unless it was unavoidable. She had never done anything like plundering others' resources. The Demon Clan and Immortal Palace weren't as strong as her. However, she had never thought of annexing these two forces to plunder their cultivation resources. In her opinion, if she could solve the problem with her hard work, she didn't need to plunder them. Unfortunately, she had still encountered a bottleneck. In the end, she could only ask Lei Luo for help.
Normally, you would never be able to break through. However, you met me,
Lei Luo said indifferently. Then, he took out a bottle of magic potion and threw it over.
After you take this bottle of potion, you will be able to break through,
Lei Luo said, with a sign-in system. He was so generous. A mere bottle of potion was nothing at all. He had to take the potion every day. Besides all kinds of potions, there were many other good things that could be used in his current cultivation resources. The moon goddess would never know how rich this senior in front of her was. The moon goddess was stunned. Magic potion? She had thought that this senior would give her high-level guidance, allowing her to gain enlightenment and finally break through the bottleneck to become a level 5 god. She had never thought that she was wrong.
Senior, this is too precious, isn't it?
The moon goddess quickly said. She could feel that this potion was extraordinary. A potion that could allow a level 4 god to break through to a level 5 god was absolutely extremely precious. Although her osmanthus tree was a magical species and incomparably precious, it was unable to help her break through to a level 5 god.
It's very precious to you, but it's nothing to me. I still like this osmanthus tree very much,
Lei Luo said with a smile. In fact, the reason he had asked for this osmanthus tree was just to make an equivalent transaction. Chapter 208, Permanent Residence in the Moon God Palace. He couldn't just help anyone. Right? The two of them weren't familiar with each other. With this osmanthus tree, they could trade. Moreover, he could stay in Moon God Palace to cultivate. The cultivation environment in Moon God Palace was much better than Immortal Palace. There weren't many people here, and the scenery was beautiful. It was quiet. It was the best place for him to cultivate. I've been cultivating in Immortal Palace for hundreds of years. It's time to find a new place. From now on, I'll stay here, Lei Luo thought. Cultivating in the Profound Land Library was too monotonous. Even though there were many books, the Moon God Palace didn't lack books. The Moon Goddess understood Lei Luo's words and thought that he was comforting her.
Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your kindness.
The Moon Goddess bowed slightly and said respectfully,
All right. Take it quickly. I'll protect you,
Lei Luo said indifferently.
Yes, Senior,
the Moon Goddess said quickly. She swallowed the potion in front of Lei Luo. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After a long time, a powerful aura was emitted from her body. It actually formed a clear and bright full moon in the sky. The silver light sprinkled down, and it was as beautiful as a dream. This full moon was the core of the path of God that the Moon Goddess had comprehended. Then, streams of star flames appeared around the full moon. There were 5 of them. 4 of them were extremely bright, while the other one was a little dimmer. This meant that the Moon Goddess had entered the 5th level. When the Moon Goddess had broken through, Lei Luo sealed this space to prevent the aura from leaking out, and at the same time, to prevent the outside world from spying in. Her bloodline seems a bit strange. Lei Luo was deep in thought. There was a special eye inside his eye that was shining with a strange light. This was the elemental eye, which was checking the Moon Goddess's bloodline talent and other things. When the Moon Goddess had broken through, the bloodline that was originally at its peak seemed to be abnormal, and it was a bit stronger than before. This was strange. The bloodline was destined to never be strengthened again. Only by absorbing a specific bloodline could one break through the limit. But the Moon Goddess's bloodline seemed to be abnormal. It had actually strengthened a little. It was only because he had the elemental eye that he had been able to discover it. Unfortunately, his elemental eye was only at the 3rd level. He couldn't advance further and see through the profound changes. However, Lei Luo didn't pay too much attention to it. Perhaps the moon goddess had some secret. But it didn't concern him. After a long time, a powerful aura shook out from the moon goddess's body. The plain-colored dress she was wearing was instantly turned into powder under this powerful aura. Her naked body was exposed in front of Lei Luo with her exquisite face, her snow-white skin, and her slim waist. Lei Luo did not have any reaction when he saw this scene. He slowly turned around. Finally, the aura on the moon goddess body was withdrawn. Then, she opened her eyes, which were filled with endless joy. She had finally broken through to a rank 5 god. She could continue cultivating, at least until she reached the peak of the 5th level. She could still enjoy the pleasure of cultivating.
Senior, thank you.
The moon goddess thanked him once more.
Alright, you've broken through to the 5th level. You'd better go back and consolidate your strength.
Lei Luo's back was facing her as he spoke.
Senior, then I'll leave now,
the moon goddess said respectfully. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She looked down and realized that her body was completely naked.
Ah!
The moon goddess quickly covered her vital parts. Only then did she understand why Lei Luo had turned his back to her. When she thought of how she had lost her composure just now, she felt extremely flustered and embarrassed. She waved her beautiful arms, and a stream of light wrapped around her body. The moon goddess blushed and did not say a word. She flew away as if she was fleeing for her life. Actually, she usually stayed in this palace. Since the osmanthus tree belonged to the senior, this palace was naturally given to him as a gift. After the moon goddess left, Lei Luo looked at the place where he would cultivate in the future and was very satisfied. The erotic scene just now only flashed through his mind. He did not have much of a feeling. If he had to say that there was, it would be admiration. The moon god had a perfect figure. Her breasts weren't as big as Evelyn's, but they were beautiful. After he had thrown these things out of his mind, he returned to Immortal Palace and removed the god confining formation. Then, he left. After returning to the moon god palace, Lei Luo set up all kinds of formations around the palace. Finally, he once again set up the god confining formation. This way, he created an independent space. Then, with a wave of his hand, the osmanthus tree was uprooted and casually thrown into the system space. He took out the moon god laurel tree. Compared to the original magic osmanthus tree, the moon god laurel tree was much more powerful. When he planted the deeper osmanthus tree, the entire moon god palace was shaken. Closely following that, countless roots pierced through the void and took root in the origin of God World. The magic osmanthus tree could only take root in the spirit veins of God World. But the moon god laurel tree took a step further and directly connected to its origin. As expected of the moon god laurel tree, it was indeed powerful. In an instant, within the god confining formation, the moon god laurel tree also formed a strange domain, gradually producing a god-level elemental aura. This god-level elemental aura was much higher than the elemental aura of God World itself. Ordinary mages would not be able to absorb it. Only a level 1 god would be able to do so. However, Lei Luo was able to do so because he had already reached a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. He was not a god, but he was more powerful than a god. Moreover, the codex he practiced was extremely powerful. He could absorb and refine high-grade energy. It did not take long for the space in the palace to completely change. If the moon goddess had returned, she would never have imagined that this was the place where she had once lived. Now, it had become Lei Luo's private training ground. Just like that, Lei Luo began his training life in the moon god palace. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. The moon goddess had consolidated her cultivation as a level 5 god. When she realized that her senior had not left and had instead sealed off the osmanthus palace, she was very happy. If he stayed here for a long time, she would have the chance to ask him some questions about cultivation in the future. At this moment, Lei Luo was very satisfied with his current cultivation life. He absorbed the god-level magical element every day. Moreover, the moon god laurel tree had bloomed. The fragrance it emitted was also a great boost to his cultivation. His cultivation speed was much faster than in Immortal Palace. Chapter 209, Dead Sea Invasion, God Realm Battle. Chapter 209, Dead Sea Invasion. God Realm Battle. His cultivation speed was much faster than in Immortal Palace. Although Moon Goddess had been wandering outside the osmanthus palace, Lei Luo didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Occasionally, he would take some books from the library of the Moon God Palace to read. One day, while Lei Luo was reading, he suddenly heard a cold and arrogant voice from outside the Moon God Palace.
According to the decree of the God Emperor of Creation, The Dead Sea is wreaking havoc and wants to attack God World. This is a sign that all the gods in God World are going to fight against the Dead Sea. All the summoned gods must go to the gathering points of the various worlds within a limited time after they have obtained their notification. In addition, each god will bring at least 1,000 mages at the sky spirit level or above. Those who fail to arrive within the time limit will be regarded as deserters from God World and will be placed on God World's wanted list. They will be severely punished. With a loud voice, a beam of light shot over from afar and landed in the sky above the Moon God Palace. Soon, a white-robed figure walked out of Moon God Palace and waved her hand. The beam of light landed on her hand and revealed a strange scroll that seemed to be made of light. The contents of the scroll were displayed. The Dead Sea of the Divine Court of Creation. The Moon Goddess looked at the contents and fell into deep thought. She knew that she could not refuse this order. But in the next moment, she frowned. Why hadn't Senior received the order? It was said that the Divine Court of Creation, which controlled God World, had a temple in any place in God World. As long as a god was born, it would definitely be recorded. Could it be that Senior is not a person from our world? Her heart moved. This was the only possibility. Only in this way could he avoid the eyes and ears of the temple. Of course, she did not know that Lei Luo was not only not a person from the spiritual world. He was not even a god. In the Osmanthus Palace, Lei Luo frowned. The Dead Sea is causing trouble? If it was the Dead Sea that he knew, it would definitely have a huge impact on the world. It was hard to imagine what the situation was like in Galaxy World, New World, and Old World. What a headache. Lei Luo sighed. Although he had already reached the 50th level of the Sky Spirit Realm, and ordinary gods were not his match at all. He did not think that he was invincible. His current strength was far from enough. The Divine Court of Creation, which ruled God World, and the Dead Sea, which had the power to conquer God World, must have powerful existences that he couldn't resist. I should go back to Galaxy World now, Lei Luo thought. As for the Moon Goddess's recruitment, he couldn't help. Moreover, the Divine Court of Creation could recruit Sangya from Immortal Palace. Shortly after, Lei Luo left Moon God Palace and jumped into Immortal Palace. If he wanted to go back to Galaxy World, he had to go back to Immortal Palace because the pass token was only effective there. As for the Moon God Osmanthus Tree and the God Confining Formation, he wouldn't take them away. In this remote area of God World, there shouldn't be such a powerful existence that would be able to take them away. Of course, the Moon God Osmanthus Tree was in existence with the origin. If they forcefully walked away, it would cause a lot of damage. When Lei Luo returned to Immortal Palace, it was very busy because the will of the Divine Court of Creation had reached here. As a god, Sangya had received the will. Immortal Palace knew about the existence of the Divine Court of Creation. However, it was too far away. Although the Divine Court of Creation controlled the whole of God World, it rarely controlled the god forces. Even if they wanted to attack each other, the Divine Court wouldn't interfere. They looked down on God World from above. However, as soon as the Divine Court's will was released, no matter how powerful the divine forces below were, they had to obey. Otherwise, the consequences would be very obvious. Lei Luo didn't care about this matter. He directly used the pass token and left Immortal Palace. Returning to Galaxy World, Galaxy City, Bodley, Dana, and the other Sky Spirit Archmages had been discussing things, but they had been unable to make a decision. Once a decision was made, it would affect millions of lives. After hundreds of years of development, Galaxy City now had a population of millions. Fortunately, the Holy Light Shield's coverage area had expanded a lot, and Galaxy City had expanded many times, so it could accommodate so many people. The main reason was that the people of Galaxy City did not want to leave because, with the protection of the Holy Light Shield, it was the safest. Suddenly, Dana and the others trembled, because that incomparably familiar voice sounded in their minds. Come to the Star-Slaying Cave Abode. Everyone was excited. They hurriedly entered the Star-Slaying Cave Abode at the first possible moment. When they saw Lei Luo, Alo, and Wei, they were all even more excited. They hadn't seen Lei Luo and the others for hundreds of years. Lei Luo looked at the crowd and was quite satisfied. The strongest, Dana, was already a level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage. Although her cultivation was nothing in God World, it was still pretty good in an ordinary world. After catching up, they finally got to the main topic. Senior, the Dead Sea is expanding rapidly. It's less than 3,000 kilometers away from our Galaxy City. Right now, 1/3 of the entire Galaxy World has been swallowed by the Dead Sea, Dana said worriedly. although it was still 3,000 kilometers away. This distance was nothing. With the current expansion speed of the Dead Sea, Galaxy City would be completely swallowed by the Dead Sea in 2 to 3 months at most. Don't worry. With the protection of the Holy Light Shield, the Dead Sea won't affect Galaxy City. Lei Luo shook his head and said. However, he was worried that if the Dead Sea completely submerged Galaxy World, not only would it be submerged, but the entire world's origin would also be devoured. This Dead Sea was not an ordinary sea. Once the world's origin of Galaxy World was completely devoured, the consequences would be severe. For the trillions of living beings in Galaxy World, it would be a disaster. He could not control other worlds, nor did he have the ability to control them. However, he could not just watch his Galaxy World, the human New World, and the human Old World were devoured by the Dead Sea. Could he? He was really worried. Only now did he realize that although he had become much stronger, he still felt powerless after encountering such a terrible major event. In the end, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, wouldn't he easily be able to come into contact with the danger of the Dead Sea? Forget it. If I really can't protect it with my limited ability, then I will have to bring some important people to God World. Lei Luo thought. Chapter 210. Using the map of the Dead Sea to deal with the Dead Sea. Although he could use the Holy Light Shield to protect the others, it might be able to protect them for a while, but it wouldn't be able to protect them forever. Once the world origin of Galaxy World was completely destroyed, the Holy Light Shield would have no support and would completely collapse. It was impossible for him to bring everyone from Galaxy City into God World. Only sky-level existences might be able to adapt to that world. As for the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to. After temporarily appeasing everyone, Lei Luo left the Star-Slaying Cave abode and went to the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was boundless and was still expanding rapidly. Who knew how many creatures had already completely disappeared in the Dead Sea? It was so miserable. What kind of force is this Dead Sea? Lei Luo thought. Although he had read many books in Immortal Palace, he couldn't find the origin of the Dead Sea. Perhaps only the Divine Court of Creation could know the details of the Dead Sea. Oh, right. Can I enter the Dead Sea to sign in? Lei Luo suddenly had a thought. He had reached the Sky Spirit Realm a long time ago, but he had never thought about signing in at the Dead Sea. Lei Luo jumped into the Dead Sea directly. He wanted to try it. His entire body was wrapped by the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage, and he dived into the Dead Sea's water. The Dead Sea's water was very strange. Even if he had the magic power of a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage, his consciousness could only radiate to a range of 10,000 miles. If he was in Galaxy World, with one thought, he could cover the entire world. Even in God World, his consciousness could easily radiate to a range of more than 100,000 miles. It was clear that the effect of the Dead Sea water on his consciousness was much greater than the suppression of the origin of God World. System. Sign in! Lei Luo muttered. Of course, he did not have any great expectations for the reward of signing in. After all, he had just signed a Moon God Laurel Tree in the Moon God Palace a few months ago. It was hard to get good things if he signed in too frequently. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Map of the Dead Sea. Lei Luo was stunned. A map of the Dead Sea. What was this thing? He hurriedly checked the information on the map of the Dead Sea. The map of the Dead Sea. It was rumored that there was a strange sea between heaven and earth. It was called the Sea of Suffering. That was the home of the dead. Until one day, a supreme god fought and broke the barrier of the Sea of Suffering, causing it to begin to spread. The Sea of Suffering appeared in the world without an end. One day, it would drown the entire universe. Later, a powerful god created 9 maps of the Dead Sea, which could contain the water of the Dead Sea and stop the spread of the Sea of Suffering. Not only that, but the map of the Dead Sea could also be used to attack. The absorbed water would be released and turn into the terrifying Dead Sea. Could this Dead Sea be formed by the map of the Dead Sea that has absorbed a large amount of water of the Sea of Suffering? Lei Luo's face revealed a shocked expression. This Dead Sea actually had such a big origin. Suddenly, Lei Luo flew out of the Dead Sea, and a map appeared in his hand. This map was very strange. It was square, as if it was just a word, and the picture was a whirlpool formed by seawater. This is the map of the Dead Sea. It looks very ordinary. Lei Luo was very curious. His heart moved. He immediately refined his soul into his blood and refined this map. Soon after, he sensed that this map of the Dead Sea had a strange practice with the Dead Sea under his feet, as if they were of the same origin. Not only that, but he also sensed the existence of the other maps of the Dead Sea.
The one in my hand should be the 9th one. And the Dead Sea under my feet should have been formed from one of the other 8 maps of the Dead Sea. Lei Luo understood in his heart. No wonder the water of the Dead Sea has suddenly risen. It was definitely the controlling force of the Dead Sea that had activated the map of the Dead Sea. It wanted to use the water of the Dead Sea to pour back into God World to deal with the divine court of creation. Therefore, Galaxy World and other ordinary worlds were implicated. The final result would be that they would be completely drowned by the Dead Sea on the map of the Dead Sea, and they would cease to exist. It was hard to imagine how much water from the Sea of Suffering had been absorbed by the map of the Dead Sea. Once it was completely released, it would definitely destroy everything. The only thing that could restrain the Dead Sea was the map of the Dead Sea. Lei Luo immediately knew how to use the map of the Dead Sea in his hand. By using the map of the Dead Sea and absorbing the water of the Dead Sea, he could stop the water of the Dead Sea from rising further. However, if he did that, the forces behind the Dead Sea would probably target him. It was difficult. He wanted to be careful and keep a low profile, not make a big deal out of it. But now, the only way to stop the rise of the Dead Sea water was to rely on the map of the Dead Sea in his hand. Forget it for now. I'll send Dana, Bodley, and the others to God World first. Then, I'll use the map of the Dead Sea to devour the water from the Dead Sea. If something goes wrong, I will use the pass token to return to God World immediately. Even if the Dead Sea faction wants to kill me, they won't be able to chase me directly there. Lei Luo pondered. After a long time, Lei Luo finally made a decision. He decided to give it a try. This was an opportunity to relieve the dangers of the new world, the old world, and Galaxy World. Moreover, his map of the Dead Sea had absorbed a large amount of Dead Sea water. It could also become a powerful magical weapon. Thus, Lei Luo hurried back to Galaxy City. Without saying anything, he put Dana, Bodley, and the others into the system space. Then, he used the token to return to Immortal Palace. Then, he sent them to the Osmanthus Palace in the Moon God Palace. At the same time, he released Wei and the others from the system space, asking them to stay here for the time being. Although it was safe in the system space, it was based on Lei Luo's safety. If Lei Luo was in danger, the system space would be dangerous. You guys stay here and cultivate. Don't run around. After Lei Luo had told them, he returned to Immortal Palace. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether my plan works or not. Lei Luo glanced at the countless creatures in despair in Galaxy World. He sighed and came to the Dead Sea. Then, he waved his hand and directly activated the map of the Dead Sea, sinking into the Dead Sea. In an instant, the entire sea seemed to shake slightly. Then, with the map of the Dead Sea as the center, it formed a terrifying vortex, crazily swallowing the water of the Dead Sea. Seeing this scene, Lei Luo was both excited and nervous. This was equivalent to stealing the Dead Sea water from the map of the Dead Sea at the other end. Chapter 211, A Mysterious Clan Appears. If the Master of the Dead Sea noticed it, it would be a big problem. I hope that the Dead Sea faction won't notice it too early, Lei Luo thought to himself. As long as he absorbed enough Dead Sea water, it wouldn't be so easy for the Dead Sea faction to use it to drown the world. Days passed. The vortex swallowing the Dead Sea water was getting bigger and bigger. Lei Luo was nervous. It couldn't be helped. What he was doing now was very dangerous. He had never done such a dangerous thing. The only time he was in danger had been in God's Cave abode hundreds of years ago. Luckily, he had entered Immortal Palace, which saved him from this disaster. This time, the risk was obviously much higher. The Dead Sea's water has slowed down a lot. Lei Luo could sense this change. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that using the map of the Dead Sea to absorb the Dead Sea's water was effective. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It had been an extremely tense 3 years. Lei Luo had not stopped feeling nervous. He didn't even dare to cultivate. The growth rate of the Dead Sea's water was very small. This meant that the efficiency of his Dead Sea map absorbing the Dead Sea's water was gradually catching up with the rising speed of the Dead Sea's water. 5 years later, the level of the Dead Sea's water had dropped slightly. It seems that the Dead Sea force's control over the Dead Sea map isn't particularly strong. Otherwise, if I absorb the Dead Sea's water here, it would be impossible for them not to discover my position. While Lei Luo was nervous, he also heaved a sigh of relief. The situation was better than he had imagined because the Dead Sea forces hadn't discovered his position. Or, even if they hadn't gone. 9 years later, the level of the Dead Sea had dropped a lot. Lei Luo was even more certain of his thoughts. The Dead Sea force didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. His map of the Dead Sea had devoured so much Dead Sea water. Yet this faction still hadn't locked onto his position? I can't be arrogant or careless. Perhaps the other party will find me soon. So I must remain absolutely calm and be absolutely cautious. I mustn't let my guard down. Lei Luo warned himself in his heart. In the deepest part of the Dead Sea, there was an incomparably strange world filled with an endless negative aura like purgatory. Above this strange world, there was a huge and strange picture floating in the air, and large amounts of Dead Sea water surged out of the vortex in this picture.
Haven't you found the problem? Why did the Dead Sea water disappear?
A terrifying human figure with a tyrannical aura let out an angry roar. This figure looked very similar to a human, except that his skin was pale, and he had 3 eyes. 2 of them were normal, but the vertical eye between his eyebrows was glowing with an extremely strange yellow light, giving him a feeling of twilight. The other powerful 3-eyed people, who looked similar, were all trembling in fear in front of this terrifying creature.
Lord of Hell, our clan has never been able to fully control the map of the Dead Sea, so it's very difficult for us to use the map to sense where the problem is. Right now, a large number of our clan's warriors are looking for the problem everywhere. I believe that we'll have news soon.
A 3-eyed old man who was taking a long breath said respectfully.
How many years has it been? We still haven't found the source of the problem. Our clan's plan has been delayed. Now, the Divine Court of Creation has mobilized an army and sealed the gap. If we can't use the water of the Dead Sea to pour back into God World, it's impossible for our clan to attack,
the Lord of Hell said coldly. After countless years of planning, he should have been determined to get it. But now, with such a big problem, so much of the water of the Dead Sea had disappeared out of thin air. He was about to vomit blood. Now that they had lost so much water, he didn't know how long it would take to make up for it. At this time, a powerful 3-eyed man flew over, landed on the ground, and knelt down on one knee. He said,
Lord of Hell, General Saya sent a message. He found the abnormal flow of the Dead Sea's water in the direction of the 7th Sea of Great Xian. He is taking people to investigate the situation there. Elder Saxi, take some people to assist General Saya. If there is anything special happening, report it to me immediately,
the 3-eyed Lord of Hell said in a deep voice.
Yes, Lord of Hell.
Soon, the 3-eyed old man with the long beard, who had just spoken, hurriedly accepted the order, then led a group of powerful 3-eyed people and left. Lei Luo sat cross-legged on the Dead Sea, sensing the movements around him. As the map of the Dead Sea absorbed a large amount of Dead Sea water, its area became larger and larger, and the amount of Dead Sea water absorbed at every moment also increased. His spiritual sense seemed to have received a great amplification, and it could actually cover a huge area. Suddenly, Lei Luo raised his eyebrows, because he sensed the movement. There were many powerful auras coming this way. All of them were level 1 gods. One of them had an extremely powerful aura, much more powerful than the moon goddess, who had just broken through to level 5. He estimated that this existence was at least a level 7 god. Boom! Not long after, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the Dead Sea water 10,000 miles away suddenly rose up. It immediately turned into a huge figure formed from the Dead Sea water. Soon after, another huge figure also appeared. They quickly flew in the direction of Lei Luo. Had he finally been discovered? Lei Luo sighed. In 9 years, his Dead Sea map had absorbed an unimaginable amount of water, just from the fact that the water level of the Dead Sea was close to its original level. This was obvious. However, the places that were exposed after the Dead Sea water retreated had completely turned into nothingness. This caused Galaxy World to shrink by 1/3. Lei Luo was a little speechless when he saw it. The decaying ability of the Dead Sea water was terrifying. Lei Luo did not leave straight away because he could still deal with these powerful existences. He was a bit curious. What kind of life form was this? Suddenly, the huge figure at the front suddenly roared.
Damn thief! He actually used the Dead Sea map to steal our clan's Dead Sea water. General, I can smell the aura of this person. It's exactly the same as the person who escaped from the God's Cave abode hundreds of years ago.
The voice suddenly took a deep breath and then screamed.
His map of the Dead Sea was probably obtained in God's Cave abode.
Chapter 212. The difference between a sky spirit archmage and a god.
Capture him! We can't let him escape!
The gigantic figure known as General Saya let out a roar. Instantly, numerous gigantic figures surrounded Lei Luo. Lei Luo sighed, knowing that he couldn't absorb any more. Next, there would definitely be even more powerful existences rushing over. If they were unrivaled, then it would be dangerous. Thus, he quickly fled. Lei Luo didn't hesitate to use the star-slaying sword. He shot out, and an enormous figure exploded. Countless amounts of Dead Sea water were directly swallowed by the map of the Dead Sea. Then, a three-eyed, pale voice fell from within. What kind of clan is this? Lei Luo was very curious. Soon after, he finished off the remaining enormous figures in a matter of seconds. However, he had intentionally left behind the strongest three-eyed man, preparing to use the soul-absorbing codex to interrogate him for information about this clan. Finally, he stored all the corpses, including the three-eyed man who he had intentionally left alive, into the system space. Then, he rolled up the map of the Dead Sea and used the pass token. In an instant, his figure disappeared. About an hour later, an even larger figure appeared above the Dead Sea. Unfortunately, there was nothing left at the scene. This powerful existence wandered around for a long time before he left unwillingly. Moon God Palace. Lei Luo returned. The moon goddess, Delina, was no longer there. She had been summoned to participate in the battle. Moreover, there weren't many people left in Moon God Palace. Most of the Sky Spirit Archmages had left with the moon goddess. The same thing had happened in Immortal Palace. After 9 years, Wei and the others' cultivation bases were improving. In God World, the origin was stronger, so they could cultivate faster. Moreover, the Osmanthus Palace had the Osmanthus Tree. This tree had the effect of comprehending the Tao. Thus, their cultivation speed was faster than in the system space. Lei Luo did not disturb their cultivation. He went to a side hall and pulled the strongest three-eyed man out of the system space. This person was already in a coma. Lei Luo placed a hand on his forehead and activated the soul-absorbing codex. After a long while, the three-eyed man died. Lei Luo opened his eyes.
The three-eyed demons, a clan that once lived in the hell of the Sea of Bitterness, appeared in the mortal world after the Sea of Bitterness was broken. However, they were sealed within the Dead Sea map, unable to leave the domain of the Dead Sea. Every time they appeared, they had to use the water of the Dead Sea to envelop their bodies. Otherwise, they would be punished by the gods. Lei Luo was amazed. He didn't expect that the clan in the Dead Sea had such a terrifying origin. According to the three-eyed demon's memory, other than the three-eyed demon clan, there were another 8 clans of hell that had also been sealed by the map of the Dead Sea. They had always wanted to escape the suppression of the map of the Dead Sea. That was why they had stirred up the water of the Dead Sea this time and planned to pour it into God World. The three-eyed demon clan could then invade God World. Only the world origin of God World could withstand the power of the three-eyed demon clan and not be punished. Therefore, the three-eyed demon clan had been planning to invade God World for years. It was not even the first time. It was said that a long time ago, Galaxy World, New World, Old World, and other worlds were not like this. Instead, they were connected by a huge piece of land that was no smaller than God World. After the Dead Sea expanded many times, a large amount of land was swallowed up. And eventually, it turned into a world that was like an island. Lei Luo was secretly amazed. It was hard to imagine how vast the continent was before the Dead Sea appeared. But now, how much of the area of the various major worlds had disappeared? Now that I've absorbed so much of the Dead Sea water, I wonder if the three-eyed demon clan can still pour enough into God World. Lei Luo thought to himself. If it didn't work, then the three-eyed demon clan's plan, that they had been planning for countless years, would be ruined by him. The three-eyed demon clan would definitely hate him to the bone. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any traces left behind. The three-eyed demon clan shouldn't be able to find me. Lei Luo thought to himself. He didn't want to enter the three-eyed demon clan's line of sight. They were really powerful. For example, the three-eyed demon in front of him was a level 7 hell god, which was equivalent to a level 7 god. Among the three-eyed demon race, a level 7, 8, or 9 god belonged to the level of a general and could lead a hell army. A hell army was usually formed by tens of thousands of sky spirit archmages and hundreds of gods. Above the general level was the elder level. Usually, only gods above level 10 were qualified to serve. Above the elder level was the strongest, Lord of Hell. No one knew how powerful the three-eyed demon Lord of Hell was, but he was at least a level 12 hell god. Among the three-eyed demons, there was a detailed study on breaking the limit of level 33 sky spirit archmages. A level 34 sky spirit archmage was much stronger than a demigod but much weaker than a newly advanced level 1 god. Although, if the bloodline was strong enough, a level 34 sky spirit archmage would not be inferior to a newly advanced level 1 god. In the beginning, taking 3 or 4 more steps on the sky spirit archmage path was equivalent to raising a god's strength by 1 level. In other words, a level 36 Sky Spirit Archmage was equivalent to a level 1 god. However, as the Sky Spirit Archmage path got longer, it would become more and more difficult. With each step, the increase in strength would become greater. The difference between the strength of a god and a Sky Spirit Archmage at each step would gradually shrink. Of course, there was no data on how much it would shrink. In the history of the Three-Eyed Demon clan, the person who had walked the furthest on the Sky Spirit Archmage path was the current Lord of Hell. It was said that he was at level 41, and then he would not be able to continue. At that time, his strength was said to be comparable to a level 4 god. Level 41 is equivalent to a level 4 god. I'm only at level 50 now. What level is that equivalent to? Lei Luo was a little puzzled. When he had captured that level 7 General Saya alive, he did not feel that it was very strenuous. Instead, he felt that it had been very easy. In other words, his strength was far more powerful than a level 7 god. From level 41 to level 50, there is only a difference of 9 levels. Even if a level 1 is equal to a level 1, then I am now equivalent to a level 12 god. Lei Luo thought to himself. That can't be right.
It can't be that one step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage is more powerful than a level up of a god. Right? 1-to-1 should be the limit. It seems that this Lord of Hell can't be weaker than me. He must be stronger than me. After all, he has passed level 41 on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage. His strength is definitely far stronger than mine. Lei Luo felt that there was no problem with his analysis. Chapter 213, breaking through to level 51 and obtaining the spatial ability. Therefore, his escape this time was very reasonable. Looks like I still have to cultivate in seclusion, Lei Luo thought. Since the Lord of Hell's strength was far stronger than his, the Lord of the Divine Court of Creation must be in existence on the same level. Other than the Lord of Hell and the Lord of the Divine Court of Creation, there should be many other gods who were even more powerful than him. After all, there were definitely more than 1 or 2 gods above level 12 in God World and the Hell Clan. It was said that there were a few ancient underworld gods who cultivated in seclusion in the Sea of Suffering, and they were all underworld gods above level 12. However, he was still very satisfied. After all, he had only cultivated for 1,000 years. His strength could be considered to be in the upper middle level in God World. It was a great achievement to sign in to the system. In the depths of the Dead Sea, the territory of the Three-Eyed Demon clan, Lord of Hell, General Saya, and the others disappeared without a trace. Soon after, they met with misfortune. They should be directly related to the disappearance of the water of the Dead Sea. However, when I rushed there, I didn't find any other abnormalities, Elder Saxy said respectfully. How hateful. They ruined our clan's grand plan. No matter who it is, don't let me discover them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him suffer the most painful burning of the fire of the Dead Sea, Lord of Hell said through gritted teeth. How many years had he been preparing for this? He was actually going to waste all his previous efforts. How many years had his Three-Eyed Demon clan been trapped in the Dead Sea? It was truly dark. Lord of Hell, what should we do now? Should we temporarily delay the plan? Elder Saxy hurriedly asked. No. This might be our clan's last chance. The Lord of the Divine Court of Creation has already reached the level of a level 15 god. Now, he will have the ability to repair the gap in God World. When he does, we will no longer have a chance. Lord of Hell shook his head and said, Therefore, the only way now is to directly construct the Dead Sea Bridge. But if that's the case, only a level 12 underworld god can use the map of the Dead Sea to construct the Dead Sea Bridge. Elder Saxy and the other elders trembled and revealed sorrowful expressions. For the future of my hellish race, all 7 ancient underworld gods are willing to sacrifice themselves. The eyes of the Lord of Hell were also filled with grief, because these 7 ancient underworld gods were the powerful foundation of the clan in Hell, accumulated over countless years. It could even be said that the 7 ancient underworld gods were the father gods of all the clans in Hell. Every clan in Hell would receive the father god's blessing when they were born. Every one of them was a level 12 or above underworld god. They had lived for countless years, and some of them had even served as Lord of Hell. Lord of Hell, is this really necessary? The elders, such as Saxy, all had looks of disbelief on their faces, because such a sacrifice was truly too tragic. Losing one Hell god was an enormous loss. But now, they had to sacrifice 7 Hell gods. Only in this way can we build a stable Dead Sea Bridge. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to break through the Divine Court of Creation's interception. The Lord of Hell said in a deep voice. Alright, I will now issue an order to reorganize the Hell Army.
After the 7 ancient underworld gods build the Dead Sea Bridge, we will attack God World. Yes.
A large number of people accepted the order. The divine court of creation was in the center of God World. Due to the rules in God World, there were no small worlds. The trouble with the divine court of creation situation was just that the defensive array was too powerful, causing this space to undergo a special change.
Your Majesty, the water of the Dead Sea has already fallen to its original level. I think the three-eyed demon clan will give up attacking God World.
In an incomparably majestic palace, a great existence sat on a huge throne. This was the master of the divine court of creation, the God Emperor of creation. There were many powerful existences in the palace, but in front of the God Emperor of creation, they were all extremely respectful and reverent.
We cannot be careless. The three-eyed demon clan has already stirred up the water of the Dead Sea many times and failed many times. This time, I'm afraid they will not let this matter rest. However, as long as I can survive this time, I will soon break through to a level 15 god, and I will have the ability to fill in the holes in the world. As long as the gap in God World is fixed, the three-eyed demon clan will have no hope and will be trapped in the Dead Sea forever.
The God Emperor of creation said indifferently. All the gods present revealed expressions of incomparable reverence. Because a level 15 god, to all the gods present, was the strongest God Emperor in the divine court. Moon God Palace. Lei Luo sat under the osmanthus tree, absorbing the elemental aura of the moonlight, smelling the fragrance of the flowers, and entering the deepest level of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lei Luo's soul had once again arrived at the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. He was about to cross the 51st step. Once he had endured it, it would mean that his heroic feat of 100 steps Sky Spirit Archmage had surpassed the average. The meaning was extraordinary. Boom! Lei Luo stepped out without hesitation, accompanied by a boom. Boundless pressure descended, enveloping his soul. Following that, endless information poured in, causing it to fall into an indescribable strange state. This time, the duration was even longer than before. After a long time, Lei Luo finally felt that the strengthening and transformation of his soul had ended. This time, the improvement was vastly different from before. After crossing the 51st step, have I begun to control the ability to construct space? Lei Luo was comprehending the gains this time, and suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. In the next moment, Lei Luo's soul left the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, and he opened his eyes in reality. Under his sensing, he had completely analyzed the structure of space, as if there were no secrets. Before this, the structure of space had been extremely complex, but it was still under exploration. But this time, it was completely different. Suddenly, he swiped his finger, and, as if tearing a piece of cloth, the space in front of him was torn open. Even this hole was unable to recover. This was the core structure of the space that he had completely destroyed. An ordinary god expert, no matter how strong their attack power was, could shatter the void. But what was shattered was only the surface space. The true core of the space hadn't been destroyed, and the space would still slowly recover. However, Lei Luo had shattered the core of the void, causing the void to be permanently destroyed. It was almost impossible to repair. Even with the ability to break through the core of the void, he could directly break through the mirror wall of God World and enter the world below. Chapter 2:14. The war between the two worlds was about to break out. In other words, he didn't need the token of passage from Immortal Palace anymore. Of course, he needed to anchor the space if he wanted to go somewhere. Otherwise, it would be very easy to deviate. A broken space can't be repaired normally. There's a gap between God World and the normal world. Thus, the three-eyed demon clan wants to use this gap to attack God World. Lei Luo's heart moved. He had stepped into the 51st step and should have the ability to repair such a gap. However, the gap in God World had not been repaired. Didn't that mean that the God Emperor of creation did not have the ability to repair space? It can't be. Then, doesn't that mean that my current strength is above that of the God Emperor of creation? Lei Luo was a little dumbfounded. Hadn't he just taken one step? How could he be stronger than the God Emperor of creation? But if he wasn't strong, why didn't the God Emperor of creation fix the gap in God World? It couldn't be that the God Emperor of creation was too lazy to fix it. Right? Lei Luo was deep in thought. Then, with a move of his spiritual sense, his palm gently brushed across the small spatial gap. Powerful magic power was brewing as he began to reconstruct the space. After a while, the space was completely repaired. Phew! The consumption of energy is quite big. Lei Luo let out a long breath. It was easy to break the space, but it was difficult to repair it. At that moment, Lei Luo frowned slightly. because he felt that the origin of the entire god world seemed to tremble slightly, as if something big had happened. Lei Luo frowned and then shook his head. Who cares? I'll just focus on my cultivation. Thus, he closed his eyes and consolidated the cultivation of a level 51 Sky Spirit Archmage. At the same time, at the gap in the western part of God World, the Archmages saw a shocking change. The structure of God World was completely broken. In the Texas Divine Territory, there was a huge gap that led to the world below. However, around this gap, the Divine Court of Creation had already set up countless arrays and restrictions. They were like a huge patch that sealed the gap. Moreover, the Divine Court of Creation had also stationed a large number of divine weapons and gods. The main reason for this was to prevent the Dead Sea forces from invading the lower realm. Ever since the Dead Sea forces had stirred up 100,000 feet of waves and were prepared to draw the water of the Dead Sea to pour into God World, the Divine Court had issued a summoning order. A large number of gods had brought their Sky Spirit Archmages through the teleportation arrays of various realms. They had gathered in the Texas Divine Territory. The purpose was to prevent the Dead Sea forces from invading. After all, they were exceptionally powerful. Once they launched an invasion, if they could not prepare in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the Three-Eyed Demon clan wasn't a clan of the human world. They belonged to the clan of Hell in the Sea of Suffering. The laws of heaven and earth wouldn't accommodate them. They couldn't directly break through the Dead Sea, nor they would be punished. Otherwise, with the forces of the demon race, they would have long attacked God World. On this day, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the gap in God World. It was like a surging wave, ready to sweep up at any time. This was the movement of the Dead Sea's water. However, the Dead Sea had lost a large amount of water, so it was not strong enough, and the impact on the gap was not enough. Even so, the Divine Court of Creation did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came out from the gap. It was transmitted through the restriction of the array formation, making the faces of countless gods and mages pale. Following that, the entire gap suddenly shook, and the world began to shake. A shocking wave of Dead Sea water actually poured up, directly breaking through the seal of the array formation. It pierced through the void of God World and actually formed 7 strange netherworld bridges. No one knew where they led to. These 7 netherworld bridges displayed a strange array formation. They supported each other, forming an incomparably perfect whole. As the 7 netherworld bridges were formed from frozen Dead Sea water, a surging aura of death spread out. Countless powerful three-eyed demons surged out one after another, following the 7 netherworld bridges and teleporting to the 7 regions of God World. At every moment, tens of thousands of Hell warriors entered God World. The Divine Court's army, which was in a tight formation, was stunned. Damn it! The three-eyed demons have gone crazy. They actually dare to sacrifice so many ancient netherworld gods above level 12? Within the Divine Court of Creation, the powerful God Emperor of Creation let out a voice of disbelief. At the next moment, he suddenly stood up and raised his hand to grab something. A monstrous hand appeared and grabbed toward the 7 netherworld bridges. Suddenly, a cold sneer sounded. God Emperor of Creation, you can't stop my Hell army! In an instant, a huge yellow light bloomed. It was like dusk. All the gods, Sky Spirit Archmages, and mages felt as if their consciousness had entered a state of old age. Immediately, the God Emperor of Creation's monstrous hand was stopped by this sheet of yellow light. For great divine lords, 5 great divine lords, listen up. Quickly find out where these 7 netherworld bridges lead to. Immediately mobilize the army to intercept the Hell army. We must not allow the Hell clan to form a scale. The God Emperor of Creation let out a loud voice. Immediately, 9 voices rumbled. All of them were gods above level 12. The 4 great divine lords were conferred titles by the Divine Court, and the 5 great divine lords represented the masters of the 5 most powerful sects in God World. Soon, the Divine Court's army was divided into 8 groups. Apart from one group that was still guarding around the gap, the other 7 groups were pursuing the exit of the netherworld bridges. The 7 netherworld bridges led to different regions of God World. Although the forces were scattered, the Divine Court's army had no choice but to split up and surround them. At this time, among one of the reinforcements, there were 2 gods working together. 2,000 Sky Spirit Archmages gathered around them. It was the Moon Goddess and Sangya. Everyone, follow me closely. Do not fall behind. The Moon God sent a voice transmission. In this terrifying battle between 2 worlds, although she was a level 5 god and was not weak, she was still unable to take on the task alone. She could fall into danger at any time. After more than an hour, Their army finally arrived at the exit of one of the netherworld bridges. It was as if this place had turned into a world of death. An indescribable aura of death pervaded the air, transforming this world. Countless three-eyed demon warriors were constructing a defensive formation. They had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 215, Sangya died in battle.
Set up the god-destroying array. Take advantage of the fact that the Hell Clan has yet to establish a foothold and attack at all costs. Tear apart the Hell Army. Destroy the Dead Sea. And destroy the entrance to the Netherworld bridges.
The commander of the Divine Court Army, Thundercloud Divine Lord, let out a long roar. Immediately after, a ball of light appeared and turned into a huge array phantom that enveloped the entire Divine Court Army. A large number of gods ordered their Sky Spirit Archmages to attack the Hell Clan's base.
The Sea of Suffering is endless.
The Hell Clan also had a powerful level 12 Hell God. He roared, and the water of the Dead Sea surged out from the Netherworld bridge and spread out. Instantly, countless Hell Clan gods controlled the water of the Dead Sea, forming a terrifying yellow wave that rushed toward the huge whirlpool. Boom! The endless Dead Sea collided with the terrifying millstone. At every moment, a large number of gods and Sky Spirit Archmages were corroded to death, and many warriors of the Hell Clan were crushed by the millstone. Tragic. Incomparably tragic. The Moon Goddess's face turned pale, because she saw many Sky Spirit Archmages in front of her instantly melt. And even the weaker gods were unable to resist for too long. Fortunately, the power of the Dead Sea had weakened a lot after being blocked by a large number of people, so she was able to stop it. However, she felt that it had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, none of her subordinates had died. But how many waves of attacks could she withstand? Moon God Palace, Osmanthus Tree. Lei Luo was refining the devouring treasure box. After he had broken through to the 51st level, he realized that the fourth layer of restrictions on the devouring treasure box, which was originally motionless, had finally loosened up. The devouring treasure box was quite a good treasure. The first layer of the devouring treasure box could raise a realm. Even if it was a demigod to a level 1 god, the devouring treasure box would still have an effect. The second layer was to nourish the soul. Although it was slow, it could be used for a long period of time. Time was of great benefit. The third level's devouring treasure box was even better. It could assist in comprehending the laws, and its effect was very good. The reason why Lei Luo's magic laws could be comprehended so quickly was because of the devouring treasure box. Now that it had the effects of the Osmanthus Tree, it was even more efficient. Therefore, he was very excited about the fourth level's devouring treasure box's function. In addition, what clues would the owner of the treasure box leave behind in the devouring treasure box? After an unknown amount of time, there was a loud boom, and the entire devouring treasure box suddenly shook. Light blossomed, and an extremely mysterious aura was emitted. Following that, light spots appeared in the devouring treasure box, and they swam around rapidly. There were many of them. In the end, countless light spots rushed out from the devouring treasure box. There were too many of them. Tens of thousands of light spots rushed out and flew around Lei Luo, forming a terrifying galaxy. However, Lei Luo did not notice this at the moment, because a large amount of information flooded into his mind. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in his mind.
Lucky fellow! You're really not bad. You've actually refined the fourth restriction of the devouring treasure box. Congratulations! You have a chance to obtain my legacy. And it's a true legacy. In this world, there are very few people who are qualified to become my successor. And you undoubtedly have a chance to become such a lucky person. Remember, you only have a chance, because you still have to pass my test. This is a test, and if you pass, you will obtain my true legacy. If you fail, you will also receive a very generous reward. Alright, let's cut the CR*P. There's a gap in God world.
That gap was created by me. If anyone can repair that gap, they will be able to pass the test and become my emperor. Aren't you very excited now? However, don't be too excited, because that gap isn't so easy to repair. If you fail, you will never have the chance again.
Needless to say, it was the voice of the treasure box's owner. Lei Luo was extremely shocked. This gap in God world had actually been created by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Right now, the three-eyed demon clan wanted to attack God world through this gap. Where is the real inheritance? Lei Luo was shocked. He didn't care much about the inheritance, but he was quite interested in the things left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Such a powerful existence must have left behind a lot of things for his successor. Right. Looks like I'll have to find some time to fix this gap, Lei Luo thought. However, There was only one chance. He had to act when he had enough confidence. Suddenly, Lei Luo's expression changed. He couldn't sense Sangya anymore. Usually, although the slave god bead was in the moon goddess's hand, he could still sense Sangya. But now, it was suddenly broken. Sangya could not break free from the slave god bead. There was only one other possibility. Sangya was dead. Could it be that the three-eyed demon clan has already invaded God World? Lei Luo was very confused. Otherwise, why would Sangya suddenly die? No matter what, Sangya was still a god. After using a drop of divine dragon's blood, his bloodline had been strengthened a lot. Now, he had actually died. Didn't that mean that his investment had gone down the drain? After all, a drop of divine dragon's blood was very precious. Instantly, Lei Luo opened his eyes and saw an extremely strange scene. He saw starlight moving around him. It was the countless light spots, forming a river. The source of this river was inside the devouring treasure box. Is this the fourth function of the devouring treasure box? Lei Luo quickly understood. There was a powerful mage world inside the devouring treasure box. It contained a powerful galaxy spell that could control countless stars at the same time and build a vast galaxy. The more stars there were, the stronger this spell would be. This star spell is very powerful. Lei Luo's eyes lit up because he liked this kind of star spell. Compared to godly spells, he felt that this star spell was even better. However, although the stars here are very powerful, they lack a host star. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the immortal clan's ancient well in the sealed land in the old world. That ancient well was a big pit. He had no doubt that the star was very likely the main star that ruled this galaxy. But now, it was not there. It should be in the inheritance left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Lei Luo thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he threw the star-slaying sword into the devouring treasure box in Galaxy World. The star-slaying sword could also turn into a star. This was something left behind by the star-slaying mage. Lei Luo used the system's ability to directly control Galaxy World. Chapter 216. The God Emperor of Creation was heavily injured. On the terrifying battlefield, the incomparably bitter war was still ongoing. It was already half a month after the Hell Clan had passed through the 7 Netherworld bridges and entered God World. Who knew how many Sky Spirit Archmages had fallen? The losses of the Hell Clan were similarly severe. The exit of the 7 Netherworld bridges was like a meat grinder, continuously devouring countless mages. Of the 2,000 Sky Spirit Archmages around the Moon Goddess, there were less than 100 left. Sangya, who had been following her all along, had also died in battle. A level 1 god was too insignificant in this terrifying battle. She had even seen a level 7 god die with her own eyes. She had also brushed past death several times. She did not know how much longer she could hold on. She did not have any hopes of leaving this place alive. As long as the Hell Clan was not repelled, this war would not end. Once the Hell Clan broke through their defenses, God World would be filled with countless deaths. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar came from afar. Impossible. Lord of Hell, how could you break through to a level 15 Hell God? This was the voice of the God Emperor of Creation. His voice was filled with disbelief because they had been in a stalemate for more than half a month, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, the Lord of Hell suddenly erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed that of a level 14 god. He was caught off guard and was heavily injured. God Emperor of Creation, I did not break through to the level of a level 15 Hell God. Do you think that our Hell Clan sacrificed 7 ancient Hell Gods above level 12 just to form 7 Netherworld bridges? No. They will also use the last bit of their power to support me through the special secret techniques of our Hell Clan at the critical moment, thus allowing me to break through to a level beyond the level of a level 14 god. Now that I have one, your God World will no longer have the power to stop my clan. This world will completely belong to us. Ha ha. We will become the second clan of the Sea of Suffering to conquer a divine world. The local clans let out maniacal laughter. For a moment, the morale of the Hell Clan was greatly shaken. Meanwhile, the experts of God World were all extremely pale. They had an ominous premonition deep in their hearts. Now that the God Emperor of Creation was so heavily injured, God World would no longer have sufficient strength to contend with the Lord of Hell. Although God World had 9 level 12 gods, the overall strength of the Hell Clan was already much stronger than the gods in God World. Even if they sacrificed 7 ancient Hell Gods, their high-end combat strength would not be inferior. With the God Emperor of Creation being heavily injured, God World was completely at a disadvantage. Soon, under the fierce attacks of the Hell Army, the Divine Court Army in various regions collapsed one after another.
There were even cases of gods escaping. On the chaotic battlefield, the moon goddess sent a powerful demon of the Hell clan flying. Then, she hurriedly retreated with the remaining dozens of sky spirit archmages, because the situation of the Divine Court's army being defeated had already taken shape. There was no way to stop the attacks of the demons of the Hell clan. She felt extremely sorrowful in her heart. God world was going to be completely destroyed. Suddenly, a few Hell gods pounced on her. The moon goddess saw that there were no other gods nearby and knew that she had been too slow to retreat. And the enemy was too strong. She couldn't escape.
I'll stop them. If you can escape, then run.
The moon goddess sighed to the sky spirit archmage beside her. Then, the full moon rose above her head, emitting endless light and condensing into ice needles that shot toward the Hell gods.
We can't escape. We might as well fight to the death.
The remaining sky spirit archmages knew that they had no chance of escaping. They were only sky spirit archmages. Even demigods couldn't withstand a single blow from a level 1 god. In a sense, the sky spirit archmages were just cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, all the sky spirit archmages beside the moon goddess died. She was the only one left, and she was seriously injured. However, she was facing 3 Hell gods, and the strongest one was a level 5 Hell god.
Ha! This is a goddess. Capture her alive.
The leading Hell god gave a strange laugh. The moon goddess's face was cold, and she would not hesitate to use her ultimate spell to kill these disgusting creatures. But at that moment, someone patted her shoulder. A familiar voice sounded in her ear.
Do not give up until the last moment.
The moon goddess suddenly turned her head and saw Lei Luo.
Senior, be careful.
She immediately cried out involuntarily. She wanted to warn him that the Hell god's attacks came at her from all directions. Even if Lei Luo was very powerful, in a battle of this level, unless he was at the level of a divine lord or sacred lord, he would not be of much use to the situation. Lei Luo waved his hand, and immediately, the 3 Hell gods' bodies exploded into a bloody mist. When the moon goddess saw this scene, she was very surprised. To be able to kill these gods so easily, he had to be at least a 7th or even 8th level god.
Senior, why are you here?
The moon goddess said with a slight sigh of relief.
If I hadn't come, God world would be in complete chaos.
Lei Luo shook his head. Then, he took the moon goddess and soared into the sky, flying toward the gap. Ignoring the fierce battle, the moon goddess felt that her body was wrapped by a powerful force, and she couldn't break free at all. She could only follow Lei Luo and fly. Her speed was so fast. She had never thought that flying could reach such a level. It was as if the two of them had penetrated through space. In just a few minutes, they had arrived at the gap. This was the tragic main battlefield. The God Emperor of Creation, who was heavily injured, was still fighting with the Lord of Hell. He was at a complete disadvantage, and was on the verge of collapse. He could not hold on for much longer. Originally, with his strength, it would not be a problem for him to escape. However, if he escaped and no one restrained the Lord of Hell, the consequences would be disastrous. Even divine lords and sacred lords were not a match for the Lord of Hell. At that time, the army of tens of millions from the divine court would be completely wiped out. Therefore, he had to hold on. Even if there was a danger of death, he had to restrain the Lord of Hell. However, his injuries were getting more and more serious. Under the fierce attacks of the Lord of Hell, he had no chance to heal his injuries.
God Emperor of Creation, you have no hope left. Welcome your death.
After the Lord of Hell sent the God Emperor of Creation flying once again, he suddenly let out a long howl. A dark yellow giant sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura that could pollute everything. At the next moment, the demonic sword in his hand flew out, forming a terrifying dragon that roared as it pounced toward the God Emperor of Creation. Chapter 217, A Spell to Kill the Lord of Hell. The God Emperor of Creation looked at the terrifying dragon pouncing at him with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. It was over. In the end, the Hell clan had succeeded. He did not expect the God world would become the second God world to be invaded by the Hell clan. Just as the terrifying dragon was about to tear the God Emperor of Creation apart, a huge dragon claw suddenly descended from the sky and held that evil dragon down. In the sky, it was actually a huge magic dragon. Boom! Along with a boom, the dragon was shaken apart, revealing a demonic sword inside. The God Emperor of Creation was stunned. Someone had actually blocked the Lord of Hell's sword. Compared to the God Emperor of Creation, the Lord of Hell was even more shocked. This strike of his was completely aimed at taking the life of the God Emperor of Creation. Only if the God Emperor of Creation was in his peak state Would he be able to block it no matter what? But now, it had been blocked by someone else. Didn't this mean that another terrifying expert on the same level as the God Emperor of Creation had arrived? What was most unbelievable to him was that his demon sword had actually been suppressed by a terrifying force. He was unable to break free.
This sword of yours isn't bad. I'll take it.
An indifferent voice rang out, followed by the appearance of the silhouettes of Lei Luo and the moon goddess.
Who are you? Sir? There's absolutely no one like you in God world.
The Lord of Hell's expression was extremely cold.
It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your Hell clan should scram,
Lei Luo said indifferently. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed. The demon sword immediately fell into his hand. Although he struggled fiercely, he couldn't break free. In the sky, a huge magic flying dragon meandered around, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Lei Luo pointed with his finger, and the terrifying magic dragon suddenly pounced toward the Lord of Hell. Although it was his first time using star magic, he was able to do it with ease. He completely displayed the profoundness of star magic. When the Lord of Hell saw the star-flying dragon, his expression became incomparably grave. In the next moment, he stomped his foot abruptly, and the power of the Dead Sea appeared, turning into a monstrous water curtain that enveloped the Star River. But in the next moment, the water curtain was directly torn apart. Bang! The terrifying Star River directly struck the Netherworld Bridge, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The incomparably sturdy Netherworld Bridge began to explode. When the Lord of Hell saw this scene, his expression became ugly. By losing the Netherworld Bridge, they would also completely lose their training with the Dead Sea, as they had just entered God World. They had yet to completely adapt to it. If they wanted to resist the suppression of God World's origin, they had to borrow the power of the Dead Sea. Therefore, the 7 Netherworld Bridges were the way for them to communicate with the Dead Sea. As long as they defended the Netherworld Bridges, they would be able to receive endless support. But now, the 7 Netherworld Bridges were actually starting to break. And at such a critical moment.
You deserve death.
The Lord of Hell's expression was incomparably furious. But in the next moment, his entire body trembled, because a terrifying hole had appeared on his chest. It was a hole that had been penetrated by magic. A terrifying magic will began to wreak havoc within his body.
What kind of magic is this?
The Lord of Hell had clearly dodged the attack of the Star River just now, but he had not been able to dodge this hidden fatal blow. Even if he tried his best to expel the magic suppression in his body, he was still unable to stop his body and soul from being destroyed. This magic was too terrifying. It was completely beyond what he could withstand. He could not figure out how such a powerful existence could be hidden in God World.
Star magic,
Lei Luo said calmly. This Lord of Hell was very powerful, and he had also borrowed the power of the Dead Sea. It was not easy to kill him. That was why he had borrowed the star magic to launch a large-scale attack, hiding the most fatal mage within.
Star magic,
the Lord of Hell muttered to himself. It was as if he was about to be completely lost in that terrifying magic. His body began to disintegrate and burn, turning into a ball of yellow air before finally erupting completely. A peak level 14 Hell God had died just like that. All the Hell clans present were stunned. Their Lord of Hell had died. He had been killed by a single spell. How was this possible? Didn't he just severely injure the God Emperor of Creation? How did the Lord of Hell die instead? It wasn't just the countless demons of the Hell clan that were shocked. Even experts, like the God Emperor of Creation, were shocked. He was completely stunned. Too powerful. This was the only feeling he had. How powerful was the Lord of Hell? Even if he wasn't heavily injured by the attack, at his peak state, he would at most be able to tie with him. But now, such a powerful existence had actually died in the hands of an expert of unknown origin. Moreover, it was only a single spell. Just who was this person? As the God Emperor of Creation, he could be said to be the master of God World. But he had never heard of such an existence. Under normal circumstances, such a powerful existence could not be unknown. However, he had never heard of it, nor had he seen it before. The moon goddess standing beside Lei Luo did not know what to say. Was this the strength of Senior? Wasn't this strength too ridiculous? She had always believed that Senior was a god between level 7 and 8. However, this spell had killed the Lord of Hell. This was most likely a god above level 15.
Me, thanks to my friend for saving me.
The God Emperor of Creation bowed to Lei Luo and said, if Lei Luo had not acted, not only would he have fallen, but the whole of God World would have fallen as well.
God Emperor of Creation, you should hurry up and heal your injuries,
Lei Luo said indifferently. Following that, with a thought, the huge Star River shot out. Wherever it passed, all the clans of Hell, regardless of their grade, would be completely aged. Now, there were only the other 7 Hell clans in the exit area of the Netherworld Bridge. There was no need for him to make a move. After the Lord of Hell fell, the clans of Hell had lost their morale and fled in all directions. On the other hand, the morale of the Divine Court was greatly boosted. They immediately reversed the situation and began to hunt them down. These Hell clans had become rootless duckweed. It would not be long before they were completely wiped out. After losing so many experts, even if there were still many Hell clans left in the Dead Sea, their complete decline was inevitable. They wouldn't be able to cause any more waves. Chapter 218. A world-shaking catastrophe was coming. Lei Luo arrived in front of the huge gap in God World. He used his spiritual sense and found that this gap was somewhat special. The edge of the gap had been completely changed by a mysterious force, which also caused the difficulty of cultivation to increase by a lot. He was not 100% confident. Therefore, he decided to go back and cultivate properly first, and only come back when he was confident. In any case, he did not have to worry about someone repairing the gap. If it could be fixed, they would not have waited until now. Now that the God Emperor of Creation was seriously injured, it would probably take several hundred years before he could break through to a level 15 god. Even if he broke through and grasped the ability to make up space, he might not be able to complete it. However, before he left, he decided to sign in by this gap. He didn't know how many gaps there were, but the meaning was extraordinary. Soon, the system's notification sound rang in Lei Luo's mind.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, World Origin Stone.
Lei Luo was a little surprised. What was this World Origin Stone? However, he did not check the information for now. Following that, Lei Luo took the Moon Goddess back to the Moon God Palace. This time, none of the 1,000 great sky spirit archmages taken by the Moon Goddess returned alive. As for Sangya, he was worse off. He had even himself died. Lei Luo shook his head. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. The Moon Goddess's luck was much better. If Lei Luo had arrived a little later, she would probably have died as well. After reaching the Moon God Palace, Lei Luo returned to Osmanthus Palace. The Moon Goddess had accepted an existence that was even more powerful than the God Emperor of Creation, and had moved into her own Moon God Palace. In Osmanthus Palace, Lei Luo looked at the introduction of the World Origin Stone. After reading it, he revealed a surprised expression, because this thing could actually be used to open up a world. Not a small world or anything like that, but an independent main world. It had its own world origin and could grow, expand, and breed species. From a certain point of view, whether it was an ordinary world or a divine world, it was possible for it to grow on the basis of the World Origin Stone. However, to open up a world with a World Origin Stone was extremely difficult. At least Lei Luo felt that he was temporarily unable to use World Origin Stone to create a world. It should be at a higher level. Hence, he kept the World Origin Stone and continued to cultivate. Time passed very quickly. 500 years had passed. An extremely powerful and vast aura suddenly swept out of the Divine Court of Creation. One could vaguely see a strange world appearing within the Creation Palace, evolving everything. Within this strange world of fireworks, there were 15 starlights floating. The God Emperor of Creation opened his eyes. He had finally broken through to the level of a level 15 god. Over the past 500 years, he had spent most of his time recovering from his injuries. Fortunately, even though his body was heavily injured during the battle, his core was not injured. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to recover, let alone break through. Of course, he had also consumed many precious magic potions. As the master of the Divine Court, he definitely did not lack cultivation resources. Is this the level 15 god level? The ability to repair space is indeed amazing. The God Emperor of Creation let out a long breath. He was a little curious. How big was the gap between him and that mysterious mage? Even with his current strength, it would not be too easy for him to kill the Lord of Hell. Forget it. I'll go take a look at the gap in God World first, and see if it can be repaired. The God Emperor of Creation wanted to repair the gap in God World the most. This way, he would no longer have to worry about being threatened by the clan of the Dead Sea and Hell. Without this gap, it would be impossible for the Hell clan to invade. Similarly, it would be equally difficult for other powers from the outside world to invade. Very soon, the God Emperor of Creation arrived at the edge of the gap. When his god's consciousness sensed it, his expression turned ugly. This was because he had no way of repairing this spatial gap. That's not right. This is man-made. Otherwise, why would the spatial structure at the edge of the gap be so complicated? He had originally thought that once he broke through to a level 15 god, he would be able to repair the gap with the ability to repair space. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to do so even if he were to increase by 1 or 2 levels. No wonder that powerful existence did not repair the gap 300 years ago. It was likely that he would not have been able to do so. Huh? Fortunately, the threat of the Hell Clan has been completely resolved. There shouldn't be any major problems from now on, the God Emperor of Creation thought. Hence, he turned around and returned to the Divine Court of Creation. Although he was very curious about that powerful existence, he did not send anyone to investigate, no matter what purpose this powerful existence had hidden in God world. There was no doubt that he had made a huge contribution by saving it. At that moment, in the Moon God Palace, Lei Luo was working hard to cultivate. After more than 500 years, he had reached level 8. This speed was fast enough. He was quite satisfied. Yeah, when I reach level 60, I will go and fix that gap, Lei Luo was thinking. Suddenly, he thought of Xueli. He didn't know how her cultivation was going. After Sangya's death, Immortal Palace had lost its god spirit again. Of course, with his existence, Immortal Palace wouldn't be in trouble. Lei Luo decided to go to Immortal Palace to take a look. At the normal speed, Xueli should be at least a level 30 Sky Spirit Archmage. If she was faster, she might have reached the demigod realm. In a starry sky far away from God world, a pitch-black streamer that was tens of thousands of miles long suddenly appeared. A huge sphere rushed out of the pitch-black streamer. The pitch-black streamer flickered a few times and disappeared completely. There was a huge world inside this huge sphere. In a huge temple, an endless aura of faith filled the air, and one could vaguely hear the prayers of billions of living beings. Great Dark Lord, your humble subordinate god is reporting an important piece of news to you. We have successfully passed through the extremely dangerous crystal barrier and entered a brand new world system. According to the energy reaction analysis, the origin level of this world system is around 2.2, and the strongest can only give birth to a level 21 god. It can be listed as a target for conquest. It is enough for us to harvest a wave of faith, said a tall, golden-haired figure in full armor, bowing to a shadow on a high throne. Chapter 219, Breakthrough, Eye of Elements, Eye of Reincarnation? Chapter 219, Breakthrough, Eye of Elements, Eye of Reincarnation? Then we shall stay in this world system for 1,000 years to replenish resources and the power of faith. After 1,000 years, we shall set sail again. We have already escaped far enough. I believe that the universe gods should not be able to lock onto our route for a short period of time. A faint voice was transmitted from the shadow. Yes, Great Dark Lord. The golden-haired figure bowed slightly, and then turned around to leave the shrine. Shortly after, the massive spherical world was moving at a fast speed toward a massive floating world shrouded in endless light. No one could imagine that a world-shaking catastrophe was about to spread in this endless world. The death of Sangya and more than 1,000 great sky spirit archmages had a huge impact on Immortal Palace. More than 500 years had passed, and they hadn't recovered, let alone Sangya, the god. A great sky spirit archmage couldn't be trained in just a few hundred years. It would take thousands of years for one to be born. It was Immortal Palace, and their forces, that had accumulated great sky spirit archmages for countless years. Of course, it was not just Immortal Palace. In God world, every force had suffered huge losses. No one knew how many gods had died. Without more than 10,000 years, it was very difficult for God world to recover its vitality. In the Immortal Palace's quiet room, Empress Xueli was cultivating. She had already reached a level 32 Sky Spirit Archmage. However, she did not intend to break through to the God realm directly. Instead, she wanted to take a step forward. However, every step she took was more dangerous. After a long time, Xueli opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Then, she stood up and walked to another room. She picked up a book and started reading. I wonder where brother went. I haven't seen Little Fire for a long time. Xueli did not read. She put down the book again and thought to herself. She was worried that something might have happened to her brother. After all, Sangya had died in the war. Although her brother was very powerful, he might not be able to protect himself in such a terrifying war. Unfortunately, she was not even a god, so the information she could control was very little. At this moment, a small lizard with wings broke through the restriction and flew into the room. It landed on Xueli's shoulder. Xueli's body shook. Her pretty face revealed a look of surprise. Little Fire, is it really you? Little Xueli, I missed you so much. Little Fire jumped on Xue Li's shoulder, looking unusually excited. How could it not be excited? It had been locked in the system space by Lei Luo for more than 500 years. He had agreed to let it out after taking one step. But in the end, it took 5 steps before the master finally let it out. He said that it was too slow and that it had only taken 5 steps after 500 years. It really wanted to say that it had worked very hard.
Little Fire, I missed you too. Where's brother?
Xue Li was very happy.
Senior is outside,
Little Fire said. Soon, Xue Li saw Lei Luo outside.
Brother,
Xue Li said with red eyes. In her heart, her brother was the person closest to her. She had not seen him for hundreds of years. She really missed him.
Xue Li, I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly after hundreds of years,
Lei Luo said with a smile.
Brother,
Sangya is dead,
Xue Li suddenly said.
I know. Unfortunately, I knew too late. Otherwise, I could have saved his life.
Lei Luo nodded and said. Of course, he didn't care too much about Sangya's death. He was just a god's slave. It was just a waste of a drop of divine dragon blood. Lei Luo asked about Xue Li's cultivation situation and then said.
Xue Li, try to walk the path of Sky Spirit Archmage as much as possible. It will be of great benefit to the path of God in the future.
Xue Li nodded. Lei Luo used his elemental eye to look at the condition of Xue Li's bloodline. It still had a lot of potential. Before he left, he gave Xue Li another drop of divine dragon blood to help her increase her bloodline potential. He didn't give way, and the others the divine dragon blood because their bloodlines were ordinary. They were just ordinary human bloodlines. If he used the divine dragon technique, the best result would be that his bloodline would be changed. But it would also be restricted, which would be bad for his future development. The worst case scenario would be that his bloodline would collapse, and he would die an unnatural death. After returning from Immortal Palace, Lei Luo continued to cultivate, trying to reach level 60 as soon as possible. Occasionally, he would give way, and the others some pointers on their magic cultivation. After more than 500 years of cultivation, their progress was very fast. All of them had reached level 20 or so. The reason why they were so fast was because of the effects of the Moon God Laurel Tree. Lei Luo even let them use the Devouring Treasure Box to cultivate. This way, they could strengthen their souls and consciousness. With the addition of these ample cultivation resources, it wasn't strange for them to achieve such results. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years had passed. On the path of Sky Spirit Archmage, Lei Luo's divine soul took another step forward. Along with a rumble, endless information fused into his soul. He had already reached the 60th level of the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from his body. Fortunately, there was the God-trapping formation, so it didn't spread out. Moreover, he had already let way, and the others leave this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of this aura. Even with the isolation of the God-trapping formation, the Moon Goddess outside could still sense the faint terrifying aura coming from Osmanthus Palace. This was something that hadn't happened before. Eventually, the isolation of the God-trapping formation couldn't suppress the aura of Lei Luo's breakthrough. Has Senior broken through again? The Moon Goddess, Delina, muttered. Originally, when the Hell Clan invaded, Senior was able to kill the Lord of Hell with one strike. Now that he had broken through, how powerful must he be? Under the Moon God Laurel Tree, Lei Luo opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. A level 60 Sky Spirit Archmage was one step closer to a 100-step Sky Spirit Archmage. The fourth layer of the Elemental Eye's restriction seems to be able to be refined. Lei Luo suddenly felt the Elemental Eye in his left eye pulsate slightly. This fourth layer of the Elemental Eye was said to be able to see through one's past life and present life, and it was especially mystical. Did a person have a past life and present life? He felt that there should be. He was an example. It was just that reincarnation was completed in a mysterious way, and that was something that needed to be studied. After all, in this world, at least according to his understanding, there was no such thing as a true hellhole or the reincarnation of death. Lei Luo didn't think too much about it. After all, in this world, it wasn't that simple. Chapter 220. The invasion of a great enemy from the outside world. Perhaps there were still many domains in this world that he did not know about. Or perhaps hell really existed. Lei Luo began to hear about the Celestials. They were a true clan of gods. Just like the identity of the little fire divine dragon. Lei Luo did not think about it anymore and began to refine the fourth restriction of the Elemental Eye. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo felt a sharp pain in his left eye.
He covered his left eye and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After a while, the pain disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye felt different. Although what he saw wasn't different. He could feel the changes in the elemental eye. Lei Luo felt that it was necessary to find someone to use the elemental eye on. Thus, he walked out of Osmanthus Palace and saw the Moon Goddess chatting with Wei and the others. Wei and the others had been in Moon God Palace for hundreds of years, but they rarely walked out of Osmanthus Palace. Therefore, they had not had many opportunities to talk to the Moon Goddess. Moreover, Wei and the others would not casually talk to anyone about Lei Luo.
Greetings, Senior.
The Moon God of the Moon Goddess, Delina, saw Lei Luo come out and immediately bowed slightly. Lei Luo nodded. The elemental eye on the Moon Goddess's body began to flicker slightly. It seemed to sense some special and chaotic information on her body. In an instant, some strange scenes appeared in Lei Luo's mind. They seemed to represent the Moon Goddess. After a while, Lei Luo looked away. He felt that his spiritual power had been greatly depleted. The Moon Goddess's beautiful face blushed slightly under Lei Luo's gaze. She didn't know what to do. Wei and the others were surprised.
Senior?
Wei suddenly called out in a soft voice. Lei Luo waved his hand and said to Wei and the others,
Go back and cultivate. Oh, okay.
Wei and the others didn't say anything more. They just glanced at Lei Luo with resentment and ran back to Osmanthus Palace of the Moon Goddess. Now, only Lei Luo and the Moon Goddess were left.
Delina, when you cultivate, do you feel anything abnormal? For example, some strange and special information appearing in your mind?
Lei Luo asked. From the ability to use the fourth layer of the elemental eye just now, he could basically tell that this Moon Goddess, Delina, not only had a past life, but she had been extremely extraordinary in her past life. At least, her cultivation level should have far surpassed that of the current Moon Goddess. No wonder when he saw her bloodline last time, he could vaguely feel that after her bloodline broke through, it actually became a little stronger. This should be the awakening of some kind of power from her past life. The stronger the cultivation, the higher the degree of recovery. One day, perhaps the Moon Goddess's memories and power from her past life would be completely restored.
Senior, how do you know? I do occasionally receive some very special information, but I have no idea what is going on.
The Moon Goddess was extremely surprised. She had never told anyone about this.
Don't worry. I won't tell anyone,
Lei Luo said with a smile. The Moon Goddess had a great background in her previous life, so she could be properly nurtured. After all, no matter how great her background was in her previous life, it was useless if she couldn't recover from it. She might die at any time. Then, she would have to start all over again. Lei Luo thought for a moment and said,
You should come to Osmanthus Palace to cultivate in the future. It should be good for you. Yes, Senior.
The Moon Goddess blushed and was very happy. Since Senior wanted her to enter Osmanthus Palace to cultivate, the meaning was already very clear. It was because the people living in Osmanthus Palace were all his wives. Now, Lei Luo actually allowed her to stay there as well. If Lei Luo knew what the Moon Goddess was thinking, he would definitely complain in his heart that she was wrong. He really didn't have such thoughts. He only thought highly of her potential. When she followed Lei Luo into Osmanthus Palace, she felt the tremendous changes in it, and was extremely shocked because she actually felt a very special energy flowing in her breath. It actually caused the immortal energy in her body to become extremely active. Not only that, but the strange flower fragrance had formed a strange stimulation to her soul consciousness. When she saw the Moon God laurel tree, she was even more shocked because it was definitely not the same tree from before. Although this Moon God laurel tree was somewhat similar to the Osmanthus tree, it was definitely much stronger. That extremely high-grade special energy was emitted from this tree.
Find yourself a place to cultivate,
Lei Luo said. The Moon Goddess already knew how lucky she was to be able to cultivate here. She was certain that if she were to cultivate in such an environment, let alone a level 6 god, she might even have a chance at a level 7 god. At this moment, she was extremely grateful to Lei Luo. After Lei Luo made arrangements for the Moon Goddess, he left Moon God Palace and flew directly toward the gap in God World. He was prepared to repair the gap. In the Divine Court of Creation, an extremely important meeting was being held. Other than the God Emperor of Creation, the other Divine Lords were also present. This was because the discussion this time was about a major matter that concerned the life and death of God World.
Your Majesty, the situation shouldn't be that bad. Right. There are more than 1,000 God Worlds in this world system. There are many worlds that are stronger than our God World. and there are countless powerful gods. So how can we not be able to fight against that invading divine system?
The Inferno Divine Lord said.
According to the news from our system, we have lost contact with 57 god worlds. So it is evident that the invading divine system is very powerful. Therefore, the divine system gods are preparing to gather their strength to deal with it.
The God Emperor of Creation said. He had a headache. After experiencing the invasion of the Hell Clan a few hundred years ago, God World had suffered heavy losses. So many gods and high-level sky spirit archmages had been killed or severely, and that was why they were still unable to recover. But now, there was a battle between foreign gods. That was a battle in the universe. Sky-level existences were too weak. Even demigods could not exist in the universe. Only gods had the ability to do so. Therefore, the power gathered this time was at least a level 1 god.
Your Majesty, let's wait and see. Our god world can't stand the torment anymore,
the powerful force said. Up until now, his injuries had not fully recovered. His clan's gods had lost a lot in that battle. If they went to fight in the universe's void again, almost no one would be able to return. Chapter 221, Devouring the Treasure of the Owner of the Treasure Box.
Sigh. I can only do so for now.
The God Emperor of Creation was helpless. Their God Alliance was only a loose organization, and did not have a very strong binding force on the other god worlds. This time, with the invasion of the foreign gods, the God Alliance's role had greatly increased. This was because only the God Alliance could unite all the powers of God World. Fortunately, God World still quite a distance away from the direction of the invasion of the foreign gods. It should not be affected in the short term. If it was threatened, it meant that this invading world was really very dangerous. At that moment, Lei Luo arrived at the location of the gap in God World. When his soul sensed the edge of the gap, he immediately had a different feeling from the last time. It doesn't seem to be as complicated. Last time, when Lei Luo probed the edge of the gap, he felt that it was particularly complicated, and he had not known where to start. This time, it was different. He felt that it was not complicated at all. Lei Luo's mind jolted, and the power of a sky spirit archmage enveloped the edge of the gap. Using the ability to mend the sky, the spatial structure of the gap immediately began to squirm. Time passed by slowly. The gap in God World was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Only a small hole was left in the huge gap in God World. It was finally going to be completely repaired. Lei Luo was a little amazed. Fortunately, he had the cultivation of a level 60 Sky Spirit Archmage. But he still did not know how long it would take him to repair the gap in this world. It was possible to do it in tens, or even hundreds of years. The test of the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box was really not an ordinary test. Another half a day passed. The gap was only the size of a pinhole. Lei Luo was a little expectant. After it was completely repaired, what kind of surprise would the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box bring to him? Boom! As the tiny gap was completely repaired, the entire area suddenly shook. A strange array formation actually lit up, as if it was engraved in the void where the gap had been. As it was repaired, the array formation was activated. A strange halo suddenly formed and started to shrink. Then, it encircled Lei Luo. At the next moment, the halo shook violently and completely disappeared. Lei Luo's figure also disappeared. No one knew where he had been transported to. At the same time, the God Emperor of Creation had already sensed the movement of the gap and flew over. When he saw the gap that had been completely repaired, he revealed a shocked expression. What's going on? Has this gap been repaired? He had only been here 30 years ago, and had carefully studied the gap. It was not something he could have solved. Even if he were to level up another level or two, he still might not be able to repair it. Even if he could, it would definitely be an extremely long project. This gap is definitely not something that can be repaired automatically. The spatial core has been destroyed, and there is no way for it to repair itself. Could it be that a powerful existence has acted to repair the gap? The God Emperor of Creation pondered in his heart. Thinking about it, there was only a mysterious god that had appeared a few hundred years ago. I really do not know how powerful this existence is. The God Emperor of Creation was extremely astonished. Unfortunately, he did not have the fate to meet him. Lei Luo was transported to a strange space. It was definitely not within God World or any other world. Instead, it was an independent space. It was like a bubble that wandered into the endless void. The entire space was not big. It was completely spherical, and had a diameter of 1,000 meters. In this space, there was a strange stone platform floating. When Lei Luo stepped on it, A voice immediately sounded.
After becoming my disciple, you must follow the 5 don't principles. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't provoke trouble. Don't be greedy. Don't show off. And don't believe in women. You must keep a low profile.
Lei Luo's expression was a little strange. Just how much had the owner of the devouring treasure box suffered to have such 5 don't principles?
Now recite the 5 don't principles loudly. Recite them 10,000 times, and you'll be considered to have passed my disciple acceptance ceremony.
That voice sounded again. Lei Luo's expression was strange. Recite the 5 don't principles? He definitely wouldn't. Thus, his consciousness probed everything in the space, but found nothing. From this, it could be seen that when the owner of the devouring treasure box set up this space, his strength far surpassed Lei Luo's.
System, I want to sign in.
Lei Luo's heart moved. In such a situation, the summoning system was the last thing to be used. Soon, the system's notification sound rang.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in.
Reward, the world of legacy. In the next moment, the entire space shook. An endless light appeared, finally turning into a strange ball of light in front of Lei Luo. It was as if there was a huge world inside the ball of light. When Lei Luo's consciousness entered, he felt his entire body shake, as if his soul had been absorbed into it. After a long time, Lei Luo withdrew his soul consciousness and opened his eyes, revealing a smile. The inheritance resources left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box were really huge. However, this inheritance world was very huge, containing layers of powerful restrictions. If he wanted to obtain something, he had to break through layers of restrictions. So this world is called the core world. It was created after the gods refined the world origin stone. Lei Luo suddenly understood. He had obtained a world origin stone before. Although he knew that the stone could turn into a world, he did not know how to use it. Now it seemed that he had to become a god to be able to use the core world created by the world origin stone. For example, the core world of the master of the devouring treasure box was extremely huge. Although it hadn't reached the level of becoming a real world, it looked perfect. Unfortunately, this was someone else's core world. Even if the master of the devouring treasure box died, he wouldn't be able to refine it. He could only use it as a simple world. Lei Luo shook his head. However, he still had the world origin stone. In the future, when he became a god, he would be able to refine it into a core world. Lei Luo stored the light ball in the system space. This was the safest. If he obtained the inheritance of the master of the devouring treasure box, he would be able to store the light ball into his body. However, there was still a risk of exposure. Chapter 222, The Decline of the Incipient World. Lei Luo didn't intend to take the devouring treasure box's owner's inheritance. After all, he had his own path to take. Moreover, he felt a little strange that the devouring treasure box's owner's inheritance was biased toward the dragon clan, and required the bloodline of the divine dragon. Perhaps the drop of divine dragon's blood essence left behind by the devouring treasure box's owner was prepared for the later inheritance. As the light sphere disappeared, the stone platform beneath his feet trembled slightly. Light burst out, forming a light vortex. In the next moment, Lei Luo was teleported out, and this bubble-like space collapsed, completely disappearing. Lei Luo now appeared at the original location of the gap.
Darkwill greets Senior.
A voice sounded. Lei Luo had already seen the God Emperor of Creation and nodded slightly.
God Emperor of Creation. What's the matter? Thank you, Senior, for repairing the gap.
Darkwill said somewhat excitedly. This Senior is really elusive. How did he appear just now?
It was nothing,
Lei Luo said indifferently.
Senior, do you know about the invasion of the gods outside the universe?
The God Emperor of Creation suddenly asked.
The gods outside the universe?
Lei Luo was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said,
I have been in closed-door cultivation all this time. I did not pay too much attention to the matters of the outside world. What is the situation with the gods in this world?
The God Emperor of Creation hurriedly explained the situation in detail.
I understand.
Lei Luo nodded and didn't say anything more. Then, he floated away. In this world system, there should still be very powerful existences. So it wasn't his turn to worry. He still had to cultivate in seclusion and work hard to increase his strength. This was the foundation of survival. If the invading god world was too powerful, this world wouldn't be able to resist it. He could only run ahead of time. The most important thing was to protect himself. He still approved of the 5 don't principles of the devouring treasure box's owner. The initial god world. This was an extremely powerful god world. It was one of the 8 great god worlds. The initial god world represented the first god world that was born. It was also the most powerful god world. Other than the initial god world, there were 7 other god worlds. The God Alliance was formed from these 8 worlds. At that moment, the initial god world was plunged into panic and flames of war. The foreign god worlds tore a huge hole in the initial god world. Shadows were cast into the initial god world, and countless powerful black-armored gods flew out from the shadows. They were engaged in a terrifying battle with the immortals of the initial god world. At every moment, there were gods and black-armored gods dying. The strange thing was that the dead black-armored gods would be pulled back by a strange force, and then condensed again, as if they couldn't be killed at all. On the other hand, once the gods of initial god world fell, they would completely fall.
Overlord, the losses are too great. We can't hold on any longer. We have to retreat.
A powerful level 16 god had a panicked expression. This foreign god world was simply too terrifying. If it was just powerful, it wouldn't have been so bad. But they had actually grasped a terrifying forbidden spell of rebirth. All the dead black-armored gods were actually able to revive and rejoin the battle. How could they fight like this? At that moment, he finally understood why so many god worlds had fallen in such a short period of time.
We can't retreat.
The initial Emperor Lord shook his head, his eyes revealing a strong sense of powerlessness. Although he was already a level 19 god, after sensing the power of the foreign god world, he knew that he couldn't resist it. Even the strongest level 20 god in the initial god world wouldn't be able to resist it. After a long time, endless shadows covered the whole of the initial god world. The initial sovereign let out a shocking cry. At this point, the initial god world had fallen. Countless gods did not escape. When the news of the initial god world falling in just a few days spread out, the entire world system was completely shaken. The God Alliance, the only level 20 god, the ruler of the initial god world, Emperor Zhu had issued a god summoning order, calling on the remaining god worlds to unite and resist the invasion of the shadow god world. The god world summoning order had, fortunately, quietly spread to god world. The god emperor of creation had gathered all the gods in god world to discuss this matter.
How is this possible? The initial god world is much stronger than the foreign god world. The origin of the world is more than 1 level higher. There are many gods above level 12. How can it have been conquered by that foreign god world so quickly?
The gods present were all extremely shocked. This was even more shocking than the foreign god world invading dozens of other god worlds. This was because most of the god worlds that were invaded had the same strength as the divine court of creation. But the initial god world was different. One of the 8 great initial god worlds belonged to the strongest batch of godly worlds in the entire world system. In front of this initial god world, the world creation world was not even worth mentioning.
That's the truth. It's said that even the initial monarch did not make it out.
The god emperor of creation sighed. His strength could only be considered above average in the initial god world. However, such a powerful initial god world had actually been defeated by the foreign god world. The expressions of the few gods present turned weak. This was because they felt as if the apocalypse was coming. They were all only level 12 or level 13 gods. The difference between them and a level 19 god like the Emperor Lord was simply too great.
Issue the summoning order,
the god emperor of creation said with a heavy expression. This was because he knew that once the summoning order was issued, he didn't know how many gods would die. Moreover, this time would be 1,000 times more serious than a few hundred years ago. The possibility was very high that even he would die. However, with the current situation as it was, no one could avoid it. That was because this time, it was no longer the responsibility of a particular world. Instead, it was the responsibility of all worlds. Beneath the overturned nest, there would be no intact eggs. If they sat by as the initial god world was destroyed, then their entire universe would be devoured. They could hide for a while, but not forever. When the sky fell, no one could escape. Therefore, they had to shoulder this responsibility. Even if they knew that the road ahead was almost certain death, they had to gather everyone without hesitation. Chapter 223, The Magic of the Divine Sun Bird. When the summoning order of the Divine Court of Creation was issued again, all the major forces in God world were in uproar. The great losses of hundreds of years ago had yet to be recovered. And now there was an even more advanced summoning order, and this time, it was actually aimed at the summoning order of the gods. Whether they were injured or not, whether they were in seclusion to break through, or if they were gods who were about to die, all the gods in God world had to rush to the divine court of creation within the stipulated time. The moon goddess received the summoning order.
Senior, what is the situation this time? Why does it seem to be more serious than a few hundred years ago?
she said worriedly.
Is the situation that serious?
Lei Luo was also a little surprised. Originally, he had thought that with those powerful gods holding the fort, even if there was an impact on the divine court of creation, the situation would not be too serious. But now, he had actually had to summon all the gods.
This time, there is an invasion of the god system from the outside world. There are already dozens of god worlds that have fallen.
Lei Luo saw the moon goddess's puzzled look and immediately gave a simple explanation. The moon goddess's beautiful eyes revealed a shocked expression. Dozens of god worlds had fallen? Even if it was the weakest god world, it was still a god world. There would definitely be a large number of gods. For example, in the Creator's god world, there were tens of thousands of gods gathered during the invasion of the Hell Clan. Dozens of god worlds. How many gods would there be, now that all of them had fallen? How powerful was this god world?
Looks like I can't just stand by and watch.
Lei Luo sighed. Even if he did not want to take action, he had no choice. After all, he was also a part of this world system. Of course, if the situation turned bad, he could prepare to escape at any time. When the moon goddess heard that Lei Luo was going with her, she was very happy because, with Lei Luo around, it would definitely be safer. When Lei Luo appeared in the divine court of creation, the god emperor of creation immediately brought people to welcome him. The 4 divine lords and the 4 great god lords also came forward to greet him. They were all aware of Lei Luo's grand action of killing the Lord of Hell with a single sword strike. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Luo and the moon goddess moved into a palace arranged by the god emperor of creation. Lei Luo knew that he was about to face a great battle, so he naturally did not dare to relax. He immediately threw himself into cultivation. He sorted out the holy light shield, star magic, and another powerful magic one by one. He wanted to use his strongest power to deal with this war.
System, sign in for me.
After training for a while, Lei Luo waited until after midnight for the chance to sign in to refresh. As the center of God world, he should be able to receive some good items when signing in at the divine court of creation. Soon, the system's notification sounded.
Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Divine Sun Bird Companion Spell.
Lei Luo was a little surprised. This time, he seemed to have signed in something amazing. He quickly checked the information of the signed item. The Divine Sun Bird Companion Spell. A god-level spell. Originated from the ancient divine bird, the Divine Sun Bird. It was refined from the soul and blood of an incomparably powerful god. The effects were related to the level of a mage, and it was divided into 7 levels. Lei Luo took out this non-sun divine bird magic. It was not appropriate to say that it was a pure magic, because this magic could not be cultivated. It had to have special conditions. It had to have the bloodline and innate ability of the Divine Sun Bird. Without it, it could not be cultivated. Supreme Existences valued this kind of magic of the Sun Divine Bird, but they did not have the conditions to cultivate it. So they came up with this method to refine the Divine Sun Bird into a magic. As long as one refined this magic, they could use the magic of the Divine Sun Bird. If one's cultivation was high enough, the speed effect would surpass the Divine Sun Bird itself. This thing is amazing. Lei Luo hurriedly took out this magic from the system space. It was actually a strange golden light, and one could see the shadow of the Divine Sun Bird inside. What an inconceivable method. To actually be able to refine such a miraculous magic, Lei Luo could only exclaim in admiration. Of course, he also felt pity for the Divine Sun Bird. Because of such a magic divine ability, it had fallen into the hands of evil. Yet it had been refined into magic by a powerful existence. As expected, having a treasure on one's body was a huge problem. If one was not powerful enough, it was possible that one could not control their own fate. The time was endless. Thinking about it, the world system he was in was powerful enough. However, facing an invasion from an outside world, he fell into such a huge crisis. It was hard to imagine what kind of vast domain was outside of this world system. But there must be unimaginable terror there. The owner of the devouring treasure box must have met a formidable enemy outside of the world system that he could not contend with, and thus died in the end. Lei Luo shook his head and did not think any further. He directly condensed his soul into his blood and dripped it into the ball of golden light, beginning to refine the magic of the Divine Sun Bird. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo suddenly opened his eyes. The shadow of a strange Divine Sun Bird appeared beside him. In the next moment, his body moved and he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo's figure appeared 100,000 miles away. The appearance of the Divine Sun Bird also disappeared. F***ck. The The speed of this magic is too fast and terrifying. Lei Luo secretly clicked his tongue because he could only use the third layer of the Divine Sun Bird. Just the third layer was enough to cover 100,000 miles in an instant. It was hard to imagine how fast he would be if he reached the fourth layer, the fifth layer, the sixth layer, and even the highest seventh layer. With the magic of the Divine Sun Bird, it would definitely not take him too long to cross God World. It was terrifying to the extreme. Then, Lei Luo used the Divine Sun Bird and returned to the Divine Court of Creation. No one noticed. Even the Divine Court of Creation didn't realize that Lei Luo had just left. Lei Luo was very satisfied with the identity of the Divine Sun Bird. With this, even if he encountered an invincible enemy, he would have the magic to escape. He had more confidence in his self-protection. Half a month later, all the gods in God World had finally gathered. There were more than 53,000 of them. There used to be more of them, but they had lost more than 20,000 gods in the war with the Hell Clan. Chapter 224. A brand new god system. This was caused by the mutual repulsion of the world's origin. Hence, the gods of God World had to leave and fly in the void. Only after they left God World's area of influence would there be the existence of the Void Teleportation Array. This was because the Void Teleportation Array could not be affected by the slightest repulsion of the God World's origin. Otherwise, the spatial passage would be distorted, and no one knew where they would be transported to. However, the God Emperor of Creation possessed a large flying magic machine. Its speed was extremely fast, comparable to the speed of a level 12 god. It only took 5 days for the flying magic machine to reach the vicinity of the Void Teleportation Array. During these 5 days, Lei Luo had been cultivating. Every bit of improvement was worth a bit. When the people of God World saw the situation of the Void Teleportation Array, they were all stunned. This was because the entire Void Teleportation Array had been destroyed beyond recognition. Impossible. How could the Void Teleportation Array be destroyed? The God Emperor of Creation found it hard to believe. Outside every God World, there would be a Void Teleportation Array. This was the most convenient way for the various God Worlds to communicate. It was said that these Void Teleportation Arrays had been established millions of years ago, and over the years, they had never been destroyed.
Could it have been done by the foreign God World outside the world?
A divine lord said in a deep voice.
It's very likely that the foreign God World used this method to prevent the various God Worlds from joining forces, so as to sever the connection between us.
Another god said in a deep voice.
But the problem is that every God World is very far away. How did the gods outside God World arrive here?
Some people found it hard to believe. The communication between the God Worlds depended on the Void Teleportation Array. Otherwise, the distance was too far. Even the gods above level 12 might need several years to cross over. Using the Void Teleportation Array, one could cross over in less than half a day.
Is it possible that the foreign gods have grasped the Void Teleportation Array's teleportation method and used it to teleport to the Void Teleportation points of the various God Worlds before destroying them?
Someone said.
This is the only possibility. Otherwise, the godly spirits outside the world wouldn't be able to travel so quickly.
The God Emperor of Creation sighed. Without the Void Teleportation Array, the gods of God World would not be able to reach the initial God World. Furthermore, without even thinking about it, the Void Teleportation Arrays of the other gods might have been destroyed. If they relied on flying, they would need to fly for several years before they could reach the nearest God World. Suddenly, the God Emperor's gaze landed on Lei Luo.
Senior, did you discover anything?
He suddenly asked.
The god that destroyed the Void Teleportation Array shouldn't have left too long ago. You should return to God World now,
Lei Luo said in a deep voice. He caught traces of an extremely obscure aura in this void. This was an aura that was completely different from that of a god. Needless to say, it definitely belonged to a foreign god.
What about you?
The God Emperor of Creation was a little surprised.
I'll go look for that god,
Lei Luo said. He had to find the god and then use the soul-absorbing codex to obtain detailed information about that god's world. If he did not understand the situation, how could he resist that god's world? In the next moment, Lei Luo's body moved. He soared into the air and disappeared into the void. His body flashed with golden light before disappearing. The God Emperor of Creation's consciousness swept out. But he actually could not find any traces of Lei Luo. He was extremely shocked. He knew that this senior's strength was far stronger than he had imagined. Without the Void Teleportation Array, it would be unrealistic to fly to other God Worlds. The God Emperor of Creation could only control the flying machine and return to God World. Lei Luo used the Divine Sun Bird and flew rapidly in the void. There was no obstruction in the void, and the flying speed was even faster than in God World. However, Correspondingly, the void and home were vast, and God world had limitations. Just like the space between the planets in his previous life. But God world in this world wasn't a planet, but a huge continent. The rules of the world were different. So naturally, the characteristics were different. The planets in his previous life were too small compared to these God worlds. Lei Luo quickly shuttled back and forth, catching the traces left behind. After more than 3 hours, the traces finally became clear. Lei Luo knew that he was not far from that god. After around 10 minutes, Lei Luo should have finally arrived at a black streak of light, flying through the void at an astonishing speed. This speed was comparable to the flying speed of a god above level 16. But compared to Lei Luo, it was too far away. It's a flying magic machine. The god inside should be around level 15. Lei Luo quickly sensed it clearly. And that god didn't notice Lei Luo. In the next moment, Lei Luo appeared on the black flying magic machine. He stomped his foot, and the entire flying magic machine exploded. A stream of light shot out from it, wanting to escape. But Lei Luo grabbed with his hand, and the god was now controlled by Lei Luo. He was dressed in black armor, had purple eyes, and green skin. Unlike humans, he was over 4 meters tall. He was a typical giant. Lei Luo stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the giant god. The soul-absorbing codex was activated. In an instant, Lei Luo felt a vast brain region. Countless strange prayers were transmitted from it. Countless golden threads could be seen transmitting out from the endless void. Suddenly, Lei Luo's entire body trembled, because he could sense that in the deepest depths of this god, there was a terrifying aura hidden. It was as if this was the source of the entire god system. Lei Luo instantly grasped this god system. The highest level main gods enjoyed the faith of the entire god system. Even the subordinate gods had to offer their faith. Then, the subordinate gods were divided into the lower gods, the middle gods, and the upper gods. Of course, the lower gods, the middle gods, and the upper gods weren't at the level of gods, but rather the status of the gods. Lei Luo continued to probe deeper, but in the next moment, the aura of the main god in the deepest part seemed to have a reaction. After all, Lei Luo's actions could be said to have desecrated the dignity of the entire god system. In an instant, a vast aura surged out, wanting to crush Lei Luo's consciousness.
How dare you spy on me?
That aura contained a terrifying thought. Chapter 225, The Shocked Main Shadow God. It was the main god of God world who reacted. The god system was unique. From the main god to the subordinate god to the believer. It was like a pyramid. Through faith, they formed the most intense practice, which was much stricter than the path of God. This resulted in the cohesiveness of the god system far surpassing the path of God. Now that Lei Luo was spying on this god's consciousness, it was equivalent to touching on the secret of the god system. Naturally, it would trigger the supreme main god's counterattack. This consciousness should be equivalent to a level 23 god. Lei Luo immediately felt the strength of this consciousness. Very, very strong. In front of this god's powerful consciousness, the god emperor of creation was not worth mentioning at all. I am now a level 60 sky spirit archmage. I wonder how many levels of god I am equivalent to. Lei Luo's heart was balanced as he tried to test the threat level of this god's will. For a moment, the two powerful wills clashed in the god's mind. Finally, Lei Luo came to a conclusion. Although this main god was a threat to him, the threat was definitely not fatal. In other words, he should be on the same level as this sovereign. In fact, he might even have an advantage. Of course, this sovereign was separated from him by an infinite distance. Through the attacks of a god, the power of the sovereign might not necessarily be weakened. In addition, the strength of a sovereign didn't lie solely in the sovereign itself, but in the god system. A powerful sovereign could mobilize the power of a god to strengthen itself, thus erupting with a terrifying power that surpassed its own. It was precisely because of this that the god system had an advantage over the path of God in a group battle. Boom! After the clash of the god's consciousness, Lei Luo also used the soul-absorbing codex against the god to obtain the corresponding information. After a long time, Lei Luo suddenly retreated, because the god's consciousness, which was the battlefield, had completely collapsed. Huh? Lei Luo opened his eyes, and let out a long breath. This god system is really powerful. If it really is a level 23 god, no wonder this world system can't resist it. Lei Luo thought in his heart. According to the information he had received from the god emperor of creation, in the most powerful initial god world, the strongest mage was probably the emperor of the initial god world. It was said that he was a level 20 god 10,000 years ago. As for whether he had broken through to level 21, That was unknown. Even if he was a level 21 god, against a god system that had a level 23 god, it was impossible to defeat him. Even if he gathered all the gods, it would still be difficult for him to defeat this shadow god system. Lei Luo had obtained a lot of valuable information from the god's consciousness. This god system was called the shadow god system. It had escaped from other places, passed through the crystal wall system, and come to this god system mainly to harvest faith. This god system did not plan to operate in the long term, but to harvest in the short term. Harvesting faith was to let the creatures of this world, and even the gods, believe in the shadow god system. Once a short-term harvest was carried out, the process would be very cruel. All the believers would use a very cruel sacrificial ritual to convert their soul consciousness and everything else into the power of faith. If the shadow god system was successful, all the mages in this god system, who had reached the level of an ultimate mage or above, including the gods, would become the nutrients of faith for the god system. Only ordinary creatures would be able to escape this calamity because they were unable to make sacrifices. Otherwise, the shadow god system would not have let them go. The shadow god system had already harvested quite a few god systems along the way. This god system is really savage to the extreme. Lei Luo was extremely shocked. No wonder the shadow god system was wanted by the radiant god system and had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. However, Lei Luo was also a little worried about how to deal with the shadow god system. The best idea would be to unite all the god worlds and gather their strength to engage in a decisive battle with the shadow god system. With his peak combat strength, it would not be a problem to contend against the shadow god system. However, the problem was that the void teleportation array had been destroyed. If it could not be repaired, the god power of the various god worlds would not be able to gather together. If he could not gather a powerful force, it would become almost impossible to deal with the shadow god system. He could deal with the shadow god system alone. The danger was too great. A smart person would not stay at the edge of danger. How could he take such a huge risk? I need to go back now. Let the God Emperor of Creation contact the God Alliance to see how to repair the void teleportation array. Lei Luo was calculating in his heart. In any case, the most urgent matter was the God Alliance. They were at a critical juncture of life and death, so they would definitely think of all ways possible. Hence, Lei Luo turned around and returned to God World, the world of creation. This place had already become the base camp for the God system to attack the other God worlds. That huge sphere was the initial God world. Countless gods came in and out, starting to brainwash the initial God world and the other God worlds that had already been conquered. Their experience in this aspect was very similar, so the effect was very obvious. More and more mages and even gods had begun to submit in order to survive, and then slowly started to believe in the great shadow god system. Unfortunately, they never knew that the shadow god system had no plans to operate in this world for any length of time. It was only a short-term harvest. Therefore, as long as people believed in the shadow god system, they could not escape the sacrifice in the end. The huge shadow god kingdom was like a multiverse. It contained countless worlds, and each world represented a god. The core world of the god kingdom was where the main shadow god, the Shadow Lord, lived. In the magnificent temple, on the supreme throne, a terrifying shadow suddenly shook and let out an unbelievable sound.
How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful existence in this god system?
At the next moment, a terrifying face emerged from the shadow. He had sensed that a powerful existence was invading the mind of a god. However, he had not expected that after a round of probing, he would be shocked to discover that the opponent's level was definitely not inferior to his. In other words, there was a level 23 god in this god system. It was definitely not a god born in this world. It must have come from the outside world. No matter what, this posed a huge threat to his shadow god system conquering the god system.